That's a movie chunk right there, and I love it. Someone's been watching some movies this week. Look fantastic. You're crushing. Life is good.
I look like a lead singer and like, you know, like a vampire.
Very emotional band.
Death is infinite.
What do you up to?
Sure. Yeah. Russians. Things are scary enough.
Do these local Estonians and the Russians, like, what's the difference? Explain to us. These
One of murder and raping empire, the other are really nice, intelligent, beautiful people.
Wow. And you've seen that, and you've seen some Russian pillaging, if you will.
Yeah, when I was like 14, I remember I beat up these two Russian kids. They were also 14. In Russia, 14. They got like hair on their knuckles, good kids. Divorce, 3 jobs. I was like an Estonian 14-year-old. I had a goal. Parkour. No, literally, I was doing parkour and then they saw me doing it. They said, I should take this thoughts. It's like Estonian.
And then what? Did you throw the first punch? Or?
And then they claimed it was necessary to do the NATO. So.
You seem well rested
For a week.
Oh, that looks handsome. A large Latino fan base here tonight.
Come here.
Are you in love with a Mexican girl?
There is a little bit now. Mexican one, they look at they're like, oh, fuck you.
Yeah, they will.
I walked around with a kill Tony hoodie, and so many Mexicans would look at my hoodie and look at me, and they would go, hey, what did Tony do? I saw them every time I don't know. Sounded Italian. Went to Cozumel, a beautiful island, and when I was there, I had such a funny incident where a restaurant and all of
Yeah. Yeah.
of course, and I'm not the Mexican for kosher. And then I go outside of my hotel. First thing I see in Cozumel, Jewish guy, full Jewish food. Like, adapted, but like, not hiding at all, just full with the things, you know. Full, like, yeah. Arguing, 2 Jews arguing with a Mexican guy who, he's the guy who rents out scooters and like motorbikes. And the Mexican is, just when I walk by them, the Mexican is saying, deposit. Scratches, I have evidence, no scratch, I have picture, look, there is scratch. The Jewish guy goes, deposit. I also, and then they show the picture. Then, neat. About 10 minutes later, I see the Jewish guys walking away from them with like money in their hand. And then the other one looks at the guy and goes, Photoshop is free. Just, wow.
So they're like that in too. Wow. Incredible. Wow. Amazing.
Well, only if you're Jewish or Mexican. Yeah, I had fun. Yeah. Did you go to a Halloween party? No. You gotta be careful with Halloween, my guy. Well, how long you been in America, my guy? 1 year and a half. 1 year and a half. Antonio back with his red bed. The key is to be careful in costume, okay? I blew it last year. I went out dressed as a pinata and went trick-or-treating down at the Latino day and beat the Three Musketeers out of it. You know what? If I could get some kind of noise. Funnier. Notice this. Every chick is like a sexy slutty cat. That's like the only hot animal they can pick up. Yeah. There are lots that should have sexy elephants. Yeah. You should have gone to Jeffrey's. He had a bearskin rug. Funnier. But there were like so many chicks dressed as a sexy at this party where I was at. I was at this party and I saw titties and pussies out. I kind of, because they're all the chicks with the sexy pussy cat out. And I look at her like, what's under the banana?
Reads a little.
Mystery.
I couldn't. Ari, you are unbelievable. What a fucking central work that you had to do. This place getting started. If Ian's on SNL, I can't imagine what Ari is, ladies and gentlemen. And your next comedian goes by the name of Jack Hemphill. Here we go. The opportunity of life. No, I don't know if you can tell by that, but my haircut, barbershop, they kind of fucked me up though. It's my fault. They asked me what I wanted. I said, I don't know, just scissor me. I keep seeing ads for male enhancement pills. They're supposed to make your dick bigger, longer, stronger. I don't know about that. I wish they'd come out with something for female enhancement. Yeah, how about a pill that makes you shut the fuck up? Growing up was my dad, he was always on the food diet, where if he got home, my mom, man, it's hard these days. Like, if a white dude wants to be black, I'm a white dude, and I really want to be Mexican. What is that? I would make you a white back. Just to let you know what the funnier punchline is there, Jack Hemphill. Welcome, Jack. This is your first time on the show? Yes, sir. How long have you been on stand-up? Like 2.5 years. Where at? Fucking open mics, green room. So here in Austin, Texas? Yeah, here in Austin. Nice. What do you do for work? Uh-oh. How much money do you have saved? Like 15, 20. Yeah. Just fucking living bum for the rest of the year. 15, 20,000 total. Yeah. So what's your rent? 1150. 1150. So you have about a. That's about half as much as a Fender has towards that. Okay. So what's your to go for the month of December? Fucking large span
come back and get a sales job or something out there.
Okay. What's your plan? How did Mexico enter the chat exactly?
I kind of want to be Mexican. You want to go there, take to learn Spanish, take some classes. Yeah. I can pull it off.
You don't know Spanish at all?
I know a little bit. I grew up in Texas, so I took it in elementary, high school.
How old are you?
24.
24 years old. You're unemployed right now, but what was the last job that you had?
I was fucking, it was a sales job. Just fucking cold calling, bullshitting, construction.
How long did you have that job for?
6 months.
Okay. Why?
Because I kept staying up all night on my phone and then showing up late for work the next day.
What would you be doing on your phone in the middle of the night?
Dude, fucking scrolling Instagram reels.
What is your algorithm like? If we looked at your
Really racist. Yeah.
anything else? Just
Racism, fucking jokes, random bullshit, like stuff that is fulfilling. Just fulfilling enough for me to try and see if there's something bad. But nothing bad.
midgets with giant tits have entered my algorithm. I clicked on it like one time, and now it's my entire page, and I know exactly how or why I'm clicking on it and staring at them.
So, what, you're out of work right now? Yeah. It breaks my heart. And I'm going to be emotional here. And I think you people are the breaks my heart. Natalie went out of work. Yeah, you look like the meanest being at a lesbian bar, man. You're awesome. Thank you for really doing this.
Probably get a job at like medieval times or something like that. Like,
Probably. I know. I can't juggle. I'll learn. If they pay enough.
You ever put your lips on the front of a Tesla and just suck?
what part exactly would he?
The hood.
The what?
The hood.
Oh, the
Because that's the biggest area. Natalie Portman sucked my mouth.
okay. What is your love life like? What are you into?
I mean, honestly,
You ready to do this, kid? What the fuck happened there, dog? Good as athleticism. Unprecedented athleticism. This bitch just restarted. Why? Why not? This shit sucks. Dog. I've hit a wall with growth. Nobody else wants to follow me, and it sucks. Doug, you just gotta be a baller and then just start fucking follow. You used to follow people, now you just hang out in your fucking face and nobody cares about it. And nor has anyone cared about for 360 plus days. Really? Dog. Don't give a fuck about, hey, live stream my life 24/7. No one cares. No one cares. All right, well, it's just like your opinion, man. Are you know? My question would be this: Are you done? And my answer would be like dog. Kind of have to queef, and then be like, huh? Oh, this bullshit. Do you have to queef? Maybe. Why not? I had to take this. Push, perhaps. Oh, baby girl. The man from Big VA. I love how that ad made the other day, and he was like, eating right and exercising. That's what I do. I'm like, okay, dog, but that can benefit from some kind of hyperbaric chamber, bitch. Loser douche. Oh, you have 17,000 fucking followers on Twitter? Well, guess what? You nor your stupid ass opinion. That asshole was like, I'm just a conversationalist. It's like, dog. And I told him, that's cool. When it's your turn, you can conversate all you want, bitch. I didn't say that, but I felt that way. It's something like that. I held my ground, motherfucker. You have to. Allegedly. Why? Because maybe I don't poo. Because my shit doesn't stink. Dog, this shit works. I was watching your stream, and it was literally the most boring thing ever. You had some asshole on the back wall with Yiddish subtitles. No one can read. You had this fucking song going for 4 fucking years. You don't even know what it means. You got it all the time. Half your fucking stream is you in the bathroom. Songs that don't ever upload. You host Twitter Space that literally no one attends. No one. And the people that do, you yell at them. Your Discord is literally just a bunch of really good-hearted people who support you and are amazing people. And you, I do appreciate them. I love them. They're wonderful people. All right. So you got that going for you, kid. But your streams are awful. The quality of them is like literally. There are cell phone cameras from 2007 that are better quality than your cameras. All right. You want to? You spilled cold coffee on your fucking feet yesterday. It was awful. If you have a right amount of carbonic material inside it. So, for example, in FEX, if you only have X minus, it's not in the solution of the whole item is inside of it. Next, in the catching elements of what's actually shards is only the caddy on
inside of the what is that mean? What that means is you take an item and touch it to the outside of the food, you just not like touch that. Only if you place it inside the food is the food starts to touch. But let's say a different version, a different version. But in the Kalash, was an other passage, and it's just an alternate version of the creed. The creed has to be called Umalayan, and it has to be called Umikifni, and ultimately again from the inside. So the Gemara says, my desire was it. What's the distinction between these two versions? Usually, when we say it's actually very interesting. When we say Lucas, if you fill up the fish size, let's go to the you fill up one, and we'll see what happens. The Minchah rises above the lid. Does the mixture above the lip of the utensil, does that amount, is that sanctified or not? Actually, just it's the very wide line of the roots and ego speak up. We are not actually kind of this so far. So it's according to this, the Shais in the Kaddish on the inside, Asava does well is catch you, and the mash of the soap cover so so the one who holds ultimately again in the catching element means so fun. So what's so fun means what? So fun means only material encompassing the walls of the utensil is published. Anything that rises above the walls is not published. Versus the version that says anything inside of the trees function. So that would even include what? The amount of combined material that rises above the inside of it. So just some interesting enough for me over here as to whether or not the portion of immediate means or means so fun. So fun sounds like the side of it encompassing in the walls that rising above the walls. The theme is always the rises above the lip of the utensil is good. Mother like you must listen to her. So what's it enough? The dice is very aim the catch aim. So what's it? We shall some which have a shrinking people. Umalay and energy with full measure of combined material is in there. Umi so fun and it was inside. What she said, it's being inside. We need to do everything that was. So what does this version do? They have this everything. What's that? I'm not going to nice teeth. Insurance. Material rises above. But I'm going to ask another question. What's this? I'm going to ask another question. What is Shani Hana? Let's go back to this one. We just said that Shani is only average out of the series inside. Full measure of whatever the serial is. Let's say again, we have two small and a big cup. We have one stone of inside inside, so you try to grab the country of the film that you control the Ocean Ella Shinda was a quickly shows does not say partial measure. That's only what my intention is not to complete the measure. We shall take my intention is to put in the complete measure, but what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm just putting it a little bit at a time, but again, this is one of these I have three songs of new stuff. I'm here put it into the chart. I'm just doing a little bit at a time, right? Each amount as it comes into it. That goes if we show kind of recognize that's the point. The laying, when we see that it's full, we time not to come out of it. You know, must be inside. In Malay, it's how it's Malay means the measure of Kabbalah material. I'm going to see in my same way that he's mentioning data alone. When you see shows that we have something that is not bothered, my intention is not to put the full measure of Kabbalah into the cancel about the basic of my intention to support the entire measure of Kabbalah. Shows, then what? Yes. Any little bit, as soon as something, every bit that's put into the food, the Allah was number one, he said Mishnah, he had a utensil and put a salad in there. The utensil is not the kaddish, a salad, and vice versa. Utensil is used for salads and put it again, not the kaddish. In the action courage. What is that? And it's a message for you have to sense of Tuesday. And when you end up running with them, and you're some dry measure. What's the hammer? Now look at me. Show is that the touch for sanctification. And you can't open up another day. About the touches, there was a lot of because this item for insurance, all again, go ahead and sanctify for this lot of about touching the last services myself, not supposed to rely on so a liquid utensil cannot be a dry item for the purposes of sanctions. But what it does do is it gives it safe status. What happens if you have a safe status, right? And for example, very simple example, if you take it outside of this liquid, what happens? It's possible. Because it starts very different. What we're now saying is as follows. Let's say a dry milk, and I put it cold, and started to come before liquids. Just that milk that offered up on it. Yes, this, no. Why? Immediately starting to sanctify a dry ice. But I put it in a shards, even though now I have now you can see that same now subject to becoming so if you were outside of the things, now shows that the logic in that is you can't come into partnership with every exposure to holiness change. insurance for it, blah blah blah. Will it sanctify it? It does endow the sacrificial sanctity to the point that now it has to reside inside of this other. If it can, then it becomes possible. That's correct. That's correct. See, if the master law, let's say others will put things. So in the being the knuckles in the suffering, in the being the knuckles in the suffering, aspect of the equipment of the was the or the substance, or the aspect, or from the people and the produce watching as entities which too much is basically for all things brought to something that is already sanctified. So you know it says, do something, remember, Arlo, and the carrot, and the nurse, you can't believe it, Arlo, from Arlo, or from substances, maybe not the rubbish, and if you brought, I will say, enough name of from these items, so Amarath, the Jewish authority about Jewish loss. Was against them from Bangladesh, you can offer it, but ultimately isn't down with some level of sanctity, and therefore subject to becoming disqualified from sanctity. But to us, that, by the way, all of these all have a license. Sexually fascinating. Kodesh Shenik, he had as a Kodesh. He services Shenik, we'll say that has a holiness. It has holiness. Also, it's not with the whole. In Masifu and Son, the in Masifu and Son, was this she says, go ahead and write. Well, this is no section of time. I'm given the color. Okay, so instead of forward, and then maybe the result goes up the hole. You're not allowed to do that. They must listen. Say that's passion. You can't take another piece of metal and plug up the hole in it. You can't do that. So I say they must listen. Anyway, you can't take the right. Lift to move. Say lift to move. Become chipped or broken in some way. In masculine case, we don't fix it. We don't fix it. Sacrifice. So there was a survival rate. What's the Nicolas? The masculine is so funny. It's not 5 minutes after the life. Maybe it's more so that I should just come on that. So there's a hole in the key. Get one, melt down sometimes, patch it up with bread. Why not? The next use the lab or the so because you know it's like it looks like a purpose. So it's a purpose. Ultimately, I guess. Go ahead. problem with sodomy or smoking or on the head or attaching up the looks like poverty, and we're going to see therefore, something is broken, you can't
So,
if a knife, or say second, the knife breaks, the knife gets out, down, something like that. He must use it as a classes, was like, something that is like, somebody get up to breathe, we're not seeing it, so we don't put it up, it to be a much easier things. Right, but nevertheless, again, we know that Abba Shalom is sitting in the I said on the brush, Abba Shalom tells the story, that the Kohanim had a knife, that was made to us in the that's some works. And constantly have smoothing out. The name of it, Anami does what he says. Anami starts smoothing what to do. He decides to put it in the music, put it in the show. It's a hiding away. Once they have, understand that's a good thing. Because it's the eye, like come speak on the show. Once they show have their knives. Have their knives. Like some other people have. Those are certain ideal trees that are so rich and so that in fact that they in terms of consumer and the puppies where they are having these people guys because that's that once I sit down we don't shut out that rather we just simply hide it when you put it because in any by the way it's not over and you know that you would have a piece we have a contradictory concept called Torah Chassa Amamonim Shalim. That we see in general again. The Torah Halacha is very careful with the money of Klal Yisrael. So it appears that the Beis Hamikdash is the exception to that rule. When it comes to the house of HaKadosh, we spend money. When it comes to the house of God, we make it beautiful. When it comes to the house of the Shalom, we'll say every day, Ein Anius B'Makom Hashivs. Whenever we can save, whenever we don't have to spend, we do. It's the one exception to this rule. So ultimately, again, when it comes to this definition, everything done with Derech Hashiv, incredible. Which was it, by the way, that was the basic. By definition, it was grand and it was beautiful. So the Gemara says, big day, we'll say we're going to begin to get into the Haggad. It's quite beautiful. So the Gemara says, so big day, in Osim Osam Ma'at, Ella Ma'as. So I say ultimately again, so you don't go ahead and make a big day, a Ma'as, don't make it out of sewing. Rather, Ma'as, it's woven together. Doing these done one thread at a time. That's considered to be a cheaper form of labor. We weave the big day. Weaving the big day, what I mean, again, it's a much higher end product. This, by the way, get this halach is doing it way. Misguided, make it dirty. Ain mechapsin lo v'nesser overall. We're saying if you not want it, it gets so dirty that it has to be what? And then Actually, we know what we
We get called back by
so Rashi,
the series. So with his daughter's actually
they would go ahead and
and we go back to film 13.
into the last lights of do not want their still want you.
Have like spin-offs and that's spin-offs, but like
Once it
a
goes
weeks.
keeps his focus.
This happened for
Over
4 years, but because it's which started in 96, it's just been running for these years.
I'm gonna buy this.
Just finds
I'm
it
gonna buy
new
the cup.
generation.
You can surf that. You don't want this. What are you no longer? I'm gonna buy healthy food. But not even all. What it means is as follows. If it only gets mild to the point that the laundry even with the food the next there, but oh well, and what? You can launder it with water. Suppose I
All right, Doug, let's get this shit done.
Say in the
Look at this. Look at this.
don't launder clothing of the bottle at all. At all. If it gets so dirty that it needs to be laundered, detergent, with water, it doesn't make a difference. You decommission it, make it into the wicks. Why? She'ain and lose the makam. This is like a new level of our shoes, right? A new level of wealth. One like a different derigo. That was how do we pass it? So this is amazing. It is Rambam says in the Mikdash called Begin Mibikdekuna. Shenas so in Malavin Osa the Im Osan Elamanich Silos Lovish Hadash. What say the halacha is any of the big day kuna that get dirty, we do not do big day kuna. Rather, at the end of the day, it's dirty. Can't be wear right now because of dirt. We go ahead and we use it for wicks and and we give the Kohen a new article. We give him a new clothes. Good. So the Rambam goes on. Oh, you have the Kippur, you only use it once. Incredible. So now we're going to speak beautiful, beautiful Gemara. Speaking about some of the big things.
Shema
Turn up on the meat.
Israel. Adonai Eloheinu. Baruch Shem Kavod.
That was made of fully of tchilas. Vayas Yil ha'ifod Yil tchilas. It's like pretty straightforward. Yil is made out of tchilas. You'll say what was on the bottom of the meat, what was on the bottom of the coin level. So it makes it this person. So maybe tchilas va'argama kalash shani shizu. You bring along say tchilas is blue roll, argama purple roll, tchilas shani is roll. Shizu. Take all threads and wine, twist them together. Some kamin bimonim shilopis supia. You would thread in the form of hammock whose mouths have not opened. Let's look at this. If you ever see like pomegranates on the tree, their mouth open up. When you're the top of the crown opens up. So they would look at pomegranates before the mouth opens up. It look like the cone type of hats that children to wear when they were playing. Well, maybe Shivim Ushnayim is involved. We'll say what happens. You would bring 72 zugim. We'll say zugim are bells. Shivim Ushnayim in Balim. And in Bal, we'll say what do they call it? Like the clapper. Like the thing inside the bell that makes it like other bells. So we'll say, understand this. So they made 72 of these woven pomegranates.
Folks,
They brought 70
look at this
70
athleticism.
wrappers. And what happens? They close the button.
Okay.
And listen, they would put the wrappers inside the bells inside the pomegranates. So the Gemara says, or I should say next to the pomegranates. So close the button. Shloshim b'shisha. B'tzad zeh. Shloshim b'shisha. B'tzad yisha. Listen, there were 36 of them. On one side, 36 pomegranates. On one side, on both sides. Was his head. So he put it over his head and it's coming down on both sides.
What's up?
36 on the side. Front
This is day 26 of this bit. Is that correct?
No.
With 301 days, so grand. 26 days. Did you think you'd be doing this motherfucker this long? Okay. So about what are we learning today, Rabbi? That everything sucks, Kabbalah. Everything sucks. Welcome to Coffee and Kabbalah. Is your favorite band? Kabbalah Chronicles, whatever you want to consider it. Crash course. How's that boba in your butt doing, kid? How's that boba in your butt doing, kid? Lady, calm down. If you really want to know some sick shit about me, I had this pimple right here, and I said I wasn't going to touch it, but it was just very bothersome. And so, allegedly, maybe I did. And on the fucking mirror, and I fucking love that. Just like, I think that'd be studied. There should be like dermatologists in the world who study zit popping on mirrors. Really? It should be a thing that's studied. Everything should be studied. And anyone says we shouldn't study that, that person fuck themselves. Really? Oh, fuck those people. Everything should be studied. Really? Yeah. Alright, so what are we learning today? Well, we'll change it up. We'll do the Chabad shit. Why? I don't know. It's like a word of the day. You like the Chabad website? Yeah, but it's not. Why?
So,
Why not?
again, so Sonas is Mechaper are much Shene'emar. Why?
If only, and I wish. Its source is in Aramaic, spoken in the Holy Land in the times of the Second Temple, equal to the Hebrew word used in biblical Hebrew, Levinoni, and say that the word expresses a wish for something so wonderful that one almost dares not verbalize the desire. This is chastity. Red Hillel Parager was among the foremost chastity. One of the few who composed chastity discourses of his own. He once remarked that prior to his exposure to the chastity approach, He could have fancied himself a savage, righteous person, free of small blemish. However, after learning the Habana approach, he now came to the realization that Halibut only I could be a bit like Dean.
ultimately for guy for arrogance. So we were seeing and you know, never should go back the item that is worn right on the head, the after I'll go hold the head. So ultimately again it's nefes in the Chabra. But here I mean if you are thought desire in the heart to sin, a could be sin. You know that obviously the ocean is the best place and has the false belief on it. Chabra ultimately for a long שנאמר תעשו ocean איפה ושאתי פה שיבנה מסחפר על העבודה שלך that's my cousin right now שנאמר if people trust is not we love you what's the Copper that is not every you know, y'all folks love our type of phone. Also, again, so just the one thing they have on about us as we know, something that makes noise. I mean, the copper alcohol right? So the bad noise, the phone is it told for you the bell for my six. Let's say the six is the metal plate forehead of the one. Copper forehead of the heart. Just like a Florida is racial with of the country. He is so which is every part of the not other people that they so state what are those two things for which we do not you know what kapara is. You find kapara for them in other places. They don't know what they want to be. These are some Russian art. Like bloodshed and Russian art. Shvichus Tamil was a sheep somewhere in the court. Aglarupa. Aglarupa tells her sheep of Tamil. Russian Hara. Victoria. Maya Kanina. Kanaya. Minam Russian Hara. Victoria. I told you before about Emar, the easiness at first like Kappa was the only beginning of the rebellion of Korah. Korah spoke about Moshe. And yet again, what stopped the place? If the Torah we're trying to get a small Hamas, what is the first thing happening for? First thing happening, why? Love of shine the cover of Maaseh. That's something that is brought by with blood. This side of it is there. So let something that is brought by it, a clothing that is done by it. Spoken privately. That's something that is done in private. rest, don't just something that is often done by the ID Lashon. So what's like? So we have a child, Ashia, Lashon, Ashia, what's like? Just like before, like the big Mula, you would know four sheep of done murder and Lashon Hara. Yet, Christ is just said, big Mula, not the throne. Was coming and rather sheep of done is a told for Egla Alifah, Lashon Hara is a told for you what? Torah. So which one is it? It's up. Gemara says, Haji and Diamond calculate, but you know you again, if you committed the murder, then the dishonest on or the people he should not be punished. Versus the Egla Arufa, which is done when you don't know who the murderer is. What? Gemara says, Haji and Diamond calculate, but you don't know. You know who committed the murder. Now, the dishonest being responsible for the murder. Kill the guy that's executing the results with the case of doing it here. That's the case of a person who murdered and yet he was not. If he murdered intentionally, we can't execute the person. In that case, then what? If his sonus is Mechar the Klal Yisrael, that he should not be held responsible for having a murderer in our midst. That case ultimately, the big thing for the Kasha ultimately for the Lashon Hara Kasha was an ethic to either how of the sin of the sin of the privately. So the Ketolis is the Kasha for Lashon Hara. This was a but it means to say this follow that this goes on the kind of problem. One of them, ultimately, again, is still an element of collective. The Torah takes care of the collective responsibility of the private. What doesn't the Torah take care of? What doesn't it take the individual speaker's responsibility? So when people talk privately, the Torah takes care of responsibility of the private. Then it is the path. Then it is the bottom of the field and have abilities with own for the speaker of the Lashon Hara own and the own Shabbat. But ultimately, again, you have takes care of it. The bell is ultimately the event of the
Right, that was also boring as fuck. I'd be like, Rebbe, dog, you got a spice. Throwing a joke or two. Psych, no. That was cool. Okay, so Halavai means if only I wish. Do people use it? Yeah. Is it used commonly? Depends in community. All right, are you done? Hey, Rebbe, Junior, are you done? Dog. Now what?
Those they so young, had actually beautiful back. Hey, we're gonna see on the page. It's gonna be some beautiful identity. It's gonna be some beautiful beauty. So we're gonna get these. So we're gonna get through. So the heart piece of us is no like yesterday with incredible question, which is what is the standard of your Hamidiyah? What is the status of the space of the altar? Does the airspace of the altar cover on top of the gas itself, or is the avenue of the gas itself?
What about not commodities commentary? I bet it's boring as fuck.
Commentaries on the Bible are biblical commentaries of the Hebrew Bible, the Tanakh, from a Jewish.
Yo, dog. How tall was dude, this is a good question actually that I'm gonna ask.
It must be that the airspace of the is a level house. These are like
Yo, dog, according to the Masoretic text, Masoretic text, the Hebrew Bible, was 6 cubits, 9.9 feet, or something like that. But according to the Dead Sea Scrolls, he was 6 feet 9 inches, like that, 4 cubits tall. Is this one of the misalignments between the Masoretic text and the Dead Sea Scrolls? Yeah, you got it exactly. This is one of the clearest and most famous textual differences between the Masoretic text and earlier witnesses. Here's a clean breakdown. The textual issue. 1 Samuel 17:4. The Masoretic text cites 6 cubits and a span, roughly 9 to 10 inches, depending on cubit length. Dead Sea Scrolls 4 cite 4 cubits and a span, roughly 6 feet and 9 inches. Septuagint also 4 cubits in the span, matching the Dead Sea Scrolls. What scholars make of this? Most modern biblical scholars think the Dead Sea Scrolls Septuagint preserved the earlier reading. The Masoretic text likely reflects a later scribal expansion, possibly to heighten Goliath's legendary superhuman stature, or due to numerical copying error, or due to a numerical copying error. Numbers are especially prone because 2 independently early witnesses agree against the Masoretic. The shorter height is widely considered more original. The 6'9" still works in the ancient Near East. The average man was more than today. A 6'9" warrior would be terrifyingly large, especially when paired with Goliath's armor, weapons, and combat experience. This is a textbook example of misalignment between and earlier textual traditions preserved in the Dead Sea Scrolls and it's often used in classes to show why textual criticism matters and how the Masoretic text, while authoritative, is always the earliest version of the text. How would the Rebbe handle this? The Lubavitcher Rebbe. Dude, ChatGPT, at least, is so smart about my mispronunciation. God, you're asking how Lubavitcher Rebbe and Barak Chabad Lubavitch approach would handle the Goliath height discrepancy between the Masoretic text and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Here's the authentic Lubavitch style answer conceptually and theoretically. The Lubavitcher Rebbe's likely approach. The Masoretic text is Torah Shebekatav as we have it. For the Rebbe, the Masoretic text, not because it's historically earliest, but because it is the text chanted, guarded, and canonized by the Masorah. Torah is not just document in Judaism as faithful transmission, not archaeological priorities. So even if the Dead Sea Scrolls preserve an earlier reading, that does not override Masoretic text authority. The textual differences are not errors, but layers of meaning. The Rebbe frequently emphasizes that apparent inconsistencies in Torah often signal different dimensions of truth, not mistakes. So, 4 cubits and a span may reflect Goliath's physical structure. 6 cubits and a span may reflect his spiritual or psychological presence, his intimidation, dominance, and symbolic bigness. In Chabad terms, Pshat versus inner meaning, Niyot HaTorah. Tanakh are often qualitative, not just quantitative. Chabad thought is very comfortable in saying numbers and Torah can virtual states. 6 tied to the material world. Goliath embodies physicality, divorced from holiness. So the Masoretic text number may be a deliberate emphasis, not an exaggeration, highlighting Goliath as the embodiment of raw kilpa, klipa, unrefined power. David's victory is the point 9 inches. The Rebbe would likely say that the real miracle is underway. Whether Goliath was 6'9" or not, David defeats him with superior force, but with bitachon, trust in God, and moral clarity. The spiritual lesson stands regardless of the textual variant. Academic textual criticism is but not normative. The Rebbe did not reject scholarship outright, but he clearly bounded it. Textual criticism can explain how variants arose, but it does not determine which text Judaism lives by. So Chabad would acknowledge just Dead Sea Scrolls say 4 cubits. That's fascinating, while also saying that obligates the Masoretic text. No crisis, no anxiety. The Masoretic text, in one line, very Rebbe-esque. The Masoretic, as it must be lived. Earlier variants may preserve history, but the Masoretic text preserves destiny. It's like academically or even spiritually like we could push the Rebbe. No, there's definitely a separation here. If we can't trust this number, then what other numbers can't we trust or other stuff? The Dead Sea Scrolls are older than the Masoretic text. So couldn't this show that others might have been edited as well? This is a very strong fair at all. You're basically saying, isn't the Masoretic text is authoritative regardless of earlier evidence, academically and spiritually convenient, and once you admit one number is altered, not others? Let me answer this straight first academically, and then how a Lubo. The Dead Sea Scrolls are 1,000 years older. Agree against the mess. Numbers are the most commonly altered elements in ancient texts, so academic in a modern historical sense. There's no honest academic around that. So why isn't this devastating to traditional Judaism? Here's the subtle, and it's subtle but real. Judaism never claimed the Torah because scribes were perfect. It claimed the Torah survived because the community. Lubavitch, Mazor, and hand waving. A serious thinker would say, yes, this is not news, but historical originality. Judaism does not rest on this is exactly what was written in 1,000 before the Common Era. It rests on. Once that happens, the text becomes normative theology. So the question, which version is earliest, which version became Torah for it? Does this open the door to what else is edited? Yes, themselves say some clear, some spellings were uncertain, some words were read different. Ketev Creed. So the rest say you're not uncovering a crack, you're rediscovering an assumption you lived with. What would it is the leap from about human decisions to, therefore the Torah has no demand and logical. Is this spirit convenient or spiritually demand? The uncomfortable truth. The position is actually harder, not easier. It demands you hold divine human transmission historical company at the same time. No fundamentalism, no textual naivety, absolutism either. We're asked to say God's word is through history, not in spite of it. That's not a dodge. Where your critique really ends, and it's legit. Your argument doesn't land here. Judaism cannot claim modern textual inerrancy. Judaism can claim covenantal authority. It's the Lubavitcher Rebbe agree with your critique of literalism, even rejecting your conclusion. Bottom line, opening it. Yes, this shows textual development. Yes, other numbers may be processes. No, Judaism does not collapse because of this mature, non-simplistic theology of Torah. If you want, we can compare the Rob Soloveitchik's view of text encounter. No, but I mean, like, hey, so say that has changed, then God promised Jews wasn't changed. This can have huge impacts. Yeah, this is a real question, and you're not nitpicking anymore. You're pushing a load-bearing through the whole system. Let me handle it without ducking and out academically and within serious Jewish. Your concern is logically valid. You're saying if scribes could change something like God's promise to the land, this is not a straw man. This is a argument raised by modern, biblical, and historically by. So, yet first, the concern is real. Narrative details versus covenant core. Not all back function the same way. Goliath's height appearances is not ritually enacted, is not cross-repeated. Land promise appears dozens of times. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, and Nevi'im. Different literary genres, narrative, law, poetry, prophecy, embedded in rituals, reinforced in halakhic obligations tied would require systemic, coordinated writing across centuries. That's a tweak. That's a civilization. Criticism actually strengthens the land promise. Here's the ironic part. The Dead Sea Scrolls do not covenantal theme. They confirm the strongest textuality in Tanakh is found precisely in core covenant formulas as motives, land plus people plus God tribe. Cluster around numbers, spelling, and narrative flourishes, not around give you this land to your descendants forever. If anything, the DSS conservative the tradition was where it mattered. Even if someone did try to change, the system wouldn't let them. It is not text only, it's text plus practice plus memory. By the Jews are already living in the land, exiled from it, already praying to it, already structuring around that. You cannot readily edit a promise that structures an identity, explains trials, anchors hope, return. This isn't just written, it's Lubavitcher's the Lubavitcher is likely framing very direct. The Rebbe would say something like, God's promise was not preserved by ink alone. People who organized the entire existence around, in other words, describe a tradition that reshaped history. Where your argument would succeed, your critique word perfect dictation models. Those positions do collapse under and or fall on that model. This boundary here is the honest line Jewish theology. Covenantal continuity. If someone demands mathematical, no sentence was ever touched, claims were invented late, the end strongly says no. Bottom line, no soft landing. Your concern is actually legitimate. The goal is not open the floodgates you're worried about. The link multiply attested, ritual embedded, historical enacted claims to undermine it requires inscribable variants. It requires rewriting Jewish history itself. That's cool.
Perspective. Translation. Earliest printing. Content. Commentaries on the Bible are biblical commentaries of the Hebrew Bible. The Tanakh, from a Jewish perspective, translated in Hebrew. Commentaries by Rashi. And Ralph was printed in 1517 by Felix Hortensis under the name Graham Gill. The Tanakh was handed down in manuscript form checking the accuracy of the transcription known as Mesophysics containing the Masoretic text for gathered by Jacob and Hagai and were used to publish an accurate Translations. A targum is a translation of Babe. The classic targum are targum English. A Torah printed form. Targum Jawahir. The prophets. And the fragmentary targum Yonashmi. There is no standard Arabian translation of the Ketuvim. Not translated literally but is explained. E.g., general 49 hours and 25 minutes. According to the Talmud, the Torah and its translated. After the Babylonian exile, the targum was completely forgotten. Onkelos to reconstruct the original Arabic. Sadia Gaon disagrees and said Onkelos was never a spoken language. Even then Onkelos is Arabic was an Arabic. The major comment said in Longer, a gift to the convert, written by Sadler. Targum Jonathan. According to some scholars, Targum evidence shows that it was written sometime between the 7th and 14th century CE. For example, Ishmael's wife's name is translated into Aramaic as Fatima, who was Mohammed's daughter, and therefore Targum said of Jonathan must have been written after Mohammed's birth. The classic Hebrew commentators would disargue with the Rao and say that Mohammed's daughter was named Muhammad's wife. Both sides will agree. However, that style is just very different from the commentary on Levi. Levi is written in a very terse style, similar to Onkelos on Chumash, but on the average Targum Yonashmi. The term is only in fragmentary form. It translates words. No one knows who wrote it. Some speculate the printer's error. The printer saw a manuscript titled it was a Targum Yonashmi when actually it was an early version of Targum Yonashmi. Others. Modern translations. Commentaries. Methodology. Rishon, 1069.
And it's for the full measure of Kabbalah. And if this inside, or I should say, if it's contained inside, the thinking was a lady who had this happy. This is insurance as we go to as the evil of Kabbalah material rising and look must be cancelled. Let us know your what is the whatever Kabbalah is let's say again, we are two is smaller, one is smaller, another measure.
All right.
When do you say that insurance?
Baby billionaire.
What?
All right.
The measure. About right of the whole thing, you shall focus. My intention is to
Castile century.
All right.
That's that.
But again,
That's
I have two installers of new power.
So there's Jacob Hakan, Isaac.
Insurance is the coverage amount as it
The treatise on eliminations. Rabbi Isaac and also Kabbalistic text by Rabbi Isaac and Jacob, who with his brother Jacob traveled in Spain from 1612 AD. So being the first to present a comprehensive non-science striking resemblance to have found in Gnosticism, so the first to treat Samuel and Lilith as a couple, he inspired later substitutions in his Zohar. Isaac may be the pseudepigraphic author of other texts, including the pseudo-Marlies response. See also. References.
That's when my intention is not to put the members of the
LL semicolon Hebrew, Romanized, LL, also spelled Lilith, Lilith, or Lilith as having been banished from the Garden of Eden for disobeying Adam. The stem Hebrew word from which the name Lilith is from 500 AD onward. Lilith appears in history lists, incantations incorporating a short mythic story in various concepts and locale. The name Lilith seems related to the masculine Akkadian word Lilith its female variants Lim and Ardalith, the little class of demonic spirits, consisting of adolescents who died before they could bear children. Many have also connected her children from the same clay as Adam. The legend of Lilith developed extensively during the Middle Ages. In the tradition of Akkad, the Zohar, Syrian, and Babylonian views of this class of demons. Recent scholarship has disputed the relevance of two sources. The term Lilith or Lilith, translated as night creatures, night monster, night hat, or screech owl first time, who is sexually wanton, and who steals babies in the darkness. Currently there is no scholarly consensus. Some adhering to Jewish incantation calls and amulets for Mesopotamian depictions of her. The said amulets were often symbolic to Norse makers. Porting of a given Lilith that was thought to be haunting the Savella tumor listed in the Assyrian Dictionary of the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago. Cat. And Real Lexicon for Assyriology. RLA. Page 47. The Sumerian female demons living. Samuel Noah Kramer. Lilith in Tablet 12 of the Epic of Gilgamesh dated C600 BC. Tablet 12 is not part of the Epic of Gilgamesh. And the Netherworld. A young tree grows in Anna's garden with her, whose wood she plans to use to build a new throne. After T-Sickle Lil Lage fearfully destroys its house and runs into the forest. Identification of the T-Sickle Lil Lage as Lilith is stated in the Dictionary of Deities and Demons in the Bible. 1990 question. Modern research has identified the figure as one of the main goddesses of the Mesopotamian pantheons. The Arslan Tash amulets. The Arslan Tash amulets are limestone plaques discovered in due to their similar position and traits in both mythologies. In the Hebrew Bible, once in the list appear more than once in Nazar are documented, with the exception of another half of the phenomenon. Word in 14. Her castle shall be overgrown with thorns. Her fortress is with thistles and briars. She shall become an evoked to generation. Hebrew text. In the Masoretic text. Comma. In 34 hours. April Archer, 1875, and March Abraham Levy, 1800, which coincide with the possible references to the Lil in Babylonian demonology. However, this view is challenged, apparently assuming them to refer to the same creatures and within a wild beast of the desert. This reading, instead of the century, he translated the same word as the English. The current demonial listen to Resemblance is Clement Alter and Altermanian has laid down and found rest for herself. 395 preserves the Latin rendering Levy. Isa 34 hours, and 15 minutes, and food rest to yourself. Commission's Bible of Matthew Parker, 1582/1610, also preserves the Latin rendering Labia. 1587, Romany Bruder, and shall live for herself in quiet dwelling. Isa 34 hours, and 40 Satyr shall cry to his pillow. The screech owl also, and find for herself a place of rest. The screech owl translation of the King James Version of Manual is difficult to translate Hebrew words. Later translations include Review 510, 511, Fragment 1.
in Matsina stuff. So in the Karapatasa, I was almost like the story. That's so cool. And kind of stuff, figuring out what to do, decided on the exorcism. So they children have their lives. Or I had children, but actually, that's when the son took the sumo. You don't start it out putting these up, but in and use the local so say, by the way,
As the likeness of woman, its mother is unclean by homophobia, expounding upon the curses of the Lilith animal, and serves as a ruby or ruling a pricking sensation. You should bring it at night, but he must take care parapet of the wall of Mahosa and mules which stood on two bridges on the point alternatively from one to the other, and not the house of the king, and they cannot be alone, and whoever sleeps there is a house alone. Is no omission engendered the burden. Rabbi Jeremiah Eliezer further stated in all those demons or it is said in scripture, and Adam lived, from which it follows that until that time he did not death was ordained as punishment. He spent 100 years and wore clothes of fig. That statement of Rabbi Jeremiah was made in reference.
If it only gets mild to the point that a little bit of water could remove the stains or whatever necessary, but oh well, I'm a line in the country. But if it gets so with water, it looks like others say at all. If it gets there, it needs to be laundered with detergent, with water, it doesn't make a difference. That's not an example. This is like a new level of our shoes, right? A new level of wealth. But I'm so wealthy that I don't even do laundry. That's like a different dynamo. That's the wealth of the business. How do we pass him? So this is amazing. So the halacha is Rambam says in Hilchos Mikdash called Beged Mebigdei Kuna. Shenas Soin Ein Malavin Osan Ein Mechatrin Osan Ela Manichel Psilos and Lovish Hadash. What say the halacha is any of the Bigdei Kuna that gets dirty, we do not launder Bigdei Kuna. Rather, once at the end of the day it's dirty. And it's not can't be very right now because of dirt. We go ahead and use it for weeks and and we give it the Kohen a new article. We give him a new code. Good. So the Rambam goes on also the coding of Yom Kippur. You only use once. Incredible. Then Rabbi, let's say now we're going to speak beautiful Gemara. Speaking about some of these big things. Me'il, then Rabbi, Me'il, Kulo Shal Tchelas. So let's say the Me'il. The meal was made all of tchelas. Wasn't it? The meal is like the outer road of the kohen. That was made of only of tchelas. Shneimar, vayas meal ha'efod tchelas. It's pretty straightforward. The meal is made out of tchelas. Shula pizza was like what was on the bottom of the meal, what was on the bottom of the roll of the kohen. So maybe so maybe tchelas va'argaman u'tolah shalish. The thing I want to say, tchelas is blue wool, argaman is purple wool, tolah shani is red wool. Shittu, and you take all of these threads and wind and twist them together. Va'osa came in the morning, shilopis u'tiyah. And you would notice you would fashion these threads in the form of pomegranates, whose mouths have not opened. If you ever see pomegranates on the tree, the longer you remain on the tree, their mouths open up. When they're near the top of the tree opens, the crown, it opens up. So they would look like pomegranates before the mouth opens up. They look like the cone type of hat that children used to wear when they were playing. Maybe Shivim Ushnayim Zogin, Shivim Ushnayim Vomit. What happens? You would bring 73 Zogin. What's that? Zogin are bells. Shivim Ushnayim Vomit. And in bow, what's that? Is the, what do they call it? Like the clapper, like the thing inside the bell that makes noise, that clanks against other bells. What's that? Understand this bell? So they made 72 of these woven pomegranates. They brought 72 bells, 72 clappers, and what happens? They told them about head. And what's like they would put the bells, clappers inside the bells, and the bells inside the pomegranates. So the Gemara says, all right, stay next to the pomegranate. They told them about head, Shloshim, the shisha. מצד זה, ושלושים ושישה מצד זה. Listen, there were 36 of them on one side, 36 bells pomegranates. On one side, remember, the weird itself on this side was something that Phil put over his head. They put it over his head and it hung down on both sides. So 36 on the side in front of him, 36 on the side in back of him. Rabbi those Omer Mishum of Yehuda, no. Shloshim Shisha, remember, they weren't 70, they were not 72 bells and pomegranates, rather they were what? They were 36. Shmonas and Mitzadzeh, Ushmonas and Mitzadzeh. 18 on the front side, 18 on the back side. I'm a Rebbe Unani Bar Sasson. Rebbe Unani Bar Sasson said, "Machlokias kan hak machlokias b'maros midbar." What said he's intimidating machlokias over here on the pomegranates and the bells of the coin. Was it 36 or was it 72? Was it 36 on each side or 18 on each side? This same machlokias again. This is the same machlokias. It just means because machlokias about the number of things by tzaras as well. What happened by tzaras? Rashi says here, Maros Migoim, Mutame, Matuchim, Shalavan, Adamdam, Ulavanam, Shaliskaras. Listen to this. This night, Maros Migoim, also when it comes to, right, when it comes to leprosy, Maros Migoim, and he goes up and here from the Torah, goes from the says, Lamed Vav. He goes from the Torah, says there are 36 different forms of tzaras. Akabi b'mahalo omer shibum b'shayin. What's the only word you're trying to do is show. And just like over here by the pomegranate spell, in the focus 3672, so too by Shara, the Rose of focus 3672. Very young about Sasson, not was this Kabi for this. Lama Yismuk of Patras Kabbalah from Patras Yismuk. What's this? Young about Sasson asks, why is it that the Parsha of Kabbalah is juxtaposed to the Parsha of Big like the Quranic wording? Why? Loma Lecha, not Kabbalah's Mechabrin, have Big Dick because it's just as Kabbalah's on the Chaber, so too Big Dick on the Chaber. So we'll say, what are Big Dick on the Chaber? This is so beautiful. What is Big Dick on the Chaber for? So Sonis Mechaber is actually the study. We'll say, ultimately again, Sonis is the tool of the Kohen. So the Sonis is Mechaber on bloodshed. Shene Emar, Vayish Chetu Sir, Yizim Vayichu Shachishon of Badal. This is how beautiful this is. Why? So you will say, when it comes to what did Yosef's brothers do? And they sold him and they wanted to fool Yaakov and tell him to make him think that Yosef ultimately again was killed by a devil. And they took Yosef's tunic, his sones, and checked out with the blood on it. So we'll say they deceived their brother, ultimately deceived their father with the sones. Therefore, the sones of the coin is the chaper for bloodshed. Nichnasai, the pants of the coin, Nichaperes on Judy Anayos. Ultimately, again, that atones ultimately for Iraqi, so we'll say the extent of the pants cover the Muslim Ereva, so that is in the proper ultimately against for any transgressions of our eyes. Namar, Vasalah and Nichnas Sevad, Lachasos is Pasha Ereva. Nitznefes, we'll say the Nitznefes is the hat of the Kohen Gadol. That's Mechaper al Gasse Halua. We'll say that's Mechaper ultimately for Gaiva, for arrogance. So we are seeing now, Yavos Davar Shebegova, an item that is worn white on the head, the Mechaper al Gova, and should be Mechaper for those who hold their head too high. Holding their head high could be a sign of arrogance. So ultimately, again, it's Nefes, is Mechaper. It's beautiful. I'll think Mechaper here, what's the belt of the coin. The belt of the coin is ultimately Mechaper for hero Halei. Into your thoughts. Shizura, I mean, desire in the heart to sin. Echad to be said. There's also interesting enough to know that the Avni wasn't really worn at the waist. It was worn above the waist, below the heart. Therefore, it's Mechaper for the interior walls of the heart. Koshen, we said Koshen is the breastplate that has the 12 stones on it. Mechaper Aladin, we said that is Mechaper ultimately for what? Ultimately for erroneous judgment. Shene Emar, Va'asisa Koshen Lishma. Ephod, or said the ephod is the Mechaper Alavodas Kochaba. That's Mechaper ultimately for idolatry. Shene Emar, Ein ephod and trust. And there is no ephod and trust. So it's just like a little bit of ground words. So Yav Ni'il, what's the word about the Ni'il? Mechaper Al-Lashon Hara. That is Mechaper Lashon Hara. Mina, everywhere that's from Amr Bichanina, Yavo Davar Shebekol. Also, ultimately again, so we'll say the Ni'il, which we just said before, what is the Ni'il have on the bottom of it? That's the bells. So something that makes noise should come and be Mechaper Al-Kol Hara. let's say when a person speaks Lashon Hara, they're making bad noise, right? So the bad noise, the kol hara of Lashon Hara, is a tone for through the bells, the beautiful noise of the media. It's so beautiful. It sits. Let's say it sits with the metal plate worn on the forehead of the coin holder. The chapter al azos plate. Let's say there is also the chapter, let's say, raising this. So the tzitz sid, Vaya makes that halo. Let's say that the tzitz is on the forehead of halo. The azos, let's say, raising this, it says, Neitzach Isha Sona Hayla. Let's say when the Navi wants to do so the Navi says, you have like the forehead of a harlot. And you have a forehead, just like again, the Zona is raising. So it's probably so sometimes it's too good. It's the sixth and the Capra ultimately against the breathing is a promise. Meaning this so, see so beautifully how every different part of the big Gula is the Capra for different areas of parties. Meaning this so, Mama is sort of maybe snake around the left side of the Capra. There are two things that will say for you. There is no Capra. What are those two things? Sorry, two things for which we do not find Capra by Capra. In the Sino of Capara in Mohammed, you find Capara for them in other places. They don't know say one of these. Shvichus of Lashon Hara. Like bloodshed and Lashon Hara. Shvichus Tam, the Novo says Shvichus Tam, where is it told for? Eglarufa. Eglarufa told for Shvichus Tam in Lashon Hara, Torres. Tanya Chanina, Kananya, Minam Krosh Mechaber, was heard that Torres atones for Lashon Hara. Shneemar. The eating and sacrifice by Kapra Laham was the ultimate beginning of the aftermath of the rebellion of Korach. Korach spoke much more than Moshe Rabbeinu, and yet again, what? So then there's a plague that breaks out. What stops the plague? It's the Torah. The Tanya doing the Shmuel. How much Torah is Mechaber? So Lashon Hara. What is Torah Mechaber for? Torah is Mechaber for Lashon Hara. Why? Yavel Davar Shebechashayim Yichaber and Maaseh Hashayim. Let something that is brought in private. Because again, where's the Torah is brought? The Torah is brought inside the Beis Hamikdash by the inner Mizbeach. So let something that is brought in private atone for something that is done in private. Very often, Lashon Hara is spoken privately between people. Let something that is done in private with Torah atone for something that is often done in private, i.e. Lashon Hara. So we'll say, so we have a shayla, Kashi on Lashon Hara, Kashi is not like itself. So we'll say, and we just said before that the big Gula do atone for Shvichus Tam murder and Lashon Hara. Yet the writing we just said, big Gula do not atone for Shvichus Tam and Lashon Hara, but rather Shvichus Tam is atoned for through Egla Arufa. Lashon Hara is atoned for through what? Through Torah. So which one is it? Let's finish this up. The Gemara says. Shvichus Tam lo kashya. Hadi Yediaman Katlei, Hadi lo Yediaman Katlei. Was it ultimately again, if you know who committed the murder, then the Kisonis is mechaper on its word that should not be punished. Versus the Egla Arufa, which is done when you don't know who the murderer is. What? The Gemara says, Idi Yediaman Katlei Ba'atalo. If you know who committed the murder, forget about the Kisonis being mechaper for the murder. Kill the guy. You have to execute the individual. Which the Gemara says the case we're dealing with here is the Mason below Asura. Let's say if you have a case of a person who murdered intentionally, but yet there was no Hasra. If you murdered intentionally, there was no Hasra, then what does it say? You can't execute the person. In that case, then what? The Kisonis is mechaper for Klal Yisrael that we should not be held responsible for having a murderer in our midst. That's the case ultimately again. Where the big take unit to the mechaper ultimately for murder. So Lashon Hara, now we kasha. What's the name of the ethics in Lashon Hara? Either how, Habitsino, Habitfares. What's the next last Rashi? Bitsino, Navadar Bechashai, Kirk Bechavar, Shimasa, Hashay. What's that? Well, Lashon Hara is spoken privately. So the Kitolis is mechaper for Lashon Hara. Here's what we'll say now. By the way, don't get excited about this. That's the mechaper for Lashon Hara. Right? That's not what it means. What it means is as follows: that there's collective responsibility on the part of Klal Yisrael. So if there are 50 people speaking Lashon Hara, even if I am not one of them, ultimately again, there's still an element of collective responsibility. The Torah takes care of the collective responsibility for Lashon Hara spoken privately. What doesn't the Torah take care of? What doesn't it take care of? The individual speaker's responsibility. So when Torah is spoken privately, The Torah takes care of national responsibilities, Habit Barhesia. But say ultimately, again, when Lashon Hara is spoken publicly, then it is the Pa'amon. Then it is the bells on the bottom of the wheel that have the ability to atone for Klal Yisrael. The speaker of the Lashon Hara has to do his own, tshuva, but ultimately, again, when you have public, so private Lashon Hara, the Torah takes care of it. Public Lashon Hara, the Pa'amonim, the bells, ultimately, again, of the being able to take care of it. What's a Hadjun Allah, Mizbeach Mekadesh, Mazel. That will begin again.
Okay, good morning. So we'll just start with the Talmud Torah sponsorships. Talmud Torah is Allison and Adam Steinmetz in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Rabbi Shlomo, Steve Ruben, and Shimon Alav Shalom, in honor of his neshama should have an aliyah and he should be a melech yosher for his children, his grandchildren, and his 35 great-grandchildren. By Samuel Malka Esterson in memory of our parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Alav Shalom, Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron HaKohen, Sarah Stiefel, Alav Shalom, Sarah Rachel, Baruch Avram, Hinda Esterson, Alav Shalom, Hinda Bas Henneth Ephraim, and in memory of our dear family friend, Staff Sergeant Naftali Yonah Gordon, Hashem Yikom Damo, who fell in battle in Gaza on Erev Hanukkah 2023, and by Paul and Kathy Pollack in memory of Paul's sisters, Leah Bas Shmuel, and Jafrini Shalamis Bas Shmuel, and my aunt Esther Bas Zakaria, who were all nifted during Kislev. Daf Yomi is sponsored by Ayal and Sarah Steinberg, and the source of continued health for Shalamis Kana Bas Susha, and for an ultimate report shleima. Okay, we're going to get started with the daf today, daf Keiches, and we'll start at the Mishnah. So Klei Halach. So this is dealing with the questions of when you have materials. Obviously, a carbon that is someone's makdash a carbon, it automatically gets kedusha. The manner in which the materials that we're not talking about animals have to actually become kaddish, and generally the manner in which it becomes kaddish is by being put in a klishares, one of the kelim that were designed for use in the Beis Hamikdash. So the Mishnah says, klei halach, mekatchenes halach, that if you have kelim that were designed for liquids, that's the mechanism by which you would be mekadesh any liquid. We'll clarify this in the Gemara a little bit, but just we'll take it at face value in the Mishnah. Midos yavesh, and when you have dry measures, mekadesh is a yavesh, then it's mekadesh. That's what you do in order to be mekadesh things that are dry. And the inverse of that is ein kli alach mekadesh. Mekadesh is a yavesh. So if a liquid is supposed to be liquid and dry is supposed to be dry, so then a keli that's used for things that are moist, that can't be mekadesh something that's dry. And similarly, below yavesh, mekadesh halach, a keli that's designed for dry things cannot be mekadesh something that is moist. And so Rashi will see that there are with liquids there are both things that are used for measuring as well as for just used as kelim. And in the case of dry things, Rashi explains that there are really two midos. There are two things that are used for measuring dry. One is in the volume of an isaron, which is all of the menachos used to be in isaron or 2 or 3. But basically in increments of an isaron. And then there's also a measure that's a half isaron, which had a very specific use. So there was a minchas habitin, which the Kohen Gadol used to bring every day. So the first half would be half of it would be in the morning and half would be in the afternoon. And so there was a measure that was that way. But as we'll see, the reality is that once you use those dry measures, they would actually put dry things into the wet kelim, but we'll talk about it. So at its face value, the Mishnah is just saying that liquids have to become kadosh through kalim that are designated for liquids, and dry things through things that are designated for dry things. Continues the Mishnah, klei kodesh shenikvu, that if you have a one of the kleishares, something that's used in the Beis Hamikdash that gets a hole, so then it depends. In osen b'hen me'ein malachtan shaya osen me'ein shleimin, that if you could do with them essentially what you're able to do when they were whole, then mekachin. V'im lav, and if not in the kachin, then not. So basically it's saying it depends. If you can still use the keli for, roughly speaking, its purpose, then that's okay, even though it has some kind of hole. But if not, not. Now, this is explained different ways. On its face, it would seem to be that if it has like a small hole, so it's only a thin leak or maybe a crack and it's not really affecting it. That's how some understand it. The others understand that, for example, let's say you have a measure that's for an isaron, and there's or whatever the measure is, something, and it has a hole, say above the halfway mark. So if you could use it, if you could still use it for measuring a half measure, so that's okay because you don't hit the hole. But if it would be lower, such that you couldn't use it at all. So, but not everyone agrees with that. So different explanations of what it means. But roughly speaking, a kleisharis has to be able to function, and as long as it can roughly function, that's okay. But if it loses its function, then it would not even have any capacity to make something kodesh. And all of these kleishares, if someone were to take one of the kleishares outside of the Beis Hamikdash, then you put something in it, then it would not get kedusha, even though it is in one of the kleishares. Okay, says the Gemara, Amr Shmuel, Lo Shanu Ela Midos. This that we said that a klei halach, that a keli that's made for liquids cannot be mekadesh something that is dry. So we're going to clarify that. That's only the kalim made for measuring liquids, midos. But mizrakos, but the mizrak, for example, so kalim that are used for carrying or performing things with wet, that would be mekadesh something that's dry. And as I alluded to before, that's actually the reality. So if you, in the time when they would have the flour, they would have something yavesh, they would use the keli that was made for measuring yavesh, and that's how they would measure it. But then from there, they would pour it into the same kelim that they used to use for lav. So what Shmuel is clarifying is that when the Mishnah says that you can't use that liquid kelim used for liquid cannot be mekadesh yavesh, is talking about the measuring kelim that were used for lach, of which Rashi points out that the Gemara elsewhere talks about that there were 7 of them, that those cannot be mekadesh something that's dry. But the actual kelim that they used for liquids in the avoda, meaning not the measuring ones, those in fact could be mekadesh something that's dry. And Nemar, how do we know this? Because the pasuk says Shneim Maleim Solas. So this is the pasuk by when the Nesiim brought the Sukkim that we read many times, reaching the Nesiim, but Karbona Kar Kesav Achat, those Sukkim. So basically, it says that you had a Mizrak and a Kara. So a Mizrak is being used for liquids, and it says Shneim Maleim Solas. The pasuk says that both of them were filled with flour. So you see that a Mizrak, which is generally a liquid based is something that's used for liquids, was filled with flour. So you see the idea that once you get past the liquid measuring cups and you're talking about liquid implements, those in fact could be mekadesh something that's dry. Amarle Rabachami Dipti Ravina Mincha Lakahi. So the Gemara says, well, wait a second. How can you learn from this pasuk by the Nesiim that something that's dry could become a kodesh through a keli that's designated for liquid? But the kind of mincha that we're talking about by the Nesiim itself was liquidy. Why? Because the pasuk says at the end, so we're talking about flour that was mixed with oil. So once you're talking about flour that was mixed with oil, we're talking about something liquid. So therefore, what's your chiddush that a mizrach, which is made for liquid, can be used for this mincha? Because this mincha itself was of the liquidy variety. So the Gemara is asking, how is that a raya? So the Gemara says two answers. So what is it telling us? that that it's only needed for a case that there is dry in that mincha. So what is he saying? Rashi explains, you can't mix a mincha perfectly. So what's going to happen is you mix the flour and the oil, and mostly it becomes something liquidy, but there's going to be pockets of flour that didn't come into contact with oil, and that's going to be considered dry. And so therefore the pasuk is telling us that even though there's dry in that mixture that was that the Nesiim brought, that since there was dry within it, that you see that a mizrach, which is a liquid implement, is able to mimkadesh even the dry part that's within a mixed mincha. Says the Gemara, second time, mincha legabe dam ki dam. It is basically saying that a mincha, as compared to a real liquid like blood, is considered like something dry, and therefore we should prove it about dry. So basically what he's saying here is that it is true that flour mixed with oil had a liquidy element to it, but when you compare that to blood or the other things that you would normally put in a liquid implement, it's considered essentially dry, and therefore the fact that it is a mixture of flour and oil doesn't make it liquid, and it's basically considered a dry thing, and therefore it is a good proof, because it's saying you could use this essentially dry thing, could become a kuddush through a mizrach, which is again something that's generally used for liquid. Okay, Amr Shmuel continues the Gemara. Klei sharetz ein mekadshin, that a klei sharetz can only be mekadesh, it can't be mekadesh anything, ela shleimin, that if it's whole, so Rashi explains this is going back like in the Mishnah, that the keli can't have a hole that disqualifies its capacity for performing its work. So basically it has to be a whole implement. Ein mekadshin ela malayin. They can only be mekadesh something if it's within its full measure. So it's saying it doesn't mean that literally the measuring thing has to be filled to the brim. It just means that it has to be a full measure. So if what you're supposed to be measuring is a isaron or a chati isaron or a hin or a shlisha sahin, whatever it is, it has to be the full measure within it. It's an interesting thing with Hanukkah coming up. So there's the famous kasha of the Beis Yosef, which talks about the fact that we celebrate Hanukkah, we have 8 candles because it burned for 8 days. But the famous question is, but wait a second, one of those days was not a nace, because the first day you should expect it to burn the full night. And so really there should only be a nace of 7 days. This is a question that has, hundreds of answers, maybe thousands of answers, but the Beis Yosef himself gives an answer, which he said that when they realized that they had only 1 day's worth of oil, and they knew it was going to take them 8 days to get fresh oil, so they divided it into 8ths. And essentially, they only put 1/8 of the oil in every night of the 8 nights, and that the nace, the miracle was that it burned the entire night. So even from the very beginning, all 8 days were nace because 1/8 of the oil essentially sufficed to burn the entire night. But the question people ask is, wait a second, how does that work? If you cannot make a measure and be mekadesh to oil with less than a full measure. So how could they have chosen to take 1/8 rather than a full measure? So I don't know. Maybe the answer is that we don't actually have a specific measure for the menorah, and they would just pour it until it's filled up with cups. But Rashi says an interesting parish which tells you something interesting about the menorah. He says when you have a mincha, if the mincha is supposed to have, let's say, saron, and you have less than that, then you haven't made the mincha. So therefore, that's what our Gemara is telling us, that it has to be male, it has to be a full shear. However, the menorah, he says, it's not like a mincha, it's not a carbon, but rather the point was that the Beis HaMikdash should have a menorah that's lit in it at all times. For entire night at least. So therefore, every moment that you're supposed to have something lit, then
what is the Lubavitcher Rebbe think of Lilith?
Therefore, even a teeny bit of oil is doing the mitzvah of the menorah. So the menorah doesn't necessarily need And as we fill it with enough oil to go the whole
This is
night,
a
but
good
even a
subtle
little
question.
bit
Here's a straight
is Mekayim the mitzvah, and therefore that's what they were able to
non-mythologized
do in the
answer
times
to how the
of
Lubavitcher
Hanukkah.
Rebbe
Continues
and
the Gemara,
Chabad understood
Ein
Lubavitch
mekachin
Lilith
elam
without
mitochon.
turning it into pop
That you
Kabbalah.
can only
This
be
is a short
mekadesh
answer of
something that is
Lubavitcher Rebbe did not treat Lilith as a little
that is
demon going
inside
running
it.
around.
So
Understood Lilith
basically,
as
what
a real
what
concept in
fits
Kabbalah,
within the
but
keli
primarily
is what you're
symbolic,
able to do in
spiritual, not
Kaddish, but not something that's
what is
outside
Lilith
it.
in
That
authentic Jewish
what we'll see in
sources?
a second
Lilith
what it
appears
is.
in some
The Amri
Midrashic
law,
material,
others
Zohar,
have
and
a
Kabbalah,
different version
not in the
of
Chumash
the three.
itself. In classical Jewish thought,
That
Lilith
the
represents
kalim have to
unchanneled
be
desire,
full.
separation from holiness,
Umalayan, they
the
have to be a
misuse
full
of creative
measure, but
sexual
this one,
energy,
as opposed to
the
mitokon, says
manifestation of
umibafnim,
klipa, spiritual
and it should be
distortion, not an
inside.
independent evil
So Rashi
person or
understands
being.
this. Rashi understands this to mean that it
Already
has to
here.
be in the base of
Hey, just one
in
moment.
the
I'll be able to speak
in the
with
base
you
of
now.
Mikdash.
Already
Tosfos
here,
has
this
trouble
is
with
not
this because
Satan with
Tosfos
his
asks, he
skirt
says,
is
wait
a
a second,
category
we
of
just learned that in
spiritual
the Mishnah, and in
dysfunction.
the
The
Mishnah, it
Lubavitcher
said it has
Rebbe's
to be in the
approach
Kodesh.
being
So why would it
mythologized.
switch the
Don't
language
deny
to
the Rebbe's general
Mibafnim?
method very
So Tosfos
consistent across
understands that it's
topics.
coming to tell you
Don't
something else, which
literalize
is
Agata
that
and
if you
Kabbalah
were
like
to
cartoons. Don't
find a
dismiss them as
recess
nonsense.
in the
Translate them
Keli
into
that is
Avoda,
not its regular
inner
recess,
spiritual work.
that
So Lilith
doesn't
is
work.
understood
So
as a
Tosfos explains
symbolic
if you were to
structure
hollow out
describing
the
what
base of the
happens when
cup
divine life
and
force is
put
pulled
something
away
in there,
from
that would
holiness
not
and
be Mekadesh.
redirected toward ego,
So I would
domination,
say
and
that
chaos.
so
Not
Gemara's
a
question
bedtime
then is
answer.
my thing now,
Chabad
what's
does
the
not
difference
obsess
between
over
them?
Lilith. This is
It would
important.
seem to me that
Chabad
makes more sense according
almost
to
never
Tosfos,
talks about
because Tosfos
Lilith
is saying,
publicly because
one is saying it has to be
fixation on
inside the cup, and
klipa
the other is saying it has to be inside
gives
the
them
main
too much
cavity,
reality.
not
Fear
inside some other
strengthens
thing.
distortion.
According
The
to
Rebbe
Rashi, they seem to be
constantly
talking about
warned against
two
spiritual
different things. One has
paranoia.
to do with being inside,
Instead,
and one
the
has to do
focus
with
is fill your life with
what
Torah mitzvot
the
light.
cup contains.
Darkness
But
dissolves
in any
automatically.
event,
This
so
is
we'll learn
very
it like
different
Tosfos. What's the
from folk
difference
Kabbalah or
when you say it has to be inside the
mysticism.
cup? So you're saying it can't be in the
What about
base, in the
amulets,
bottom, or
newborn
it can't
protection,
be,
etc.? Yes,
or
those
it
exist
can't
in
be
Jewish
outside
history,
of
but
the
the Rebbe
central
stance was
cavity.
do
So
not center
what's the
Jewish life
difference
on
between them? So the
demonology.
Gemara says it could be
Protective practices are meaningful only when rooted in
the idea
mitzvah
we counted this many
observance,
times.
not
The
fear.
whole idea
The
that
Rebbe
sometimes
explicitly
there
opposed
are,
turning Kabbalah into
for example,
superstition. Is Lilith real to the
liquids
Rebbe? Here's a
that
precise
will
Chabad
go.
answer. Yes,
Wine
as a
is being a
spiritual
good example
construct.
that you
No,
could fill
as
something
a
with wine and
literal
come to the top, and you
autonomous
could
creature
continue filling it,
roaming the night,
and it won't
more
spill
real
over. Others
psychologically and
understand they're
ethically
actually talking about
than
stuff
physically.
that
In
spills over,
Chabad
but we'll
language,
understand
Lilith
that
is a
the
sefa.
traditional way says the
Lilith
things
is a
that are
sefa
above
flow
come
gone
above
wrong,
the
not a
surface.
being with
And essentially what
agency
it's saying
equal
is,
to
according
holiness.
to the one that it
How
says,
this fits
it
in the
has to
Rebbe's
be
broader worldview.
that
This
it
is
has to
key.
be
The Rebbe
that
believed
has to be
evil
in
has
it,
no
right,
independent
from within it.
existence.
So then
It
this
is
is
only
above
the
the
absence
surface.
of
It's not going
distortion
to count.
of light.
But if you say
Giving
mibafnim,
evil
that
too
doesn't
much
have to be contained
attention
within it.
empowers
It
it.
just has
So
to be from
talking
the
obsessively about
inside.
Lilith would
So that
be
would
in
be
Chabad. It's
acceptable, and
counterproductive.
that's the difference
Bottom
between
line,
them.
very Rebbe consistent. Lilith is not mythology, but
In
also
the
not
Brisa we learned
demonology. She
that it had all
represents
four.
misdirected creative power. The fix is more like not more fear. Obsession with Lilith is itself a
it has to
spiritual
be.
mistake.
It's not
Just
Mekadesh
one
things
moment.
unless
I
it is.
just gotta
The
do one
keli
more
is
thing.
complete and the measure
All right.
is
Well,
full.
in
And
3
it says
sentences, who,
in this
according
case, it
to
would
the
seem to me that it's
Lubavitcher
easier
Rebbe,
to
was
understand according to Rashi,
Adam's
because Rashi's
first?
saying it's talking about two
Was
different
it
things.
Lilith
One is saying
or was it
that it has to be inside the core cavity
According to the Lubavitcher
of the
Rebbe, Adam's first
keli,
life
and that
was
it has to be
as stated
inside the
clearly in the Torah.
azara
Lilith is
of
not
the Beis
understood
Hamikdash.
as a literal
According to
first life,
Tosfos,
but
why
as a
wouldn't you
symbolic
just say that
mythic
it has to
construction
be
and later Midrash and
fully
Kabbalah support
within
that you're not part
Mitochon,
of
and then
the Shah,
obviously
claiming
as well.
therefore
So again,
normative Chabad
maybe
theology.
easier to
Adam
understand
had
one
one
part
more
according to Rashi,
deep
and the other
historical
according to
version.
Tosfos. So
All right,
that's
friend.
my focus. Amr Abasi, Amr Yochanan, Lo Shanu, Ela Shein Daito.
Yo, thank you for your
that it has to
patience,
be a full
Devil's
measure.
Den. How are
As I said
you?
before, for example, if you're measuring Nisar or a hin, whatever, that it has to be a full measure of that. That's only, and so therefore, if you put in less, that the keli is not mekadesh what you put inside it. That's only, says the Gemara or says the Rashi.
100%. How'd you find out?
That's only if
How'd
he
you find
doesn't
out
plan
about
to
me?
add more. But if, let's say, he's filling a hin measure, and he he puts in a half a hin, but he plans to come back shortly and add the other half. So then,
okay. So cool. So you see my Twitter Spaces?
Rishon Kodesh. Then as it goes in, it becomes Kodesh. So even if he puts in a half a
I've got
hin,
2,800 people in
that
here,
becomes
so
Kodesh. And then when he later adds the second half in to get an entire.
All right, what's going on in your life? What's new?
We learned this also in the Brisa, Mulayan, that says that it has to be full.
What are you majoring in?
That when it says Malayan, that it means that it means that it is a full measure. Rav Yossi, and Rav Yossi says on the Brisa, Amos, when is that true? That it has to be a full measure.
Have you
and
been
it's
in
not
Twitter
going to be
Spaces recently?
if it's less than full measure, Bisman Shein Daika Lahosif, when he
Alright.
when he
Are we
puts in
friends
a
on
half
Twitter?
measure, not planning to supplement it with the second half.
All right.
But
Just one moment. I'll look you
if
up.
he puts in a half measure and he
I
intends
will
to come
confirm
back
that.
and add the other
What
half,
is your
Rishon Kodesh, then as
X
he puts
username?
things in, it becomes
XO
okay.
underscore chief.
Continues the
W,
Gemara.
should be like Devil Dog ETH.
En Klealach Mekadesh. So we say as follows, that when we say that if you have a liquid measuring implement, one of the 7 liquid measuring implements, that you cannot, and you put in something dry, that it won't be Mekadesh it. So Amar Rav, Item Ravasi, Rav says, and others say it's Ravasi, Ein Mekachin Karev, that we are, it's not Mekadesh it in the sense that now it is eligible to be offered. So if you put flour into a liquid measuring implement, it cannot now be used for a mincha, but it does impart some kedusha on it to essentially to passel that. So as Rashi points out, things like when you're mekadesh something, it assumes the capacity to become tameh in certain respects. So it's makshir, it's for tumah. It's something that if you have a Kippurim, you have someone who, for example, that finished the days that he had to wait, and he went to the mikvah, but he still has to bring, he or she still has to bring karbanos the next day. For example, if a mechutzer Kippurim were to touch something, it would hassle it. So basically, Rav or Ravasi is saying that when it says that if you put dry into a wet measuring implement, it's not mekadesh it means it's not mekadesh it to actually use it as a carbon, but it is mekadesh it that it's subsequently also the fact that you can't take it out of the azara, the fact that you shouldn't stay overnight, all of those prohibitions come into effect, and it's treated as something that is kadosh, but it's just not made kadosh in a sense that you can now offer it. So this language, although we'll see it means something different, but this language that you're not mekadesh it to offer it, but it is becoming mekudesh in some fashion to become possible. So some understand that phrase, was said on an entirely different topic. That is as follows. It says, Ein mevi'in menachos, that you don't bring a mincha offerings and a sakim, or minchas behema, ubikurim, that you don't bring any of these things from minameduma, from a mixture. So what is that? Rashi understands the mixture to mean, for example, if you have something that's if you have something that's mixed, where it has something that is, for example, truma, that's mixed with things that are not truma, that you cannot use that to be mekadesh the menachos or the nesachim. Why is that? Because the pasuk says that it has to be mimashke Yisrael. It essentially has to be from a mashke, from a liquid that belongs or is capable of being for Klal Yisrael. And since the average Yisrael can't have truma, so then it's not ra'i to a Yisrael, and therefore it can't be used. Tosas disagrees and says as long as it's eligible to be used by anyone from within Klal Yisrael, and who would that be? So Kohen is allowed to eat truma. So the fact that truma is mixed with non-truma shouldn't have an effect. So therefore, Tosas explains that rather we're talking about if it's mixed, if you have whatever it is that you have there, if it's mixed with something that is arla or klayakaram, that's what it means by it can't come from a mixture. But in any event, it continues. So we can't bring a mixture for any of these menachos and esafim. And then surely, again, according to Rashi, what it's saying is not only if it's mixed with truma, but obviously if it's mixed, if it's made from arla or kloyakarim, which are things that are asur b'hana to anyone, it's not going to be mekadesh it. According to Tosas, he's saying if it's a zu v'yenzar flama zu kind of thing. It's saying that if you can't bring it from a mixture that includes arla and kloyakarim, then surely you can't bring it from arla and kloyakarim itself. And if he were to bring it from a meduma, from a mixture, or from karam and arla, it wouldn't be mekadesh, lo kiddush. And the Achronim ask an interesting question. I think some Sefer, Rabbi Chanan, and others ask, but wait a second, we know the concept that someone can't be mekadesh something that is asur b'hana, because you don't have the rights in it, and therefore you can't be mekadosh it. So why are you telling me that if I have arla and klei kerem, which are also bana, that you can't make it kadosh? You can't make it kadosh. If it's there, I should know that already, because you can never be mekadosh something that's also bahana. So I think the Chuvas Yontiv and others give an answer which is important, but it's a basic distinction that when you're Mekadosh, if a person is Mekadosh something, that person has an element of affecting the Kedusha. So therefore, if I'm Mekadosh something, it has to be something that's relevant to me. So if it's Asa Ba'ana, then I don't really have it and I can't be Mekadosh it. But the kind of Kiddush that goes on with Klishares is different. It has nothing to do with the person. If you have a Klishares that is made to be used in the Beis HaMikdash, and you put something in it, it automatically becomes kaddish. It has nothing to do with the person. So therefore, you might think that something that's Aser Ba'ano would become kaddish. So he's saying no, it's not, because at the end of the day, if what you have cannot be eaten by anyone in Klal Yisrael, like Arla and Klei Kerem, then it's not considered Mashke Yisrael. It's not something that belongs to any particular Jew, because no Jew could use it. So then that Klisharis would not make it Kadosh. Okay, continues the Gemara. Amar Rav, the Temer Ravasi. So this is what we said before, totally different topic, but the same quote that Rav and some say Ravasi says, Lo Kaddish, Lo Karev. When it says that if you put, let's say, this Arla or Klei Kerem in, it is not Kadosh, it means that you cannot then take that thing that you put in the Klisharis and actually offer it of a Kaddish li puzzle, but it is Kaddish for purposes of making a puzzle. Now, in this case, before we said it means that it becomes eligible for the restrictions of Kaddish, so you can't take it out and you can't leave it overnight. Here it means something different, which is saying that since you've essentially been makdish it to some degree by putting it in a Klisharis, but not to the degree that it can actually be used, so essentially you've made it puzzle, because it can't be used for, it is made kaddish to a degree, so you can't use it for other things, but it's not made kaddish to the degree that you're able to actually use it, and therefore it becomes puzzle. And as Rashi explains, like anything else that's kaddish that becomes puzzle, it has to be burned. But again, you have this quote of Rav and others say Ravasi. One says, one version has it going on this question of if you put in a partial measure, let's say half a hin when you're supposed to put in a hin, that's where he says that it's kaddish to a degree, in the sense that it can become invalidated, but it's not kaddish that it can be used. And the other version has it relating to this brisa that's talking about the fact that you can't bring menachos or nisachim or minchas behema, that the keli is not mekadosh it, but it's mekadosh it enough that you essentially have to burn it. Rashi points out that bikurim is not really fit within this list, because bikurim is not something that's brought karev ever, and so it's just included in the list, but it's not really applicable to that particular thing, to bikurim. Okay, continues the Gemara about 4 lines up in the thin lines. Taner Rabbanan klei kodesh shenikvu. So we talked about this before. You can't have a klei shares that has a hole that affects its ability to operate. So presumably we're talking about something that the hole is of sufficient measure that it can't be used in its traditional fashion. So the Gemara says, the Brisa says, "Ein matichin," also that you can't melt it. So basically, Rashi explains the way they used to close up a hole would be they'd heat up the area around it, and it would melt a little bit, and that would essentially seal the hole. They matichin l'tochen aver, that if you have lead, or if you had a bigger hole that couldn't just be, if you would melt the surroundings, it wouldn't close the hole. So what they would do is they would take some lead, they would melt the lead, drip it on the hole, and that would close up the hole. So the Bryce is telling us you can't do that. You can't fix a keli, and we'll see that this is basically invoking the principle that ein aniyas b'makom ashiras, that when you have in the Beis HaMikdash, everything should be done in a dignified and proper way. Should be done in a ashiras is something rich, but it means it should be done at a high level, at a dignified level, and therefore to use in the Beis HaMikdash a keli that had a hole in it, and then you fixed it, it doesn't feel proper. It's interesting, as a machlokas amongst it's a machlokas about whether this concept is midoraisa or midorabbanan, but it's an important concept that in the Beis HaMikdash, which is meant to be a makom ashiras, a wealthy place, you shouldn't use things that are indicative of being poor, i.e., to fix the kalim. And we're going to bring more examples of this, and we'll see it gets even more than this kind of fixing. Nifkamo, if something gets a pagam, and metaknenos, that we don't fix it. So something in some fashion becomes dirty or not so usable that you can't fix it. Sakin shenifkam, if you have a knife that gets a pagima in it, it gets a nick. In mashchitzin es pagimaso, we don't sharpen it or whatever. When you run it over the sharpening thing, you get rid of the nicks. That seems to be inappropriate. Rashi learns that it means like a nick or a pagimo that after you fix it, it would be evident that you had just fixed it. It's interesting where Rashi gets that from. It could be because the idea being that maybe when you rub a knife against, like you go to the butcher, they rub the knife. It's not like they're not fixing something. It's just how they sharpen. So Rashi's saying it would have to show. Whereas other things we'll see that it's not a fashion of showing. But Rashi understands that that's what it means. That if it gets a big nick, but a small nick, you could actually it would seem that you can actually sharpen it and get rid of the nick that way. Where do you see that? Even if you can't tell that it's still a problem, because the Brisa continues nishmita in machzirin also. That if you have, let's say, for example, the handle of a knife slipped off from the blade, right? So all you're doing is you're sticking the blade back in the handle. You wouldn't do that because, again, anything that has the appearance of having been faulty or something wrong with it, even a minor fix like sticking the blade back in the handle, you wouldn't do because we don't want to show aniyas b'makom ashiras. Abashol says, "Sakin mitarefes haisa b'migdash," that there was this kind of knife that would cause trefas. I think technically it's really referring to nevelos, but the idea being that this was such a soft knife that it would easily nick. And when you'd have a nick, the reason a nick is a problem is because it doesn't cut; it kind of yanks the windpipe and whatever that it needs to cut through. So there was this knife that constantly, it was soft enough that it was constantly getting nicked and causing a problem. So they Nimnu Allah, they voted the Kohanim and they put it into Geniza. I guess there was some reason that this knife was a good knife to have, but at the end of the day, they said it's causing too many problems with making animals into nevela, and therefore they buried or got rid of this knife. Okay, Tana Rabbanan. The end of the first wide line. Big Day Kahuna Ein Osin Osam Maisa Mechet. So this seems to be a continuation of you do things in a very dignified fashion, not in a way. So again, you do it in a dignified makom shiras. So it's saying that the clothing that the Kohanim wore, Ein Osin Osam Maisa Mechet. You wouldn't do it the way we traditionally. How do we make clothes? We take fabric, we cut it, and we then sew the different pieces of fabric together to make good clothing. They would say that's not what they would do, but rather they would weave it, so they would make the entire beged custom made. So it would be just a continuous weaving that would make the entire beged. They would not take separate pieces and sew them together. Shenemar, because it says masa oreg, that it had to be woven, and that was again showing dignity to the Big Day Kahuna. Mizgalu, that if the Big Day Kahuna, the clothing that the Kohanim wore, became dirty, in mechatsin, you would not wash them lo b'neser v'lo b'iyel. That you wouldn't use neser or yel. Rashi explains these were basically things that cleaned clothing, detergent. So you wouldn't wash it with detergent. So the Gemara says, wait a second. You're saying that you can't wash it with detergent, but that would seem to imply that with water, you could wash it in water. And the Gemara says, and Rashi explains that this is bitmiyah. It doesn't make any sense. Why? Rashi says really two reasons. So he says, first of all, this is the bottom Rashi, even the time of Mishum the Mexicanias, who Mali Neser Mali Mayim, Harin is Galu the Chipson. So he's saying, first of all, why should water be any better than detergent? At the end of the day, if it got dirty and you need to clean it, that seems to be aniyas b'makom ashiras, that it's poor and it's not dignified. So what difference does it make what you wash it with? And moreover, Rashi says, and not only that, like, why would it make any sense to wash it with water, but not with detergent? Water does a better job. I'm sorry, detergent does a better job of cleaning than water does. So the implication doesn't make sense. It says you can't use detergent. Implied you could use water, but why should you be able to use water? It's a poor cleanser. And also, what difference does it make whether you use water or detergent? So the Gemara says, "Amarbaya hapi kamer." This is what it means. If it reaches the point of dirtiness that is capable of being cleaned by water, so then then even detergent you can use. So it's talking about the level of dirtiness. It's saying if it's only dirty in a minimal way, that if you just wash it with water, it'll be fine. So then that's not considered to wash it off, even with detergent, is not considered aniyas to makom ashir. However, continues the Gemara on our base, if it reached the level that in order to become clean, it would need detergent, then after mine you wouldn't wash it even with water. And Rashi explains it's not really meaning literally. There would be no havamini to wash it with water because it was something that's dirty enough that it needed detergent. But he's basically saying you would not wash it because once something got dirty to the level that you would want to use detergent, it would seem to be aniyas for makamashirus to them launder. The some say in the that you don't do any washing, even if it's at this minimal level that water is enough to clean it. And continues this interesting. This is where we finally get to see this in the Gemara. Because there should not be in the Beit Hamikdash things that would be indicative of poverty or lack of full dignity in a makom, the Beit Hamikdash, where we should do everything in the most dignified or quote unquote rich fashion. Okay, continues the Gemara third line. So the me'il, kula shabchelet haya. So the me'il was one of the begadim, one of the clothing that the Kohen Gadol wore on top of the regular kohanim. So the me'il was this kind of. There's actually a lot of machlokes about exactly what it looked like, but it was some kind of a long garment. Some understand it was essentially like the shirt that the regular kohanim wore. But this was, for something with sleeves and a hole in the neck. Others understand it to be more of like a cape kind of thing, front and back. Others understand it to be that it wraps around from the back. But the point is, whatever the meal was, that it was made fully out of chelis, which is the bluish color of wool. In that man, it says that they would make the meal of the ephod. The reason the meal was called of the ephod is because the ephod would attach to it. That it should be entirely chelis. Okay, that's the body of the meal. Shula, how did what did its hem look like, the bottom? So the Gemara continues, maybe for chelis that they would bring chelis wool and purple wool and red wool. And they would make them, I don't know what the right term is, but you make thread out of it. I think if I recall correctly, it was 8 of each, so you have 24 strands that would be kind of twisted together, and that's what they would use. Both those on Community Monim, so that they would make these kind of woolen pomegranates that looked like those that hadn't yet opened their mouth. Rashi explains that when you have a pomegranate that stays on the tree longer than once it's already ripe, that the top would open on its own. So he's saying these remonim that they would make on the bottom of the meal were not open in that way. They would wrestle or juggle or do something. But in any event, it's this kind of cone-shaped idea. Maybe given the name Zogin to the hand, given the name in Berlin, that you would bring essentially 72 bells that have inside of an inbal. An inbal, I think the technical term is a clapper. They would bring these bells with the clappers, the pull of the hand, and they would put the bell, the way this here, so we're pull of the hand, they would put the bells inside of these woolen pomegranates. Shorten the teacher with Tazeh, the shorten the teacher with Tazeh. 36 on this side, 36 on that side. It would appear to be front and back. So that is the gear that we have here is essentially that they would hang the bells in 72.
Hi, Rabbi. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Rashi seems to have a
I
different gear,
feel,
so which would
I
be
feel
the
great, to be honest.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear. I've been checking in on your spaces. We were watching you dance a few days ago.
Then it would say Pamon Verimon, it would be essentially
Yes, I'm doing
each bell
this
would be
for
surrounded on either
all
side
who wants
by one of these woolen,
watch or
one of these
train
woolen,
with me on streams.
One of these woolen
That's
I'm so
phenomenal.
looking things.
happy to share
So
that
essentially, that's a very
energy.
big
It's very
difference
powerful,
as to what
to
the
be
meal, the
honest.
bottom of the meal
Very
looks like,
positive
whether
as well,
you just
100%.
see these
And
pomegranate-looking things, and
I'm
inside
proud
the
of you
bell,
for you've been live streaming now for almost a week, right?
pomegranate-shaped things, as well as bells that were
Yes,
hanging
I
on the
did,
bottom of the
but
wheel.
it wasn't with camera all the time.
That's okay.
For
That
most
there were
times,
only 36
it
bells at the
was
bottom.
just,
Shmona Esrei
music
Mitzadeh,
and background,
18 on the
but
front, 18 on the back,
without me,
and that's what it
and
looked like.
I decided to
Rabbi
do daily streams
Inini Bar
for
Sasson,
24
that just like we have
hours,
machloket,
per
but what it
7,
looked like on
but
the bottom
just
of the eel,
daily when I am
machloket,
in front of camera, I am doing training, I'm talking, I'm making a project, I
that
want.
just like there was a debate as to whether something
Well,
was
that's good. I mean,
36 or
even when you're
72,
not live streaming, people are still following your
which
account.
is the various colors you could have of Sarat.
It's not about this, but this is maybe will be necessary after I will get material to display. We was talking about villages without money or something like that.
Exactly. No one wants to have to, get subscribers or followers or whatever. But if you want a big community, that's what you have to do.
We'll see in a minute that the Neil was mechaper on Lashon Hara.
So
Now,
the function of the
it's
Neil
nice to meet.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Excellent. And I noticed some people were saying that they liked the music you were playing. They liked the heartbeat. I thought that was really interesting that people had said that. That was earlier, like last week. But yeah, well, that's great. I'm glad you're continuing to stay strong and that you're feeling great. How have your streams been?
How my streams been?
Yeah, how have they been?
Like in my feelings, or
Have you had good interaction? Good interaction with people?
We're talking about in Parshas Tzav, although Rashi elsewhere talks about
yes,
perhaps a
I
different
did.
place
I
where you
did
see a
have
connection
interaction.
between the
We
big
talked,
Daikun and Karbanis, but basically, as Rashi points out,
I was sharing my knowledge, but
and then afterwards,
I know how to get more people to get this community set. This is about they seeing me on, I don't know, main page that I am streaming, but they are not seeing me. They see this music heartbeat and this background, and they're thinking that this is not about my feeling that.
Well, I understand that. That's why it's important to keep your camera going so they know that there's a person there. But I understand if you don't want to do that. Right.
Yes, exactly. It's very, I am grateful you are doing this. You have confidence to do that.
Yeah, after 4 years, you certainly have the confidence to be able to do it, and you don't really care. I'm here. Just one moment.
Would be forgiven, would get kapara through this. Others understand
I'm here.
that Klal Yisrael's liability, because we'll see the pasuk later. Klal Yisrael's liability for
Apologies, I'm here. My Discord cut out for a second. Can you hear me now?
For example,
Yes, I hear you.
Excellent. Yeah, I mean, after 4 years, you really don't care about what other people think. I've always been what I consider to be a confident individual. I know I'm cool. I don't need anybody else to tell me I'm cool or I'm not cool. I already know in my heart what I am, and I share it with the world. And I really don't care what other people think. If somebody wants to say whatever they want to say, they're entitled to their opinion, but that doesn't really affect me.
That it literally means it's machaper even on a murderer.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it says that I want to ask you something.
Go ahead, madam.
Do you feel that somebody who is watching you or talking with you is interrupting with your space inside your energy?
Yeah, to some extent. When people watch me or connect with me, there's like everybody emits waves, like energy. And even if just very, very tiny amount, I feel that they connect with me in one way or another. And maybe I don't know it or I can't process it, but I think just very slightly it connects. Do you know what the butterfly effect is? Sure. So it's the idea that a butterfly flapping its wings on the other side of the world affects us here right now. Meaning, like, because it pushes molecules, and those molecules push other molecules, and so everything is related. Does that make sense?
Yes, I heard, and I can connect with that. Yeah, I heard. Connect the molecules with each other, even if the second molecule is on the other side of the world.
Exactly. And because of that, I feel like we're all connected or interconnected in one way or another. And so when somebody watches one of my streams, yeah, I feel I can connect to that. Now, the best thing they can do is come into my Discord and talk with me, and then we get to know each other. That's what I want them to do. I don't really care if they watch my stream so much as I want them to connect with me in my Discord, learn about what I do. That's what's cool to me. But if somebody just wants to watch on the other side of the world and never interact with me, I still feel their positivity.
That's something that is coming from the heights.
Does that make sense?
Something that's coming from the heights. So what does that mean?
I wish you luck with that.
Well, I appreciate that.
Tap was on top of the
I saw you last time. You was talking to someone.
That is high. What's high? The person's vision of himself. If he thinks of himself, he has a.
Later, I was connected and I was listening to the vibration you was watching. I don't know, that was maybe some streamer. I was talking with the vibration. I created a map.
Is a sign of
And
humility, and therefore should
I
be
was
a kapara
asking,
for
this
Gateluah,
was
for people who
commenting.
who have gaiva.
And
The belt, mechaper al har alev. That's
I
mechaper
draw on this map
of the heart. So these are like heretical
a road
thoughts. How do we know that it's mechaper? Because that's exactly where the Avnei was. The Avnei is actually it's a very, very long
society,
thing. The rabbi, I think of like the
who is ruling
the Torah. Like
about
you
what
keep
we
going.
are
But the Avnei was this very long thing. But the Gemara
someone
says, where
who
would you
make
do it? You would do
information
it basically,
is somebody like Bob
as
and
Rashi points out, you would do it by the
and
elbows.
I
So
was
if
talking
you
with that
roughly speak the
vibration
elbow
by
height, if you wrap
you
yourself,
watching someone,
that's
and
right
it was
beneath the
connected
heart.
to that
That's
vibration. I
similar
wanted
to
to
Garza,
ask
to separate
why
between the top and bottom. But in order to essentially
why
the idea
it
that
is
Avnei should be machaper for here late
in
is
war,
because it was
something like that,
wrapped
the vibration.
around the area
I
of the lake.
drove on this map a square,
Choshen, the Choshen
and
mechaper
from
on
this
dinim
square
is mechaper on
a
dinim,
direct,
which is
and
that
I
we
wrote
should
mom and
that
dad
people, I
world,
guess,
and
the
why
that would
they
be
are
wrong amongst each other.
toxic,
So remember,
how
they
to
see some
help
Choshen mishpat. So
them
the
as
Choshen was
I
called
am
the
a
Choshen
child.
mishpat. So that was because it was used to some degree for
Yeah,
shofet to know
I think I
But it
understand.
would seem that
Okay.
correlation of that term kosher mishpat
Okay,
is
so
that the
I
kosher
was
is
looking at your
mechaper
stream,
on
and
issues of dinim,
your
the
English is
things
very
that people
good.
do wrong between
And
each
I
other. Ephod,
don't know why you don't.
The ephod was like that apron-like thing that was. We said
Why
before,
you
attached
do?
to the
I
middle.
understand why you
Mechaper
default
was
to
the
Polish,
was mechaper
because
was
that's
the
what you're
Talmud
comfortable with,
Shemar,
and it's the
that's
easiest
the
way for you to be able to
process,
communicate with
there,
people.
but
But I looked at the statistics. There are only 50 million Polish speakers in the world, which isn't that many. There are 1.5 billion English speakers in the world. It's 33 times more people speak English than Polish. And in your like description of yourself, at least like on Kick and things, you should have an English about you, because a lot of people are just going to see some language they don't understand and they're going to move on. But if you put on there, I am an English Polish speaker from Poland who is about positivity and energy. I would love for you to follow my journey and connect with me. Like, if you just say that in your description, then people are going to know, oh, okay, this person speaks English. And there are just so many more English speakers in the world than there are Polish speakers in the world now. I'm not saying that Polish people aren't important, and I'm not saying Polish isn't important, and I'm not saying that you can't speak Polish most of your streams, because those are most of the people who are going to be watching you. But for a random person to look at your stream, most likely they're going to be speaking English, and if they look at your description and it doesn't say English, they're going to move on. Does that make sense?
Was worn on the forehead.
And you know what?
The significance of being on
It
the forehead.
would be even better when I will be streaming in English. I feel that hard. Right now, I felt like that. In English communication, the only vibration of making that contact. It's the other. It's more kindness than in Polish. Really?
Well, that certainly could be. But like you're streaming on Kick, and are you on Kick right now? Are you live?
No, I stopped. I
So the idea was that the tzitz would be machaper on Adam's punch.
A break, but not for long.
Okay.
Maybe a day.
Certainly.
This is,
So like if I look at your stream on Kick, I go to your account, and I go to your about, and it's all in Polish. And that's cool. But to an English person, they don't understand this. And so what I'm saying is I think it'd be best if you did half in English and English first, and then you can also have Polish. I'm not saying that Polish isn't important. I know it's very important. But you're going to get more people interacting with you and more people following you if they know you speak English. It's English is the internet's language. You know that. And it's basically between English and Chinese the most spoken language in the world. And you speak it well enough that you can be an English speaker. And I just want you to have a wider audience. Why only have 50 million people watching you when you can have 1.5 billion? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Excellent. And your English is good enough that you can have an English conversation with anybody on earth who speaks English and be able to converse with them well enough. You don't need to translate. I mean, I know maybe like really complex things you might need to translate, but you should have confidence in your English, and it's becoming better and better every single day. So that's good. And I know you don't do it for viewers. I get that. I don't either. I get that. But just you want at least somebody knowing who you are. And if somebody just looks at your profile, even though it may be beautiful in Polish, no one in English knows what it means. So split it in half. Have an English section and have a Polish section. The second thing I wanted to say is, or ask you, did you have any chance to make a link tree?
the explanation how this is
I
machaber
can create this.
the Tana Gvei Rabbi Shmuel.
That's what you need to do. And so what I think you should do is you create your link tree and then you link all of your social media, and you're going to say, but Rabbi, I don't need all this social media. I understand, but you don't want somebody impersonating you. And once you do it now, and then you have the rest of your life to allow the account to grow. But if you don't get it, then nobody's ever going to know about you. It's basically, you just have to say to yourself, I'm going to grind it out. I'm going to create all this social media, and then I have it. And then if I need it in the future, I can use it. But already, people are going to start following me and sending me messages and know who I am. And then when people Google me or look me up in a search engine, they're going to see all my different accounts, all of that stuff. And then when you have that screen where you have I'm sleeping or be right back or whatever, put your link tree on there. People will go and look at all your social media. Does that make sense?
In private, so to speak, and therefore it's
Yes.
there
you go.
So the Gemara is now.
So if you have a goal, if you can, make that link tree. I'll help you. I'll look it over. I'll make sure it's good. I'll make sure that they're at least in English. Like I can look over your English and make sure there aren't any spelling errors or grammatical errors or anything, and that it sounds good. And then from there, it's done. You don't have to do it anymore. And then you have one link, and you can put it everywhere. And then a lot of people are going to connect with you. They're going to look you up on Instagram. They're going to look you up on TikTok. They're going to look you up on YouTube. And a cool thing is, if they follow you on Kick, there's a really good chance that they'll follow you on Twitch and on Rumble and on all of your other social media accounts. So I wanted to include that, okay?
The whole idea of Egla Rufa is
Yes,
that
can you help?
Egla Rufa,
You
when
want to
don't know
help
who
me
did the
with
murder,
that?
so you bring
I want to
Egla
help you with
Rufa, Egla
everything,
Rufa's
yes.
on that kind of murder, the one where you don't know who was
I-
the perpetrator.
you-
However, the
Wait.
Kisona, who's in the paper, where you do know who the perpetrator was, someone murdered someone,
You did
and
a
that
create
comes back,
account,
and that would get
business, or
kapara.
personal?
The Gemara
Personal.
says, wait a second,
English.
the other man kaple. So if
Personal,
you
okay.
know who killed the person, then by
Nope.
default,
Is
that
it
person,
Nope.
free?
It's free. Skip
that
it.
person
It's free.
is
Scroll down.
supposed to get
Free.
killed, and when he gets killed, that
Get in
creates the
touch.
kapara.
Do you see? Do you see it says free?
For the Jewish people. So
Yes.
why do I
Okay,
need?
excellent.
Why would I
Select
need
the theme.
why would I need the kisonas to be
Oh,
mechaber? So the
wait.
Gemara says the maybe that where would I need the kisonas? So if you don't know who murdered,
You can change the colors too, by the way.
and he gets
So don't worry
sentenced
about
to
that.
death, so then that's the kapara.
It's like you played in The Sims. The
but
Sims.
for
Yeah.
example,
Yeah.
you know that Reuben murdered Shimon,
I
but
have
Reuben wasn't given
the same photo. I
Hasra,
have
he wasn't warned beforehand, so
Okay.
that Reuben doesn't get killed. So then,
Okay,
that's
what
where the
platforms do you
Kisona
use?
Mechapa for
You
Christ.
use
So
all
as
of
Rashi
them.
points out, the
So,
murderer
but for
himself
right
ends
now,
up getting
just choose
harassed,
YouTube.
ends up getting,
Oh, you can
and,
choose
ends
multiple.
up with
Choose them all.
revenge. Okay, so that's how we
Oh,
explain
but
that
I don't
murder.
have all.
Again, three different
You're gonna
categories.
create
You don't know
all.
who did it at Garufa, you know who did it, and he had
Okay.
Hasra, and
You
he gets
just-
put to
just
death.
choose a
That's
few.
creates kapara.
Just choose a
If he
few for
doesn't
right
get
now.
put to death
That's
for some
fine.
reason,
And then
that
press
is
next.
where the Kisana is Mechapa. Lashon Hara, not
For
the
example, to
Lakata,
create
and the
Facebook,
question of
you
Lashon Hara
must
Lashon
scan
Hara is
your
often not a
face
question
like
of the
Face
sinner, of the
ID,
Farhasya. That's
have
when
this.
the Lashon
You don't
Hara
have
was
to do
done in
that.
private,
No, you
so then
can
you
you
have
can
the
get around
Kaparas,
that.
that is the
You just
service
use a
before the
VPN,
private
and
that creates the
Facebook in
Kapara
many
for it,
countries
of the
still allows
Farhasya.
you
But when you
to
have
upload
the,
your account without
you have
doing
Lashon Hara
that. Maybe
was said
in Poland,
in,
but
in
other
public,
places you can
that's where
avoid
you have
that.
the Me'il, which has the bells on the bottom, because that is publicly, it makes a sound as well. Have enough of that when Kaddish.
Yes. Yes. Mira, here it was also.
Okay, good morning.
Let's
So
check
let's
that.
start with the Talmud Torah sponsorships. Talmud Torah is Allison and Adam Steinmetz in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Rabbi Shlomo, Tzvi Ruben, and Shimon Alav Shalom, in honor that his neshama should have an aliyah and he should be a Melit Yosher for his children, his grandchildren, and his 35 great-grandchildren. By Samuel Malka Esterson in memory of our parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Alav Shalom, Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron HaKohen, Sarah Stiefel, Alea Shalom Sarah Rothel, Bas
The
Baruch
last
Avram,
time I
Hinda Esther
created.
Noel Shalom Hinda Bas Kenneth Ephraim, and in memory of our dear family friend, Staff
That's
Sergeant
okay.
Tully Yona Gordon,
That happens to me all the time.
who fell in battle in Gaza
Okay,
on
so
Erev Hanukkah
email.
2023, and by Paul and
It's
Kathy
okay.
Pollock in
All the
memory of
time.
Paul's
I get that
sisters,
every day.
Leah Bashmuel and Zachrini Shalamis Bashmuel, and
Because
my
of
aunt
what this
Esther
is
Bas
it?
Zachariah,
Great
who were
question.
all nifted.
They're doing it to you because you're a new account and they want to make sure you're not a bot. They do it to me because I'm using the website a lot and they want to make sure I'm not a bot.
And for an ultimate report
Okay.
Okay, we're going to get started with
Okay.
the daf today, daf Seiches,
And
and we'll
here
start at the Mishnah. So,
last
Klei
one.
Halach. So this is dealing with the questions of when you have materials. Obviously, a carbon
And
that is
here
someone's
was
makdish a
our
carbon, it
here.
automatically gets kedusha. The manner in which the materials that we're not talking about animals
Here.
have to
Okay.
actually become kaddish, and generally the manner in which it becomes kaddish is
For
by being
Discord,
put
it
in
was Discord
a
here
klicharis,
or?
one of
Yeah,
the
Discord's an
kelim that were
interesting
designed
one.
for use in the Beis Hamikdash. So the Mishnah says,
So
"Klei halach, mekachin es
don't
halach."
worry about Discord
So you
right now.
have kelim
Do Rumble.
that were designed for liquids. That's the mechanism by
Rumble,
which you
okay.
would be mekadesh any
By the way, I
liquid.
will can
We'll
add
clarify
this.
this in the Gemara
You
a little
can
bit, but just
you
we'll
can
take
do
it
it later.
at face
You
value
don't
in
have
the
to do it
Mishnah.
right. I mean,
Midas
add your
yavesh,
profile
and
details.
when you have
And let me
dry
ask you,
measures,
Afirmashia,
mekachas is a yavesh,
you,
then it's
you're
mekadesh. That's what you
you're
do in order
currently
to be mekadesh things that are
you have
that are
pictures
dry.
of yourself and you're a
And
beautiful
the
woman,
inverse of
but you
that
don't
is
have a
hey,
logo for
mekadesh
your
is a-
channel.
mekadesh is a
And I think you
yavesh.
should, and we
So
can help you
if
with
a
that.
liquid is supposed
It
to be
can still
liquid,
be your
and dry is supposed
face.
to be dry.
Yeah,
So
even
that
even
keli that's used
with
for
this.
things that are moist,
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
But
that can't,
that's fine for right now.
something that's dry. And
That's fine for right now.
similarly,
And then you put
mekadesh is a lot. A keli that's designed
yeah, that's
for dry
fine.
things cannot.
So there you go.
Cannot be
You
mekadesh
created it.
something
And now
that
we're gonna
is
adjust it
that
and
is,
make it
moist.
more.
And so
It'll look
Rashi
cleaner like the
will
other
see that
one.
there
But
are
let's do your
with
logo.
liquids,
Let's
there
do
are
your
both things
logo
that are
right
used for
now.
measuring as
Go
well as
to
for,
ChatGPT. Go to
just kelim.
ChatGPT.
And in the case of dry things, Rashi explains that there is really two midos.
Okay, and what we're gonna do
measuring dry. One
is
in the volume of an isaron,
we're going
which is all
to.
of the menachos used to be in
I'm gonna
isaron
send
or
you
2 or 3,
somebody's.
but basically in increments of
I'm
an
gonna
isaron.
send you
And then there's
somebody's.
also a measure that's a half isaron, which had a very specific use. So there was
Somebody who I helped
which
do
the
this
Kohen Gadol used to bring
for
every day.
themselves,
So,
and
the first half would be
we're gonna use it just as a start. But this is not gonna be yours. Yours is of course gonna be different. So just one moment. But this is how
once you use those dry measures, they would actually put dry things
what I
into
recommend.
the wet kelim, but we'll talk about
Okay,
it. So
just one moment.
at its face value, the Mishnah is just saying that liquids have to become kadosh through kelim that are designated for liquids, and dry things through things that are designated for dry things.
Okay.
Continues the Mishnah.
Can you check your Discord messages,
That if
please?
you had one of the kleshares, something that's used in the Beis Hamikdash that gets
Okay.
a hole.
Now I want you to take that
So then it
picture
depends.
and upload it into ChatGPT.
Essentially, what you're able to do when they were
Yes,
whole,
perfect.
then
Okay, now I want you to take a picture of yourself that you like.
So basically, it's saying it depends. If you can still use the keli for, roughly speaking, its purpose, then that's okay, even though it has some kind of hole. But if not, not. Now, this is explained different ways. On its face, it would seem to be that if it has like a small hole,
Yeah.
so it's
And
only
you're
a
gonna
thin
say,
leak or maybe a crack, and it's not really a
please
that's how some understand
help
it.
me
There are others who
create.
understand that, for example,
You know what? I'll
let's say
just
you
write it
have
for you. I'll just write it for you.
you have a measure that's for an
Please help
isaron,
me to create a
and there's
logo for
or
myself.
whatever the measure is,
I
something,
am the
and
woman
it has a
in the
hole,
picture,
say
and I'd
above
like my
the
logo
halfway
to
mark.
look
So you
like
could use it,
the one
if you
with
could still use it for
the
measuring a
circle
half
around
measure.
it. At the very
So that's
top
okay,
of
because
the
you don't
text,
hit the hole.
instead
But
of
it will be
saying
lower, such that you
giant
couldn't use it at
judge,
all. So, but not everyone agrees
I
with that.
want
So
it to
it's different
say,
explanations of what it means. But roughly speaking, a klecharis has to be able to function, and as long as it can roughly function, that's okay. But if it loses its function, then it would not even have any capacity to make something kodesh. And all of these klecharis if someone were to take one of the klesharis outside of the Beis Hamikdash, then you put something in it, then it would not get.
Please replace the
kedusha,
link
even
tree
though it is in one of the klesharis.
link
Okay,
with the
says
following
the
link
Gemara,
tree.
Amr Shmuel, Lo shanu ela midos. This
Affirmatio, what is your link tree link?
That a clay halak, that a keli that's made for
Linktree.com.
liquids,
Yeah, linktree.com/affirmatio.
is dry. So we're going to clarify that. That's only the kalim made for measuring liquids.
Okay, great.
But mizrachos,
I would change this one. It's very long, and I'm not saying it's not good, but nobody has affirmatio. Why don't you just become affirmatio? Just on Linktree.
So if you, in the time when they would have the flour,
so go to your settings.
They would use the keli that was made for measuring yavesh.
And
and
then go to your account.
The same kalim that they used to use for lav. So what Shmuel is clarifying is that when the Mishnah says,
like where it says
that liquid kalim used for liquid cannot be makadesh, is talking
and
about
then where it says like your username is affirmatio Illuminati, just change it to affirmatio.
That those cannot be makadesh, something that's dry, but the actual kalim that they use.
Did they let you change it?
In the avoda, meaning not the measuring ones, those in fact could be makadesh, something that's dry. Shenemar, how do we know this? Because the pasuk says Shneim Malei Solas. So this is the pasuk by when the Nesiim brought the sukkah that we read many times.
Yeah, not your nickname. We need to change your link.
It says that you had a mizrak and a kara. So a mizrak is being used for liquids, and it says Shnei Malay Solas.
What's
the
that?
Pasuk says that both of them were filled with flour. So you see that a mizrak, which is generally a liquid based.
Perfect. Then no worries. Then you're affirmatio Illuminati. Thank you for telling me that.
Once you get past the liquid measuring cups, and you're talking about liquid implements, those in fact could be makadesh, something that's dry.
Now the one thing
it's clear in English
to hear that something that's dry could be.
Yes, the one thing, absolutely. The one thing I would want you to change is make the H in Illuminati capital. It looks more professional that way.
Was liquidy. Why? Because the pasuk says at the end,
you should know the H in Illuminati to be capital.
So once you're talking about flour that's mixed with oil, we're talking about something liquid. So therefore,
yeah, just the H. Just the H.
Which is made for liquid can be used for this mincha, because this mincha itself was of the liquidy variety. So the Gemara is asking, how is that a raya? So the Gemara says, two answers. So what is it telling us? That that is only needed for case that there is dry in that mincha. So what is he saying? Rashi explains, you can't mix
where
do
you know where you change your
username? What
username?
is you mix the flour and the oil, and mostly become something liquidy, but there's going to be pockets of flour that didn't come into contact with oil,
Okay.
and that's going to be considered dry. And so therefore,
All right, press
us
Control
that,
F
even though there's dry in that mixture,
and then type in
that was,
username USERNAME.
Since it was dry within it, that
Zero.
you see that a mizrach, which is
Zero
a liquid,
results. Okay, then it's not on that page.
is able to make even the dry part that's within a
Let's
mixed
see.
mincha. Says the Gemara, second tier Tibais Ema mincha legabe dam tiyami. It is basically saying that a mincha, as compared to a real liquid like blood, is considered like something dry, and therefore we could prove it about.
Okay,
dry.
go under
so
account.
Basically, what he's saying here is that it is
Settings,
true
account.
that flour
Yeah.
mixed with oil has a liquidy element to it. But when you compare that
My information.
to blood
Oh, wait,
or the other things that you would normally put in a liquid implement,
No, that's fine. Name is affirmatio. That's fine. Email's fine. Scroll down. Password, account management.
Flour and oil doesn't make it liquid, and it's basically considered a dry thing, and therefore,
Hold on.
Therefore, it is a good proof because it's saying you could use this essentially dry thing.
Okay,
could
Linktree.
through
Linktree is your
mizrach,
own.
which is again something that's
Okay,
generally
see
used
it
for
says
liquids.
affirmatio.
Okay,
Yeah,
Amr
change
Shmuel,
username.
the Gemara.
Clasharis a
Okay.
Mikachin,
I see.
that a
Yes.
Clasharis can
Now,
only be
are you sure
Mikachin,
Afamashi is taken? Just try it one more time. And I believe you,
Rashi explains this is
but
going
I just
back,
think that
like in the
that's
Mishnah, that the Keli can't have
important
a
information.
hole that disqualifies its capacity for
Confirm
performing
change.
its work. So basically, it has to be a whole implement.
Okay.
Ein Mikachin Elamalayan.
Okay, the
Yes.
username is already used.
Something-
And
if
you
it's
didn't
within a
use it,
full
somebody
measure.
else used that,
But I'm
right?
saying it doesn't mean that
Yeah.
literally
Okay,
the,
so then
measuring
cancel.
thing has to be filled to the brim. It just means
Cancel.
that it has to be a full
No,
measure.
not confirm
So if what
change.
you're supposed to be measuring
Okay,
is
go.
a
There you go.
Isan or
Capital
a
H and
Happy
Illuminati.
Isan or a Hin or a Shishlish,
Yep.
whatever it is, it has to be the full
Yep,
measure
there you go.
within it. It's an interesting thing with Hanukkah coming up. So there's the
Perfect.
famous
And
kasha
Yes, ma'am.
of the
Okay.
Yeah,
of
perfect.
the Beis Yosef,
Excellent.
which talks about
All right,
the fact
now what
that
I want you to
we
do
celebrate Hanukkah, we have 8 candles
is
because it burned for 8 days.
go
But
to
the
Discord
famous question is,
and
well, wait a second, one
copy
of those days was
the
not
message
an
that I
ace.
just put in
The first
Discord,
day
and we're
you
going to
should
put it back in
expect
ChatGPT.
to burn the full night.
You're so good with a
And so
computer.
really there should
I
only
really
be an
mean
ace
that.
of 7 days. This is a question that has
You're very
So
good.
good with using?
You're very good. You're very good with using a computer. Yes.
Gives an answer which he
I
said that
could
when
be
they
better.
realized
We all
had
we all could,
one day's
Afamasha.
worth of oil,
Okay, so
and they
copy
knew it
my
was gonna take
my
them 8
message.
days to get fresh oil, so they
Yeah.
divided it into 8.
Yes, ma'am.
And essentially
Thank
they only
you.
put an eighth
And then
of the
you're
oil
welcome. Oh, right in there.
every
Yeah,
night of the
put
8
that in
nights,
there.
and the nature
Now
of
it's
the
not going to be
miracle was
perfect,
that it burned
but
the
it'll be
entire night.
something,
So
and
even
it'll
from
take
the
a little
very
bit.
beginning,
And then we'll
all
get your
8 days
colors
were an
down
ace because 1 eighth of
and
the oil
make sure the
essentially
text is right
sufficed
and
to burn the
everything. But
entire
this is
night.
just
The
a
question
start,
people ask is, wait a
and
second, how does
it's
that,
how
how
I
does that
advise
work
people to have really good
if
logos. Right
if
now,
you cannot
your
you
picture
cannot make a
doesn't really
measure
tell a
to
story.
be
It's just a
mechanical
picture
oil
of a pretty
with
girl,
less than
which
with
frankly
less than a full
is
measure? So
great,
how
but
could
a
they
lot
have
of
chosen
people
to get
have
1/8
just
rather than a
random
full
girls in
measure?
their
So I don't know,
username,
maybe
even
the
if they're
answer
not a
is
girl.
that we don't actually
What
have
this is
a
going to do is
specific
it's going to
measure
tell
for the
people your
menorah,
name
and they would just
and tell
pour
people
it
where
till
to
it
get your
filled up the
social
cup.
media. And that
But
tells a story.
Rebbe says an interesting
So just one
characteristic that
moment.
tells you something
We're looking
interesting
at it,
about the menorah. He
and we're
says,
going to change the
when you
colors
have
to
a
whatever you
mincha,
want it to
if the
be.
mincha is
Because
supposed
the
to have,
colors
let's
that I
say,
gave you are
saron,
not very
and you have
healing
less than that,
colors.
then you haven't made the
They're very
mincha.
bright.
So
They're to
therefore,
get attention,
and
but
that's what our Gemara is telling us, that it has to be mole, it has to be
we'll
a full
see.
shiur.
And then if you don't like the
However,
picture,
menorah,
we'll
he
change the
says,
picture.
is
We'll
not
make it exactly the
not
way
like a
that you
mincha,
want.
not a
The
kosher,
key
but
to
rather
me
the point
is that
was
at the top it
that
says your
would
name,
have a
and at the
menorah
bottom
that's
it has your
lit
link
at all
tree.
times.
That's all that I really care about,
Night at least.
because
So
then I can
therefore,
find you
every moment
and all
that
your social
you're
media.
supposed to have,
Does that make sense?
something lit, that you're supposed to have something.
Excellent. And we still get to see that you're an attractive person and who you are. And so that's like the best of both worlds, as they say.
And as we fill it with enough oil to go the whole night, but even a little bit
He
is
will
Mekayim
do
the
that.
mitzvah, and therefore that's what they were able to do
Yes.
at the time of
So
Hanukkah.
just
Continues the Gemara.
it's gonna.
I will use that, but I think
That you can only be
he
Mekadesh,
is
something that
create
that
a
is
new woman,
that is
and
inside
I
it.
have
So basically,
idea
what fits within
to
the
use
keli
the
is
other
what you're able to do in Kaddish, but not something
AI.
that's outside it.
Oh, just
like,
see,
Well, we'll see in a second
just
what it is.
sure,
The Amri law,
just see what it does
others have
first.
a
But
different
absolutely,
version of the
Yes.
three.
just see what it does
I know,
first.
Shleiman, that the-
And you
the
pick any
kelim have to
you pick
be
any
full.
picture that you want.
They
And you
have
can
to be
even
a full
use a
measure,
real
but
picture
this
of you
one,
or an
as
AI
opposed
picture
to
of you,
Tokan, says
whatever
move
you're
it up
comfortable
in,
with.
and it should be inside.
But let's see
So Rashi understands
what it
this.
does.
Rashi understands this to
Okay.
mean that it has to be in
Okay.
the Beis HaMikdash,
So,
in the Beis- in the
It is
Azara,
very
in the
good.
Beis
It is very
HaMikdash.
good. Okay, so now we're going to
Tosfos
change
has trouble with this
the
because Tosfos asks, it
the
says, wait a
colors
second,
to
we
be
just
what you
learned that
want.
in the Mishnah, and in the
So,
Mishnah, it said it has to be in the Kodesh.
what colors do you
So why
want?
would it switch the language to Bafnim? So Tosfos understands that it's coming to tell you something
I
else,
can
which is that if you
tell
were
him
if you were to
to
find a
choose a
recess
color
in the keli
which
that is not
are
its regular recess, that doesn't work. So Tosfos explains, if you were to hollow out the
which
base of the cup
connect
and put
with
something in
my
there,
color,
that would
face,
not
and
be
eyes.
No,
Mekadesh.
I would not do that.
I would say that so the Gemara's
I would not
question,
do
and
that.
it might be now, what's the difference between them?
I would not do that. I would
That makes more sense according to
I would
It can be even.
Okay.
It's saying it has to
Sure.
be inside
So,
the cup,
do you
and
like
the
your
other saying
picture?
It has to be inside the main cavity, not inside
Yeah.
some other thing.
Okay,
According to
excellent.
Rashi, there seems to be talking about
Excellent.
two different things. One has to
Okay,
do with
good.
being inside, and one has to
And
do with
So what we're gonna do is I'll write it to you.
In any event, so we'll learn it.
This is really great. Period. Please change the red to a violet And please change the yellow to a white, and please change the white background behind the person's head to be a light pink.
You could continue filling it, and it won't spill over. Others understand
Okay.
that actually talking about stuff that spills over, but we'll
So,
understand that the
no, just go to the
that are
Discord
above
message I sent
come
you,
above the surface. And essentially, what it's saying is, according to
Okay.
the one that it
and
says,
then just put
it
the
has to
Discord
be,
message in, just like I put.
that has to be in it, right, from within it. So then,
And then
this is
we'll
above
change
the
anything
surface,
that
it's
you
not going
don't
to
like.
count. But if you say me
And
that it doesn't have to be contained within it, it just has to be from the
Aframasha, you're a
inside,
very pretty
so that
woman.
would
You should
be
know that.
acceptable, and
You've been
that's,
blessed.
that's the difference between them. Masnisa Tana in the
Thank
Brisa,
you.
we learned
You're welcome. Your
that
other
it has
I
all
am-
four. In Mekachin, El
Go ahead.
Shleimim, Umalayan,
Your other pictures
that it has to be
weren't as well lit as this one, and I think this one will be very attractive to people who are just looking to meet new people and perhaps make new friends. And it's always nice to have a person on the other end who they think is good looking. So you've got an excellent foundation to be a popular person.
You two look great.
Well, thank you. I've looked better in the past. All right, so what do you think of this? It doesn't have to be perfect yet. I would change. Okay, do you like the purple first and foremost? Do you like the purple?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so
Maybe change
the pink. We're gonna change the pink.
Font?
The font. Oh yeah, absolutely. We can do that. Okay, so just one moment. Please change the pink background, the light pink background, to a light lavender, and we want to change the font to.
If he has in mind to add on Rishon Kodesh, then as it
Okay,
goes
what
in,
font do you
it
want to
becomes
use?
Kodesh. So even if he puts in a half a hin, that becomes
I don't
Kodesh. And then when he
Yes,
later
I know
adds
you
the
don't.
second half,
I know you
get
don't.
an
Okay, so
entire
we're gonna just
answer.
look at some cool
The entire
fonts.
thing is
So
Kodesh.
go to a new tab,
We learned this also in a Brisa, Malayan,
and
that
or
it
you
says that it has to be
you know what?
full.
Actually, go
In
to
Malayan,
a new
it was Shleiman.
ChatGPT window.
When it says Malayan,
New
that it
ChatGPT
means
window.
that it means that it is a full measure.
Just ChatGPT. Yeah,
Rav
exactly.
Yossi Rav
And
Yossi
then
says,
type
on the
there,
Brisa, Amos, again, is that true?
Please
Then it
provide
has
me
to be
with a
full
list
measure,
of
and it's not
100
gonna be Makadish something if it's less than full
different
measure,
fonts
Bisman Shein Daita Lahosif,
with the
when
name.
he-
Here, I'll
when
just
he
write
puts
it
in
to
the
you.
half measure, not planning to supplement it with the second half.
Please provide me with a list of 100 different fonts that are feminine with the word.
Then as he puts things in, it becomes English. Okay? Continues the Gemara. En Klealach Mekadesh. So we say as follows, that when we say that if you have a liquid measuring implement,
All right, just put the. I just sent you a message in Discord.
and you put in something dry, that it won't be Mekadesh it. Amar Rav,
Yeah.
Ravasi, Rav says, and others say it's Ravasi, Ein Mekachim Karet.
No, not what we
That
want.
we
It did
it's
not do it the way.
Mekadesh it in the sense that
It did
now
not do it the way that I
eligible
wanted.
to be
It
offered.
only.
So if you
Okay,
put-
that's all right.
if you put
Go
flour
to
into
new
a
tab,
liquid measuring implement, it cannot
and then
now
type
be
in
used for
font,
mincha, av mekachin lipato.
Finder.
But it does impart some kedusha on it to essentially to be to
Font
topple
Finder,
that.
Finder.
Finder.
Like
Yeah.
when you're
Yes.
mekadesh something,
Okay,
it
and then,
assumes the capacity,
yeah,
to become
you
tummy
could
in
do
certain
that.
respects.
That's
So
fine.
it's master for tuma. It's something that if you have
Yeah.
Kippurim, you have someone
Let's
who,
see here.
for example, that finished
yeah.
the days that he had to wait.
That's
but
still
and
not
he
what we
went to
want.
the mikvah,
Go
but he
back.
still has to bring,
Just font
he or she
chooser.
still
Just
bring
put
korbanos
font
the
chooser.
next day.
CHOOSER. Instead of font finder, font chooser. Helps you choose fonts. Yeah, that one.
Rav Ravasi is saying that
Okay,
when it
put
says
in your
that
name,
you put dry
Aframasha.
into a wet measuring implement, it's
Yep.
not Mekadesh it means it's not Mekadesh it to actually use it as a carbon, but it is Mekadesh then subsequently.
They all look the same.
Also, the fact that you can't take
Type
it out
in,
of the Azara, the fact that it shouldn't sit overnight,
this
all
one.
of those
You like
prohibitions
that
come
one?
into effect, and it's treated as something
That's
that
the one
is,
you want?
that is
Yeah.
Kaddish, but it's just not
Okay,
means
what's the
kadosh in the sense that you can now offer.
what's the name of the
Ikad
font?
Damasi, so this language, although we'll see, it means something different, but this language that
It can
that you're not
be
mekadosh to
or
offer it,
You
but
keep
it
looking.
it
Keep looking. Don't
becomes Mekudesh in
don't
some
settle
fashion
yet.
to become puzzle. Ikad Damasi laha. So some
Font pairings in
understand
one
that
click.
that phrase,
That's
"Ein
okay.
mekadosh mekarav
Yeah.
mekadosh
So put your
mechasel,"
name in.
was said on an entirely different topic. That is as follows. It
I
says,
think it's
"Ein
at the
yaviyim
bottom.
menachos," that you don't bring a mincha offering
Lower.
to the
No,
sakim.
lower. Scroll down. Oh yeah, there you go. Apologies.
Here.
No. You're right.
You don't
You're right.
bring
You're
any
right.
of these things from minameduma, from a mixture. So what is that? Rashi
Generate.
understands
here
the
is
mixture to
generated.
mean, for example,
Okay.
if you have something that's if you have something that's
Oh wait,
mixed,
no.
where it has something that is, for example, truma,
Just go back.
that's mixed with things that are not truma.
Just one moment. I'll find there's a website that I've used before. It's really good. You'll like it.
The menachos or the nesakim. Why is that? Because the
View a
Pasuk
word
says that it
in
has
many
to be
different
in
fonts.
mashke Yisrael. It essentially has to be from a mashke, from a liquid that belongs or is capable of being for Klal Yisrael. And since the average Yisrael can't have truma, so then it's not ra'i to Yisrael, and therefore it can't be used. Tosas disagrees and says as long as it's eligible to be used by anyone from within Klal Yisrael, and who would that be? So Kohen is allowed to eat truma. So the fact that truma is mixed with non-truma shouldn't have an effect. So therefore, Tosas explains that rather we're talking about if it's mixed, if you have whatever it is that you have there, if it's mixed with something that is arla or klayakarem, that's what it means by it can't come from a mixture. But in any event,
here we go.
So we
Go
can't bring
to
a mixture for any of these menachos and asakim.
Wordmark.it. Wordmark.it.
And then surely, again, according to Rashi, what it's saying is not only if it's mixed with truma, but obviously
And then,
if it's mixed, if it's made from
helps you
arla or
choose
kloya
fonts. That
karen,
one.
which are things that are also ba'anah.
Put your name in.
Anyone is not going to be mekadesh it. According to Tosfos, he's saying if
and then we were already here. Okay.
It's saying that if you can't bring it from a mixture that includes arla and kloya karen, then
so
surely you can't bring it from arla and kloya karen itself.
You can
maybe, and if you were to bring
go
it
to
from
Google
from a
Fonts.
mixture or from
You see at the top there, Google Fonts. Click that. Okay, good. This will give us more difference. Close, yeah. Oh, it won't show us that. Okay, that's all right. Well, let me just ask you: do you want a very feminine one? Like, do you want one that looks like very old? Do you want it to look like handwriting? What do you want?
You can't make a kaddish, if it's there, I should
like
know that already
this,
because you can never be
I will show you way.
that's also bahana. So I think the Shuvah Zayin Yontiv and others give an answer which is
I saw
important, but it's a basic distinction
here,
that when you're Mekadosh, if a person is Mekadosh something, that person has an element of affecting the Kedusha. So therefore, if I'm Mekadosh something, it has to be something that's relevant to me. So if it's also bahana, then I don't really have it and I can't be Mekadosh it. But the kind of Kiddush that goes on with Kleshares is different.
Okay,
it has nothing
perfect.
to do with the person. If you have a Kleshares that is made to be used in the Beis Hamikdash, and you put something in it, it automatically becomes covered. That doesn't do with the person. So therefore, you might think that something.
Go to the message I just sent you in Discord.
Saying no, it's not, because at the end of the day, if what you have cannot be eaten by anyone in Klal Yisrael, like Arla and Klal Karam, then it's not considered Mashke Yisrael. It's not something that belongs to any particular Jew because no Jew could use it. So then that Klisharis would not make it Kadosh. Okay, continues the Gemara. Amar Rav,
if I may ask, and I like the choice that you made, why'd you choose purple?
That Rav and some place Ravasi says, "Lo Kadosh Lekare." When it
It's
says
my
that if you
favorite
put
color.
Perfect. That's the answer that I wanted to hear.
Kadosh, it means that you cannot then take
And
that
it is
that you put in the
connected
Klisharis and actually
red
offer it
blue,
of a Kadosh
like
puzzle, but it is Kadosh for purposes of making a puzzle.
Yeah.
Now, in this case, before we said it
the
means
opposite,
that it becomes
like
eligible for the
one
restrictions
connect
of
one
Kadosh.
color.
You can't take it out and you can leave it overnight.
Excellent.
Here it means something different, which is saying that since you've essentially been makdish it to some degree,
by
It's a
putting
royal
in the
color.
kleshares, but not to the degree that it can actually be used.
But he did mean
So
makeup.
essentially, you've made it puzzle.
Okay.
It's
Do you like it or
can't be
no?
used it is made kaddish to a degree.
No,
So
no.
you can't use it
This
for other things, but it's not
this
made kaddish to the
this
degree that you're
is
able to
good.
actually use it, and therefore it becomes
Yeah.
puzzle. And as
The
Rashi
second
explains, like
one
anything else that's kaddish that
Okay.
becomes
it's
puzzle
better
has to
even
be,
this with this
burned.
font. With
But
this
again,
font
you
is
have this
better
quote
even.
of Rav and others say
I
Rashi.
choose one.
One says
Okay,
one version
maybe
is going on this question
Because of the black outline.
if you put in a partial measure, let's say half a hin when you're supposed to put
Do
in
you
a
see
hin,
there's a black
Rashi
outline?
says that it's kaddish to a degree in the sense that it can
Yes,
become
on the
invalidated,
letters.
but it's not
Yes.
kaddish as
So
used.
just
And the other
type
version
in,
has it relating
please
to
put
this,
a,
to this
I'll
text
just
that is
write it
talking
for
about
you.
the fact that you can't bring
Please
menasos
put a
or
thin
shafim
black
or
outline
because behemoth
like
that,
in the second
you-
picture
that the keli is
around
not
the
Makadish it,
text.
but it's Makadish it enough that you essentially have to burn
Go
it.
to
Rashi
the
points out
Discord message
that
I just sent you.
Bikurim is not really fit within this list because Bikurim is not something that's brought Likarev ever, and so it's just included in the list, but it's not really applicable to that to that particular thing to Bikurim. Okay, continues the Gemara about 4 lines up in the thin lines. Taner Rabbanan.
You know what I need also?
What do you need also?
You can't have a kleshares that
Background.
has a hole that
Yes,
affects
you
your
do.
ability to operate.
Yes, you do.
Presumably,
We'll
we're
work
talking
on
about
that for you.
that the
You
hole
need a
is of
few things.
sufficient,
You need
measure that
a
it can't
background.
be
You
used in a
need
traditional fashion.
a
So the Gemara says,
like a
the Gemara
loading
says,
screen
"Hey,
or whatever they
so
call it. We'll get
you
you all
can't
that, and then
melt
we'll have this on it.
So basically,
It'll look
Rashi
really
explains
nice.
the way they used to close up a hole would be they'd heat up the area around it and it'll melt a little bit, and that would essentially seal the hole.
Loading screen, like when
if you
I'm
have
offline.
Yeah, they have that too.
If you had a bigger hole that couldn't
Okay.
just be
It's great, but
so what they would do is they
he's
take some lead,
inspiring,
melt the lead,
I
drip
think,
it on the hole, and that would close up the
not
hole.
the first
So the
one,
Bryce is
but
telling us
he's
you
giving
can't-
this,
you can't,
after
you
this,
can't do
after
that.
this,
You
not
can't
base
fix
it
the keli.
on this, which
and
I
we'll
am saying
see
in his
that
verse.
this is
That's
basically
why
invoking
he
the
is
principle that
do makeup and change
that
quality.
when you have in the Beit HaMikdash, everything should be
Okay,
done
what do you mean?
in a dignified and proper way. Should be done in a
I
adherence
think
to
he did
something
me-
rich, but it
he
means
did me
it should be done
makeup.
at a high level.
Oh,
at a
okay,
dignified
okay,
level.
yeah.
And therefore,
So let's
to
change
use in the
that.
Beit HaMikdash, keli
Just
that had a
so
hole in it, and then
do you
fix
want
it,
makeup
just
on?
It doesn't feel proper. It's interesting.
No,
it's
I
focus
want
amongst
to be
the
original,
focus about
like
whether this
here.
is
Oh, okay.
this concept
Yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
Torah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
but
I
it's
see.
it's
Okay.
an important concept that in the
So then
Beit HaMikdash,
re-upload that
to be a
picture.
Makom Ashiras, a wealthy place, you shouldn't use things that are indicative of being poor, i.e., to fix the kalim. And we're going to bring more examples of this, and we'll see if it gets even more.
This is good, but I want to be natural looking, like I am in this picture. No makeup.
Something in some fashion becomes dirty or not
He
so
himself.
usable.
It's already doing it. I know. Just go to the my Discord message.
We don't
Yeah.
And
sharpen it or whatever. When you run it,
we'll
over the
see if
sharpening
it
thing,
works.
You get rid of the nicks. That
If
seems
it-
to
But I
be
didn't
inappropriate.
vote
Rashi
it to
learns
him.
that it
I-
means like
It just
a nick
enhanced
or
it.
a-
I
or
understand.
a emo that's after
Okay,
you fix
that's
it,
okay.
it would
No big
it would be
deal.
evident that
So-
you had just fixed it. It's interesting where Rashi gets that from. It could be because
Wait. Don't type that yes. Don't type that yet. Okay, so delete that, yeah. I want my logo to use my face without any makeup, like in this picture. Everything else is good, but just keep my face natural, just like this picture. And give me the logo.
Where do you see that? Even if you can't tell.
Yeah, you don't have to wait. Do you have a Do you have another? It's okay if you don't, but do you have another ChatGPT account? If not, we can create one.
From the blade, right? All you're doing is you're sticking the blade back in the handle.
Go.
You wouldn't do
That's
that
okay.
because, again,
Go to the message I
anything
just
that
sent you
has the appearance
in
of,
Discord.
having been faulty or something wrong with it. Even a minor fix like sticking the blade back in the handle, you wouldn't do because we don't want to show Anias the Makom Ashiras.
Okay.
Abishol says, Sakin mitarefes haisa b'migdash, that there was this kind of knife that would cause trefas. I think technically it's really referring to nevelos, but the idea being that this was such a soft knife that it would easily nick. And when
Maybe you
a
have
nick, the reason a
account.
nick is
You
apparently
want to
because it
create
doesn't
me?
cut, it kind of yanks
Yeah, I
the,
can, but it's gonna be easiest if we have it for you.
windpipe and whatever
So
that it needs to cut
what we
through.
do
So there was
is
this knife
you
that constantly it was
open
soft
an
enough that
incognito
it was
window.
constantly getting nicked and causing a problem. So they
Yeah.
they voted the Kohanim
And then go to
they put it into
ChatGPT.
Gehenna. I guess there was some reason that this knife was a good knife to have, but at the end of the day, they said it's causing too many problems with making animals.
Do you have an
into
incognito
nevela,
window
and therefore
open?
they buried or got rid of this.
It
knife.
is.
Okay.
You're already in an incognito window?
And
Yeah.
the first wide line.
Wait,
Bidei
oh,
kahuna,
okay. Yeah,
ein osin
because you are
osam
secrets.
ma'aseh mechet. So this seems to be a continuation of you do things in a very dignified
Yes.
fashion, not in
Yes. Okay,
not
go to
in
ChatGPT.
not in a way. So again, you do.
Oh,
it
you
in a-
already
a
okay.
dignified
Now
and
go
muscular
to where it says
So
log
saying
in.
that the clothing that the Kohanim wore.
Actually, maybe
ein
you
osin
can
osam
do it.
ma'aseh mechet.
So
We
just
wouldn't do it the
take
way
that
we
picture,
traditionally- how do we
the
make
one that
clothes?
you like.
We take fabric, we cut it.
No,
we
that's
sew
already in
the
ChatGPT.
pieces of fabric
Okay, yeah, with
together to
that,
make good clothing. They would say that's not what they would
go
do.
to the ChatGPT one. No, the
But rather they would,
go to your other one where you're logged
weave
in.
it, so they would make the entire beged
Okay, the different
custom-made.
one.
So
Yeah,
they
to
could
your logo
continue
one.
this
Picture.
weaving that would
Oh, I
that
don't
would
have
make the entire
different
beged. They would not take
pictures.
No,
separate
no, no,
pieces
no.
and sew them together.
Not what I'm
So
saying.
then
Not what I'm
it
saying.
says,
Not what I'm saying.
masa-
Minimize
masa
this
oren, that would
window.
have to be woven, and that was again
Yes.
showing dignity to the.
No,
Bigdei
that's
Kahuna.
not minimized.
Misgalu, that if the
Maximize it.
Bigdei Kahuna, the
Not
clothing that
close.
the Kohanim wore
Maximize
became
it.
dirty, and mechapsin, that you would not wash them.
Yeah.
Yes. Now minimize it. The third one on the left.
Rashi explains these were
That one,
basically
yeah.
things that
I
clean
did.
clothing, detergent.
Okay, and now open up
So you wouldn't wash it in that-
the
in-
other
in-
ChatGPT that you had with your logo.
The Gemara says, wait a second. You're saying you can't wash it with detergent.
Yeah, that one. Okay, now go. Yeah, that one. Now go to your picture. That. No, not that one. Not that one. Not that picture. No, 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 no. Go to your logo. That one. Whatever one you like. Which one did you like?
This one.
Okay,
you like that one? You just. Okay, so take that one. So you like the text on that one?
Than detergents. At the end of the day, if it got dirty
Like,
and you need to
It
clean
is,
it, that
he
seems to
didn't
be
like change my face.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand that. Which one do you like with the text? Which one do you like with the text? Okay, take that one, save that one.
Wash it with water, but not with detergent. Water does a better job.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, detergent does a better job of cleaning than water does. So the implication doesn't make sense. It's
And
like
then
you
go
can't use
to
detergent. Implies
the
you can use
incognito
water.
one.
But why should you be able to use water? It's a poor
Yeah, and then
cleanser.
upload it.
So what difference does it make whether you use water or detergent? So the Gemara says, "Amarbaya hachi kamer." This is what it means. Hugu b'mayim. If it reaches the point of dirtiness that is capable of being cleaned by water, so then mechatsin also b'neser eel. Then
Okay,
even detergent you
documents.
can use. So it's talking about the level of dirtiness. It's saying
Yes.
if it's only dirty in a minimal way, that if you just wash it with
Yes.
water, it'll be fine.
And
So
then take the
that's not
picture that you
considered
like.
To wash it off, even with detergent, is not considered on
Yeah.
b'makom ashiras. However,
Yeah.
continues the
And
Gemara
then
on
I'll type it
Hugu
to you.
l'neser eel, if it reached the
Please
level
replace
that in order
the
to become
middle
clean,
picture
it would need
with
detergents. Then ein
the
mechatsin, then after mine
picture of me in my natural state without any makeup.
It's not really mean literally. There would be no havamina you could wash it with water because it's
Okay.
something that's dirty
And
enough
then
that it needs detergent. But
go
it's
to
saying you would
Discord and
not
put
wash
that
it
Discord
because
message in.
Once something got dirty to the level that you would want to use detergent, it would seem to be aniyah for makom to them launder it. The Yesh Omren, some say in mechabsin a kolikar.
It will
You don't do
be
any washing, even if it's at this minimal level that
Of me
water is enough to
with my
clean it.
natural
And
state
continue,
because
this is interesting that this is where we
if
finally get to
you
see this in the Gemara.
write
Sin
without
aniyas
any
v'makom
makeup,
because
you
there
can
should not be in the
change
Beis Hamikdash,
my
things that would be indicative
Mm.
of
That's
okay.
what,
poverty.
however
or lack
however
of
you want to do it.
dignity in a makom,
Yeah.
the Beis Hamikdash, where we should
mm,
do everything in the most
picture,
dignified or
middle
quote unquote rich
picture
fashion. Okay,
with the
continues the Gemara's
picture
third line.
of
Tana
me
Rabbanan.
in
Me'il,
my natural
so
state.
the me'il, kulas hatcheles hayam.
There you go.
So the me'il was one of the begadim, one of the clothing that the Kohen Gadol wore on top of the regular Kohanim.
Now, as this is creating, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom, okay? Wait, what does it say? I'll replace it off of mine.
Exactly what it looked like, but it was some kind of a long garment. Some understand it was
Yeah, just
essentially
say,
like
yeah, that's fine. Just
like
see what it
the
does.
shirt that the regular Kohanim wore. But this was, so something with sleeves and a hole in the neck. Others understand it to be more of like a cape kind of thing, front and back. Others understand it to be that it wraps around from the back. But the point is, whatever the meal was, that it was made fully out of tcheles, which is the bluish color of wool. Shenamar says vayasas a meal ha'ephod kalil tcheles, that they would make the meal of the ephod. The reason the meal was called of the ephod is because the ephod would attach to it. That it should be entirely tcheles. Okay, that's the body of the meal. Shulav ketzad, what did its hem look like, the bottom? So the Gemara continues, maybe tcheles v'agama misalat shani, that they would bring tcheles wool.
Oh, it's only giving text?
And red wool, shizurin, and
It
they
can
would
be like this text.
kind of
You
make
understand
them.
me?
Let's see. I'll replace the portrait. Okay.
I think if I recall correctly, it was 8 of each. So you had 24.
Yeah. Just say yes.
That would be
you don't have to type anything. Just say
together,
yes.
And that's what they would use.
Okay.
That they would make these kind of woolen pomegranates that look like those that haven't
you want
yet
this or
opened,
this?
opened their mouth. Josh explains that when you have
just see what it does. I mean, it's pretty smart.
Longer than once it's already ripe, that the
perfect.
top would open
Okay.
on its own. So it's saying these
generating the uploaded images now. Please hold on a moment.
That way, it was like a closed rimon.
Okay, so just be patient.
I can't because I must
You have to log in.
log in, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Go to login and you've already logged in with your Gmail. We can just have you create an account. Or you can log in with Gmail too. Just log in with Gmail.
They would do it for their milchama, but it's talking about kids.
Or we could create just a brand new account.
Jostle or do something.
But we need email,
it's
right?
kind of cone-shaped.
Okay, yeah. So when you created your ChatGPT account before, did you do it with? Here, I'll just help you to do it. I'll just help you to do it. Okay, go to login. No, go back. Go back.
Technical term is a clapper.
Can
they would
I?
bring bells with the clappers
Maybe
that
I
total
have
the hen,
the
and they would put
Okay.
the bells the way this gear so works total the hen. They would put the bells inside of these woolen pomegranates.
That's okay. We can create a new.
I am thinking how to myself change this.
36 on that side.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Have it. It's way faster for them to do it, and it'll be perfect. Okay. Go to a new incognito window,
That
please.
is the Ramban learns that way in Chumash. Rashi.
Yes. New incognito window.
It must be in incognito, right?
I want it to be, yeah. Okay. Now go to ChatGPT.
And so then if you look at the psukim,
Now go to login.
Pamon verimon, it would be
Yes. Now go to create account.
which is surrounded on either side by one of these woolen.
Here.
No. It's no. Keep scrolling down.
One of these
It should say create an account.
Things.
Here it's login or like
Oh, register. Okay. Yeah. So what you want to do? Open a new tab now in this incognito tab. Yep.
Yeah.
Type in temp TEMP MAIL.
That were hanging on the bottom of the meal.
Okay.
Okay.
Mail. Tempmail.com.
That there were only 36 bells at the bottom.
That's fine.
Together.
That's fine. Yeah, exactly. Together. Yep, if possible.
18 on the back, and that's what it looked like.
No, not temp mail. Temp mail. TEMP.
That just like we have this machlokas by what it looked like on the bottom of the meal, machlokas.
TEMP, like temp, like temporary.
Yeah.
Mail.com.
Whether something was 36 or 72. Similarly, by Maris Nagayim, which is the various colors you could have of saras. was also the Mishnah. Maris Nugayim.
No, actually, just go to
the different appearances.
go to just Google it.
Torah,
Temp mail, TEMPMAIL. Yeah, TEMP.
Actually has 1 mail I can use.
That's okay. I don't want you to use it. I want to just make this a temporary one. Temp mail. Yep, just type that in and hit enter.
And many people point out that
There
the
you go.
connection here
The first one's
makes
fine.
sense because we'll see in a minute that the Me'il
Go back.
mechaper
Not that
on
one.
Lashon Hara. That was a function of the Me'il.
Go to the third one.
Atonement for the sin of Lashon Hara, and similarly that
There you go.
that
I use this all the time. Okay, so it's
Torah
loading,
came
and then
also for
we're going to have it
of
copy
Lashon Hara.
that.
Exactly what it means, the significance
Yep.
of 36 or
Yep.
72,
Now
I'm not
put
sure.
that into
But,
Chat
he's
GPT.
pointing out that there is a commonality or a theme
There you go.
here. The Dosa actually is in both of them, says 36, and the other version says it's 72. V'amar Rabbi Inini Bar Sasson, we just quoted him before.
Put a password
so we'll
in.
quote him again. Lama Nismacha Parshas Karbonos, the Parshas Big Day Kuna. Why was there a smicha? Why is there Parsha
And then get your
of
code.
Karbonos next to the Parsha of Big Day Kuna? Rashi here says that we're talking about in Parshas Tzav.
There's your
Although
code.
Rashi elsewhere talks about perhaps a different place that you see a connection between the Big Day Kuna and Karbonos. But
Just
basically,
you can put. You don't even have to put anything. Just put it. This is a throwaway account.
And then afterwards it says, Kachas Aaron es HaBegadim, that you should take Aaron and the Begadim. So essentially you see that the Torah puts the Parsha of Karbanos next to the Parsha of Big Day Kuna.
Okay.
To tell you, my Karbanos Mechapim,
Skip everything.
just like Karbanos achieve atonement for the people who bring them, or for Klal Yisrael, that the Big Day Kahuna are also Mechaper, that the clothing of the Kohanim also bring about Kapara. Now, by the way, in the Sukkim, you see that it talks about.
Okay, now we've got a new. Okay, so now. Yes, and then. Yes.
We talked about that many times, but here we're going to go through.
And
that's written in the.
then go to the Discord message that I sent you that says, please replace the middle picture. Yeah, that.
The I guess the shirt or tunic is longer than a shirt. That would be mechaper, would achieve atonement for murder. Now, what that means, it seems to be different depending where you look. Some understand that to mean literally that a murderer would be forgiven, would get kapara through this.
It's nice to know about this.
Yes, ma'am. That's why I wanted you to see. It's a very good website.
Being murdered within its midst.
A phone number is also
That one's a little different. You have to pay a little bit of money for that. Not a lot, but a little bit.
Others, like you see, they ask this question, like,
okay, but it's
oh yeah, definitely. No. I use it all the time. I'm using it right now. I have a robot that just goes there and generates emails for me so that I can create accounts on K.
So you get many answers, but like you see that it seems to take it more literally.
Okay, now we want. Yes, it is you. Now we wanted to replace. So I'll tell it. Please replace the background in the center of the picture from the green shrubs to a light lavender plain background.
To be honest, it's I like this.
Okay, you like that. Okay. Is there anything you don't like about this?
Maybe this, I
the idea of being told of something.
maybe it's a micro change from face.
By going to the mikvah. So
I
since you
felt
use this word,
weird
so
with
you
that.
see that, and
You
what
don't
were they
want your
doing there?
face?
They were, some element of murder that was going on. They were claiming that he was murdered. Whatever the point is, that you see that
He
this idea
cannot
that from that
without
story
changing
that
my
a
face.
persona,
It can do anything you want. What do you want it to do?
can relate to murder and therefore and be like
Again, the same comment, but without changing my face.
Oh, it changed your face?
is achieved atonement for the Arias for sexual immorality.
Just copy
Because
and
the pasuk says,
paste
"We also let him mechnas a
in the
bas."
circle. It will be easy enough to do this with
Yeah, it will.
mine.
Okay, so just tell it that. Okay, so you.
I can do this in Paint.
Yeah, but just it's easier to type it. Okay, so how did it change your face?
The pants cover over matters
I
of
feel
B'sar
it's
Erva,
kind of
so therefore that's the
changed.
idea that
Okay,
pants on
so
the
then-
cover
Like I
or,
put it's not weird.
Sure,
It's not
I understand. Okay, just one moment. Just take this picture and put it in the center. Don't change anything else. Just make this picture go in the center of the purple ring.
Okay.
Okay,
Now I can write this.
go to Discord. I just sent it to you.
Yeah. Okay. Just take this picture.
So what does that mean? That
Don't change anything else. Just
the mitznefes, the cap, was on top of the coin.
with that logo.
It should be
Or
mechaper for
just
something
only
that is
my
high.
picture here.
What's high?
Just that.
The person's
That's
vision
fine.
of himself. If he thinks of himself, he has a.
It will
he's a
know. It's
Gova
very
lady.
smart.
He's a
And if it doesn't, we'll fix it.
It's interesting.
There is one other thing that I would change, and we'll have to do this. I wanted to make the word affirmation bigger at the top.
So the idea
That
would be
at the
that
top. It can be
mitznefes, which
bigger.
was the covering of the head, is a sign of humility, and therefore should be a kapara for gasei ruach, for people who are who have gaiva. Avnate, the belt.
Well, that looks different, but we'll see if it does it correctly.
On thoughts of the heart. So these are like heretical thoughts. How do we know that it's mechaper on that? Hekadisi, because that's exactly where the avne was. The avne is actually interesting. It's a very, very
I
long
want to make
I think of like the
that's model
like the
of
wimple
a
with
language.
the Torah. Like you keep going. It's but the avne was
Okay,
a very
you
long
did
thing.
that well.
The Gemara
I
says,
think.
where would you
It did
do
it the way you wanted?
Basically,
I am.
as Rashi points out, you would do it by the elbows.
I
So
don't
if you
know. I
roughly
feel
speaking,
more.
elbow height, if you wrap yourself, where that's right beneath the heart.
Okay.
That's similar to like a darko. We would
Okay.
separate
Oh, no.
between.
It looks
No.
exactly the same to
Creepy.
me.
Essentially, the idea
It's
that
creepy.
abnate should be machaper
What's
for
creepy about it?
late is because it was wrapped around
What's creepy about it?
area of the lathe.
Energy of looking.
Okay, but that's not. That's just you can get over that. Okay, so then one other thing. Please make the top text larger. Okay.
The Choshen was called the Choshen Mishpat. So that was because it was
Okay,
used
you're
to some
right.
degree
You're
I sent it to you.
voice chat.
Yeah.
Sophic to know
Making
right
your
and wrong. But it would seem that correlation of that term, Choshen Mishpat, is that the Choshen is mechaper
I wanna
on
do
issues of dinim,
the
the things that
picture
people do
I
wrong
have
between each
myself.
other. Aphod,
You know, and
the aphod was like that apron-like thing that was, we said before, attached to the meal. Mechaper avodas kechavim is mechaper avodas kechavim. Shenemar
then pass.
has the pasuk in, I think, Isaiah, but the pasuk in Isaiah talks about
Okay,
ein
now it's hard.
aphod utrafim. That essentially the way the Gemara is understanding that pasuk, it means when there is no aphod, when the aphod isn't around, then there are trafim. Trafim is a familiar term to us. We just had it with Rachel. He made it that she took Lavan's trafim, so those were like avodah zara. So it's saying if you have no aphod, you end up with trafim. You end up with avodah zara. So therefore you see the link between the two, and therefore the aphod is mechaper on avodah kechavim. Me'il, the me'il which we talked about before. That cool trailer thing with the
Why do you say
pomegranate on the
creepy?
bottom, Mechapra Lashon Hara, that is the kapara for Lashon
You know
Hara.
what? Because I am seeing energy of when person is looking into you.
That the me'il
And
was something
this
that had
is
sound. Why?
about
Because it had all those bells.
somebody
So the Kohen
is
would walk around, he would ring.
want to.
So something that
You
has
know,
voice to it should come be mechaper
I
on
don't
something
know,
that has
right?
negative
I
voice
will-
associated with it, which would be Lashon
I
Hara,
shall
speaking
write
ill
these
of others.
words to
The
you.
sits that the Kohen Gadol wore on his forehead, which is interesting.
Traumatized?
Before, the pasuk actually tells us what the sits is mechaper for.
I
But the way it's
stitch
explained is that
with
since
your
the
eyes.
sits
That doesn't make sense in English.
was worn on the forehead, So it's the significance
This
is being
is
on the forehead.
something like somebody is seeing you and like looking at you like
something like that.
like
Well,
it's
how do we
not
know that?
honest. In
Okay.
my Polish language is
Okay, we'll fix it. We'll fix it. Scroll down. Scroll down. Let's see if it made Aftermath shipping. Okay, that's bigger. Not exactly what we want though. Okay. So let me change that. Please keep the top text in the same circular arrangement so that there is equidistant space between the bottom of each letter and the inner circle.
Amy, is it true?
All right, go to Discord and just paste my message in, please. And we'll change it. We'll change your picture. No worries.
That we had items that were mechaper on shvichas damim and my avodah zara, the ephod and the Xonis, right, was mechaper on shvichas damim. They asked the Gemara, Rabbi Shubin Levi. Rabbi Shubin Levi says, Shnei dvarim lametzinu lahem kapar v'karbanos. There were two things that the atonement cannot be achieved through karbanos. What were those? The matzinu lo kapar mimakamaka.
It was a horror
way of there being kapar.
Everybody in this world have empty eyes.
That shvichas damim, murder, and lashon hara speaking ill. Shvichas damim, how is shvichas damim have kapara not from karbanos, me'egla rufa, from an egla rufa. So we know that egla rufa is if there was someone a murdered body found and they didn't know how he was killed, that they decapitate the egla and they wash their hands over it. And
let me see it.
So we see the idea that egla rufa is a kapara for the community's accountability on shvichas damim.
It's close.
It's also close. Something that you don't accomplish in karbanos, but rather it's from
better than that one.
The kapara is found.
Okay. Hold on. You did not do this correctly. Period. The bottom of each letter needs to remain equidistant so that the angles of the circle are all the same. For the top text.
He gave the Ketoras, and it gave kapara.
Let's try it again.
So after the Maisa with Korach, you saw that they were saying
go to Discord and put my message in.
About Moshe and Aaron that they caused Korach to be killed, etc. And there started to be a Magefa, and people started to die. And Aaron HaKohen took the Machta and he went into the amongst the Jewish people, and that caused the Magefa to end. So you see the idea that he did the Ketoras, and that gave kapara to the people, and therefore the Magefa, the plague, ended. So you see that Ketoras causes kapara and continues the explanation how this is mechaper creates atonement. The Tana of Rabbi Shmuel, they learned in the Beis Medrash Rabbi Shmuel al ma Ketoras mechaperes. What is so we see from the pasuk by Aaron that Ketoras is mechaper. What is it mechaper for? A lashon hara, and lashon hara. Why? Because the Yavah Davar Shabachashai. Yichaper is Masich Hashai. That is something that essentially Lashon Hara, which is said in private. You talk about someone behind their back, and it should be Mechaper. I'm sorry. So it's something that's done in private should be Mechaper on a Maisa that was done in private. So the Maisa done in private was Lashon Hara. What does it mean that Ketoras was done in private? Because the way it worked is when they did the Ketoras every day, everyone was outside of the Heichal, of the Ulam, and Rashi points out even.
Do we have to create a new account, or do you still have the ability to do another change?
Would be in the Heichal at that time. So it was a
to be
service
honest,
that was
it's
performed
even good.
in private, so to speak, and therefore it would be
Okay, that one's good for you.
So the
But
Gemara
not
is now asking, wait a
I
second.
mean the
You
circle.
told
Yeah,
me
the
that
circle.
the
Okay.
Sonnet was
So then,
mechaper on
let's okay. So download that one.
That the Lashon Hara, the Neo,
Well,
mechaper on Lashon Hara, but yet we see
that's okay.
we see
Download that one.
Says that no, that
Yeah.
the kapar for shvichas damim and Lashon Hara come from the Egla Rufa and from Ketoras. Kasha Lashon Hara, Kasha shvichas damim. So that's a kasha.
And then
what is mechaper on Lashon Hara and what is mechaper on shvichas damim?
it depends what program you want to use. You can use Paint 3D though if you want.
Mechaper on different elements of shvichas damim and Lashon Hara. How so?
Not Paint. Paint 3D.
So when is the whole idea
If
of
they
Egla
don't
Rufa
have it under,
is that Egla Rufa is when you
that's
don't know who did the murder.
that's okay.
So you bring Egla Rufa. The Egla Rufa is macabre on that kind of murder, the one where you don't know who was the
You
perpetrator.
could do that. Just that's fine.
However, the Kisonis would be macabre where you do know who the perpetrator was. Someone murdered someone.
You can open up
and that
paint.
in some fashion
Paint
that
could
would
do
give
it.
kapara. So the Gemara says, wait a second.
All right, and then open
If
it.
you know who killed the person, then bar who that person that person is
No,
supposed to get
actually,
killed.
it's not gonna.
And when
I
he
mean,
gets killed,
it's gonna be
creates
hard for you to
kapara
do.
for
Will it?
the kehillah for the Jewish people.
Maybe,
So
maybe
why
not.
do I need?
Okay,
why would
yeah,
I need
open it.
Why would I need the kesonas to be macabre?
Yeah.
So the Gemara says, so maybe
And then open the picture that you have.
I need the kesonas. So if you don't know who murdered, it's Egla Rufa. If you know who murdered and he
Here
gets
also.
sentenced to death, so then that's the kapara.
Let's see here. Maybe we should do
if
the
you know
picture
who
first.
murdered,
Yeah, go to your
For
picture.
example, we know that Reuben murdered Shimon, but Reuben wasn't
A
given
picture.
Hasra, he wasn't
Yeah,
born
here,
beforehand.
not
He
your
was
logo,
done
your
to get
picture.
killed. So then that's where the Kisanas and Mechaper
Okay.
so on, as Rashi
Now
points
we
out,
put the circle around.
murderer himself ends up getting Saras, ends up with Nagaim. Okay,
So
that's how
you
we
do that in
explain that
Paint 3D,
murder again.
okay.
3 different
Let
categories.
yourself
You don't know
paint,
who did it.
or you can.
You know who did it, and he had a straw and he gets put to death. That creates kapara. If he doesn't get put to death for some reason, that is where the kesonis is mechaper. Lashon hara, nami lakasa. And the question about lashon hara is also not a question.
Yeah.
That when the lashon hara was
Let's-
done in private.
Before we do this, because it's going to take some time, it'll probably take 30 minutes to really get it right. Let's go back.
I can get.
Let's go back to ChatGPT. Let's go back to ChatGPT.
That's where you have the meal, which has the belt on the bottom, because that is publicly makes a sound as well.
I find something here. I can do it. That
I know, but
it will be.
just try. Go to ChatGPT.
All right, so I'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Our show a great daf ahead of us today. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. So thank our sponsors for.
And we're gonna say.
Allison, Adam
I'll tell you what to say.
Adam's grandfather, Sheldon Steinman,
Please take this logo and put an unedited version of this picture in it.
36 great grandchildren.
Okay. Now go to the logo that you want. Yeah. Go to the logo that you want, and your picture. Put your picture in the middle. The one you like that doesn't look creepy. Yeah, that one. There you go. And then hit go.
Sponsors for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg. In the schools of continued health for Shubanis Hannah Bas Susha and forward and during Refu and by Gidali and Dana Rosenblum. Is sponsored by, so it's not about the Rosenblum family. Sponsored by Gidali and Dana Rosenblum in memory of Gidalia's sister's third yard site.
Okay, that's fine. Just create a new one. Absolutely.
And heartwarming dedication from Gedalia.
So close that. No, close the incognito window and then open up a new incognito window.
I implore you to reach out. These relationships are like fine gold.
No, close the incognito window.
Which you never lose track of.
Yeah, and now open a new incognito window.
Which again is the word paz, right? Paz, which means gold, fine gold, is dedicated in her memory and her Neshama Shlaven Aliyah. Absolutely beautiful. So we hope that all of the Neshama Shlaven Aliyah, the families in Achama, all those who need refuah and kiddos, Kol Cholei Yisrael, in Halavai, we should be so Merit Hashem to reconcile all of our fractured relationships. So we'll say, let us begin today's Da'is Pei Zayin. We are picking up in Merit Hashem on the bottom of Pei Vav on the base 86b. Literally 2 lines up from the bottom, a really beautiful Gemara ahead of us. Itmar, Perishuk Chotim Chatzos Vechzir Achar Chatzos. So let's say here's the case. Let's say you have sacrificial lambs that were on the Mizbeach, and ultimately again, they were removed from the Mizbeach before Chatzos. And then they were returned after Chatzos. So remember again in yesterday's daf, we saw the important principle we saw the important principle that this distinction between before chatzos and after chatzos. Namely, before chatzos, the sacrificial limbs are considered to be limbs. After chatzos, they are essentially considered to be ash. So now, both in this interesting case over here, the limbs were removed before chatzos and returned after chatzos. What's their status? Rabba Amar, Tapa Peizain 87a. Rabba Amar chatzos sheni ochlosim. Rabba says they essentially become ash after the second chatzos. So in other words, you put them back on, and the following chatzos ultimately again they become ash. Rav Chisda says Amot HaShachar ochlosim. Rav Chisda said that halacha l'maisa again by dawn, ultimately again they are considered to be ash. Amri Beirav, my time is Rav Chisda. What is Rav Chisda's logic? Umar says Uma chatzos she'ein osa lina osa ikol. So chatzos, which ultimately again does not create lina. Again, remember again, lina is the psul of leaving over sacrificial matter until the next day. So lina doesn't really set in until dawn. So chatzos, which doesn't, right? So ma chatzos shein osa lina osa ikol. So chatzos, which does not affect lina, does affect ikol. Ikol means reduction to ash. Amar HaShachar she'osa lina. So by Amar HaShachar by dawn, where ultimately again lina does take effect, Eino din she'osa ikol, it should certainly go ahead and reduce the carbon to ash. And that's why again Rav Chisda says that halacha l'maisa, if it was removed before chatzos, put it back on, and you put it back on after chatzos, dawn will ultimately again halachically make it into ash. Okay, incredible. That's case one. Case two. Perishing koldu chatzos ve'zir la'achar muda shachar. What about the following case? You removed the sacrificial limbs before chatzos, and you ended up putting them back on after alos
It
hashachar.
edited it.
So what's
Does it look bad to you?
So Rabba says chatzos sheni ochlosim. Rabba says
Yes,
that ultimately
it's
again
not
it's the second chatzos. So again, Rabba said this is Rabba Mishikos,
Okay.
right? Rabba holds that essentially.
I understand.
Hey, I feel better in your photos.
When you put them on, you're going to need the next chatzos, the next
Okay.
night,
So
in order to go
let's
ahead
do
and
this the way that you want to do it.
make
But
it
before
into
we
a
do it,
ash.
we have
Rav
to.
Chisda
I
Rav
need
Chisda
it to
says
be
in
right,
that case,
or I
in that
want it to
case,
be right. So
ultimately, ein bahen equal the olam.
please
So listen, now,
maintain
literally what that
the
sounds like is they never
top
become
curvature
ash. Now,
of
that can't be
the
true. What that means is they become
top
ash
lettering,
only
but
once
just
they
make the
actually become
text
ash.
bigger.
The novelty of this ruling
There
is that
should
halacha
be
l'maisa in a general sense,
equidistant space between the bottom of each letter and the center circle.
Now, the halachically they're designated as ash.
All right,
Even though what?
go to Discord and just put what I put in.
What Rav Chisda is saying is like this. In this case, where you remove it before chatzos, put it on after alos hashachar. In that case, the only way for it to become ash is literally you.
And then, do you have a Canva account? CANVA.
Okay, incredible. Rashi says this is the last part line in Rashi.
Maybe.
It's no, not camera. No, that's okay. We'll do it in a second. So, just let's see. I want the text to be good. Once the text is good, we'll get the center picture exactly the way you want.
So Yosef raises the following question. Right, everyone is accepting this premise that we mentioned yesterday, namely that chatzos creates this change in sacrificial matter. Before chatzos is considered to be sacrificial limbs. After chatzos is considered to be ash. But Yosef says, now 1 second, who says that in order for this change to occur, ultimately the sacrificial limbs have to be on the mizbeach? Who said that? Who said that? Maybe halacha l'maisa.
It's still not right. Okay,
even if they're not on the
that's fine. Just leave it like that. The text is still not right. It needs to be exactly the same curvature as the circle, and it is not currently being made the exact same curvature. You need the curvature of the bottom of each letter to be exactly the same curvature and distance from the central circle. So equidistant lettering from the top of each letter to the outer circle, and equidistant lettering from the bottom of each letter to the bottom circle. Okay, put what I just put into
As long as it's kept
in
the
Discord
precincts of the Beis
into
Hamikdash, you are
ChatGPT, please.
good to go. So that's his shaila. So Shalchol Mitam, so they sent from Eretz. They sent from
all
Eretz.
that,
So what do they say? Hilchos Rav Yosef. That the halacha follows of Yosef. Now, we'll say now again, we're not finished yet. What the Gemara seems to be saying over here is that halacha l'maisa, as long as the sacrificial limbs are in the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, good. We're good. Even not on the top of the Mizbeach, as long as the Beis Hamikdash come chatzon, they are transformed into ash. Okay, see, Itmar Nami, so the discussion is not finished. Itmar Nami, the Gemara says, if you took the sacrificial limbs off the Mizbeach before chatzos, and again, I also want to point out, remember, we're vacillating a little bit back and forth between valid karbanos, invalid karbanos. So remember again, this case of you're dealing with valid karbanos, right? Valid karbanos. So again, you're just burning regular valid sacrificial limbs. Here's the case: it took it off. Now, Pirshu literally means they were removed. So right, the limbs were removed before chatzos, the chzir after chatzos, and then they were returned after chatzos. So what's the halacha? Lo nehanin v'lo mo'alin. Ultimately, again, you can't get hana, right? You can't get hana, but it's also not subject to law.
What is the best in the eye?
Whenever you see that formulation, what does that mean? What does that mean? Lo nehanin v'lo mo'alin.
This,
Ultimately, again, what that means is
for this style,
it's there's
how you are trying
whenever you
to
see
explain
lo
something
lo
to him to do,
it's no longer haggish, which essentially means
you
it's
can,
ash. It's ash.
learn this
But how does that distinguish
yourself.
lo now? I was saying there's no me'ilah, then ultimately again,
I
there's
know.
no me'ilah, it's not haggish. If it's not haggish,
okay.
you should be able to get hana. So whenever you see the formulation of
The top lettering
what does that
is
tell you?
not the same curvature.
So really
It needs to maintain the same curvature and have equidistant space exactly in the middle of the purple circle.
Which means that
you are not ensuring that there is equidistant space between the top and the bottom.
They consider it to be ash. And whilst you see from here, they were accepting the premise of Rav Yosef that in order to be
from Russia?
they need not to be
do you have your original logo? Just upload your original logo.
Incredible.
No, right there. Yeah, just like that. Yeah. Okay. Now, I'm gonna just one moment.
It's 4 lines in the end of the fourth line.
Do you see how this logo that I'm sending you keeps the spacing equidistant? That's what I want. Just make the text bigger.
So Rashi says over a more than one.
Okay, now go to Discord. Yeah.
Again, essentially, as long as those limbs are inside of the Beis Hamikdash, come chatzos, you're good to go, and they're considered to be ash, like the position of Rav Yosef. The Gemara says, "V'chein Tana Bar Kappa." So too again, Bar Kappa also taught. Pirshu kodem chatzos. If the limbs were removed before chatzos, v'chzirin la'achar chatzos, and they were returned to the mizbeach after chatzos, yotzim midei mi'ilah. They're no longer subject to mi'ilah. Which again, I was saying, makes it sound like halach l'maisa as long as there is.
I know you could do it.
To the Beis Hamikdash at chatzos,
I could put that in Photoshop.
Do you have Photoshop?
Matter to ash, and therefore again,
Yes,
you will no longer be subject to
that.
incredible.
Do you own Photoshop, or do you rent it, or do you use GIMP or something else?
So
We can, I can download this.
So it sounds like pretty much everybody's getting on board, right? We wrap up so like this.
And this is always
after you just said before that the halacha follows of Yosef. And after
No, I know. Do you have GIMP on your computer?
Seemingly, everybody agrees
No.
that even if you had sacrificial matter on the before
Yeah,
chatzos,
no, I
and
know.
you removed it
Okay,
before chatzos, and put it back
you can
on
download it, that's
sometime
fine.
after chatzos, whatever that time is, after chatzos, after avos, it doesn't seem to matter because everybody seems to accept this idea that chatzos affects a change in sacrificial matter, turning it from sacrificial matter into ash, and what? It doesn't matter where the sacrificial matter is. Well, that's not totally true.
When I was
Where does
in
it have to be?
school,
Where does it have to
I
be? In the Beis
Photoshopped
Hamikdash. Where doesn't it have to be? On the Mizbeach. So now that everyone seems to agree with that, and it's actually very interesting.
So I know this.
Okay, good. Go back to, while it's downloading, go back to ChatGPT and let's see if it got it right. If it didn't, it did not.
If everyone is agreeing that chatzos affects the change,
We can do this also.
turning it into ash. And the sacrificial
Yeah.
matter need not be on the
But
top of
I'm
his
not
back.
sure.
Wherever it is turned into ash. What
Yeah,
are
no, of
Rava
course
and
you can.
Rav Chisda arguing about? So it's very interesting. Amalei Bishmin. What are they talking about? So literally again, fatty pieces of meat. What does that mean? Look at Rashi Bishminim, about 10 lines into the short lines. Afilu hukshu le, afilu hukshu lo habi
It's a lot.
the shumer me'atam
That's okay.
me'asos desha.
So
So what they're arguing about is a fatty piece of meat. Now, what does this mean? A fatty piece of meat, they're talking about something
please
that
remove
after
the top
chatzos still has
text
some meat to it, even though it's hard
and leave
out
it
because
blank.
it's fatty. Ultimately, again, it doesn't
All right,
totally
go
dry
to
out.
Discord
And therefore, halacha,
and
even
copy
after
that.
chatzos, it's not.
We're gonna try one more thing.
But you want to suggest things like this.
Yep.
This idea that chatzos
No. Cancel. Just put the text in there.
still requires
Yep.
some, we'll call it comprehensive.
We'll need this
drying out of
anyways.
that piece of meat. So, it's
I mean, not necessary. There are other ways to do it. But
Chatzos, it should at least be like a piece of wood, dried out. So the mice, what are they arguing about? In a piece of meat that was fatty and therefore not dried out, that's where the machlokes is. Interesting. So therefore, again, you can't claim that chatzos automatically goes in and transforms that item into ash. At chatzos, when the item is clearly not ash. Okay, beautiful. So Rabba asked Rabbi Fai. So it says, therefore, I just want to point out that the Gemara seems to accept this premise that chatzos affects comprehensive change within carbonic matter, changing it from sacrificial limbs into ash, and amazingly enough, as long as the
Okay,
item
perfect.
is within the pieces
Okay,
of
now
the
one
Mizbeach
moment.
Mikdash, that change occurs.
Please
even if
put
it's not
the
on
word-
actual top of the Mizbeach. The one exception to that rule may be the case of where the piece of meat is fatty, and therefore again still retains some of its meat identity. Cool.
As large as possible at the top of this circle in circular text
So I'll say very interesting case over here. What about Lino?
in
What about Lino?
the font
Lino,
Cambria
Lino is the act
Italis.
of leaving over a carbon past its permitted window of consumption. So the shaila is like this. So Rav is asking from Rava, does Lina occur with sacrificial matter that is placed on the top of the Mizbeach? So they're right, if you leave something over the top of the Mizbeach, ultimately, again, does Lina set in? Somewhere says 1 second. Hey, Hidami, I don't understand. What's the case? Ilema the low yardu. So again, if the sacrificial matter never came off of the Mizbeach,
Okay,
Hi, Sugimar says,
let's try that one. Make sure I spelled your name correctly.
So it says, I don't understand.
Yes.
Remember, so if the item itself never left the Mizbeach, then what was it? Take a look at Rashi's moment. Ilema the low yardu. Osan shematzan b'shaka b'rosh ha-mizbeach shalom ma'aracha. So we'll say, so again, so now do the following, please. I put sacrificial
Okay.
matter on the Mizbeach
Create another
on
one.
Wednesday. And what happens? Comes Thursday
Yes.
morning, it's still
Yes.
there. So now the Gemara says, is that sacrificial matter? Is that hustle als lina? Lina is the prohibition, or I should say the
We needed that picture though. That's okay, we can do it again. No big deal.
I have this picture without.
Oh, bravo, girl. Bravo. Very impressive. Very, very impressive.
Then ultimately, again, I will say, then why would it be prohibited? Because why listen to this? Hashtag lanu ba'azara amret lo yerdu rosh mizbeach. And we'll say if you did actually, let's say you actually left over sacrificial matter in the base of the not in the mizbeach, but in the base of the itself, and then what? And then you inadvertently put it up on the mizbeach to burn it. What's the halacha? That's one of the things where, although you should not have put it up, if you put it up there, what's the halacha? Lo tered, it doesn't come down. So if something that wasn't supposed to go up,
Very
but once you
impressive
put it up,
information.
don't take it down, then what? Allah has kama b'kama, something that's already on the mizbeach, you're not going to take it down. So what's the case? This was the Ella yardu. Rather, it must be talking about a case ultimately where it was brought down from the mizbeach. So the case would be like this: I offered up a carbon on Wednesday, right? I put it on the mizbeach. I left it there until Thursday morning, and I didn't on top of the mizbeach, didn't do anything. Then I brought it down. So now the shaila is, what do I do with it? Can I bring it back up and burn it? Vela the yardu. So the Gemara says, okay, so what's the shaila? So on one hand, do we say this is actually a really beautiful Gemara? With the Raj's moment, El Diardu, Mina Mizbeach, La'achar Amud Ashakar Mibaylucha, Mi Habi Kishalam Benefsalim, Bamud Ashakar, Utram Bsul. So here's the shaila. So again, once again, just to reframe the case. So I go ahead, I offer up a carbon on Wednesday. I put it on this back. I left it there till Thursday morning without doing anything with it. Then it was taken off the Mizbeach. So the shaila is, what do we do with it? Now, what's the shaila? Simar says, on one hand, maybe we compare karbanos, sacrificial matter, left on the Mizbeach past its prescribed time to the lechem aponim, to the bread which is on the shulchan. How so? This is Gemara says, the shulchan midamina, this is incredible. This not afilu hein ala shulchan yomim rabim ein bekach klum. It's actually very interesting. If one went ahead and left, now remember, how does lechem aponim work? Lechem aponim was exchanged or was swapped out every week. Right? Remember again, every Shabbos, the Kohanim would change shifts. The outgoing shift would receive the lechem aponim of the previous week, and new lechem aponim would be put on the shulchan. Let's say, for argument's sake, 1 week, for whatever the reason, they did not bake the bread, and they left the previous week's bread on the shulchan. The Gemara says there's no interestingly enough, there's no psul of leftover bread. So what do you see here? This concept tells me that maybe when a designated item is left in its designated space, ultimately the psul of leaving it over doesn't set it.
Maybe the thing it thinks in the bush in the background. Okay, affirmation. Okay, yeah, I like that. The text is correct. Okay, you do too. Okay, now I would tell it, just one moment to make it easier. Please remove the center picture. So we just have the purple ring around and a plain white center. Remove the woman in the middle and the bushes.
Is it about?
Maybe
Isn't it?
At the end of the day, the Mizbeach is just like the ground. In other words,
yeah, what about it?
Purposes, there's no different if the sacrificial
Maybe it's
or it's left on the ground. Anyway, if it's left until dawn,
No, you're right.
burnt,
The circle is a little off.
Therefore, it is disqualified. And certainly, again, if you take it down from the
Maybe.
Mizbeach, what?
Maybe
You're
not.
taking
Maybe
it back
not.
up to burn.
What
So
about
is
the
it like
circle?
It
It doesn't look like a circle?
Remember again.
I see this is circle.
Sorry.
Yes,
The
of course.
Rabbah
But here
asked this
is
question of Rabbah.
optical
Rabbah
illusion.
responds, there is
It's
no
okay.
psul of lina
It's okay.
on
It's
the
fine.
top of the Mizbeach. That's how
I
we
thought
went ahead
that
and
the
said
AI
halacha l'maisa.
make up wrong.
There's no lina. There's no lina.
This is
So
not
ultimately,
a
again,
Not a
circle,
perfect
but a
circle.
kind of egg, you know?
Yeah,
I
I
Not
understand.
exactly circle.
Oval.
Because remember again, the big distinction, the reason why you wouldn't compare the Mizbeach to the Shulchan is the Shulchan is a Kli. The Shulchan is a Kli, the Mizbeach is not a Kli. So maybe
Those aren't herbs. Those aren't herbs. Herbs are like thyme and oregano and sage. Those are herbs. The thing that's behind you are bushes.
And therefore, not possible. So the Gemara says,
Herbs is not,
so again, so now the
for
shaila is,
example,
That's not what.
to drink. To drink. Herbs.
So again, Rabbah is a
Yeah. Tea is herbs.
Yes.
Did Rabbah accept this from the sorry? Did
Yes,
Rabbah
I wanted
accept this
to,
from him or not?
remember that word exactly.
Okay.
Herbs. I love herbs.
Yes, you do.
If there were sacrificial limbs that ultimately again remain.
Okay, I have.
There you go. Okay, now copy that. Save that.
Ultimately, again, we burn them the entire night. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And
And
then we're gonna open up again.
Listen to this. If now, we'll say now again, that's just a straightforward halacha. That when do you burn sacrificial limbs? Sacrificial limbs are burned throughout the night in the Beis Hamikdash. Lon b'rosho shel mizbeach. Now again, I will say, I'm sorry. One more piece about that first statement. You can burn the sacrificial lambs the entire night.
And night of mushrooms.
Entire night means until when? Until dawn, until alos. After alos, you can't burn the sacrificial
Did
lambs
you
ultimately again
eat
because there's an issue
any
of lina. However,
magic mushrooms, Rabbi, in your life?
Oh yeah,
but
definitely.
if halacha l'maisa again, the limbs were on the top of the mizbeach.
Lots.
Nekater v'holech li'olam. Ultimately, again, you
I
can
am
go ahead and
prepared.
burn it forever. So what do you see
Uh,
there?
for-
What do you see
in
there? That halacha l'maisa,
vacation,
if the limbs are on the top of the
I
mizbeach,
want to-
apparently there's no issue
Okay,
of
they're
lina,
fun.
right? Even the next morning, you can still burn. The next day, you can still.
Okay.
So Gemara says,
making
Gemara says,
meditation,
what happened?
and
Say now again. So
it-
Kate, just
prepare
to briefly show the cases.
inside.
Case number one.
To
Case number one.
uncover this.
I offered up a carbon on
Excellent.
Wednesday.
Okay.
The limbs are in the base hamikdash. I can burn that until dawn of Thursday, Thursday morning. If it's on the mizbeach, I can burn it forever. I offered up a carbon on the mizbeach. There's never a soul of lina. I can burn it forever. That's case two. Case three. Yardu. It was brought down from the mizbeach. So it was on the mizbeach,
Pictures.
now brought down from the mizbeach. What's the
One
halacha?
picture.
Rabba Amar Yalu. Rabba says ultimately again
Just
you can take them
pictures.
back up. Rabba Amar Lo Yalu. Rabba says no. Once they came down, you can't bring it back up. What do you see from here? Shmamina lo kibla minei shmamina. See here that Rabba obviously did not accept Rabba's rulings. Therefore, we'll say it turns out that it's a fundamental
Pictures,
focus.
yes.
Rabba and Rabba.
And
So we'll say
this
so now
one,
we can also
right?
crystallize the
Yes.
halacha because we saw
Okay.
that Rabba in just
Now
but halacha,
you're gonna,
so we say it as follows. If you sacrifice a carbon and those limbs are in the general base of Mikdash precinct, you have
probably
until
the
dawn
easiest
to go
way
ahead and burn them.
is to just
Once
save
you
this
put those
as a
limbs
GIMP
on the
document.
Mizbeach, how long do you have to burn them? Forever. Because when they're on the Mizbeach, there's no psul of lina on the Mizbeach itself. There's no disqualification of leaving it overnight on the Mizbeach itself. Therefore, if you leave it on the Mizbeach, you're good to go. What's the Shaila case? So those two cases,
Yes.
everyone
I did.
agrees.
Okay,
The
now
Shaila
let's
case,
remove that
they're
white
on the
circle.
Mizbeach, and now it came down and down.
Remove.
So essentially, I was like saying
I have
that once it was on the Mizbeach, it is
a
treated
knife
as still on the
in my
Mizbeach, and therefore
purse.
No, okay,
once
so
it came down,
no,
it's
not
subject
that,
to
not
lina.
that.
Rabba
Okay, you
says
want
once
the
it's on
magic
Mizbeach,
wand?
it's treated like it's on the Mizbeach, even though subsequently,
Yeah.
therefore no lina at all.
Okay, click
Rabba
the
says
magic
no,
wand in it. Yeah.
it is
Click
subject to lina. Therefore, once the next morning comes, you
Yeah.
have to return it to the
Okay,
top of the Mizbeach.
and
Rabba
press
says,
delete.
has things like halach, and therefore halacha l'maisa, once those limbs came off the Mizbeach, they are
Okay.
treated as if they're
Did
on
it
the
delete?
ground and not on the Mizbeach, and therefore will be subject to lina
It's
come
not.
the next morning.
Maybe here.
Therefore, if the next morning
Hold on.
comes
Go
and they're still
to
off the Mizbeach, halacha l'maisa, they are disqualified.
let's see
and
here. I
cannot
think
be
it's going to
brought
be
back up.
view,
Incredible.
and we want the
Let's go back
background
there.
to
Let's
not be
Mizbeach.
white. We
So
want
it's
it to be like
the
checkerboard.
the same way that the Mizbeach sanctifies, the Kedesh, the ramp sanctifies, and the Kishari sanctifies. Says the Martan Rabbanon, Hano gave a Mizbeach, so the Lashon of the Pasuk is anything that touches the Mizbeach, Yikdash.
So it's like layers, so that the layers are checkerboard, so that we know where the back layer is.
I don't know that even I will say the ramp has the ability to sanctify something. Talmud Lomar S Hamizbeach. So we'll say S. S in general, again, I will say is a ribu. Is the word
Okay,
that comes
that's
to
okay.
include other items.
Do you have layers
So
on?
to include the ramp. So the Gemara says. Klishares mina. I'm sorry.
These layers.
Klishares mina. How do you know that?
Okay,
Klishares utensil also has the ability
well,
to
it's a
go ahead and
feature
sanctify something.
so that you can do things on different levels. But if you don't have that, that's okay. All right, here's what we're gonna do.
Yeah,
Here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. Just stop. Here's what we're gonna do. Take your. This is fine. Get your picture that you like of your face and put it on top.
To sanctify something that is valid.
Yep.
Here.
There you go.
I am.
Yep. Okay, and let's size it.
There's what the Gemara thinks Rish Lakish is asking, and then we're going to see what Rish Lakish is
Okay, but it's got to be a.
What the Gemara thinks it's asking.
Yeah. But you're still too big.
Who's Saba the Indian?
It will be maybe here. And
Thought that Rish Lakish was asking in terms of like redemption. In other words,
I can find this.
do we say
Like
that
scaling?
let's say we put a
Scale
Yeah,
already.
scaling. Yeah.
into a klisharis. Mikad shekidusha sagopa nafkulu l'chulin, the kachak li avabishitmea olo kach. Now we assume that what what Shagish is asking is that maybe let's say you put an invalid carbon into a Pisharis. Let's say you put a carbon mincha that's tame.
Can you just grab the corner
Does that make the
of the
carbon
picture?
Mincha, does it sanctify it to the point that that
but
mincha
it's
has no
not
redemption?
No, not that
the
one.
Shagish
That
is
one.
asking.
Yeah. Do the corner
We learned this.
and see if it's
Here?
no. The corner of your picture of your face.
The answer is yes.
The corner.
Corner.
The ramp consecrates something, so to
Okay,
Pisharis
just moving
consecrates
it.
something. And
Okay,
even if
that's fine.
again,
Yeah,
is possible,
yeah.
the Pisharis ultimately were consecrated. I'm not no.
No matter what.
I understand.
This
I
is
understand.
the back.
I understand. Okay, so just change the
offering it up. If you
scale.
put something that is coming into a Pisharis,
Yes, I am
essentially, does the
searching for
Pisharis have
that.
the ability to transform that item into something that could actually be offered
A
up?
lot
So
of
the Gemara says,
settings.
so
Yes.
we learned that as well. On the Bezor side,
I have
remember again, there's actually a quote from the previous Mishnah.
okay.
Smaller.
The Zarku as Damo. Remember again, we saw about like one of the disqualification cases was where somebody ultimately, again, who was puzzled, did Kabbalah and ultimately
Here.
did Zrika. My love, Shekiblu Psulin, the Zarku.
Small.
Are we not talking about a case where ultimately, again, someone who was puzzled did the Kabbalah and did this Zrika?
Yeah, it's a little too small. That's pretty good.
She says,
But maybe a little bigger.
Yeah, we'll see. Now, what ended up happening?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the Gemara says, are we not talking about a case where ultimately, again, like somebody who was puzzled, whatever the case was, a Kohen was coming, right? A Kohen was coming, did the Kabbalah,
Little bit smaller.
the Hadar Zarku Psul. And afterwards, again, Zrika was done by someone who was puzzled as well.
Okay.
Okay.
And
And now open the other let's see here. Can you you've got the purple circle in the back. Can you make that go on top? Yeah, that one. And you say move to top. Yeah, right click on it and it should say move to top or move to front. Move to front.
The process is done. The covenant is invalid. Who cares? Even if Aaron Cohen, right? Aaron Cohen came back.
Right click on the purple circle.
Because the apostle did
and then it should say order, move to front.
Why do you need to bring this as a case where someone who was puzzled did Zrika? Ultimately, again, it is going to be invalidated already from Kabbalah.
You have any words of that?
Oh, that's exactly what it will say. That's okay. Open another one of the purple circles. Just press open. Open another purple circle.
Another one.
Yep, another one.
Now, listen, here's what's interesting. Now, if you understand the following idea, maybe it's okay about
Or just drag that there. Just drag that.
If you take carbonic
Just
matter that is
you can hit
possible,
cancel. Cancel. No. Cancel. Cancel. Yeah. Go to you remember how you drag your face onto that? Drag the purple circle onto there. No. Okay, go to your files where your files are.
A Kohen was puzzled, did Kabbalah, and then a Kohen was puzzled, did Zrika. Now, why
No.
do both of those
Here.
cases should be enough? The carbon should
No.
be valid if a
Well,
Kohen
maybe.
was
I don't know. I
puzzled,
can't
did
see.
Kabbalah. Once that
Just
happens,
drag the
but I don't
purple
know how you
circle
see from here. It must be
onto that
that when the
canvas.
Kohen was puzzled, does Kabbalah.
Okay, did you just
So
do
that-
it?
that's puzzle.
Yeah, exactly. Did you just do
When
it?
that blood comes into a Pisharis, that Pisharis
Okay,
renders
now
the
take the
blood
magic
renders the
magic
blood
wand
kosher.
and delete the
Which would
center
then
circle.
mean if a Kohen
And your
kosher
picture
did
should
the
show up.
Zrika, the carbon would actually be good.
I am
The
here.
only reason it's invalid is why? Because a
I
Kohen's
did not.
puzzle is now coming to do the
Here.
Zrika.
I have.
So what do you see
Yeah,
from here?
and delete
The
the
placement of an invalid
delete
carbon
the
into a
white.
Pisharis renders the carbon
It's not
fit.
copying.
So it's so dramatic. That's what Yochanan is asking the Shaila. It is answering the Shaila, to which the Gemara said, "Lo, that's not the case. That's not the case. Lo, shekiblu psulin, inami shezarku
copying.
psulin." So Gemara says, "No, Gemara says,
Maybe-
that's not the case."
Hold on. Just press
He's
delete
asking, the way
on the
reading
with the
Mishnah
white.
is that either we're talking about a Kohen, a
Just
puzzle
right
Kohen
there.
who did
Click that.
Kabbalah,
Press
or
delete.
a puzzle
Don't
coin with
click
disregard.
anything. Just press delete.
We're reading the case as
on
a puzzle
the
coin
keyboard.
with
On the
another
keyboard.
puzzle coin disregard. And if that's the case,
Mm.
it must be that the Klisharis renders the
It's
blood
not anything.
in the middle,
Okay,
and then
that's
the
all right.
second coin, the second
Um,
puzzle coin does regard messes it up again.
Go back.
Maybe
Go back to the picture of your face.
To rectify even invalid carbonic
Control
matter. So
and
see where it says you're reading the
Control,
Mishnah
press
wrong.
Control
The way to read the
and
Mishnah is either
delete.
or.
Try it.
Either a
Try
Kohen puzzle did Kabbalah or a Kohen puzzle did
That circle that's currently highlighted. Right click on it and right click on it. And is there something that says remove or delete?
Will not rectify. It's different
It's cut. Control
Not cut.
That placement
Just should be
Not
invalid carbonic
No,
matter
not
into
cut.
the Sharis will not rectify the invalid carbonic matter. And therefore, halacha l'maisa,
delete.
yeah.
halacha l'maisa,
It did not
as
delete.
powerful as a Klisharis is,
Okay.
powerful as a Klisharis is,
There's a reason for
ultimately,
this.
again, it
All right.
can't
Do you
turn
see
invalid sacrificial
on the left
blood
side? Do you see
into
anything
valid
that says
sacrificial blood? We'll
on
see
the
that's
left
a
side?
tremendous
Anything that says
responsibility as well,
layers?
which is that nothing outside of
No.
an item can change the item. Only an item can change
Okay.
itself. Right?
Go
Once
back to
blood
the
is
picture of
invalid,
yourself.
The blood is invalid. You could put invalid blood in the most beautiful
I
Klisharis,
can Google
right?
it.
The holiest
No,
Klisharis.
just go back to the
Klisharis
picture of
that was used for every
yourself.
single coin since Aaron Cohen, right? But halacha
Because if you don't know how to
l'maisa,
use
change
layers,
cannot
it'll take a
occur
little while to
from
learn.
anything
There are
external.
easier ways to do it.
In
Just
order
go
for
back to the
something
picture of
change,
yourself.
change has to occur.
Invisible.
Invalid blood is invalid blood because it's invalid
Yes.
blood.
Oh, perfect.
Nothing
Hold on.
outside of
That's
invalid
what we
blood
wanted. That
can
layer.
make
See in the
invalid
background,
blood.
it's
That should
checkerboard.
make invalid blood. Now, true, that's by inanimate object. The both side, but what is true
Yeah.
for blood
Now
Yes.
is
cut,
also true for
cut,
people.
cut that
A lot of
picture.
times
Just
we
cut.
can
Just right click and press
other
cut
people to
of
change
your
us, our
face. Just press on your face.
circumstances. If only
Right
I
click
had
and
this,
press
I'd be
cut.
like this. If only I was in this situation, I'd be like this. Change comes from within. Change comes from within. You
Yes.
have the most beautiful
I don't have
Klisharis in the
face.
world.
Yeah.
But the
Exactly.
only way
Now
to
go back
fundamentally
to the
change yourself is to
go back to
change
the
yourself.
circle with the
Nothing
purple circle.
external to you
Yeah,
can
and
ever
hit paste.
fundamentally change who and what you are. It's true for blood, and it's true for us. Another question. Agra Mizbeach, can Mizbeach tell me, oh no. We'll say 3 lines up from the top,
It's a
87B.
control.
Control
The
V.
airspace of Mizbeach. So we'll say very
NG,
interesting
yeah?
case over here.
Yes.
What's the status
Control
of
V
the
is in
airspace
Victor.
of Mizbeach? Agra Mizbeach, can Mizbeach tell me, oh no. Is the airspace of the Mizbeach like the Mizbeach or not? So we'll say,
Oh, okay.
this is actually very
I got
interesting,
something.
Shaila. So the Gemara says, Tashma.
Or you can just press no. Yeah, but not. That's not what we want. We want the purple circle.
So the ramp consecrates as well. And listen, now watch this. That's
And
really
maybe I
interesting.
can copy this.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
So you say that airspace is not like the Mizbeach itself. Then Avi Kevesh Nami Latke Kevesh Nami. Then again, about say we assume over here.
Yeah. Now hit paste. Control V.
Mizbeach, Kevesh, ramp, and Klisharis
Yes, it's
together.
not
Whatever is
doing
true
nothing.
for one of those things will be true for all of them. So now the Gemara is asking,
All right.
what is the status of the airspace of the Mizbeach? Is the airspace like the Mizbeach or not?
Okay.
So the Gemara
Go
says,
to
if
go
you say
to
not, if you
Microsoft
say
Paint.
not, then that would mean that therefore the airspace of the ramp is also not
No,
like
Microsoft
the
Paint.
ramp.
It's a
If
different
that's the
program.
case, so this is very interesting. Heichi,
Yep.
Masik Le'mi Kevesh LeMizbeach.
Open up the purple
How
circle.
can you ever transport sacrificial matter from the ramp to the Mizbeach? Havi Le Yorut. It would be as if it came off the Mizbeach. Now, what does this mean?
Just the white with the white in the middle.
Just loaded.
Without the
Rashi
yeah,
says,
without
"Heichi Masik Le'mi
just the
Kevesh
one with the
LeMizbeach."
white in the
The
middle.
Gemara says, "Ha,
No,
ki
the one with the white in the
Rabba
middle.
Ahira Kevesh, Havi Le Yorut."
Not that one.
So also, so interestingly enough,
Here.
Yes,
like
ma'am.
this.
Okay, now press
If the
Control
airspace is
V.
not like the actual area itself. That means when you lift
There you go.
something
Yeah.
up on
Now-
the ramp, so again,
now
even
scale
saying
it.
Now, this is actually quite an assumption that even when the coin lifts something up, it's in the airspace of the ramp. And when it's in the airspace of the ramp, it's not like on the ramp. If that's the case, then every sacrificial item that you bring up the ramp ultimately, again, is not on the ramp, and it's as if it's been brought down from the Mizbeach. If it's been like Yorut, and therefore, again, I will say, we've seen many different cases where once an item is considered to be like it's off the Mizbeach, it can't be brought back on. So if airspace is not like primary space, then how are you bringing many items from the ramp to the Mizbeach itself?
Okay.
To which the Gemara says that's not a big deal.
It is very good.
Sorry.
Okay.
Dinagile.
There you go.
Dinagile
There's your
literally
picture.
means you're
There's
dragging
your logo.
it. Okay, you're dragging it.
Okay.
And therefore, again, because
Especially
you're dragging it,
when
ultimately, obviously, if you're dragging
I
it,
feel
it's quite
how
literally
we
on the
work
kevesh,
on
and
it
then goes
for
right
a long
onto the
time,
mizbeach. But
and
even
it's
so,
even
the
much
ha'avir usually
more
kevesh the
satisfying.
mizbeach. So it's actually a very
Yeah,
interesting
but
fact. There
like-
was a gap.
All right.
There was a
so
gap.
yeah.
We've actually seen
Okay,
this
so
before. There
save
was a
it.
gap between the end of the ramp and the top of the mizbeach. So even if you're dragging it,
Yeah, and JPEG, both of them.
Again, there's always going to be that airspace. So because of that,
JPEG
aren't you by
better movie?
definition,
Both.
aren't
Save
you
it as
again,
both.
if you hold that airspace is not like the primary space,
The second
again,
one.
you're still getting
No.
off the red, you're getting off the mizbeach. To which the Gemara says is very interesting. Rubo, the kevesh,
Yes, ma'am.
Rubo the mizbeach ki mizbeach. So this is actually quite interesting. The Gemara says you're right, but in general,
What
even
is it?
if you hold that airspace is not like the primary space,
A
halacha
JPEG.
myself,
It's
wherever
a
the
file
majority of
type.
the sacrificial matter is situated, ultimately, again, that's where the carbon
Okay.
is considered to be. So,
Now
for example, if we go against
you make
if you're
this
dragging it over here,
your
if the majority
logo
of
on
the
all your
carbon
social
is
media. So
on
change all your
kevesh,
social
then it's on
media,
kevesh.
your
If the majority
YouTube,
is on
your
top of the
Twitch,
mizbeach,
your
then it's
Twitter,
on the
everything.
mizbeach. So
And
what's interestingly enough,
let me know when
even though
you're
there
done.
may be some part of it
I'll
that's
be right back.
in the gap, the majority
Okay.
of it is always going to be somewhere. Tif showed me all. The Gemara says, let's answer both sides. Now remember again, we still haven't answered the primary question. The Gemara is operating under an assumption. But Allah at the end of the day, do we say that airspace is like the Mizbeach or not? So Tif showed me all. Let's answer it from here. The boy Ryan Barcham has the following kasha. Yesh chibor the olin, olo. So ultimately, again, I want to say, is there chibor? Is there connection ultimately again to those things being brought up on the Mizbeach or not? Or not. We'll say, look at Rashi in just a moment. Yesh chibor ba'olin, telo chashvinu lehu kiman demifras ba'alina b'hu basa rubav. Or in chibor, they will say that again. In general, this is a little bit of a related question, but a separate question. When an item is on the Mizbeach, or for that matter, again, on the ramp, and halacha l'maisa, the whole item is not, right? Let's say the majority
Do you know how to
of it is on
change
the
it?
Mizbeach, but part of it is not on the Mizbeach. Is there chibur? Is there
I'm
connection? Do
searching.
we say that ultimately,
Okay,
again,
can you
wherever
just
the
click on
majority
it?
is, the minority part of the sacrificial matter is considered to be attached to the majority or not? So the Gemara says,
On what?
Go back to the back button on settings. Just account. Just go under account. Yeah.
Now, also, to be clear, that at least that question we are answering. That Allah wherever the majority of the sacrificial matter is situated, that's
there.
where the
There.
carbon
Just
is
click on your
considered
picture.
to be. To which the Gemara says,
Nothing is here.
Okay. Go down. On the left, you see design. It's the third one down. Yeah.
Oh,
There you go.
So it's very interesting. It's very interesting.
yeah.
So if you indeed hold that the airspace of the Mizbeach ultimately again is like the Mizbeach, right? Making that assumption.
Okay,
And
beautiful.
how do you ever do this?
Update theme
How
to
do you
match.
ever
Yes,
have a
I would.
case
If that's your
of
favorite color.
Pigel by machshava sa'of? Or how do you ever have
Okay.
machshava? Sorry. How do you ever have pigel
Okay,
by oath?
now,
what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says ola sa'of. So why is it bringing that ola sa'of?
So you can do all the updates.
Ola sa'of is the malika is
So
done
do
on the top of the
Instagram and
Mizbeach,
YouTube
the chatos,
and
which is
Kick.
down on chatasol, which is done on malika is done on the ground level. Ultimately, ola sa'of, the malika is done on the top of the Mizbeach. Now watch. Let's just
Yeah, we're gonna change something though. Hold on.
Rashi says, we'll say it's Rashi.
All right,
third
so
to last
YouTube,
short line, front lines get
that's
away.
fine. Instagram, that's fine. Scroll down. Hold on. Looking for more videos. X, that's fine. Twitch, that's fine. Linktree footer, that's fine. Keep scrolling down.
And then he has a machshava to go ahead, I don't know, and
Keep scrolling down.
doing this 2 days later.
Is
So the
this?
Gemara says, why
Is it
should
the
that be
bottom?
valid?
Okay,
Because
go to
after
the,
all, if we say that the Mizbeach ultimate, the
see where it says
Mizbeach like
Linktree
the
footer?
Mizbeach,
You can
so
shut
then
that off.
footer is already absorbed onto the Mizbeach. If it's absorbed onto the Mizbeach, so why should the
No,
Machshavas
click
people
X.
even invalidate it at all? So fascinating.
Yeah. Okay, do you see it says link tree footer? It's the last toggle.
Why not? I don't see you can say
Yeah, shut that off. Oh, you can't? Okay, no big deal. All right.
So you could say ultimately.
Let's see here. Let's look at what it looks like.
On the condition to
Control.
again,
I can
take
actually
it down
hear
tomorrow, and then
my
ultimately
server.
again take it back up. And
You have a server? Yeah, you absolutely can. Now, you have to do something though. So you want to go to new, create new invite link. Now this is important. No. Scroll down. Scroll down. Oh no, not send invite link. It's okay. Get out of here. Okay. Right click on your your welcome. Do you have a welcome? No, at the top. Scroll all the way to the top. Is there a welcome? Yeah. Invite to create server invite. Okay. Okay, wait. Now, do you see at the bottom of this, it says that one? Yeah, that's what you want. Really important. This is really important. Okay, change that to unlimited and or never, hold on. And then uses, whatever the second one is. What's the second one? What's that say?
Maximal use count of using.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay, excellent. Okay, now create that one. That's what you want to do. If not, it would expire in 7 days. Okay, now copy that. And then go here. Yeah. And then you're gonna add the link. I think it just says paste the link. No, add right there. Just hit Control V. No, press add. And just Control V. There you go. Discord server. There you go. Okay. Now hold on. Scroll up. Okay. Do you see where it says Discord server URL? That's good. Scroll down a little bit.
If you can, I implore you to reach out. These relationships are like fine.
Yeah, you want to change the name.
Which you would never lose track.
I would just call it. I would just call it my Discord.
Which again is the word Paz.
Or join my Discord.
Gold, fine gold, is dedicated in her memory and her Hashem should have an aliyah. Absolutely beautiful. Also, we hope that all of the Neshamas have an aliyah.
Just right. Join my Discord. No, capital D on Discord.
We should be Zochar Hashem to reconcile all of our fractured relationships. So we'll say, with that, let us begin today's.
Okay, now turn the toggle on.
Yep.
And what's that other stuff say?
Literally, X. Up on the bottom, a really beautiful Gemara ahead of us.
What does that other stuff say? Hold on, go to the top. Go to the top. Scroll up to the top. What does that say? Just join my Discord, and then you've got the pipette, and then what does that say?
Yeah. Write to me and forward like minutes like manifest the name of
okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, now turn the toggle on. Yeah. Okay, now let's look at what your link tree looks like. So, new tab.
Says they essentially become ash after the second chatzos. So in other words, you put them back.
Yes, on YouTube change
No, don't do that yet. Don't do that yet. Just go to linktree.com/Aframashia_Illuminati.
Ultimately, again, they are considered to be ash. What is Rav Chisda's logic? Umar says, so chatzos, which ultimately again does not create lina. Again, lina is the psul of leaving over sacrificial matter.
Okay.
This is AliExpress.
So lina doesn't really set in until dawn. So chatzos, which doesn't, right? So
/.
So chatzos, which does not
For
affect
slash I
Eino,
have.
does affect
I'm
equal.
not
Equal
sure.
means reduction to ash.
Underscore Illuminati.
So the Avodah Shachar by dawn will ultimately
And
again
enter.
Selina
Enter.
does take effect. Eino din sha'os equal. It should certainly go ahead and reduce
There you
Okay.
the
Hold
carbon
on.
to ash.
Now
And that's
scroll
why
down.
Hista says that halacha l'maisa,
Okay,
if
we're
it
gonna
was
change
removed
some of
before
these.
chatzos, put it back
Okay.
on. You put it back on after chatzos.
Let's go
dawn,
back to your
will
link tree.
ultimately again
Keep this
halachically
open.
make it into ash.
Go back
Okay,
to your
incredible.
link tree.
That's case one. Case two.
Yeah.
Perishing
Okay.
kol chatzos
Now
ve'ezir
go
la'achar-
to
la'achar moed hashachar.
scroll down.
What about the following case? You removed the
Go
sacrificial lambs
to
before chatzos.
Instagram.
You ended up putting them back on
No,
after
Instagram.
Amos HaShachar.
Yeah.
So
And
what's the look in that case? So Rabba
that stuff's fine. Okay, Instagram profile link, that's fine. What, hold on, thumbnail. We want to remove your thumbnail. So, no, close that. No, close that.
When you
Yeah.
put them on, you're going to need the next chatzos, the next midnight.
What does that next
in
thing
order
say?
to go ahead and make them into
Animate.
halachic ash.
Yeah, not
Rav
yet.
Chisda
Next
says
thing,
in that
schedule,
case-
no.
In that case,
Next thing,
ultimately, ein bohen
lock,
equal
no.
olam.
Go to
I will say
the
that literally
far
what that
left,
sounds like is they never become ash. Now, that
the
can't be
Instagram
true. What
logo.
that means is they become ash only once they actually become
It's
ash. In
your
other words, the novel
Instagram
case
logo.
is
That
the
one.
local license
Instagram.
in
Click
general
that
sense, remove
profile
the
link.
sacrificial limbs on the mizbeach before chatzos.
Instagram
Then
profile link.
chatzos
Yeah.
comes. So
Yeah.
what occurs?
Okay.
They become ash.
Open
Now,
Instagram. Where?
halachically,
Okay,
designated
that's
as
fine.
ash, even though what?
Instagram
You know
account.
what?
Connect
They may
Instagram
not
account.
actually be ash. What Rav Chisda is saying is like this. In this case, where you remove it before
See where it says
chatzos,
layout?
put it on after Amos HaShachar.
Yeah, there you
In that
go.
case, the only way for it to become
Classic
ash
feature.
is literally
It should be
you
classic.
leave it there.
Maybe that
until
wasn't
it actually
Instagram that we
becomes
saw.
ash.
Go back to your
Incredible.
link tree.
Rashi says it's the last white line in Rashi.
Your yeah, there you go. Okay, what is that? Maybe that's your YouTube. Oh, that's your YouTube. Go back to the settings of it of Linktree. Yeah, go to your YouTube one. Yeah, YouTube. Click on the YouTube one and layout. Oh wait, remove. Remove. Do you see it says change or remove? Hit remove, and then good. Now we can always re-add it, but I want them to just look the same. Refresh.
It will be the
That's fine. That's what I.
it should be classic,
Classic.
right?
Exactly. We can add things in the future, but for right now, I just want them to look the same. Now hit refresh.
Ultimately, the sacrificial limbs have to be on the
There you go.
mizbeach.
Perfect.
Who
Okay.
said that?
Now
Who said that?
next to YouTube, go to.
Maybe halacha l'maisa, as long as the limbs are
Now you
synced
can
with
change.
the mizbeach,
Well,
even if they're
okay.
not on the
Go to your
mizbeach
YouTube. Let's change
itself,
all your
maybe chatzos turns them into
profile
ash.
pictures
That's possible.
to be the new one.
Gemara says, so Maskiv Rav Yosef. Rav Yosef raised the kasha. Uman limalon de chatzos barosh hamizbeach mashule equal. Who says that it's chatzos? Who says that you have to be on top of the mizbeach in order to be considered ash? Dilma kol hecha the mashkecha lehu mashule equal. Maybe as long as sacrificial
Yeah.
are in Hamikdash,
Yeah. Customize channel,
they are turned into ash come chatzos.
and then it's.
Maybe that's possible.
Now we're gonna create a header for you as well.
Obviously, if that's the case,
Maybe not today. Okay.
Okay.
Then I must go with
because
my
then
dog.
even if
and
it was
go to
removed
sleep.
from the mizbeach before
Okay, make
chatzos,
sure
as
that's
long as it's
exactly
in pieces of the Beis
the
Hamikdash,
circle.
you are
No
good to
outline.
go. So that's his shaila. So Shalom Mitam. So
No,
they send from
it's
Yechon,
not
they start
because,
so what do they say?
Because it's not a perfect circle.
Yes, so it was an illusion
Okay.
of the illusion.
As long as the
Oh, wait,
sacrificial in the
maybe,
precincts
but
of the Beis
for me,
Hamikdash,
it will be very good.
we're good. Even if they're
Or
not
maybe
on
like,
the actual top of the mizbeach,
That's okay. It
as
can
long
be
as
a little
they
bigger.
are transformed into ash.
a little smaller, maybe like that.
No, don't have it get cut off. No. Have it just be a little bigger.
Like
If you
this,
took the sacrificial limbs off the mizbeach before chatzos, and again, I also want to point out,
like
remember,
this.
we're vacillating a little bit back and forth.
Oh, maybe it
Valid
is.
karbanos, invalid karbanos. So remember again, this case of yours dealing with valid karbanos, right? Valid karbanos. So again, you're
I
just
don't
burning
see on my
regular
eyes.
valid
Wait.
sacrificial limbs. Here's the case. You took it off. Now, Pirshu
That's
literally
okay.
means said.
Okay, it must be something like
So right, the limbs were removed before chatzos, v'chzir acher chatzos, and then they were returned after chatzos. So what's the halacha? Lo nehanin v'lo mo'alin. Ultimately, again, you can't get hana, right? You can't get hana, but it's also not subject to ni'ilah. So what says? Remember again, whenever you see that formulation, what does that mean? What does that mean? Lo nehanin v'lo mo'alin. Ultimately,
Yes,
again,
like
what that
this.
means
That's
is
fine.
halacha l'maisa. It's there's
Okay.
change.
Change.
Whenever
Or
you see low moral means
it
it's no
changed
longer
it.
ash.
Cancel.
Which essentially
But you have
means
to update it, I
ash.
think, at the top.
It's ash. But how does that stem with low net?
Maybe not. There you go. There you
Then ultimately, again,
Okay.
you told me that it's not hektish.
It
It's
didn't.
hektish, you should be able to get hana. So whenever you see that formulation of low nanin below morlin, what does that tell you? Dirabanan. So really, look what the Gemara is saying over here. Rebbe says that if the limbs were taken off after chatzos, and they were before chatzos, and they were returned after chatzos, lo nanin v'lo morlin, which means that halacha l'maisa, they are considered to be hektish. They're considered to be They're considered to be ash. They're considered to be ash. And whilst you see from here, they were accepting the premise of Rav Yosef that in order to be transformed into ash, they need not to be on the top of the mizbeach, rather they just have to be in the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash. Incredible. And in fact, if you take a look at Rashi, it's actually Rashi, Kolecha the Mishkach, this little, if you notice in that Rashi, there's like a 2 dots. It's in the short lines, it's 4 lines in the end of the 4th line. In Molin by Me'im Tzarech Lach Ziran. So on one hand, if it was there before Chatzos, you took it off before Chatzos and you put it back on after Chatzos. So Rashi says over a more than one. Again, essentially, as long as those limbs are inside
Okay.
the Beis Hamikdash, come
Do
Chatzos,
the same
you're
on
good to go,
Kick,
and they're considered
Rumble,
to be ash, like
Twitch.
the position of Rav Yosef.
X.
The Gemara says, "V'chein Tana Bar Kafra." So too again, Bar Kafra also taught. Pirshu kodim chatzos. If the limbs were removed before chatzos, v'chziran la'achar chatzos, and they were returned to the mizbeach after chatzos, yotzim midei mi'ilah. They're no longer subject to mi'ilah. Which again, Rabbi Say makes it sound like halach l'maisa. As long as they were somewhere in the precinct of the Beis Hamikdash at chatzos, chatzos affects that change from sacrificial matter to ash. And therefore, again, they will no longer be subject to mi'ilah. Incredible. So Papa says that by V'chini Akar Yishal Chamitam, Hilchasat Rav Yosef, V'Amr Rav Chia Bar Abba, V'chein Tani Bar Kapra. So Rabba Rav Chisda B'may Pligi. So Moshe said, now here's what's interesting. So it sounds like pretty much everybody's getting on board, right? So Rav Papa said like this. Moses Tabai. So after we just said before that the halacha follows Rav Yosef. And after Bar Abba also supported that. And then Bar Kapra also supported that. So
Yeah, it's still not right, though.
Everybody agrees that even if you have sacrificial matter on the Mizbeach before Chatzos, and you removed it before Chatzos, and put it back on sometime after Chatzos, whatever that time is, after Chatzos, after Avos, it doesn't seem to matter, because everybody seems to accept this idea that that Chatzos affects a change in sacrificial matter.
No, check me on other socials. Doesn't sound correct in the English. You could say check me out on other socials. Check me out on other socials. But I would say follow me on all my social media. That's telling them what to do. You just don't want them to look at you, follow you. Follow me on all my social media. Or all my socials. And then I would also say on
everyone is agreeing.
No, follow me on all my socials, not my all my socials.
Follow.
Just delete it all. Delete everything at the top. We'll do it again. Yes. Delete. Okay. So write, please follow
about 10 lines into the short lines.
Me on all
So what they're arguing about is a fatty piece
my
of meat. Now, what does this mean? A fatty piece of meat, they're talking about
socials.
something that even after chatzos still has
colon
some meat to it, even though it's hardened out because it's
there you
fatty.
Go.
Ultimately, again, it doesn't totally dry out, and therefore halacha l'maisa, even after chatzos, it's not ash. In other words, But you want to just think like this idea that chatzos changes sacrificial matter
Hold on.
to ash
In the website there,
still
put
requires
your
some
linktree.com
drawing out of that piece.
Affirmatio Illuminati. Now, here's another thing that you can do. And this is my recommendation. You want people to trust this link. So instead of using linktree.ee, just do linktree.com.
So therefore, again, you can't claim that chatzos automatically
here, okay. Remember when we were looking at your link tree online? Go to the link tree online. The different tab. It's a different tab. That one. Okay.
This premise that chatzos affects comprehensive change.
Copy the link in the browser.
To ash, and amazingly enough, as long as the item is within the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash,
and then go back, and let's go back to wherever you were.
The actual top of the Mizbeach. The one exception to that rule may be
the other on X or wherever that platform was,
and therefore again still retains some of its unique identity.
Yeah, there. Put the link in there. Paste the link there. Let me make sure it's the right one.
So it's a very interesting case over here. What about Lina?
Nope, then not what I want. Okay, so we're going to walk through this. HTTPS is fine. Hold on. HTTPS is fine. Colon is fine. // is fine. Remove the linktr.ee.
So that if you leave something over the top of the
yes.
Ultimately, again, does Lina set in? Where's the 1 second?
Okay, now put in capital L.
What's the case? So again, if the sacrificial matter
small I. Linktree, yeah, .com. Linktree.com. No, go back. No, go back. Remove the .com. Remove the dot. 2 E's. EE. Now .com.
So again,
yes.
I put sacrificial matter on the
and take that and put it in the top.
It's still there.
Check it. Make sure it's the right.
Is that sacrificial matter?
Yeah. Yeah. So this is a little bit more verified of a link. It's more trusted of a link than the short link, if that makes sense. So then you want to save.
So what's the case? If it never came down from the Mizbeach at all, then again, I will say, then why would it be prohibited?
And do
let's say if you did actually, let's say you actually left over sacrificial matter in the basement itself, and then what? And then you inadvertently put it up on the Mizbeach to burn it. What's the halacha? That's one of the things where although you should not have put it up, if you put it up there, what's the halacha? Lotere, it doesn't come down. So if something that wasn't supposed to go up, but once you put it up, don't take it down, then what? Allah has come up, something that's already on the Mizbeach, you're not going to take it down. So what's the case? Rather, it must be talking about a case ultimately where it was brought down from the Mizbeach. So the case would be like this. I offered up a carbon on Wednesday, and I put it on the Mizbeach. I left it there until Thursday morning, and I didn't.
Maybe that's
I brought it down. So now the shaila is, what do I do with it? Can I bring it back up and burn it? So the Gemara says, okay. So what's the shaila? So on one hand, do we say this is actually a really beautiful Gemara? With your Raj's moment, I would be argue.
Why do you want to keep that one? Okay, why do you want to keep? Okay, but why do you want to keep it?
So I go ahead. I offer up a carbon on Wednesday. I put it on the Mizbeach. I left it there till Thursday morning without doing anything with it. Then it was taken off the Mizbeach. So the shaila is, what do we do with it? Now, what's the shaila? Simara says, on one hand, the shulchan maybe
sentimental value, yeah.
Sacrificial matter left on the Mizbeach past its prescribed time to the lechem hapanim, to the bread which is on the shulchan. How so? The shulchan, this is incredible. This not afilu hein ala shulchan yomim rabin in Bekach Klum.
Like
It's actually very
No,
interesting.
no. Afirmasha, you're an artist. You can do better than that. Go back, change it. You're an artist. Come on, you got a better eye than that. Even I can see that wasn't right. Make it right.
Received the lechem aponim of the previous week, and new lechem aponim would be
it's
put
only
on the
two
shoulder.
sides.
Let's say for
Oh.
whatever the reason.
Oh, interesting. Only two
And
sides.
they left the previous
Oh,
week's
apologies.
bread on the shoulder.
Oh, wait, there you
Says
wait. Hold
there's
on.
no lina. There's no lina.
Okay,
Interestingly
let's go
enough,
back out.
There's no psul of leftover bread. So what do you see from here? This concept tells me that maybe
I see. We need to make this picture bigger,
item
but that's
is
okay.
left
Okay,
designated
that's okay.
space.
That's fine.
Ultimately, the psul of leaving it over of lina doesn't set in. So you'll say the same thing by a carbon.
Okay, it's okay for now. For now, but when you get really popular, you have to have everything perfect. You understand that, right?
Designated space. Maybe the psul, the
I don't want it to have very
Oh, it's perfect. I know. I understand. Okay.
So maybe just like bread left on the shulchan doesn't become disqualified, so
All right.
carbon left on the mizbeach
You're good
doesn't
for now.
become
Go do your
disqualified.
stuff with your dog. You can do everything else
I
later.
have everything.
Maybe not.
For now, you're okay for now. There are other things you have to change. But for now, you're good. Okay?
At the end of the day, the mizbeach is just like the ground. In other words, for legal purposes, there's
It
no difference
must
if the sacrificial matter is left on the mizbeach or it's left on the ground. Either way,
upload
if it's left
themselves
until dawn,
on X
not having been
to
burned,
Linktree
there is the psul of lina, and therefore it is
because
disqualified. And certainly, again, if you take it
can
down from
be
the mizbeach, what?
You can fix all that stuff later. Go play with your dog.
Yes, I will go
Remember again,
down to
this
sleep
was
and
Rabba.
don't
Sorry,
want to
Rabba asked this question
go outside.
of Rabba.
I must do a few things.
So Rabba responds,
Maybe tomorrow will be.
Certainly.
on
Absolutely.
the top of
Okay,
the
take care.
That's how we went ahead and
Thank you
said
for
halacha
help.
l'maisa.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
There's no lino.
We are going
So
to
ultimately, again, so
nice
by the way,
change.
what's the sad to
Really
say that
making
mizbeach is like the ground?
the
Rashi says, "Oh, Duma l'karka azar medamina le'idahal."
I agree.
Because remember again, the big
Okay.
distinction, the reason why
Take care.
comparing mizbeach
Good
to the
night.
shulchan
Good night.
is the shulchan is a kli. The shulchan
Yes,
is a
okay.
kli. The mizbeach is not a kli. So maybe that's a fundamental difference as well. Moses therefore again, but Rab responds, there is no lina on the top of the mizbeach, which means therefore for our case, if I offered up a carbon on Wednesday, the carbon was left over until Thursday morning, not having been burnt. Ultimately, again, it's not possible. It's not possible. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, not possible. So the Gemara says, "Kibla oh no kibla minei." So again, now the shaila is, did Rabba accept this ruling from Rabba or not? So again, Rabba is espousing, "Ein lina below the mizbeach." There is no psul of lina on the top of the mizbeach. Did Rabba accept this from the side? Did Rabba accept this from the Mona? Tashma, let's analyze. Tashma, the Itmar, we learned, Ivarim Shalom Ba'azara, if there were sacrificial lambs that ultimately again remained in the Azara, Mekatev Aholet Kol Halayla. Ultimately, again, we burn them the entire night. Okay. Rashi's back, won't work on that. Mekatev Aholet Kol Halayla. The Rosh Hashanah, listen to this. If, now, say, now, again, that's just a straightforward halacha. That when we burn sacrificial limbs are burned throughout the night in addition to that. One the Rosh Hashanah, looks like, I'm sorry, all the pieces that first came in, you can burn the sacrificial limbs the entire night. Entire night means until when? Until dawn, until all over. After all those, you can't burn the sacrificial limbs ultimately again because there is an issue of lina. However, run the Rosh Hashanah. But if halacha l'maisa again, the limbs were on the top of the mizbeach, mekater v'holei li'olam. Ultimately, again, we could go ahead and burn it forever. So let's see, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? That halacha l'maisa, if the limbs are on the top of the mizbeach, apparently there's no issue of lina. Right? Even the next morning, you can still burn. The next week, you can still. Gemara says, "Yardu." What happened? Now again, so case, so appreciate the progression of the cases. Case number one, I offered up a carbon on Wednesday. The limbs are in the base hamikdash. I can burn that until dawn of Thursday. Thursday morning. If it's on the mizbeach, I can burn it forever. offered up a carbon for sacrifice on the back. There's never a psul of lina. I can burn it forever. That's case 2. Case 3, yardu. It was brought down from the Mizbeach. So it was on the Mizbeach, now brought down from the Mizbeach. What's the halacha? Lava Amar Yalu. Rabbi says, ultimately, again, you could take them back up. Lava Amar Lo Yalu. Rabbi says, no, once they came down, you can't bring it back up. What do you see from here? Shmanina Lo Kibla Minei Shmanina. See here that Rabbi obviously did not accept Rabba's ruling. Therefore, we'll say, it turns out that it's a fundamental halacha, Rabba and Rabba. So we'll say, so now we can also crystallize the halacha, because we see that I'm not passing in this moment. But halacha, what we see is as follows. If you sacrifice a carbon and those limbs are in the general base of Mikdash precincts, you have until dawn to go ahead and burn them. Once you've put those limbs on the Mizbeach, how long do you have to burn them? Forever. Because when they're on the Mizbeach, there's no psul of lina on the Mizbeach itself. There's no disqualification of leaving it overnight on the Mizbeach itself. Therefore, if you leave it on the Mizbeach, you're good to go. What's the Shaila case? So those two cases, everyone agrees. The Shaila case, it was on the Mizbeach, and now it came down. So essentially, I will say, do we say that once it was on the Mizbeach, it is treated as still on the Mizbeach, and therefore no lina? Or no, once it came down, it's subject to lina? Rafa says, once it's on the Mizbeach, it's treated like it's on the Mizbeach, even though it's subsequently up, therefore no lina at all. Rafa says, no, it is subject to lina. Therefore, once the next morning comes, you can't return it to the top of the Mizbeach. And I will say, but I'm passing like Rava, and therefore halacha l'maisa, once those limbs came up in the back, they are treated as if they're on the ground and not on the back, and therefore will be subject to lina come the next morning. Therefore, if the next morning comes and they're still off in the back, halacha l'maisa, they are disqualified and cannot be brought back up. Incredible. That's the Leiter says, let's change on his back in the Kaddish. So also there's a quote from the Mishnah. The Mishnah said the same way that his back sanctifies, the kevesh, the ramp sanctifies, and the fishar sanctifies. Says in my Kalabaron, Hanabim in his back, and the Russian of the Pasuk is anything that touches in his back, Yukdash, ultimately again, will be sanctified. In the element back, not only in his back sanctifies things. Kevesh, Minayin, I don't know that even I will say the ramp has the ability to sanctify something. Hamadoma S on his back. So we'll say S. S in general, again, I will say is a legal. It's a word that comes to include other items. In this case, it will come to include the ramp. So the Gemara says, Klishar is Mina. How do you know that a Klishar is a service utensil? Also has the ability to go ahead and sanctify something. Hamadoma, Kol Hanogea Bahem, anything that touches them. So then comes to include even if the sharis will become published. So what's the interesting shari? Terminator Shlakish, Rabbi Yochanan, so something in the middle of the Talmud Shana. These sharis, Manshi, Kaddish, and Sapsura. So I said, this is very interesting. Does the sharis have the ability to sanctify something that is valid? That's the shaila. Now look at Rashi just a moment, because there's what Rish Lakish, there's what Rish Lakish thinks Rish Lakish is asking, and then we're going to see what Rish Lakish is actually asking. What the Gemara thinks it's asking is with Rashi, Mashi Kalish Psulim, towards the bottom of the back, who's selling the Indian, Hidyon coming by the way. So we're going to see, thought that Rish Lakish was asking in terms of like redemption. In other words, that halacha l'maisa, do we say that, let's say you put a mincha tmeya, an invalid mincha, into a few sharis? Mincha shekidusha sagopa navnia v'lo nafkulu l'kulin to be avabish tmeya olokach. Now we assume that what Rish Lakish is asking is that halacha l'maisa, maybe let's say you put an invalid cover into a few sharis. Let's say you put a covered mincha that's tame into a few sharis. Does that make the covered mincha? Does it sanctify it to the point that mincha has no redemption? That's what we thought the Rish Lakish was asking. We learned this. So we learned this. Explicitly, the answer is yes. The same way that the Mizbeach consecrates something. The lamp consecrates something, so to a Kisharis consecrates something. And even if halacha l'maisa, again, the item is possible. The Kisharis ultimately will consecrate it. I'm not saying that I'm asking about what? Offering it up. If you put something that is coming into a Kisharis, essentially, Does the Krisharis have the ability to transform that item into something that could actually be offered up? So the Gemara says, Sahat Nami Tanina. We learned that as well. On the days of site. Remember again, there's actually a quote from the previous Mishnah. Shekidlu Psulin, Bizarku Es Damo. Remember, we saw both say one of the disqualification cases was where somebody ultimately, again, who was puzzled, did Kabbalah, and ultimately did Zrika. My lab, Shekidlu Psulin, Bizarku Psulin. Are we not talking about a case where ultimately, again, someone who was puzzled did the Kabbalah and did this Zrika? And I want to take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. Shekidlu Psulin, Rashi says, V'hadar Zarku Psulin. Yeah, we'll say, now what ended up happening? So the Gemara says, are we not talking about a case where ultimately, again, right, somebody who was puzzled, whatever the case was, a Kohen was coming, right, a Kohen was coming, did the Kabbalah, V'hadar Zarku Psulin. And afterwards, again, Zrika was done by someone who was puzzled as well. But Lamali Zarku, Mikabbalah Ifslele. Now, listen, now, here's the Shaila. I understand the case. If someone who was puzzled did Kabbalah, then what? Then that should validate everything. In other words, why are you framing a case of Shekidlu Psulin, Bizarku Psulin? Someone who was puzzled did Kabbalah, and then someone who was puzzled did Zrika. I understand. Once someone who was puzzled did Kabbalah, the process is done. The process is done. The covenant is invalid. Sure, I'm the covenant, right? I don't do that case, and if I'm came back and did Zrika, it's still going to be puzzled. Because once a puzzle did Kabbalah, it's back to Rashi. But why do you need to frame this as a case where someone who was puzzled did Zrika, Mikabbalah Ifsilale? Ultimately, again, it is going to be invalidated already from Kabbalah. Ilav la'ashma'inan, taimot dezarku psulin hu dahavu evarim b'toras in alu lo yadu, u'lechatchila lo yalu, the mifsal basar b'zrikas psulin. Hazarku ksherim lechatchila nami yalu evarim. I'm just going to explain just a moment. Zrika ma'al yuhu, the afagav the kibbutz psulim mishum the kachik v'isharis zari lechatchila. Now, listen here, that's interesting. Now, if you understand the following idea, maybe so again about this, let's just keep our eye on the ball. Remember, what's the shayla? Which lucky suggests can be on the following question. If you take carbonic matter that is puzzle and you put it in a klisharis, is the klisharis powerful enough to actually transform that invalid carbon into a valid carbon? That's what Shari is actually going to be Yochanan. Yochanan says, I think the answer to that is yes. What is right? Listen to this. In the previous Mishnah, the Mishnah framed the case as someone who was a Kohen who was puzzled did Kabbalah, and then a Kohen who was puzzled did Zrika. Now, why do you need both of those cases? It should be enough. The carbon should be invalid if a Kohen who was puzzled did Kabbalah. Once that happens, but Elamai, what do you see from there? It must be that when a Kohen who is puzzled does Kabbalah, so that's puzzle. But when that blood comes into a Kisharis, that Kisharis renders the blood fit, renders the blood kosher, which would then mean if a Kohen kosher did the Zrika, the carbon would actually be good. The only reason it's invalid is why? Because a Kohen's hustle is now coming to do the Zrika. So what do you see from here? That placement of an invalid carbon into a Kisharis renders the carbon fit. Which I will say is so dramatic. That's what the Yochanan is asking the Shiloh. So it is answering the Shiloh. To which the Gemara says, no, that's not the case. That's not the case. No, shekiblu psulin, inami shezarku psulin. So the Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, simply that's not the case. The case actually, the way to read the Mishnah is that either we're talking about a Kohen, a puzzle Kohen who did Kabbalah, or a puzzle Kohen who did Zrika. Not. We're reading the case as a puzzle Kohen did Kabbalah and another puzzle Kohen did Zrika. And if that's the case, it must be that the Kisharis renders the blood fit in the middle, and then the second puzzle Kohen does Zrika messes it up again. And that shows that a Kisharis has the ability to rectify even invalid carbonic matter. So if you want to reading the Mishnah wrong. The way to read the Mishnah is either or. Either a Kohen puzzle did Kabbalah, or a Kohen puzzle did Zrika. So once you have a coin toss that does Kabbalah, the blood is invalid, and even putting it in a Isharis afterwards will not rectify. If I will say, the way the Gemara is up, the Gemara doesn't end up with an explicit idea, but the Gemara seems to indicate that placement of invalid carbonic matter into a Isharis will not rectify the invalid carbonic matter. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, as powerful as a Isharis is, ultimately, again, it can't turn invalid sacrificial blood into valid sacrificial blood. That's a tremendous misunderstanding as well, which is that nothing outside of an item could change the item. Only an item could change itself. Right? If once the blood is invalid, the blood is invalid. You could put invalid blood in the most beautiful tisharis, right? The holiest tisharis. Those tisharis that was used from every single coin since Aaron Cohen, right? But halacha l'maisa, change cannot occur from anything external. In order for something to change has to occur within. Invalid blood is invalid blood because it's invalid blood, and nothing outside of invalid blood could make it into invalid blood. Now, make it into valid blood. Now, true, it's by inanimate object. I will say, but what is true for blood is also true for people. A lot of times we think that we look to other people to change us, to other circumstances to change us. If only I had this, I would be like this. If only I was in this situation, I'd be like this. Change comes from within. Change comes from within. You can have the most beautiful cliches in the world, but the only way to fundamentally change yourself is to change yourself. Nothing external to you could ever fundamentally change who and what you are. It's true for blood, and it's true for us. Another question. Aver Mizbeach Dami Olov. Let's say 3 lines up from the top, 87b. The airspace of the Mizbeach. So we'll say a very interesting case over here. What's the status of the airspace of the Mizbeach? Aver Mizbeach Dami Olov. Is the airspace of the Mizbeach like the Mizbeach or not? So we'll say, this is actually very interesting, Shaila. So the says, Tashma. Kishim Sham Mizbeach Mekadosh. Now, both say, now listen to this. So the Gemara says, the same way that the Mizbeach consecrates, so the ramp consecrates as well. Now, both say, now watch this. This is actually very interesting. Now, if halacha l'maisa you say that airspace is not like the Mizbeach itself, then you assume over here, since the Mishnah view Mizbeach, Kevesh, ramp, and Isharis together, whatever is true for one of those things will be true for all of them. So now the Gemara is asking, what is the status of the airspace of the Mizbeach? Is the airspace like the Mizbeach or not? So the Gemara says, if you say not, then that would mean that therefore the airspace of the ramp is also not like the ramp. If that's the case, this is very interesting. How can you ever transport sacrificial matter from the ramp to the Mizbeach? It would be as if it came off the Mizbeach. And what does this mean? We'll give Rashi just a moment. Rashi says, "Heitin masiklu mikevesh l'mizbeach." So Gemara says, "Ha kiman balaba avira kevesh havile yarut utnan kach in yardu lo yarut." So what's this? So interestingly enough, the issue is like this: if the airspace is not like the actual area itself, that means when you lift something up on the ramp. So again, it's even assuming now. This is actually quite an assumption that even when the coin lifts something up, it's in the airspace of the ramp, and when it's in the airspace of the ramp, it's not like on the ramp. If that's the case, then every sacrificial item that you bring up the ramp, ultimately, again, is not on the ramp, and it's as if it's been brought down from the Mizbeach. If it's been like yogurt, and therefore, again, on both sides, we've seen many different cases where once an item is considered to be like it's off the Mizbeach, it can't be brought back on. So if airspace is not like primary space, then how are you bringing many items from the ramp to the Mizbeach itself? To which the Gemara says that's not a big deal. Dinagile literally means you're dragging it. Okay, you're dragging it. And therefore, again, because you're dragging it, ultimately, obviously, if you're dragging it, it's quite literally on the Kevesh, and then goes right onto the Mizbeach. But even so, the Ha'avir Yesh Ben Kevesh the Mizbeach. So I'll say, it's actually a very interesting fact. There was a gap there was a gap. We've actually seen this before. There was a gap between the end of the ramp and the top of the mizbeach. So even if you're dragging it, halacha l'maisa, again, there's always going to be that airspace. So because of that, aren't you by definition, and again, if you hold that airspace is not like the primary space, then again, you're still getting off the ramp, you're getting off the mizbeach. To which the Gemara says is very interesting. Rubo lekevesh kekevesh, rubo lemizbeach kemizbeach. So this is actually quite interesting. The Gemara says you're right, but in general, even if you hold that airspace is not like the primary space, halacha l'maisa, wherever the majority of the sacrificial matter is situated, ultimately, again, that's where the carbon is considered to be. So, for example, if we go with the idea that you're dragging it over here, if the majority of the carbon is on the kevesh, then it's on the kevesh. If the majority is on the top of the mizbeach, then it's on the mizbeach. So, in other words, interestingly enough, even though there may be some part of it that's in the gap, the majority of it is always going to be somewhere. Tifshot mehar. Gemara says, let's answer this. Now remember again, we still have to answer the primary question. Gemara is operating under an assumption. But Allah at the end of the day, do we say that airspace is like in this day or not? So Tifshot mehar, let's answer from here. The body line back on answer following kasha. Yesh keyboard the Olin, low. So ultimately, the Gemara says, is there keyboard? Is there connection ultimately again to those things being brought up on the Mizbeach or not? Or not. We'll say, look at Rashi in just a moment. Yesh chibar ba'olin, telo chashvim lehu kimani the mifras, ba'azina ba'ubasa ruba, or in chibar. They will say, now again, in general, this is a little bit of a related question, but a separate question. When an item is on the mizbeach, or for that matter, again, on the ramp, and halacha l'maisa, the whole item is not, right? Let's say the majority of items is on the mizbeach, but part of it is not on the mizbeach. Is there keyboard? Is there connection? Do we say that ultimately, again, wherever the majority is, the minority part of the sacrificial matter is considered to be attached to the majority, or not? So the Gemara says, sorry. Now, to be clear, that at least that question we are answering. That wherever the majority of the sacrificial matter is situated, that's where the carbon is considered to be. To which the Gemara says, Holo kasha tifshot. Maskif Rabba, Barab Hanan, if you say that the airspace of the Mizbeach is considered to be like the Mizbeach, Ola Sa'of the Pastor B'Machshava, Hefi Mishkachasla, Hakat B'Mizbeach. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting. So if you indeed hold that the airspace of the Mizbeach ultimately again is like the Mizbeach, right? You're making that assumption. Then how do you ever do this? How do you ever have a case of pigul by machshava soul? Everyone say, or how do you ever have machshava? How do you ever have pigul by old? Now, what is this? We're going to look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi says, Ola soul. So why is it bringing out Ola soul? Remember again, we'll say, we spent a lot of time on burnt offerings. Ola soul is the malika is done on the top of the mizbeach, and as opposed to katos, which is down on katasol, which is done on malika is done on the ground level. Ultimately, Ola soul, the malika is done on the top of the mizbeach. And watch, this is how we start taking katos law. Rashi says, we'll say, Rashi, third to last short line, for line zero. The pasuk about machshava chutz lizmano hakot le'ad le'hamizbeach v'inami amina lina ma'aret rosh hamizbeach. The kind of Sashat Kosen, it's so interesting. Let's say I'm getting told doing Marika on the old us off the top of the Mizbeach. And then he has a Machshava to go ahead, I don't know, and burn it 2 days later.
I'm about to shit in these motherfuckers' punch bowl.
Because after all, if we say that the Mizbeach, ultimately, after the Mizbeach, like the Mizbeach, so then that will be absorbed into the Mizbeach. If it's absorbed into the Mizbeach, so why should the Machshavas people even invalidate it at all? So fascinating. Maskif what I've seen, but actually, I'll not see much. I love alone. Why not? I don't see if you've seen the Bible. It's Mishkachas law. He goes to Amar, Harini Mokita, from the Nasla Hobiga, the Mahar, in the Halos Salaktira. So you could say, ultimately, again, I have in mind, it was really checking, doing on the condition to ultimately, again, take it down tomorrow, and then ultimately, again, take it back up and burn it. If you were to just leave it on the Mizbeach, maybe it wouldn't be an issue of. they don't, but it could very well be that his machshava is to go out and take it down. In which case, halacha l'maisa, that could be about it. So what's the couple we're today? We're leaving up a little bit in the middle of the sugya, but just understand the overarching question that the Gemara is dealing with over here is: does the airspace of the mizbeach count for the mizbeach or not? Resolution Hashem tomorrow.
Well, join my fucking stream, dog, because this ain't shit.
Shout out to Yusuf. Shout out to every other speaker, and shout out to everybody who is listening to the session. So without wasting much
all right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share thing. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Kislev, Allison Adams Steinmetz, memory of Adams grandfather, Sheldon Steinmetz Haras, Shlomo Tzvi Ruben Ben Shimon Zichron the Bracha. And in honor of Meretz Shimon, is Sham Shav Naliyah, Shemir Tibush for his children and grandchildren, and tonight are his 36 great grandchildren. Sending them up for Esther in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib, Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hilda Bas Helen Chatayim, and in memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant Naftali Yoram, Gordon Hashem Yikom Gimel, Felon Battle in Gaza, Erev Hanukkah 2023. Paul and Kathy Powers, in memory of Paul's Mishpacha, Leah Bas Shmuel, Jacqueline Shulamis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zechariah. Our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and the schools of continued revuah for Shulamis Kana Bas Susha, and for Gevira Pushlim and Paul and Kathy Powers, in honor of the yard site of the Maggid of Mezrich, of course, there was the primary disciple of Talmud Mikvah, and the Baal Shem Tov brothers. I do feel that now we've reached a new level of actually over here. Sheer sponsorships in honor of Levis. This is very, very important. Although, again, I'm shocked that none of our Chabad Chaverim sponsored this year today in honor of Yud-Tes Kislev. Shocking and frankly, makes me doubt their entire commitment to the movement. I'm just saying. I don't know. Good. Most of the time, so we hope that America, all the Nishon Shabbat, the families in the Kama, all those who report Shabbat, Kol Chole Yisrael, Halavai, Meretz Hashem, the Balakanya, Zuchofia Galim, the Maggid of Mezrich, Zuchofia Galim, the Meretz Hashem, Melissa Yosef, Klav Yisrael, Halavai, you should be Zoch Meretz Hashem to be inspired by the Torah, and we should be Zoch Meretz Hashem to give their Pesach and Shabbos a beautiful Aliyah. The website today's daf is Daf Kevov 86, and it is good. It is good. Some Meretz Hashem at the Mishnah on the date 85b. The Mishnah's no, we're not. Sorry, that was a good try. I thought if I said it fast enough, no one would catch up on it. Okay, good. Okay, good morning, good. We are keeping up in Meretz Hashem at Rabbi Hanina Skana Kohanim. Right? Yes, good. How does Hanina Skana Kohanim? 4 lines down into the wide line. So remember, again, Hanina Skana Kohanim. So it's interesting enough, in the Mishnah, Rabbi Hanina Skana Kohanim was quoted as saying, Rabbi Hanina Skana Kohanim was mentioned as Omer, that my father would push away any type of blemished animals from sacrificial service. So the Gemara says, okay, what is the Hanina Skana Kohanim teaching us? We already established that aside from the Akiva, everyone agreed that Bali Munim do not go up on the Mizbeach, and even if they did, they're taken down. So what is that to say Hanina Skana Kohanim? What is he adding? To which the Gemara says, our possibility number one is he's not adding anything new. What is he just saying? He's adding a Maisa. What is he adding a Maisa? He's telling you, by the way, it happened. So I will say, you see this sometimes the Gemara will go out and say halacha, and then someone quotes a story that backs that up. That's obviously always powerful. Why? Because when you can quote a story that
Melissa,
the halacha is the practice,
I got news for you, girl. I'm about to shit in your fucking punch bowl.
The other possibility is that Hanina Skana Kohanim is saying like this: as much as we will not put obviously a Baal Mum on the Mizbeach, and if you put it on, you have to take it off. When you take it off, we do it Kila'ach Hayad. Kila'ach Hayad means we do it kind of in a nuanced, almost like beneath the radar type of way. Why? Because what do we have to be concerned about? We have to be concerned that halacha l'maisa, that this looks disparaging to karbanos, right? Because no one really knows the full story about what's going on over here. Therefore, even though we're going to take it off the Mizbeach, Rashi says, right across the Rashi, we don't take it off the Mizbeach in a degrading fashion, in a public fashion. So we have to do it quietly, no one's looking, which I will say is a tremendous musar. And sometimes in life, you have to do things that are uncomfortable, and you have to do things that may even offend people. It happens. You have to say something that's going to be offensive. You have to do something that's going to be upsetting. And there are times in life, whether it's as a parent, as a friend, as a leader, sometimes you have to do things that people aren't going to like. It's important that when we do those things, we do so in a way that minimizes the embarrassment, that minimizes the damage, that minimizes the hurt. Incredible. So as I remember again, the Mishnah then ended up with the rule. What was the rule? The same way that we said that halacha l'maisa, up in the beginning with this whole sugya, where if you put something that wasn't supposed to go on the mizbeach, but you put it on the mizbeach, like what do? You rotate it. You don't put it on. However, the Gemara says, if let's say you put something on the mizbeach that wasn't supposed to be on the mizbeach, so you leave it there. But if you took it off, then what? You don't put it back on. So, because again, logically, I would have thought that once the halacha is that if you put it on, you don't take it off, then maybe if you take it off, you just put it back on. Kamash Malon, no. Once you took it off, then halacha l'maisa, you don't go to return it back. Amar ula, 1 second. That's only true if the fire did not take hold of it. However, let's say again, you have an invalid carbon. Then halacha l'maisa, again, you were supposed to go ahead and not put it on the mizbeach. Put it on the mizbeach. And now what happened? The fires began to burn it. Then you took it off the mizbeach. Ula says in that case you could put it back on. Because again, once the fire took hold of it, you could put it back on. Rav Mori Masna Reisha. So Rav Mori, so this was his view. So Chanina, Yisura Masni Aseifa. So Chanina of Sula, he went ahead and he put this halacha on the Seifa. What's the Seifa? The Seifa is the very next mission that we're going to discuss. Ha'atzamos v'ha'gibin v'ha'karnayim v'ha'kalfayim. This is actually the next Mishnah. The sinews, the bones, the horns, the hoofs of the animal. This mention of when they are connected to, let's say, the rest of the animal, they go on the mizbeach.
I'm lovely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but I personally have been live streaming on X 24/7 for more than 333 straight days, which is a lot, and it's not just on X, but it's a video space on X. If you want to check out the account on which I do it, it's on my timeline. It says 24/7 video spaces. You can go back all the way to February 14th of 2025 and see that I've been doing 24/7 spaces. Now, with that being said, just to give you a breakdown, I don't even think I have the world record. So I think there are some people who have done 24/7 spaces, perhaps for an entirety of a year, if not more. But I did want to just make you aware that there are some people who have been doing this for a long time. Now, to give you an understanding of what I consider to be 24/7 spaces, every 24 hours, X essentially requires on an iOS device you to restart the stream. Restart your space. So every 24 hours, I make sure to do that. I actually do it about every 12 hours or so. But I have been doing it 24 hours since February 14th of 2025. Now, additionally, if you have an Android device or some desktop devices, the longest space continuous I've ever seen without rugging or anything else is 420 hours. I know the crypto project that did one for 420 hours, which is about 3 weeks straight. So just to give you an idea, if you want to go, if you consider the record to be who's done the longest without being rugged, the longest I've ever seen is 420 hours. If you want to go with, yes, the space sometimes gets rugged or it has to restart due to technical issues, I've been doing it for more than 333 days, and I know that there are other people who have as well. But with that being said, listen, what you're trying to do is admirable. I can tell you that I don't normally get this many people in my space on my own, and I want you to keep going, and I want you to perhaps someday surpass even my 333 and get a year if you want. But I just want to give you some kind of understanding that there are some people who do spaces for a really, really long time. With that being said, I'd love to show myself. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. First and foremost, if you haven't had the chance to follow me, please feel free to. Also, in my timeline, you'll see an account, Karaoke King 000, and that's the account that I do the 24-hour spaces on. Feel free to join that one as well if you're into spaces, and especially if you're into video spaces. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view the links to my YouTube, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find a link in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person. I have more content than any person. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We just surpassed over 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStrap program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I'll be happy to follow you back. Send me a DM. I'll be happy to respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Right, ultimately, again, right, well, actually, we'll get
What up, Big
into
Tom?
all of these cases, I will say. So the halach, right, or let's finish the list. Hot summons, bones, we'll say. So again, in the previous parts over here, again, these are just items that don't normally go on the Mizbeach. So because they don't go on the Mizbeach, therefore, Allah you erroneously put it on. Ultimately, again, you have to go ahead and take it off. It has no shaykhs to gabi on Mizbeach.
If I may interject, no, I'm also doing a space. So literally, if you look in my timeline, the most recent thing that I reposted is a space. It's just like this one, except my space, in addition to being audio, also has a video element to it as well. But no, I've been doing spaces, X spaces, since February 14th, 2025.
Fear shuv, however, ultimately, again, if they're separated, so again, if they're not part of the primary sacrifice.
What up, King of Avalon?
They do not go up on the Mizbeach.
How you living, big dog?
You will do your olah, the meat and the blood, which indicates that it's the meat and the blood that's offered up. But these secondary parts, the bones, the sinews, the hooves, the horns, again, this is not
Take your time, my man.
Yeah.
Hello. How'd you find out about me?
Are you on space on X?
100.
Right now.
Absolutely.
Space on X.
Absolutely, I'm on space. Yeah, I'm in multiple spaces.
So going ahead, so let's say
Yeah, I found out about you from the space on X right now about Web3, and I joined through your Discord channel. I thought it was a Discord server. Is it a server or a?
This is
What is this? Where is this?
this is a server. Yeah, absolutely. Are we friends on X?
Sometimes in life, I can't get.
Yeah, I just followed you on X.
Okay, excellent. Let me make sure that I have a chance to follow you
I'm
back.
I'm just knowing about you for the first time.
Most certainly. Are you
And
DK?
I'm really happy about what you do, and I'm trying to tune into the fact that you said you help a lot of communities, developing countries.
Yeah, so we've built wells and water towers in Nigeria, and this project has. So I see that you followed me. Are you a Web3 marketer?
Yes, I am. I'm presently contributing to John. It's an AI project. It's a multimodal AI project that is it's focused on privacy first. So most of the popular AI models, like ChatGPT, like the Google Gemini, most of the image models and the video models, they are on June. It's by blockchain.com. Do you know blockchain.com is an OG wallet from the that started 2013.
Okay.
So which one is it?
Just one moment.
So the project is by blockchain.com. So I'm currently contributing to the project, and I like what they are building.
Excellent, my friend. What I want you
So
to
that's the main project I am contributing to presently.
excellent. What I want you to do is go to your X. I just sent you a message on X, and I want you to read through them. Read through them twice if you have to. There's a lot of information there, but it should make sense to you, and it should be valuable to you. And then when you're done, come back. I mean, you don't have to leave. Just say, okay, I've read it. It makes sense. And then let me know if you have questions or you need help. Okay.
I'll do that now.
Okay, and I'm waiting for you right here. So just feel free to read through it, and when you're done, let me know. I understand, but it's going to be helpful to you. I wouldn't have sent it if it wasn't.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, the Discord that you put in the first message, is it this same Discord?
Yes, it is. So you've already done step one.
So obviously, how does this work? How does this work? So in other words, right now when I get started, right? So the bones, the sinews, the hoofs, and the horns are attached. So now, on one hand the pasuk says burn everything, but on the other hand the pasuk says burn the meat and the blood. So what should I do? Okay, so so how does this work? Number one, if it's attached, offer up everything. Offer up everything. Pirshu, if they somehow become detached, if they become detached, even if these items are already on the top of the Mizbeach, take it down, that's the halacha.
Okay, read through the whole thing first, and then we'll walk through the steps.
Even if they're on the top of the Mizbeach, take it down. That's a pretty strong statement. Who is the opinion that says that? It's Rebbe Desanya, because the pasuk says, Raisa says, pasuk says the Kohen should burn everything on the Mizbeach. The Rabos, Ha'asamos, V'Hagidim, V'Karnayim, V'Talfayim, Afilu Pershu. Listen to this. So on one hand, this opinion says, the pasuk says the Kohen should burn everything. What's everything? Everything means everything. The meat, right? The meat and the blood, and also again the hoofs, the horns, the bones, the sinews, even if they separated from the primary meat. So what do you do with the pasuk that says you shall perform your carbon, the meat and the blood, which makes it sound like it's only the meat and the blood. That's the primary part of the carbon. Lomar halacha teach us the following halacha: ikule ola. So listen, we're going to talk about this more. It comes to teach us a very important halacha. That halacha l'maisa, even if you have parts of the olah that are partially consumed, we're going to talk about this, we'll say, about sacrificial parts that fall off of the Mizbeach. What do you do then? What do you do with this? So we're going to see that even partially consumed parts of the Olah get returned to the Mizbeach. But yet, interestingly enough, if you have partially consumed bones, sinews, horns, hoofs, and they'll fall off the Mizbeach, that is not returned to the Mizbeach. Okay, that's the first thing. Rabbi Omer, Rabbi on the other hand says a little bit differently. Rabbi says, Rabbi Omer, Kosev Echad Omer Beikra Kohen Esakol Mizbecha. On one hand, the pasuk says the Kohen shall burn everything on the Mizbeach. Riba, so the Gemara says Riba. Obviously, what does that include? That includes everything. That includes everything. The Kosev Echad Omer Ba'asi Sola Sechar Basar V'Hadan. And then another pasuk says, you shall go ahead and do your olah, the meat and the blood. So we'll say, so miyat, that's obviously a meal. So we'll say, so again, this is our tension. One pasuk seems to indicate you burn everything, and everything would include again the bones, the sinews, the hoofs, and the horns. Another pasuk says, no, all you burn is the meat and the blood. So Hakit said, how do you reconcile this? Hakit said, okay, very simple. This is Rabbi Yellow saying, if they are attached, then you offer everything up. Pirshu, if they become detached, even if it's on top of the Mizbeach, take it down. So we'll say, and our Mishnah reflects this view of that. So again, the primary sacrificial parts that you burn, sacrificial meat, right, sacrificial limbs, and blood. What about the secondary parts of the animal? So essentially, if they're attached, burn it as well. But if they're detached, you do not burn it. What's the chiddush? Even if they become detached.
All right, Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
What do? Take it down. Incredible.
Yeah, I've gone through the messages and it makes a lot of sense to me.
Excellent, big dog.
So Levi said that if they detached, right,
So it's something that I advise you do, and if you need help, I'm here to help you. And if that means helping you with your account creation or you run into a challenge, you just let me know and I'll be willing to help you. Okay?
And I was going to the account creation. Is it a must I create all social media accounts?
Absolutely.
Because most of them I have, some I don't.
Exactly. So the ones that you don't, you want to create. Here's why. Let me just ask you this. Let's say I was the client and you were, or I was you and you're my client, you're my customer. Do you want me just promoting you on the popular ones, or do you want me promoting your project everywhere so that no matter where you go, your project has visibility?
Closer proximity or further away from the fire.
I want to promote it everywhere.
Exactly. So let me explain. This is a 5-pronged strategy. The first thing that you want to do is it's going to give you 30 places to be able to promote yourself. Secondly, it's going to give you 30 different places to promote your clients. Thirdly, it's going to open up new communication channels for you, which is really important in getting more business. Fourthly, it's going to ensure that you dominate search engines, social media, and AI. And fifthly, it's going to make it difficult to impersonate. And the thing is, you don't want to say, well, I've got a presence on YouTube and X, but I don't have a Reddit account, and I don't have an Imager account, and I don't have perhaps a Snapchat account or a Pinterest account or whatever it is, and somebody comes in and takes that from you, and now they impersonate you and they say, hey, everybody, I'm Avalon. I am a Web3 marketer. Come to me, and then they're going to steal the business from you, and they're going to ruin your good reputation. So beat them to the punch. Get all that stuff. It takes you maybe a day to do them all, and then you'll have them all done, and then immediately you'll have people who start to follow you. And additionally, when you go to your clients, you're not going to say, I'm on all the major social media. You're going to say, I'm on over 30 different social media platforms. I'm on every social media platform that is available to the common public generally. And if you want me to promote your project, I'll be happy to. I'll make sure that it shows up #1 in YouTube, #1 on Google, #1 on TikTok, #1 on Instagram, and all the other social media as well. You want to partner with me because I'm not just going to do the bare minimum for you. I'm going to go above and beyond in satisfying your desires. That's what you want to be able to say, right?
They were not part of the primary carbon.
Exactly. And all of these are free. Everything that I tell you is free. So why not do it? If it's free, then it should be for you. That's something that you should do. You don't have a budget to have really expensive stuff. I understand that. But if it's something that's free, why not take advantage of it? That means that when somebody types in your name into Google, you're going to show up for the first 30 results in Google. That's what you want. You don't want your competition to beat you out, or you don't want somebody confusing you with who they may with one of your competition. And also, you want to ensure that somebody doesn't come in and impersonate you. So I know it seems like a lot, but you, like you already said, I already have most of them. Well, that's great. Then just get the ones that you don't have. And then when, let's say I'm your customer, let's say you're my customer or whatever it is, let's say I'm you, then I'll be able to say to you, hey, I'm going to promote your content on all my social media, including ones that you may not even expect, like Reddit and Snapchat, and perhaps even places like Rumble and Twitch and places like Imager and everywhere else. And once I promote you, I want you to check out my work, and you can do so by going to my link tree, and you can see I've promoted you everywhere on the internet. And now all we have to do is wait a couple weeks or so, and you're going to populate everywhere because of what I've done for you because of this work. And it's really easy on your end. Once you have the accounts created, all you have to do is copy and paste the content to your other accounts. And I'm not saying that for every single customer you have to upload to every single one of these. No, I'm not saying that, but it's nice to have the ability. If you have a customer who comes in and says, look, we have a video project and we'd like you to promote it, you don't want to say, oh, okay, great, I'll create a Rumble account, and I'll create a Twitch account, and I'll create a TikTok account, and I'll create a Twitch account. They don't want that. They want you to already have these things. They want you to have an established presence on these platforms. So the fact that you have this account will make sure that you'll be using this for years. You'll use these accounts 5 years from now. YouTube's going to be around in 5 years. Twitch is going to be around in 5 years. Reddit's going to be around in 5 years. Snapchat's going to be around in 5 years. You're going to want to make sure that you have these, and you're going to start getting organic followers on them as well. If you create the account today on all of these different social media, 1 year from now, essentially, you'll have at least 100 followers on all of these different accounts without even touching them. And if you do any little bit of interaction, you might have as many as 500 or 1,000 followers. That's a great social media marketer. That's what I'm looking for as someone to promote my business if I'm a potential customer. Does that make sense, Avalon?
Makes sense. It makes a lot of sense to me.
Absolutely. So that's what you do. If you have questions, I'm here to help you. And additionally, I've given you in another message a roadmap of how to get a job, not just in Web3, but let me ask, Avalon, do you have a CV or do you have a resume?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, but it needs to be up.
Presently, in my country, I have a good job that I do, but I do Web3 as a part-time job.
I understand. But
I'm really interested in Web3 a lot. I have passion for it.
But a remote job pays more than what you're going to be making in your country. If you're working for a company that's based in the UK or in somewhere in Europe or the United States, you're going to be making a lot more money than you're going to be making that somebody's going to pay you for what you're doing. Exactly. So what you want to do is have your resume ready, have it updated, have it optimized to these different career softwares. And then I understand that you're looking for a job in Web3, but utilize the job searching websites that are available to you. All you have to do is press one button and it will apply for the job. And if you do that 10,000 times over the course of the next few months, somebody's going to come in and say, Avalon, we're going to pay you $20 an hour to work remotely. We're going to send you a computer. And if you want, this will be a 40-hour-a-week job. That's what you want, right?
Yeah, sure, I do.
Exactly. So, and you can still work your job that you have IRL in real life. But I'm just saying that job most likely doesn't pay as well as a remote job could. So why not continue to find a job, continue to work with recruiters to get a better job, and that's what the job life cycle's like. You get a job until you find a better job, and you work that job until you find a better job, and that's how you move up.
You're quite right. You're very right, sir.
Absolutely, Avalon. So I'm here to help you. You've got the roadmap of what you need to do. If you have questions, I'm live on this in this Discord 24 hours a day. And I hated to burst Melissa's bubble, but I know she wants to do Twitter Spaces for 7 days, and that's cool. But I've been doing them for 333 days, and I don't even think I have the record. So she's gonna have to work a little to get that as well. But that's
Try getting the record.
but nothing against what she's doing. She has more people in her space than I have in mine. But I know that there are some communities that have done it for a really long time. And I know I've been live on YouTube for 4 years. In fact, I'm going to send you one more link, and I want you to take a look at it, just so you have an idea of what I was talking about in the space. So go on X right now, if you can, and look in your messages. And then there's a YouTube link there. Take a look at the YouTube link, and you tell me. Just on one account? Scroll.
Well, I'm saying 3 accounts. I'm saying 2 accounts. Three accounts.
Scroll.
Then you have to treat it as invalidated carbonos, in which case
5, 6.
But it's certainly not permitted for mundane use. Incredible. Mishnah.
I'm saying about 6.
Well, we better see.
I'm saying about 6 accounts during Rabbi Rothschild. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Keep scrolling, dude.
I'm saying back of videos archive.
That's mine.
It's still you that.
That's mine.
Still you.
Keep scrolling.
Where items should not have been offered up on the mizbeach. They were put on the mizbeach. Once you put it on, don't take it off. If literally again, pop off the mizbeach, right? Which means what? It's on the fire. The fire is very hot. Sometimes the intense heat. If it popped off,
At least. Now, you don't know anybody who streams on more than one account, let alone a dozen, and let alone 24/7, and let alone for the last 4 years, right?
Don't put it back on.
I don't.
Exactly. So when people are like, "Hey, we're gonna set a world record with this," that's a cool thought, and I love that, and I don't want to diminish that. But there are people who do this for basically a living, full time. So, but if you ever want to connect with me, I'm always live in this Discord, and you're gonna have questions. So get started. Download the Linktree app. Start linking everything, and then when you run into challenges or you need help, come in here and I'll help you. Okay?
All right. So is this a voice server?
Yeah, it's a voice server.
At night, what carbonos do we offer up at night?
So it's basically voice only, not for text.
Yeah. So I used to let people do text, but then I had people who would just spam me with messages with spam bots, and it's just too much to keep up with. I don't want to have to moderate a bunch of spam. So yeah, people who want to come in here and speak with me, they can do so 24 hours a day.
Right before midnight, you put them back on.
So I'm saying
the after chatzos, but if it popped off after chatzos, lo yachzir, don't put it back on the mizbeach. Ve'ein marlin b'hay, and there's no me'ilah.
I can see your server is having 2,817 members.
That's correct.
Is saying that the mizbeach.
Are you a Christian?
Which is
I'm Jewish.
For it, so too the ramp has.
Okay, because rabbi means teacher. According to the Bible. So I got that from the Bible. I guess it's from the word, it's from the Jewish language.
That's correct. It's Hebrew for teacher.
Have the ability to sanctify, to consecrate. So
Okay.
to insurance. Also has the ability to.
I would love to learn a lot from you.
I'm here
But I
to
see you're someone that has a lot of knowledge.
absolutely.
Your mindset and your pride and your aspirations, your goals, they really climb mine because I have a very personal conviction that the world can be a better place if we can just be good people, if we can just try and make peace among each other.
I'm in agreement with you.
We as human beings, we have the power to make the world a better place.
I'm in agreement
I
with you.
see what you're trying to do, and I really like it. I love it, and I will give you my ultimate support.
You're so sweet,
Just know
Avalon.
that you have a fan already.
You're so sweet,
You have a fan
Avalon.
in me already.
You're so sweet, Avalon. Well, you should know that we are of one mind there. We want to improve the world. And I'm here to help improve you and your social media network and your job aspects. So review those messages that I sent you. I know you said it was a lot, and it was, but I think it was worth it. It gives you a good idea of what you need to do. And then if you have questions, come.
Definitely. I was thinking it was a lot before, but after reading it through, it was just exactly what I needed.
That's exactly right. And I've helped, you should know, in the last 70 days, over 70 people helped themselves just like you. So you're not alone. And I've been able to change people's lives, and I'd be happy to change your life as well.
Wow.
Those two things go together.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, guys.
Absolutely,
I'm so
Avalon.
grateful to you, and I will update you as my journey goes on it.
That's what I want you to do, big man.
Thank God I have a multimodal AI already, so I can use that for all to get my CV and to probably to improve and to optimize my social media presence.
100%. And don't be afraid to use other ones as well, including ChatGPT, Grok, things like Gemini, Claude, Copilot. They're all there to help you.
Actually, June AI has all the models.
Okay, cool.
The next passing, that's literally the next passing.
Now it has GPT 5.1, it has Cloud, it has Gemini Pro, it even has the image models where you can use to generate images. It has the video models too, where you can generate videos.
Excellent. I'll look at it right now.
It's a Web3 project, and it's kind of evolving. It's in a better phase.
Excellent. I'll take a look at it right now. Jude.ai.
Is it Ola or is it Ash?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So what do? Split the night.
If you know about blockchain.com,
Jude.ai is
blockchain.com.
Jude.ai is not available. What is it? Jude.ai?
Part of the night, the sacrificial ribs are looked at as meat, and part of the night
Ask June.ai.
Oh, Ask Jude.
And I'll say, what's that distinction?
Okay.
AskJohn.ai.
Oh, Ask John. Ask John.
And therefore, again, I love
Ask John.ai.
June.
Oh, Ask June.ai.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll play around with it. Question everything. I love it. I'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
I'll look at this. Oh, it says apply for beta. So it's not available to everybody yet?
Yes, it's not. So basically, if you can subscribe, you get access to their Pro.
How much is it?
It's about $18 per month.
It's what?
Which means removal of the ash.
$18 per month, but there's a discount for the yearly subscription.
Yeah, but why would I pay for something that's free everywhere else?
So every day we cross together.
You know that ChatGPT is not free. The Pro version is not free.
I mean, who cares about the Pro version? The regular version does just fine.
Well, if you use AI more often and you have a lot of tasks that use AI for, most people make use of the Pro version. And one thing about it is that you can control, instead of subscribing to each of the modules, you can actually subscribe to June and it will give you the Pro version of all the other modules.
I get that. That's fine.Maybe I don't use. I mean, I use AI a lot. I used it all this morning, but for people who need all the different models.
You don't even pay a lot of tasks. You don't even pay big tasks like data processing, coding, others.
Yeah, I don't need it for that. I use it to ask questions.
A lot of people use AI for a lot of large tasks. Some people use it to design pictures, images.
I know. I did that earlier today with someone for like 2 hours.
Wow.
That's right. But it's a neat idea to combine them all under one subscription. But yeah, under one platform. But I don't need it enough that I have to pay for it. But perhaps, you know, absolutely. Well, for your case, everything that I gave you is free and don't pay for anything. So if any of these websites say, hey, join our premium for 7 days or anything like that, no, everything is free, okay?
All right.
Excellent, my friend. If you have questions, you connect with me, okay? Avalon?
So remember again,
No problem. I'm with you.
when do
I
sacrificial
think
lambs
I will
become
start
ash? When do they become ash? When?
now.
Midnight.
There's no time like the present. That's what I like to hear. If you have questions, connect with me, okay?
So first of all, it's a number of kashas.
No
How do you
problem.
do it earlier?
Excellent, my
How
friend.
is it
Take care.
directed? You're going ahead and you're doing it before
Thank you, sir.
chatzos, and then in
Thank you.
reality,
You're welcome.
on any given day, how are you waiting after chatzos? How are you waiting till dawn? What's going on over here? So let's say, watch this. Ella, I'm going to be off and on. Mimash no shenema kol halayla, eni odeh she'ad haboker, ma kamud loma ad haboker. So we'll say, now watch this. The Gemara says, in general, by this pasuk of Olos, remember again, there's two psukim happening over here. What the first pasuk, and they're successive psukim, right? This is Vayikra, Parak Vav, pasuk Beis, and pasuk Gimel. The first pasuk is talking about Ola and tells me, what do you do with the sacrificial limbs of the Ola? What do? You let them burn throughout the night. The next pasuk, it says Ad HaBoker. The Kol HaLayla, the entire night, Ad HaBoker. The next pasuk then says, you shall go ahead and remove the ash. Those are the juxtaposed psukim. So as I said, the Gemara asks, I don't understand. The pasuk says, let the Ola burn, Kol HaLayla, Ad HaBoker, until the morning. That's repetitive, right? That's repetitive. If you're telling me Kol HaLayla, so by definition, Kol HaLayla means what? Kol HaLayla means until the morning. Why do you need to say Ad HaBoker? So watch this. So we'll say, Matam Lomar Ad HaBoker. Get ready. Tain Boker Levakro Shalayla. It means give an additional morning to the dawn of the night. So let's say, interestingly enough, Ad HaBoker teaches us. See, if we would have just said Kol HaLayla means until dawn. The fact that it says Ad HaBoker means sometimes morning comes earlier, sometimes morning comes later. Right? That ultimately, again, morning, that happens to many of us. Right? So that ultimately, again, so sometimes morning comes at different times. Take a look at Rashi says over here. Tain boker lebakro shalayla. It's about 8 lines of 6, 7 lines up in the bottom. Tain boker lebakro shalayla. Boker shalayla alosa shachar. Boker achar tela. So normally, again, boker is dawn, but sometimes you give a different morning. So Gemara says, "Hainu hashkama v'cheiban ke'in zman l'davar ela shel hashkama hakol lefi tzorach hashah." So one says, here's what's interesting. It's actually quite fascinating. So the Torah tells me sometimes you have to create another morning, but the Torah doesn't tell me what that morning is, and therefore gave the power to the rabbis to determine when morning occurs in different circumstances. Therefore, kol yom mikros hagever sagi. Therefore, generally, on a regular day, when do you do Trumas Hadeshen? Again, dawn, because that's enough time. Beyond Kippurim, we should hold the Kohen Gadol mechatzos. Ultimately, we'll say on Yom Kippur, because we want to have a little bit of Rachmanas on the Kohen Gadol, right? Because remember, Yom Kippur, everything has to be done by the Kohen Gadol. So therefore, what we do is we allow them to do Trumas Hadeshen already as of midnight. That way, kind of get that done. He has a little bit of time to rest until he has to begin the avodah of Yom Kippur. Ubiragolim on the Yom Tovim, in the Fishi Karbanos, because remember, we'll say on the Regalim, you have a plethora of Karbanos, right? On the Regalim in general, you have a ton of Karbanos, because remember, again, in general, Yom Tov has a lot of Karbanos, but also because there's a mitzvah aliyah l'regel, that's when everyone is catching up on all of their sacrificial obligations. Therefore, so we'll say it's just so beautiful. Asu Yisra me'ashmaras harishona. So on Yom Kippur, on the Regalim, Pesach, Shavuos, Sukkot, already again, Klal Yisrael was already gathering already again. They were already filling up the Beis Hamikdash from the beginning of the night. Kediktani Seifa, lo haisa kriyas hageber magas, acha haisa azora malaya min Yisrael. Even before dawn, the courtyard was packed. The courtyard was packed ultimately again with Klal Yisrael. I must say, isn't that incredible? So because there were so many people supposed to say, interesting enough, so if I was saying halacha, so much to say over here, but if I was saying halacha, so in general, the Torah says, let the oldest stay until the morning. But then the pasuk says, ad haboker. Why that phrase? That phrase teaches me that Chazal have the right to determine different mornings for different times. So on Stama Day, ultimately, again, you do Trumas Hadeshin when? Dawn. Yom Kippur, back it up to Chatzos. Yom Tiv, first third of the night. Why on Yom Tiv? Because it was on Yom Tovin, before the dawn, before it was even dawn, the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash was already packed. I will say such an incredible and beautiful. It's not just enough of us saying, that phrase. There's a profound Mr. Haskell in that phrase. Well, I said, I gave her magas. Actually, I was like, we'll stop over for today. All right, tomorrow we'll start off with that. So it's 6:45. I will say, what a daf. Shkayach, everyone. All right, have another great day. All right, so I'll say good morning, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev, Allison Adam Steinmetz, in memory of Adam's grandfather, Sheldon Steinmetz Harav, Shlomo Tzvi Ruben Ben Shimon Zichron Lebracha. And in honor of Meretz Hashem, that is Neshama Shtat and Aliyah, Shri Meir Tziloshe for his children, his grandchildren, and Kinainar's 36 great-grandchildren. Semi Maka Esther's in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib, Ben Aaron HaKohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Henech Ephraim, and in memory of their dear family friend, Staff Sergeant Naftali Yonah Gordon Hashem Yikom Gimel, fell in battle in Gaza, Erev Hanukkah 2023. Paul and Kathy Pollack, in memory of Paul's Mishpacha, Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachrini Shulamis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zechariah. Our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and the schools of continued refuah for Shulamis Kana Bas Susha, and for a continued refuah Shlema, Paul and Kathy Pollack, in honor of the yard site of the Maggid of Mezrich. Dov Ber was the primary disciple of Talmud Mufad of the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh. I do feel that now we've reached a new level in our shir where we have shir sponsorships in honor of Rebbes. This is very, very important. Although, again, I'm shocked that none of our Chabad Chaverim sponsored the shir today in honor of Yud-Tes Kislev. Shocking, and frankly, makes me doubt your entire commitment to the movement. I'm just saying. I don't know. Good. We'll say with that. So we hope that in America, all the Neshama Shabbat Ali, the families in the Chama, all those who need for Shabbat, Kol Chole Yisrael, Halavai Meretz Hashem, the Balatanya, Zuchosi Alenu, the Maggid of Mezrich, Zuchosi Alenu, the Meretz Hashem, Melitze Yosef Haklav Yisrael, Halavai, we should be Zochei Meretz Hashem to be inspired by their Torah, and we should be Zochei Meretz Hashem to give their precious Neshamas a beautiful Aliyah. I will say today's daf is daf Pei Vav 86, and it is good. It is good. Talking about Hashem at the Mishnah on Pehem, the dates 85b. The Mishnah's no, we're not. Sorry, that was a good try. I thought if I said it fast enough, no one would catch up on it. Okay, good. Wow. Okay, good morning. Good. So we are picking up in Hashem at Rabbi Chanina Skana Kohen. Right? Yes, good. Rabbi Chanina Skana Kohen. 4 lines down into the wide line. So remember, Rabbi Chanina Skana Kohen. So it's interesting enough, in the Mishnah, Rabbi Chanina Skan Kohen was quoted as saying, the Lashon was, Rabbi Chanina Skan Kohen my father would push away any type of blessed animals in sacrificial service. So the Gemara says, okay, Maximus Malon. What is the Canadian standpoint of teaching us? We already established that aside from the Akiva, everyone agreed that Bali movement do not go up on his back, and even if they did, they're taken down. So what is that? The Canadian standpoint, what is he adding? To which the Gemara says, if I say my nice Maximus Malon, possibly number one is he's not adding anything. What is he just saying? He's adding a Maisa. What is he adding a Maisa? He's telling you, by the way, it happened. So we'll say, you see this, sometimes the Gemara will go out and say halacha, and then someone quotes a story that backs that up. That's obviously always powerful. Why? Because when you could quote a story that actually puts the halacha into practice, that just shows that it was adopted halacha l'maisa. Okay, by same my doche kila achya. The other possibility that Chanis Kankona was saying like this: as much as we will not put obviously a balmum on the mizbeach, and if you put it on, you have to take it off. When you take it off, we do it kila achayad. Kila achayad means we do it kind of in a nuanced, almost like beneath the radar type of way. Why? Because what do we have to be concerned about? We have to be concerned that halacha l'maisa, that this looks disparaging to karbanos, right? Because no one really knows the full story about what's going on over here. Therefore, even though we're going to take it up in the Mizbeach, Rashi says, right across from Rashi, you don't take it up in the Mizbeach in a degrading fashion, in a public fashion. So because it's quietly, no one's looking, to let's say, the tremendous musar, that sometimes in life, you have to do things that are uncomfortable, and you have to do things that maybe even offend people. It happens, you have to say something that's going to be offensive. You have to do something that's going to be upsetting. And there are times in life, whether it's as a parent, as a friend, as a leader, sometimes you have to do things that people aren't going to like. It's important that when we do those things, we do so in a way that minimizes the embarrassment, that minimizes the damage, that minimizes the hurt. Incredible. So let's remember again, the Mishnah then said, ended up with the rule. What was the rule? The same way that we said that halacha l'maisa, right? Often we begin with this whole sugya where if you put something that wasn't supposed to go on the mizbeach, but you put it on the mizbeach, right? What do? Rotate it. You don't put it on. However, the Gemara says, if let's say you put something on the mizbeach that wasn't supposed to be on the mizbeach, so you leave it there. But if you took it off, then what? You don't put it back on, right? Because again, logically, I would have thought that, listen, once the halacha is that if you put it on, you don't take it off, then maybe if you take it off, you just put it back on. Come on, no. Once you took it off, then halacha l'maisa, you don't go and turn it back. That's only true if the fire did not take hold of it. However, let's say again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Do you mind if I hello? Do you mind if I share my project with everyone?
And now what happens? The fires began to burn it. Then took it up in his bed.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Because again, once the fire is hold it, you can put it back on. So this is his so the Khalil of Sulah, he went ahead and he put this halacha on the Sefer. What's the Sefer? The Sefer is the very next piece that we're going to discuss.
All right, can I have 2 minutes and 30 seconds?
The next Mishnah. The sinews, the bones, the horns, the hoofs of the animal.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. Not a second more. Okay, first and foremost, if you're not following me, I'd appreciate it. I follow everyone back, so if you want a free follow back, please send me a follow. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find them in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Of karbanos that you should have never put on the mizbeach, or sacrificial parts you should never put on the mizbeach. But if you did it, rotate it. Now the mikvah transitions. The following is a list of items where even if you're erroneously put it on, take it off. Okay, here we go. What is it? Number one, basar kachei kadashim, basar gashin kalim. The meat of kachei kadashim and the meat of kachei kalim. Now, we'll say, now, why is it that if these items are erroneously
I'd love to. Thank you so much, everyone, for your kind words. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to share. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the time.
Meat has no place on the mizbeach. This is consumed either by Kohanim or consumed by the owners. Remember again, this is not the sacrificial part. This is the meat, the basar, the part that's only consumed. So therefore, the Rebbe said, if he was erroneously put on his back, he takes it off because it has no place there. It has no shack. It's actually, if you look at Rashi says over here, the Able in Oli Yardis, second one, right? Half a piece of shit. Then let's say, I want to point out to you over here. In this case, these karbanos are kosher, right? Up until now, we've been focusing on cases of invalid karbanos, which were accidentally placed on the mizbeach. Now we're talking about valid karbanos. But what did you do? What was the mistake over here? You put a part of the karban on the mizbeach that has no shaykhus, no connection to the mizbeach. So, for example, you took sacrificial meat, which should normally be consumed by the kohen or be consumed by the owner. You put it on the mizbeach. Get it off. Get it off. The Mishnah says, "Terry, take it off." It is no
I think it's a brilliant idea.
Next.
All it takes is one person to help spread the idea, and it can certainly go viral. I will have to check into the article. I haven't had a chance to read it all, but the idea is really brilliant. So I appreciate you for sharing it.
If you put the rest of it on the mizbeach, get that off. Once again, no shackles to the mizbeach. Shtei alechem, the two loaf offering of shavuos. Once again, no shackles to the mizbeach.
Absolutely. For you tokens, I will repost it.
Everyone say, what happened to lechem hapanim? But lechem hapanim, ultimately, again, you put the lavona on, but the lechem hapanim is consumed by the kohanim. So therefore, again, no shackles to the mizbeach. Shiar menachos, anything of the leftover menachos. Leftover menachos means anything besides the knitza.
Most certainly, yes. I reposted it. Everybody, if you can, go to Tokens' profile. It's the article's posted there. Please like it. Please repost it. Let's start to spread the idea.
Again, the beard, like literally the hair, the beard hair, we'll call it of rams. So that's 2.5 over here. If you look at Rashi, Sefer Shabbat Shak Rashi says over here, look on the bottom. Reisha the Baba Krisi. Now listen, interestingly enough, as much as these heads were severed.
No, we won't. We won't forget that, Tokens. You're archived on my live stream, so we know it's your idea. Anybody in the future who's watching this or listening to it, know that this smart grid idea is Tokens', and it all started with her.
Again, these are just items that don't normally go on the mizbeach. So because they don't go on the mizbeach, therefore Allah Chalamaysa, if you erroneously put it on, ultimately again you have to go ahead and take it off. It has no shaykhus megabe on mizbeach. And this last part, atzamos, bones, giving sinews, karnayim, horns, kafayim, horns. So we'll say, bisman shein l'kupar and yavu. When they are attached to the sacrificial parts, ultimately again you could offer them up on the mizbeach. Because the buzzer, the coin will burn everything. Here's true. However, ultimately, again, if they're separated, so most of again, if they're not part of the primary sacrificial parts, lo yalu, they do not go up on the mizbeach. You will do your olah, the meat and the blood, which indicates that it's the meat and the blood that's offered up. But these secondary parts, the bones, the sinews, the hooves, the horns, again, this is not offered up. Not offered up. Incredible. So guys, what's that? This place is very beautiful. The Shlomo of the dumps, the Mincha Shlomo, Fer Shlomo, says something very beautiful. He says, what do you see from here? He says sometimes something, when it's on its own, is insignificant. Right? So going ahead, so let's say the bones, the sinews, the horns, the hooves, right? These items by themselves are totally insignificant. Yet, when you attach them, when they are attached to the sacrificial parts, suddenly they become significant. The Rebbe says, sometimes in life, I can't get it together on my own. I'm just having a difficult time getting traction. What's part of the secret of success? Attach yourself to something or to someone holy. When you surround yourself, when you attach yourself, again, to a tzaddik, when you attach yourself to someone, and by the way, this is an individual. When you attach yourself to a chabura, right? When you put yourself in a base medrash, you put yourself in a base hakneses, you put yourself in a gila, you attach yourself to something bigger and holier than yourself. Sometimes, even though individually you may be insignificant, when you attach yourself to something that is holy, ultimately, again, that gives you holiness. Such an incredible result. Says the Gemara, the Rabbanon, Victor Koines Hakol Mizbecha, the Rabbos had Samos Bagidin Bakarava Tafai. Again, so the passage says, Victor Koines Hakol. So I just want to point out over here, so if you notice, there's two psukim. One passage says, Victor Koines Hakol, that ultimately the coin will burn everything. That's one pasuk. The second pasuk says, "Va'asisa olasecha habasar v'hadam." You will give up your carbon, right? So you will offer up your carbon, the meat and the blood. So which one is it? Do you burn everything, or do you just burn the meat and the blood? The way the Mishnah understood it was, it depends. If halacha l'maisa, these secondary items like the bone, the sinews, the horns, and the hooves are attached to the carbon, then you burn everything. If they're detached, then you don't offer them up on the mizbeach. You only offer up the meat and the blood. So turn our vote on. Victor koines hakol mizbeach al rabos. Ha'atzamos hagidin b'akana b'atafayim. So pasuk says the kohen will burn everything. This comes to include the bones, the sinews, the horns, and the hooves. Yochalach pershu. You might have thought this is true, even if what? Even if they separate from the sacrificial parts. Talmud Lomar v'asisa olasecha basar v'hadam. You shall perform your carbon, the meat and the blood. So Gemara says, okay, which means it's just the meat and the blood, not the rest of it. I basar v'dam, top of tevav, yochol yachlots, gidid v'atzamos v'ya'al basar v'gabim mizbeach. So I might have thought that Allah l'maisa, since it just says you offer up the basar and the dam, maybe Allah l'maisa have to separate off these other items. Again, I'm not going to keep going through the list, but the other items again is the bones, the sinews, the horns, and the hoofs. To which the Gemara says, Talmud Lomar v'vikra kohen es hakol. So the pasuk says the kohen shall burn everything. So this obviously, how does this work? How does this work? So in other words, right now when I get started, right? So the bones, the sinews, the hoofs, and the horns are attached. So now, on one hand the pasuk says burn everything, but on the other hand the pasuk says burn the meat and the blood. Okay, so mechubarin yalu, pierce and mechubarin yalu. So how does this work? Number one, if it's attached, offer up everything. Offer up everything. Pirshu, if they somehow become detached, if they become detached, even if these items are already on the top of the mizbeach, take it down. Take it down. That's the halacha. Fine. So the Gemara says, "Man tana b'shamis like pirshu yardu." So who is the opinion now? By the way, that last statement is a pretty strong one, right? That last statement, that in other words, that if they become detached from the carbon, even if they're on the top of the mizbeach, take it down. That's a pretty strong statement. Who is the opinion that says that? It's Rebbe Yisanya, because the pasuk says, Raisa says, "Victor koines hakol mizbecha." Pasuk says the kohen should burn everything on the mizbeach. The rabbos ha'atzamos v'hagidim v'karnayim v'atafayim afilu pershu. Listen to this. So on one hand, this opinion says the pasuk says the kohen should burn everything. What's everything? Everything means everything. The meat, right? The meat and the blood, and also again the hoofs, the horns, the bones, the sinews, even if they separated from the primary meat. So what do you do with the pasuk that says you shall perform your carbon, the meat and the blood, which makes it sound like it's only the meat and the blood. That's the primary part of the carbon. Lomar halacha, to teach us the following halacha: Ikule ola, ata machzir, So listen, we're going to talk about this more. Comes to teach us a very important halacha. This is a very important halacha. That halacha l'maisa, even if you have parts of the olah that are partially consumed. We're going to talk about this, we'll say, about sacrificial parts that fall off of the mizbeach. What do you do then? What do you do with this? We're going to see that even partially consumed parts of the olah get returned to the mizbeach. But yet, interestingly enough, if you have partially consumed bones, sinews, horns, hoofs, and they'll fall off the mizbeach, that is not returned to the mizbeach. Okay, that's the first opinion. Rabbi Omer, Rabbi on the other hand says a little bit differently. Rabbi says, Rabbi Omer, Kosev Achal Omer Behikdar Kohen Esachal Mizbecha. On one hand, the pasuk says the Kohen shall burn everything on the mizbeach. Riba, so the Gemara says riba. Obviously, what does that include? That includes everything. That includes everything. The Kosev Achal Omer Va'asi Sola Sacha Basar Da'adam. And then another pasuk says, you shall go ahead and do your olah, the meat and the blood. So let's say, so miyat, that's obviously miyat. So let's say, so again, this is our tension. One pasuk seems to indicate you burn everything, and everything would include again the bones, the sinews, the hoofs, and the horns. Another pasuk says, no, all you burn is the meat and the blood. So Hakei said, how do you reconcile this? Hakei said, okay, very simple. This is Rabbi Yavo saying. If they are attached, then you offer everything up. Pirshu, if they become detached, even if it's on the top of the mizbeach, take it down. So we'll say our Mishnah reflects this view of that. So again, the primary sacrificial parts that you burn, sacrificial meat, right, sacrificial limbs, and blood. What about the secondary parts of the animals? So essentially, if they're attached, burn it as well. But if they're detached, you do not burn it. What's the chiddush? Even if they become detached, on the top of their own mizbeach, top of the zech, what do? Take it down. Incredible. So your exam is a little bit more. So Rebbe said that if they detached, right, if the secondary parts detached from the carbon, even on the top of the mizbeach, take it down. So this is very interesting. It's fascinating. Zira says that's only true if literally again they detached and they detached further away from the fires, right? So when they became detached, because remember, even if they become detached on the mizbeach, you take it down. That's only true if they became detached in a way that now they're further away from the fire. About klape malo, but if they become detached closer to the fire,
because I have to dance. One around. Now I'm back to let you know I can really shake them down. Do you love me? I can really move. Oh, love me. I'm in the groove. Do you love me? Do you love me now that I can dance, dance, dance? Watch me now. Hey, work, oh, now, baby. Work, oh, you driving me crazy. Work, and a little bit of soul now. Work. I can mash potato, I can do the twist, I can do the twist. Now tell me, baby, do you like it like this? Do you like it like this? Tell me. Do you love me? 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 Do you love me now that I can dance? Hey, work, oh, shake it up, shake it, work, shake it.
So listen to this. When do we say they're taken down? When is that? That's when they became detached after Zrika. Why? Because watch this. If they're attached at the time of Zrika, that essentially means they become sanctified as a carbon. When they then become detached, they're essentially invalid kabbalas. What happens with invalid kabbalas? You burn it off the mizbeach. That's the reason they say take it down. However, back to the Gemara about Kish, you can't do Zrika. meditating the ultimately again the force Zrika. And that's what I say, at the prime part of Zrika, ultimately again, they're not part of the primary carbon. Then interestingly enough, Zrika, since Zrika was done with them in a detached state, they never become part of the carbon, and they're actually fit even for mundane use. It's pretty incredible. About finishing golden Zrika, if ultimately a detached carbon Zrika, Ashan Zrika, Shasir Afil Lemehavid Minayo Kata Bisakin. So let's say so.
Work, shake it up, shake it up, shake it down. Work, it's on now. Well, you gotta be crazy. Work, laser. I can mash potato, I can do the twist, Tell me, baby, do you like it like this? Do you like it like this? Tell me, how do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me?
That compromises your identity as a carbon.
You driving me crazy. You driving me crazy.
Or do whatever you want with the scenes. Do whatever you want. So the where do we get this from? This is Rabbi Yochanan.
That shit was sick.
It shall be yours by Allah, and it says Lo Yihiyah by
Was
Asham.
it?
What's the connection? Not Asham Atzmi Samutan. Just like by Asham, the bones of the Asham are mutter for Monday use. At Allah, at Samos Mutarin. So to by Allah, the bones are mutter for Monday use. Now, I'm saying, obviously, remember, the Gemara is giving this in a very specific way. This is when the bones were not attached at the time of Zrika. If the bones were attached at the time of Zrika, everything becomes consecrated as a carbon. To which the Gemara says Mufni. We'll say Mufni means that obviously this phrase Lo Yihiyah is not used for anything else, and therefore is open to be used for this Gezerah Shava. Di'i Lo Mufni, because again, if this was not open, Ikal Mifra Pircha this Gezerah Shava. What's the Pircha? Again, I will say it's pretty hard to make a shava between Asham and Olah for a simple reason. There's a big distinction. What's the distinction? Asham, the meat is consumed by Kohanim. Olah, the meat is not consumed at all. To which the Gemara says, you're right, Lo Yihya Yisir. Obviously, it's openable saying this phrase, Lo Yihya is an extra phrase, and therefore it can be used to teach us this drasha. Incredible. So, Maser Rabbi Barava. So ultimately again, so he raised the kasha at Samos Kachim with Nezrika more than one. Suppose this here we go. So Rabbi raises the kasha at Samos Kachim, which is the bones of Kachim, before Zrika more than one. They are subject to Mila. After Zrika in more than one. But after Zrika, ultimately again, there is no Mila. It's like the bones of an Ola.
It was a 24-second violation anyway. I have no idea what that pass was. Yeah, Ronnie. I don't blame Ronnie for that. Like, where are we going with that? What was it? It just... It was a 24-second violation anyway. I have no idea what that pass was. Yeah, Ronnie. What was it? I don't blame Ronnie for that. Like, where are we going with that? What was it? It just...
Bones of Allah, if you shoot with Zrika, they more than that. If the bone detached from the sacrificial meat before Zrika, there is no Medina. So this is exactly what he's saying up in Sunnah. Because remember again, Zika concretizes identity. So therefore, if the bones are attached to sacrificial meat at the time of Zika, then the bones become kosher. If they're kosher, they're subject to Zika. Zika, Zika, but actually, again, here, some size. Actually, with Zika, therefore, the bones subject to sacrificial meat for Zika, they're not kosher, and therefore, there's no Zika. The after Zika, they have the bones, the action is, and after Zika, the more is behind the bone. Whatever the subject is, it's possible to get into the same thing. If you go along with this, I don't know about it, and I'm not going to see if you need Zika, no. And it also says that ultimately you're going to be bones separated. From the meat, the full Zika, what was Zika, the after Zika, the man, the after Zika, ultimately again, you know, you can't get enough, it's also not subject to Zika. It's almost as unlimited. It's almost like it turns out, it sounds like you need to know ultimately to do is the fact. First of all, this becomes summarized. So I want to announce that when it comes to these items, because it's especially introduced us to a new category of items, that even if we trace items back, we should get there. What categories are applied to items that have no charges to the misbehalf? Since the sacrificial that no one can see, you have to put that on the misbehalf, take it down. What's the status of bones, seams, bones, and corpse? What's the status in terms of sacrificial meat? So the Gemara essentially says, like Rebbe, it depends. What are they attached? Right? If it's attached, ultimately again it gets offered up. Detached, ultimately again it needs to come down. Even though detached, the other thing depends on what?
And he turns on his television set, and the camera slowly pulls back. He goes out his window, and magically we start this tour and flight as we swoop down from the city.
It is also treated as invalidated kavanos, in which case it's not going to be death, but often is there, but it's not going to be use. Incredible. Mishnah. The Fuhrer should talk about that in his back way. Also, you see how we have to perform. Any item, any of these items, and Rashi says over here, Hana Suvan, Sha'ali Yishkan Ba'am Ba'yirshi, and someone speaking Sha'ala Yukhabra Ba'achal Ba'achal Any of these cases, where we constantly, in Allah most sin, which references the previous cases where items should not have been offered up on the Mizbeach, but they were put on the Mizbeach. So that's how the heart, once you put it on, don't take it off. If literally again, the top of us means they pop off the Mizbeach. Right? Which means what? It's on the fire is very hot, sometimes you place heat, causes it to pop off. If it popped off, ultimately again, you do not put it back on. Seeing if you have a hole that popped off the Mizbeach, don't put it back on. So we'll say, so again, if you have, and by the way, we'll say that first halacha is not such a novelty. Because you already know what the Mishnah say. Any of those cases of the kavanos that you should have never put on his back to begin with. But once you put it on, what's the halacha? Motivate. What does the Mishnah say? If you took it off, then what? You don't put it back on. So similarly again, if you left it on and it popped off, you don't put it back on. A coal that pops off, you don't put it back on. Now, most of us listen to this. On his back. Now, we'll say, now the question this is talking about over here, what about sacrificial rings? That are looking at them, we'll say, at night, what kavanos do you offer up at night? What kavanos? No, there are no kavanos at night. So what do you do at night? You do something first. You burn the leftover sacrificial rings and fats. So we'll say, so let's say again, the Kohen is doing the fat and burning the sacrificial rings, and now they pop off in the day. So what's that about? Holding the concepts last. If it was before concepts, like before midnight, you put them back on. More than that, and it's like it's really the after concepts, there's a pop off after concepts, go down here, don't put it back on the day. Then more than that, and then go with Eva for the rings after concepts. Okay, we'll see what that means. The same time is definitely happening to the same that the lamp has the ramp up in there, has the look at the concept. That means the same thing is that the touches have all died, and in the same way ultimately again that the Mizbeach and the ramp
Welcome to taking my black friend to do white people shit.
Welcome to taking my white friend to do black people shit.
Today I'm taking my black friend skiing. I'm moving. I'm not trying.
All right, so let's analyze this. Now, what we are most intrigued by in this Mishnah is this whole chatzos thing. Right? So you have sacrificial limbs. And we'll say, now we're talking about like legitimate cuttings. That's supposed to be there. You're burning sacrificial limbs at night. So what we can say, before chatzos, if the limbs pop off, put it back on, and the limbs are subject to
This is our beautiful
after
house,
chatzos, if they pop off, you don't have to put it back on, and it's not subject to that. What's up with that? So what it says, hey, good W. Ida es puhu mamish, afil la'achar chatzos nami. I understand. If the limbs still have meat on them, then even if they pop off after chatzos, you should still be obligated to put them back on. Equal as mamish, the meat has already burned off and there's nothing left. I feel called the chatzos nami low. Then even if it pops off before chatzos, you shouldn't have to put it back on. So what's going on over here? Lotzricha, we'll say Amadeus, Lotzricha. Shiriri. What's the case over here? Shiriri. What's Shiriri? Rashi says, Hashim, Shinis Kansu Machmasaish, Shota Vain Lukura, Nisfiku, Ella Shalom Nasi Pacham, Ella Kadis Medicine in Sofa. What's the case here? We'll say, when the meat has already become like Shiriri. Shiriri means that we'll say that it's already dried out. It's already dried out like a piece of wood, but it has not yet got into the point it's cold. So therefore, if it pops off before chatzos, you got to put it back on. But if it's after chatzos, right, and I listen, two things go together. You have to put it back on, and it is subject to the elo. Those two things go together. After chatzos, you don't have to put it back on because it's considered to be like cold already, and it's not subject to the elo. So let's see one second. Where do you get this distinction between chatzos and after chatzos? Where do you know that from? The Kasav Echad Omer Kol Halayla Behir. This is very interesting. So you actually have two psukim over here that deal with the Olah. So the pasuk says, by beginning of the Olah, it says, He Olah al Mokra al Mizbeach Kol Halayla. So the pasuk says, what do you do with the Olah? You keep the Olah on the Mizbeach Kol Halayla the entire night, Ad HaBoker, until the morning. The next pasuk, that's literally the next pasuk says, "Ve'hirin es hadeshen asher tocha la'ish es ha'olah." The next pasuk then literally says, "Kol halayla ve'hirin." Right? And the next pasuk says, it doesn't actually say "Kol halayla," but the next pasuk says, "Ve'hirin." You shall lift up the ash. So what is the Gemara studying with over here? On one hand, it calls the olah that remains like you're burning the sacrificial parts at night. It calls it an olah, and then it calls it ash. So which one is it? Right? When it burns throughout the night, is it olah or is it ash? So the Gemara says, chalkiu. So what do? You split the night. Chatziv la'tara, v'chatziv la'harama. Part of the night is for the offering, and part of the night is for the raising of the ash, which essentially means part of the night the sacrificial limbs are looked at as meat, and part of the night they're looked at as ash. And I will say, what's that distinction? Chatzos. Prior to chatzos, it's looked at as sacrificial meat. And therefore, again, I love when I said pops off the mizbeach, you have to put it back on, and it is subject to milah. And after chatzos, ultimately, again, it is looked at as ash, and therefore, if it pops up in his bath, you need not put it back on, and it is not subject to milah. Okay, so Master of Kanas, Rav Kana raised the kasha. Sabah said, "This is incredible. It's incredible Gemara. The whole yom." So it says in general, remember the first avodah of the day was Shabbat Hadashen, right? Which means removal of the ash. And the truth is, they didn't remove all of the ash. They just removed a very small amount of ash and deposited it by the side of the mikveh. So every day we cross together. And listen, cross together is also an interesting term. It can mean dawn, right? So cross together could mean like the crow of the rooster, which means dawn. Cross together could also be literally translated. Cross together means the crying out of the individual. It's because that's what we call it, what we target on the radio, we target getting everyone up in the morning. So the halacha is, when you do Trumas Hadashen, mikros together of samuchlo. So if you look at Rashi says over here, before I get to Rashi. So when you do Trumas Hadashen, ultimately, again, from Kros Hagever, from dawn, either a little bit before or a little bit afterwards. Okay, now watch this. Yom Kippurim bechatzos. Yom Kippur, they will do Trumas Hadeshin already when? As of midnight. As of midnight. Now again, Rashi points out over here. Let's go through here. We'll see why that is. Right? The Regalim from under Regalim, Yom Tov and Pesach Shavuot Sukkos, Bashmaris Harishona. They will already do Trumas Hadeshin already when? After the first third of the night. Remember, Saks Brachas tonight is divided up into Bas Machlokes, 3 Ashmaros, 4 Ashmaros. We're going to get over 3 Ashmaros, and we do it in the first third of the night. So let's just understand, on a typical day, Trumas Hadeshin will be done somewhere around dawn, a little bit before, a little bit afterwards. On Yom Kippur, they back it up to midnight, Chatzos, and ultimately, again, on the Regalim, Yom Tovim, they already do it before Chatzos. Very interesting. Now, what's the Shiloh? These are like from the Chatzos Daraisa, Heichim Mekanima Veichim Machina. I don't care. What's happening? Based on what you just said before, by old levels, right? So remember again, when do sacrificial rings become ash? When do they become ash? When? Midnight. So first of all, Trumas Hadeshin mentioned really happens at midnight. So first of all, the number of conscious. How do you do it over here? How is it by Yom Kippur? You're going there, you're doing it before Chatzos, and then in reality, on any given day, how are you waiting after Chatzos? How are you waiting for girls? They're not coming there. So let's say, watch this. I'm going to be open on. Imasna Shema Kol HaLayla, Eli Yadesh Ad HaBoker, Ma Kol HaRoma Ad HaBoker. Let's say, now watch this. We learned that in general, by this pasuk of all this, remember again, there's two pasukim happening over there. But the first pasuk, and there's successive pasukim, right? This is Vayikra, Parak Vav, pasuk Beis, and pasuk Gimel. The first pasuk is talking about Ola, and tells me what do you do with the sacrificial means of the Ola? What do? You let them burn throughout the night. The next pasuk, it says Ad HaBoker. The Kol HaLayla, the entire night, Ad HaBoker. The next pasuk then says, you shall go ahead and remove the ash. Those are the juxtaposed pasukim. So let's say, the Gemara asks, I don't understand. The pasuk says, let the Ola burn, Kol HaLayla, Ad HaBoker, until the morning. That's repetitive, right? That's repetitive. If you're telling me Kol HaLayla, so by definition, Kol HaLayla means what? Kol HaLayla means until the morning. Why do you need to say Ad HaBoker? So watch this. So it says, Matam Ulomar Ad HaBoker, get ready. Tein Boker Lebakro Shalayla. It means give an additional morning to the dawn of the night. So let's say, interesting enough, Ad HaBoker teaches us. See, if we would have just said Kol HaLayla means until dawn. The fact that it says Ad HaBoker means sometimes morning comes earlier, sometimes morning comes later. Right? That ultimately, again, morning, that happens to many of us, right? So that ultimately, again, so sometimes morning comes at different times. Take a look at Rashi says over here. Tein Boker Lebakro Shalayla. It's about 8 lines of 6, 7 lines up in the bottom. Tein Boker Lebakro Shalayla. Boker Shalayla Alos HaShachar. Boker Achar Teina. So normally, again, Boker is dawn, but sometimes you give a different morning. So the Gemara says, Hainu Hashkama. So one says, here's what's interesting. It's actually quite fascinating. So the Torah tells me, sometimes you have to create another morning. But the Torah doesn't tell me what that morning is. And therefore gave the power to the rabbis to determine when morning occurs in different circumstances. Therefore, therefore, generally, on a regular day, when you do Trumas Hadeshin, again, dawn, because that's enough time. Ultimately, we'll say on Yom Kippur, because we want to have a little bit of Rachmanas on the Kohen Gadol, right? Because remember, Yom Kippur, everything has to be done by the Kohen Gadol. So therefore, what we do is we allow him to do Trumas Hadeshin already as of midnight. That we kind of get that done, and he has a little bit of time to rest until he has to begin the avodah of Yom Kippur. Because remember, we'll say under the Regalim, you have a plethora of Kabbalas, right? And the Regalim in general, you have a ton of Kabbalas. Remember again, in general, Yom Kippur has lots of Kabbalas, but also because there's an Isabel Yom Kippur, that's when everyone is catching up on all of their sacrificial obligations. Therefore, so we'll say this is so beautiful. So on Yom Kippur, on the Regalim, it's actually so already again, Klal Yisrael is already gathering already again. They were already filling up the Beis Hamikdash from the beginning of the night. Kedetani Sefer, Lo Haisa Kriyas Hageber Magas, Acha Haisa Azara Meleim Yisrael. Even before dawn, the courtyard was packed. The courtyard was packed ultimately again with Klal Yisrael. Isn't that incredible? So because there's so many people, it's interesting enough, so fasting halacha, so much to say over here, but fasting halacha. So in general, the Torah says, let the oldest stay until the morning. But then the pasuk says, ad hapoker, that why that phrase? That phrase teaches me that Chazal have the right to determine different mornings for different times. So on Stam day, ultimately again, you do Trumas Hadeshin when? Dawn. Yom Kippur, back it up to Chatzos. Yom Tiv, first third of the night. Why on Yom Tiv? Because what's on Yom Tovin? Before the dawn, before it was even dawn, the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash was already packed. I will say such an incredible and beautiful. It's not just enough of us that are saying, that phrase. There's a profound Mr. Haskell in that phrase. Well, actually, we'll say, we'll stop over for today. All right, tomorrow we'll start off with that. Should I see 45? We'll say, what a daf. Shkayach, everyone. All right, Chavrazim, have a great day. All right, I will say good morning. A great source function to begin. Another week of Yisachas Tzvachim together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Kislev, Avavino, Tova, Allison, Adam Steinmetz, in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Shlomo Steinmetz, Rav Shlomo Tzvi Ruvain Ben Shimon Zichrono Livracha, Semi Malka Estrusin, in memory of their parents, Yitzchok Leib and Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Henech Ephraim, and their dear friend, Staff Sergeant Naftali Ona, Gordon Hashem Kom Damov, fell in battle in Gaza, Erev Hanukkah 2023. Paul and Kathy Pollack, in memory of Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachim Shimanis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zachariah. And our Zachim sponsors for today, Alan Sarah Steinberg, in the source of continuing the work of Shimanis Hannah Bas Shmuel, all families in the Chama, all those who need refuge haven't gathered Kol Chole Yisrael, who should be zochah to continue the service to us of Klal Yisrael. Well, it's like today's daf is Pei Hey, 85. Great daf out of us. We are picking up. It was a good day yesterday. We are picking up on hopes to have a short Amud days. Right? Again, fine. Just let me have the win. Let me have the win. So we are picking up on 85A, Pei Hey, Amud Aleph, Amar Ula, which is 2, 4, 6 lines down from the top. Amar Ula. And you were touching, very interesting case here. And you were touching, Shehava Lifnei Zrikas Daman. So here's the case. You have Kachim Kalim, you have sacrificial limbs of Kachim Kalim that were placed on the Mizbeach before Zrika. Before Zrika was done. So obviously now remember, we're talking over here, our topic is Kavanot that are invalid, that were placed on the Mizbeach anyway. That's our topic. So remember again, the Shiloh over here is, if you have this carbon, that ultimately again, if you have this carbon, so Kachim Kalim that was placed on the Mizbeach, it was really invalid. And then what happens? Halakha was placed there before this Zrika. So up until now, remember again, the normal sequence of events is that sacrificial limbs are only placed on the Mizbeach when? After Zrika. So remember, Zrika is the primary service in Kabbalah that affects Kabbalah. So you've always been operating with this idea. Zrika is already done. You've placed the limbs on the Mizbeach. Once it's killed, don't take it down. So now, this is a little bit of a wrinkle. Let's say again, the limbs of Kachim Kalim were placed there before Zrika. So let's say, so what's the Shaila? Should we take them down or not? Which Ula says, Lo Yerdu. Ula says, no, don't take it down. Why? Na'asu Rachmo Sham Mizbeach. Ultimately, again, literally translated, they have become the bread of the Mizbeach. Which means essentially, once they're on the Mizbeach, that's where they remain. again, so the novelty, this is different than any previous case, because in all of our previous cases, the rings were always being put on the Mizbeach after Zrika. Here it's before Zrika. I'm at a thought the Havamina is that should make a difference. Ula says no. Once it's on the Mizbeach, it's black no Mizbeach, we leave it alone. Black Mishal, leave it alone. Or Mizera. And then another thing here, Mizera says the truth is, we already saw this in our Mishnah. Where did we see this? Shenishbach Dama, the Shiyasa Dama, what's the life? So remember again, some of these disqualifications that the Mishnah talked about the following cases. Let's say again, I will say you had carbon and the blood spilled. So there was Zrika was never done. Zrika was never done. Or the blood was taken outside of the permitted area of the Samikdash. Shimon says, so these were examples in the Mishnah of karbanos where ideally they should not be put on the Mizbeach. But if they were put on the Mizbeach, then what? So what do you see from here? That apparently even without Zrika, once you put the carbon on the Mizbeach, you don't take it off. To which, so all that's happening over is Rabbi Zera is simply supporting Ila's statement. So I say in those cases, there's no blood to be sprinkled. Like in other words, there's no blood. The blood spilled, or the blood was taken out of the permitted area. So in those cases, even if you wanted to sprinkle the blood, there's nothing to sprinkle. And yet, what's the halacha? Amrit im alolo yertu. The halacha is once the carbon was placed on the mizbeach, you don't take it down. Yet hacha the imbal is zorik like all shekain. And we'll say in our case, remember the leaves of the kachim kalim were placed on the mizbeach before zrika. But there's still blood. If you wanted to do zrika, you could do zrika. So of course it should be kosher. So that's the argument. If halakha and I saw in the case where there's no blood to do zrika with, the Mishnah said that if you accidentally put the carbon on the mizbeach, you don't take it down. Then all the more so in our case, where when you put the carbon on the mizbeach, there's still blood to do zrika with. Of course you wouldn't take the carbon down. This Gemara says, hold up. Tirgama HaKodesh Kadosh. You might say it's possible that the Mishnah's case of Mishpach, or Yotzachos V'Kilayim, the Mishnah's case of where the blood spilled, or where the blood was taken out of his primitive casings, it's also not talking about, it's talking about Kodesh Kadosh. Listen, now, what does that mean? Look at Rashi. Rashi's almost right across. If you move your finger to the right, about 4 lines down, Tirgama HaKodesh Kadoshim, Perish HaMishnah Hazos, the Kodesh Kadoshim. Maybe our Mishnah, which also refers to the case of Mishpat, where the blood spilled, or where the blood was taken out of the permitted area. Maybe that's talking about Kodesh Kadoshim. Now, what's the mean about Kodesh Kadoshim? Shekedushas Haguf Aleihen Lifnei Zrika. So, we're going to say, Kodesh Kadoshim is higher sanctity karbanos. One of the ways in which that higher sanctity manifests in the carbon is that the carbon itself is kaddish even before Zrika. So maybe that's the case. So maybe we'll say Kodesh Kadosh. If they went on the mizbeach even without Zrika, then halacha l'maisa lo tiri, you don't take them down. Maybe by Kodesh Kadosh, if those rings went on the mizbeach, and remember that's Ula's case. Ula's case is Kodesh Kadosh. Maybe again by Kodesh Kadosh, if they went on before Zrika, maybe they wouldn't be taken down. Well, 1 second. Haripesach the Kachin Kalim. Here's the problem, right? The Mishnah also ultimately talks about Haripesach as well. And Haripesach is in the category of Kachin Kalim. So it appears that Allah applies both by Kachin Kadashim and Kachin Kalim. As we point out over here, this is an interesting nugget of information that's being conveyed over here. Just about the distinction between Kachin Kadashim and Kachin Kalim. The Gemara seems to be operating under the premise that a carbon is endowed with full carbonic sanctity at post-Zrika. That was the assumption the Gemara was working with. Then the Gemara qualifies that and says, that's true for Kachim Kalim, lower sanctity carbonos. But Kachim Kadoshim are vested with carbonic sanctity even before Zrika. Just hold on to that piece of information. So the Gemara says, 1 second. So Kachim Kalim. The mission sees a Kachim Kadosh. Using where it says, no. Take them out, the Shalom Lishma. The cover Pesach is talking about the case of Shalom Lishma. The seal of cover Pesach that the Mishnah was referring to was not the case of Mishpah, or you say first the Kilayim. The case of Kohen Pesach was the case also where the covenant was offered up. Shalom Lishmo. Rashi says that Kelma Shalom Lishmo. Pesach will tell the Ele Apsula Shalom Lishmo. Get a tiny bunch of Shachmat Shalom Lishmo. So much was second to none. The Kulan Shalu Chayin Lagabi Mizbeach Yeti. Hashkitim of the one year did. But also very prepared. You might just quote the Mishnah. But the Mishnah said, remember, you will say we actually dealt with this case a little bit yesterday. Any carbon, anytime the animal was the actual living animal was brought up to the top of the Mizbeach, what's the halacha? Take it down. Now, what do you infer from that? That ultimately, again, if the animal was in fact taken up and shechted on the top of the Mizbeach, that you would not take it down. What's the case? My love, if you notice, from the Mishnah doesn't seem to distinguish between Kachek Hadashim or Kachim Kalim, in which case it sounds like both of these types of kavanos, if they went up on the Mizbeach before Zrika, the halacha would be lo terim, don't take them down. To which the Gemara says, lo, hashchutin mehen yerdu, mehen lo yerdu. That's not true. The Gemara says, rather the way to read the Mishnah is, if you ended up bringing a living animal to the top of the Mizbeach, you should take it down. But if you ended up shechting it on top of the Mizbeach, certain items are brought down and certain items are left there. To which the Gemara said, oh, say no. What would be that distinction? Apparently, if it's Kachim Kalim, before Zrika, which it is, you would take it down. If it's Kachim Kadashim, you would leave it there. The Gemara said, but that's not what the Mishnah says. The Mishnah says Lashon of Kula, right? All of them. Which sounds like there is no distinction between Kachim Kadashim and Kachim Kalim, to which the Gemara says, Kulam Achayim. No. The Kulam, all of them is referring to the living animal. That by all karbanos, if you brought up a living animal to the top of the Mizbeach, what should you do? Take it down. This Gemara says, that's obvious. It's obvious. Remember,
How about you learn all these dances? How about you go fuck yourself? Did you say I didn't teach them?
That's obvious. He's talking about living animals. Okay, and it's talking about the rest of the year. We're going to get into this a little bit. It's talking about a Balmon. And it's talking about over here, we're going to see that the Akiva normally makes a Balmon. And then the Akiva also, someone in the Mishnah said, that when you get a camel, if you ended up offering up a Balmon, you take the sacrificial punishment. That the Akiva said, even a Balmon has the ability to stay on the Mizbeach. Right? That the Akiva machshir, the Balmon. Listen to this. Now we're going to see, by the way, what type of moment does that Akiva allow. We're going to see Dukin Shaba'ayin. This is interestingly enough, the way that Dukin Shaba'ayin is translated is as cataract. So cataract. Now we're going to see why exactly we are talking about that. We'll come back to that. The Amar is only one way. But according to the Akiva, there's certain everybody else holds that Balmum is one of the things, like a treifa, where if you see that, you got to take it down. Even if one on his back, you take it down. Rabbi Akiva is of the opinion that with certain types of movement, you can be on his back. First, the Gemara says, the Ma'al Kimta. So therefore, how are you establishing the Mishnah? The Psulin. Ultimately, I'm Psulin. Ema Seifah. Here's if I look at the Seifah. V'chin Ola Sha'ol Sakai Rosh HaMizbeach. Right, there was an Ola. Ultimately, again, went up. This is the beginning of our Mishnah. If you took a living Ola, right, so before you started the animal, you took a living Ola to the top of the Mizbeach. So what do? Bring it down. Shachta Rosh HaMizbeach. It's just our Mishnah. If you ended up shechting it on the Mizbeach, Yavshit means the Nasach in Komo. So now we flay it and cut it up into pieces on the top of the Mizbeach. I understand. The Psula, if we're talking about, if you're establishing the Mishnah, talking about an invalid carbon, the Psula, that's actually if you're setting up the Mishnah, talking about the invalid carbon.
See you from the numb and no one breathing like that. But you take my breath away. Someone you are in my life. Don't you make it better? I can't be back for the night. Baby, you and down in my paradise. Only one is for happiness. Lately I'm losing out, I know when I was down. I'll say you'll always be my baby. We can make it shine. We can stay forever just to make it on time. More than a woman. More than a woman to me. More than a woman. More than a woman to me. I can see myself. Let history repeat itself. Oh, fuck.
So the Gemara says, okay, so what's the chiddush over here? What exactly is the chiddush? So
All right, well, I will how that worked out.
So the chiddush, I'll tell you what the chiddush is.
If a player fails to perform a football act and loses control of the ball upon hitting the ground, he must regain control before the ball touches the ground. If he does not, it is an incomplete pass.
If you actually subtract
If a player fails to
so apparently, this is going to be a machlokas. This is a machlokas. In other words, this concept that the Mishnah kind of espouses as something that everyone agrees with, not everyone agrees with this. So according to the opinion, it says that even if you ended up checking the Allah on the top of the Mizbeach, you can't play it and cut it up at the part on top of the Mizbeach. So what is there to say? What's the case? The case is where the carbon had a period of when it was kosher, and then it became when it was kosher, and then it became puzzle.
Like that, bitch.
Take a quick look at Rashi, about 7 lines up from the bottom. You see it there at the end. One could go into Aisalo Shasa kosher. So Rashi says over here, Rashi says, call them psula.
But it's going to start the original.
It's interesting. So let's see that this is the case. The case is where you had a perfectly good carbon ola. You checked it. The doctor gave it as well. And then something that invalidated the carbon. This is an interesting case where the carbon had a window of permissibility, but then it became invalid prior to the slaying of the animals. Let's finish that Rashi. Lahafshit kodem sulabat bas hafshit benituati. Dafilu hilamata ba'basa pasal benisra keveloza b'shem gamel kamar. Boyo. Kevan shenizra kadam b'hortzam basar sha'achas lahafne benifsra yafshitena v'olakana. Both say Nevadu. Unless you wonder, why are we getting so caught up in the
Or do you like when it says Instagram stops and it sucks? Dog.
What
is this bullshit?
To get the hide. Who gets the hide of an olah? A kohen. See, interestingly enough,
I love how that one girl was like, oh no, what you're doing is different. Yours is video. We're doing the space. Sweetheart. Look right there, baby.
There is this opinion of Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Shimon, that apparently comes in a little bit. Daf Kuf Tal 104. We'll get there just a bit. So the Gemara says like this. The Gemara says that halakha l'maisa.
This girl's still trying to do
that had a
world record. Baby, you just let those people that
whatever. Let's a simple case. That
get us know about my shit, baby.
Shchita was fine. Kabbalah was fine. Maybe Zrika was fine. But now the carbon became tameh. Even so, as long as it had a window of permissibility, you could flay it and give the height to the kohen. Let's finish up the Rashi. He says, "Kevan shenizra kadam v'hortza basar shah."
Remember when this shit didn't suck?
So again, as long as you did zrika and the carbon had a window of permissibility, even if it subsequently became puzzle, yafshitena va'or lekohanim, flay it and give the height to the kohanim. The ain ora nisraf iman. Now, remember, normally, if an ola becomes puzzle, what do you do with it?
Are you fucking serious?
You burn it. But now the Gemara is introducing it to us is as long as the carbon had a window of
Yo,
permissibility,
bitch.
you can salvage the hide. Salvage the hide, give it to the Kohen. Hashtanami, he said, Rosh Hashanah's from the Geras, buy you have shipping.
Lit.
So therefore, we'll go back to the Gemara. So what's the Gemara talking about? Hadamas, you know,
Are you fucking serious?
So the case of
Yo.
actually was as follows.
Oh,
You
do
brought
they
it
not
all
let you
up
split
to the
because
top
it
of the
sucks?
Mizbeach alive. Now, what
Yeah.
should you have done with it? When you brought it up there, like, what should you have done with it? Take it
Such
down.
a
But you
dumbass
didn't.
fucking
What did you do?
program.
You shefted it
Do you
there.
think that Mark
Okay.
Zuckerberg is a
What
good
did Allah
programmer?
do? Sheft it
I think
all
he
on the
sucks
top of the
more
Mizbeach. What's
cock
the halacha?
than there are
So,
cocks on
flay
Earth.
it, cut it up on top of
Like,
the Mizbeach.
there are literally like 4 billion penises on Earth, and Zuckerberg sucks all of them.
The carbon became puzzle. Simple case, it became tough.
Really?
And
Oh,
also, what's
Zuckerberg's the
halacha?
worst,
Gemara
kids.
says, and this reflects the view of Rabbi Elazar B'Shimon.
Really?
Damar, Kevan Shenizra
Don't
Kadam,
get me started on this
Otzah
asshole.
Shah Achos,
Why?
Shiten of all the
He's
Kohanim.
the
And what's the
worst.
novelty of the Mishnah? The novelty of the
Or is he?
Mishnah is that we're reflecting the view of
This
Rabbi Elazar B'Shimon,
motherfucker's the
who says
worst.
that once the blood was thrown,
Zuckerberg?
and
Oh,
the carbon
Zuckerberg's the
had
worst.
a window of
Don't get me
permissibility.
started on how shitty he is.
Ultimately, again, flay it
I've been bitching
and
more about
give
this
it the
motherfucker for
pride to the God.
almost a half decade. This motherfucker sucks. Is he the worst? Ain't nobody ever been worse than Mark Zuckerberg, folks. Why? Because he sucks. His programming, he's literally jerking himself off about who they should elect as the fucking prime minister of fucking fucking
one of the things that they used to do in
Spain and not paying enough attention about how to fix his fucking app. He's the worst. And his wife Priscilla, I hope that bitch fucking divorces him, and if she doesn't, I lost all my fucking respect for that bitch. Are you fucking serious? What is the fucking deal with this shit?
Step one is you brought up an Ola to the top of the Mizbeach. Should you have done that?
Zuckerberg, you're the
And what
worst.
did you do? Bring it back down.
Like assholes designed this app.
Okay, now they're setting it up. Is you slaughtered it.
Are you fucking serious? Zuckerberg, you're the worst.
Carbon became puzzle. Carbon became puzzle. Came down whatever it is.
Are you fucking serious? Zuckerberg.
Flay it and cut up the pieces.
Zuckerberg, you're the worst.
Why flay it?
You're the absolute worst. You're the absolute worst. Oh, I like to teach my daughters how to program. Hey, dog, how about you teach your programmers how to program, you fucking loser?
First thing where it says, why? Why should I say? Generally, the only reason you bring
What are their names?
Because the department to watch it is why? Why? Because
My father is an asshole, and my father is an asshole. They're twins in my world, though they're not. Why do you know this? Because he fucking talks about them when he's on Joe Rogan instead of fucking teaching his fucking programmers how to program. Worst stream ever.
So let's say to which the Gemara says,
Oh, this is really great.
if we
Hey,
should go
Zuckerberg,
ahead and just simply burn them
are you
as
fucking
is.
serious?
So here's the comment we'll say. To burn the innards
Zuckerberg's
of the
the
kishkas
worst.
when
Are
the
you
wings
fucking
go
serious?
inside of them,
Zuckerberg,
it's not nice.
dog.
I mean, Gemara over here quotes this pasuk in Malachi.
Zuckerberg,
And the
you're the
pasuk
worst.
goes like this.
The
What's
worst.
this? The Chil Sagishul Iber Lidbar, Ein Ra.
Kids,
The
if I were in
Sagishul
a fucking
Iber
Ho Chi Minh
Lidbar,
City
Ein Ra.
right now, and they gave me one last fucking thing to say to the world, where that motherfucker's like this, I would say, Zuckerberg, you suck cock. Really? Oh, folks, he's the worst. There's not a worse. He's the worst. Really? And he owns 61% of that fucking company that he stole? That is the most bullshit shit. Oh, I'm just... There's a whole movie about how he stole this fucking idea. And he should be in jail. Zuckerberg should be in jail just for this shitty programming, let alone all this shit. He's the worst, kids. Kids, if you're watching this now or in the future, you should just know Zuckerberg's the worst. Really? Dog, this is so bullshit. Are you fucking serious? What asshole developed this app? The editing portion of this app was literally, it was like invented in a drunken
What are we worried about? We're worried about a Cohen
stupor of a fucking
by this entire process. So what's
frat party. And this is the worst.
What is he going to find?
It's like, oh, you want to move it to here? Cool, we'll move it to here. Same people who developed Microsoft Word, they were probably like, hey, everybody. Bill Gates was like, hey, Mark,
And as often happens in life,
my programmers are done with Microsoft Word, programming it to be the worst fucking program ever. And then Mark Zuckerberg, oh, great, man, because we're shooting pigs in Hawaii. I've been looking for some programmers now. Are these the same programmers when you put a picture here, that it goes down here, takes all your text and moves it here? Yeah, those are the ones. I'd be like, oh, cool. Well, can I just hire them indefinitely and have them do nothing to improve my company? Yeah, you can. Especially have them work on your VR headset, though. He'd be like, oh, okay, cool. What are you doing? Oh, I'm going to some fucking island. Oh, that sounds fun. Oh, if Zuckerberg went to that fucking island, oh, man, I'd be shitting myself. Are you fucking serious? This thing's going to crash, and I'm going to scream. Zuckerberg, are you fucking serious? Zuckerberg, get your shit together. This is the worst. Zuckerberg, you're the worst. Your programming sucks. Bezos sucks. Your shit sucks. Gates' shit sucks. Sundar Pichai sucks. These assholes. Assholes develop this shit, kids. Oh, but you can take pictures with it. Oh, okay. Can you make a video with it? Yeah, kind of. We don't really know. I mean, you can make some videos on it. Are they going to upload? Crapshoot, baby.
To kind of figure out what exactly is going on over here. By having the kishkas cleaned and ready to be offered, it would seem as if we're actually placing a stumbling block before the Kohen, and that halacha l'maisa, he's going to be ready to go ahead.
This is the worst. Zuckerberg.
Just as soon as he walks in. To which the
Zuckerberg
says, listen to this. The says, yeah, to a certain degree we are.
Zuckerberg. Your shit is so bad. Zuckerberg shit is it the worst? It's pretty much the worst. His programming is like arguably the worst programming in the history of humankind. Is it? Dog, this shit is the worst.
Is leaving sacrificial matter, albeit invalid sacrificial matter, the sacrificial matter nevertheless in a state of degradation, or
is this the worst? Dog, Zuckerberg.
To which the Gemara says, if you have to choose one of those, we're going to choose to make sure that sacrificial matter is not left in a degrading state. So therefore, we wash the intestines, even though again they're not fit to be used, and we know full well that what could happen. Somebody somebody walks away for a second, and a Kohen just comes in, not knowing context.
Zuckerberg, your shit.
End up offering up. Now, obviously, we'll say we're going to try to get rid of this in a quick fashion, right? So it's not going to end up happening. But yes, the Gemara says,
are you serious? And then if I pull it,
creating a potential
Zuckerberg
stumbling block situation for unsuspecting, well-meaning Kohen. But we would rather do that than leave the sacrificial matter in a state of degradation.
Dog, this is the worst. 137.
I'll point that over here.
This is the worst.
Metaphor for life also. Sometimes in life, there's not a good choice. There's not a good choice. And sometimes you just have to choose the lesser of two compromise choices, right? We always want to
dude, Zuckerberg, your shit is the worst. It's so bad. Are you fucking watching this? I have a ceiling cam, and hopefully somebody can see something. And just be like, oh, this is the worst.
You just have to choose the best choice available to you. Incredible.
That's an early one for the year, setting the tone. Very high label. Shay and I are Indiana grads. When I was there, they won 13 games over a 4-year stretch. A little pep talk to you guys today. Don't worry about the rain. Don't worry about the outside noise. Don't worry about what people are saying. As you, as the one seed there, that you didn't deserve to be there, that you didn't deserve to get all the great things that have happened this year. You deserve it. Go knock off Alabama in 2000.
That's not a prediction. As I was talking about it a long time ago.
They're literally, again, the food, the better than
Guess what?
They get about say, what was the novelty there?
This is the worst.
Everyone
And that bitch could be hotter.
was statement by Kadshe
And
Kadoshim.
everybody knows it.
Because Kadshe Kadoshim, when are they sanctified? Already before, already earlier, even prior to Zrika. Kachim Kalim really get their Kedusha by Zrika. I would have thought that therefore, if this invalid sacrificial
how are you going to do this?
Before Zrika, you should take them down. Ula said no, leave them there. Now that's Ula. That's how this entire conversation started. The reason I'm saying this to you is watch what happens. Watch what happens. Here it is. It's now coming full circle.
This is the worst.
Because them on Yerdu, although Yerdu. So let's see what's happening over here. This is so great. We started with a declarative statement of Ula that if you put sacrificial limbs of Kachin Kalim on the Mizbeach before Zrika, don't take them down. Now we launched, that led to our conversation. Now we're coming full circle. But in the circle, the statement is not a statement. The statement is a question. If you put sacrificial limbs,
are you fucking serious?
On the Mizbeach before Zrika. Now it's obviously we're talking about an invalid
Zuckerberg.
So do you take them down or not? I'm going to be Ami.
Zuckerberg.
Why are you just asking about taking it down from the Mizbeach? Why don't you also ask?
Dude, your shit sucks. I would divorce you if I were your wife. Based on this Apple iPad, I don't care about the money. I'll be poor, but at least everybody won't think I suck dick for a shitty program. This is the worst. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Are you serious? Zuckerberg, this is how you program? Your shit sucks so badly, you had to create another app that sucks. Your shit sucks. Why isn't Threads and Edits and Instagram, why isn't that all the same app?
So if you think about it,
well, it'd be a big app. Well, dog, then work on efficiency, dog. Have that bitch running like a well-oiled machine. Zuckerberg is the worst, kids. Kids, if you've ever wondered who the worst is, Zuckerberg's terrible. And, you know, I don't want to put him in line with, like, the dictators of the world, but he is terrible. He basically is. He owns 61% of that fucking company. And thus sucks. This is the worst. Zuckerberg has not put out a fucking anything that's been good. This is the worst.
If you put the limbs of an invalid Kachin Kalim on his back before his real,
yo, what the fuck?
Don't take it down. Don't take it
down. Dog, what the
Which
fuck?
Is what Ula said from the beginning of Amud Aleph. They're not going to use the question of this. They're not going to use an alternate version of this previous discussion.
You just play the same fucking song the whole time? What?
If you place the limbs of an invalid Kachin Kalim on the Mizbeach before Zrika, Yesh Bahem Ila Olo. Just happened in this alternate version.
Zuckerberg.
The primary question that was being asked was about Meila.
Your shit is so bad.
Placing the limbs of Kachin Kalim on Mizbeach before Zrika. So what's the shaila? Are they subject to Meila or not? So in this version, I'm going to be Ami.
Zuckerberg, your shit is so bad.
If you place them on his back, should you take them down?
Zuckerberg, if you're watching this, you should know how much hatred I have in my heart. If he were here right now, what would you tell him? There's the door. You fucking suck. But he'd be like, hey, I'm here to fix it. I'd be like,
ultimately by me, and I will say, what's the halacha? Pashitaki lo yerdu ve'ein bahen mi'ilah.
This is the
worst. They do not come down from this there.
Is this it? If this doesn't fucking work, Zuckerberg, I'm throwing fists. I'm gonna add a clip, text. Dog, can I just save this? Are you fucking serious? Zuckerberg, if this fucking thing crashes, I'm gonna scream so fucking loud that you're gonna be able to hear me in Maui, and you're gonna be like, what the fuck was that? No, and I'd be like, hey, you fucking pig shooter. Guess what, asshole? Your app sucks. It did crash. You piece of shit.
And our whole subject is
just hit me with it. Hit me with that fucking message.
Under what circumstances do you leave it? Under what circumstances do you take it down? So everyone is agreeing.
Processing last clip.
If you place the rings of Kachin,
something went wrong.
On the Mizbeach prior to
okay, that's fine.
You don't take it down.
Next.
The Shaila was, what about Kachin Kalim?
Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg, you are the worst. You're the worst. You should have been running a fucking McDonald's. Piece of shit, man. You suck. This is the worst. Just give me that fucking thing that says, sorry, the thing broke. There you go, you ass. Fuck you, Zuckerberg. Oh, but did you know that you can wear a fucking thing on your face that no one's going to use? Loser douche. Loser douche.
Also, now we know they're not subject to Ne'ilah, right? Which makes sense.
Save? Oh, you wanted to save a thing?
Incredible.
Doug, you know how many fucking videos I could have done in this amount of time? This is the worst. This is the absolute fucking worst. And Zuckerberg, you're the worst. And your wife, Priscilla, had a disco party, and I hope everybody hated it. I hope everybody's like, oh yeah, it was a great party, thanks. And then at the end, they're like, I fucking can't stand those two. They're the worst. Why? Have you used their fucking app? Their app, not his app, their app. Because Priscilla, this bullshit is a fucking reflection of your shitty marriage.
That's the type of carbon where if you erroneously put it on, you leave it on.
You know what? The Priscilla Chan initiative sucks. I bet they're not doing anything to help the world. Oh, you guys know you know about my fucking project? Yeah, I know about your project. I know it hasn't done anything to help anybody. Oh well, some fucking African got a fucking mosquito bite and we gave him 35 fucking vaccines for it. Okay, that's cool. Did you fix your app, dog? It should be Chan Zuckerberg initiative to fix shitty apps.
If you accidentally put it on the Mizbeach, rotate it, you don't take it down. Says the Gemara. Let's analyze this. I'm going to be open on.
This is the worst app.
Rabbi Akiva says in Halakha L'Maisa, which mom, I will say, is he allowing?
Oh, you know about our project. Fuck yeah, I know about your project. I know how much you both suck dick. I know your husband. Listen, Priscilla, if you fucking watch this, you should know one thing about me. I know that there are 4 billion dicks on this fucking earth, and your husband has sucked all of them due to the performance of this fucking app. Really? Oh. He is acting like it. He's acting like the biggest cocksucker on earth. Have you seen how this fucking app is programmed? It's the worst. I bet some fucking super hot chick out there is like, oh, I thought I was the only one. I'd be like, no, baby. No, baby. We all feel this way. This is the worst fucking app. Zuckerberg. Do you know what TikTok is? Do you know why TikTok exists? It's because you suck cock. Really? You're the worst. Oh, but did you know about the Priscilla Chan, Mark Zuckerberg endowment of dick sucking? Oh yeah, we know about that too. And you suck there as well. Some fucking kid in Malawi scratching himself raw because he can't get a fucking malaria net, and you're over there just jerking yourself off, shooting fucking pigs in Maui. No one gives a fuck, dude. Hey, let's put all this bullshit in the fucking news about how your little ass is gonna fight Elon Musk's fat ass in some fucking one-on-one kung fu match, and then you're not gonna do it. But you fucking play this. Oh, I got sick. Oh, okay. Well, in all that fucking free time that you have for shooting pigs, were you at all using your fucking app?
The disqualification is already there prior to the concentration. So it's an interesting case over here.
You don't even know the name of your own bow and arrow. You suck so much dick that you're on national media and Joe Rogan, like you're like, oh, I'm a fucking longbowman, whatever. I should have compound bow or whatever. And Joe Rogan's like, oh, cool. What's the name of your bow? And he's like, I don't really fucking know. And then Joe Rogan's like, oh, well, who taught you how to shoot? And you go, oh, well, some of my security guards. Oh, okay, all right. You don't even know the name of your fucking bow? Just the worst. Just the biggest asshole ever. Chan Zuckerberg Initiative for Sucking Cock. That's what it should be. Chan Zuckerberg Initiative for Sucking Cock. Chan Zuckerberg Initiative for Sucking Cock. Priscilla Chan, if you don't divorce this asshole, that's when the animal is disqualified for his violence. Say what you want about Melinda Gates, but at least she fucking divorced that douche. And I don't know why she did it. They never came out. That was the fucking weirdest thing. It's like, oh, we're in the middle of a global pandemic. We're going to sit here on fucking Baldwin Walters or some other bullshit. And then it's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to peace out on this motherfucker. And the world is just crumbling. But guess what? I support that woman because of whatever douchey husband did. And because she had to recognize how shitty Office, Windows, 360, all that bullshit is. What about Cortana? Oh, yeah, we took Cortana offline. What the fuck? Why didn't you just make 360? Why didn't you just make Copilot Cortana? Which is just clippy. Fucking losers. Just the worst. I'm going to tell you this right now, kids. I've had Cortana on my computers for like a decade. Not one time did I ever fucking use it. It's probably picking up every single fucking thing that I've been doing for a decade. And guess what? I didn't use this fucking thing one time. Not once. Not once did I hit the thing and think, hey, Cortana, what's the fucking weather outside? It's like, whoa, the weather in Greenland is negative 40 degrees. Oh, no, not once did I ever fucking do that. Why? Because I can Google shit. Now, don't think Google's good, because we got Sundar Pichai's ass there, and his wife, Angeli, knows he sucks cock. If I know the name of your spouse, you done fucked up. Really worse. If this fucking thing crashes on me, I'm flipping. All right, you gotta get it.
And if I lose you now, I think we'll die. I'll say you'll never be my baby. We can make it shine. We can make forever just to make it all the time. More than a woman. More than a woman to me. More than a woman. More than a woman to me. More than a woman. More than a woman to me. More than a woman. More than a woman to me. More than a woman. More than a woman to me. More than a woman. More than a woman to me. More than a woman.
Zuckerberg, if this doesn't fucking work, I'm throwing fists. Save draft. Zuckerberg, your shit sucks. The fact that I know that you had a disco party, and also the fact that I know your app sucks, means I know too much fucking shit about you. You know who I don't know anything about? Mozilla, the people at Mozilla. Why? Because their shit works. Your shit, on the other hand, sucks cock. Do you know what I know about Brave? Not really that much. Why? Because that shit works. I don't have to Wikipedia them and be like, who's the asshole behind this shitty program?
For use on the Mizbeach. So Rabbi Akiva, remember again, Rabbi Akiva last
Dog.
month, but again, only
I'm serious. Zuckerberg, if this doesn't
only
fucking
very
upload,
specific mum like the
I'm
cataract. Why?
pissed.
Since ultimately, again, that is kosher by birds. Therefore, halakha l'maisa, ex post facto, if you ended up
Is it
offering up this animal,
edit?
it will be kosher.
This-
However, again, by if the animal was violated by birds, ultimately giving this violation is still going to be prohibited. And therefore, you have halakha l'maisa, so even though you would agree that such a law or such a disqualification, if you put on his
Zuckerberg, if this shit doesn't upload, I've got one thing to say to you. You're the biggest cocksucker in the history of this fucking planet. There might have been some fucking stegosaurus that went around and sucked all the cocks millions of years ago. Nevertheless, that stegosaurus would never compare to the amount of cocksucking that you have done just on the Instagram app. No one else uses your other shit. Threads is the biggest, dude. Anything this fucking loser touches just fails. It absolutely fails. Motherfucker, if we were in Ho Chi Minh City and that motherfucker had a gun to my fucking head right now, I would say, kids, just listen to me on this one thing. Anything that Mark Zuckerberg touches turns to shit. And then you can take me out. Really? If I were that fucking birded monk in fucking Saigon right before I fucking lit that match, I would say, listen here and listen well, you motherfuckers. Anything that Mark Zuckerberg has anything to do with is the absolute most amazing clusterfuck that you're ever going to find. And that cocksucker should know how much I hate him in my soul. And I would fucking light myself on fire. And people would be taking pictures of me like, oh, look at this fucking rabbi in the middle of the fucking dam lighting himself on fire because of bad programming. Really? Zuckerberg, you're the worst. Zuckerberg's the worst. You think he's that bad? Dog. Do you know that fucking monk?
Very interesting case here. So here's the case. You have you have sacrificial limbs of kachim kalim.
You really think this app is that bad? I mean, it uploaded. Dog, I've been sitting here bitching and moaning for like 2 hours to do something very simple. I think I could develop an app like in 20 minutes that's better than this piece of shit. What would you do? I would sit fucking old Marky down. I'd say, listen here, you stupid dumbass. Your shit sucks. Do you recognize that? Use this fucking app. Here's a phone. Use it. Take any movie, anything, ever, and put your face in front of it, and then upload it without it saying, Instagram has Instagram. Just try it. Try it. Well, you'd be like, well, you need a more updated phone. I'd be like, motherfucker, this one won't even fucking upload for me. Oh, well, you need an even more updated phone. I mean, what, you need me to get a phone from the year 3000? How would you get your shit to work, dog?
This is a little bit of a wrinkle.
It's like that fucking Jacksonville Jaguars fan. Like, what is this shit? Exactly. That guy, he and I are fucking soulmates. And not from like a gay, or gay is fine, but like a love one. Just I understand. What is this shit? That. Or that girl who's like, what is this? That girl, she and I, with the guy from Jacksonville, we're in like a fucking love triangle. Not like platonically. We just want shit to work. I bet I could get that girl who's like, huh? That girl, we could sit her down. I'd be like, you sit here. I have the Jacksonville Jaguars guy here and Zuckerberg. And we'd be like, look, do you know what it is for something to work? And he'd be like, did you know that I shoot pigs in Maui? And I'd be like, listen here, you stupid slut. You're so fucking proud of that. And you can't even name the brand of fucking bow that you have. And he'd be like, no, I can't. You couldn't even make one up. Ask me, what kind of bow do I use? Fisher Price, Play School? I don't know. I had a bow at one time. Really? Yeah, and it had fucking suction cups on the end. I don't know, name a bow. I don't know. Super Bowl? That's a good bow. Joe Rogan would be like, what's Super Bowl? He'd be like, oh, it's a thing. We have it. It's like a thing. Super Bowl? Yeah, it's better than just a bow. It's a Super Bowl. What makes it so super? Classified. That's what you do. And then when anybody ever pushes you on anything, you say it's national security. And then Joe Rogan would be like, what's national security about your fucking bow? And then Zuckerberg would be like, oh, well, I better be hitting the old trail. That's how he's fucking special. Why? Okay, so Zuckerberg would be here. And I'd have the fucking one girl who's like, huh? And then the Jacksonville Jaguars guy who's like, and we'd be like, Zuckerberg, have you ever seen that fucking monk? And he'd be like, what monk? I'd be like, you piece of shit. I bet it's on your fucking app. I bet you fucking marked it like unsafe, like a super important part of history of a guy who was sick and tired of like communist or something. That's the argument. Monk fire. I'd be like, Zuckerberg, here's your fucking app. Type in monk. You know how to type in monk fire. And I'm going to tell you this right now, Zuckerberg. If the first fucking 15 things aren't this, your app sucks. But I bet this works. Unless your shit sucks. Yeah, there we go. But look how fucking stupid Zuckerberg is. The latest monk builds for Path of Exile 2 focus on high-speed melee combat. Like, dog. Zuckerberg, your shit is so bad. Dude, if I put in monk fire... Oh, yeah, you thought I wanted Path of Exile 2? I'll give you a Path of Exile. It's called There's the Door. Zuckerberg. Do people realize how shitty this fucking app is? Why is Facebook, why does it have $1 trillion whatever valuation? More than that? And it's like, I put in monk fire. If I say to anybody with the fucking brain, monk fire, they'd be like, oh yeah, that motherfucker lit himself on fire to gasoline because of the fucking communists or whatever. I wanted here to be like, that motherfucker lit himself on fire because of the whatever. I think it was because of communism. But you want to tell me about S-tier monk build, massive lightning AOE. Is that Age of Empires? Damage for bosses and mapping. Like AOE. I don't know what the fuck that is. What's AOE? What is it? Age of Exploration? Dog. All of these fucking acronyms, they're ridiculous. Best for beginners. Pillars of the Cage, God Twink, easy to learn. I wouldn't even have that on my own app. I'd be like, dog, that's blasphemy. You can't have God Twink. What the fuck is that? Best DPS build, Star Stacker, Ice Shark. And he'd be like, oh, well, we got to work on this. I'd be like, dog, every fucking time I use your shit, you say we got to work on it. I'd be like, guys, stop. We're not putting out anything for a year. And we will fucking beta test it and gamma test it and aleph test it and all the other kind of testing that you need to fucking do. Zeta test this fucking shit. You'd test it, whatever. And then we'd be like, all right. We got it. And then it should fucking work. Monk fire. Now, why does this shit show monk fire? Because this is populated by people, like real individuals. This fucking bullshit? What the fuck is Path of Exile 2? Dog. I'd just be like, Zuckerberg, gaming is cool, but it's not more fucking important than that monk on fire. The case of Common Pesach was the case ultimately again where the carbon was offered up. Shalom Lishmo. Rashi says over Tergama Shalom Lishmo. Pesach Motel Ele Absula the Shalom Lishmo. Buddhist monk on fire, 1963. Dog, and he's just taking it so well. I bet he was using this fucking app. He's probably a beta tester. This monk was probably a beta tester for fucking Instagram. Really? Oh, and he was like, are you fucking serious? You know how much work this fucking make? Pouring gasoline all over himself, lighting that bitch up. This thing's never gonna get fixed. Take it down. Now, what can you infer from that? That ultimately, again, if the animal was in fact taken up and shafted on the top of the we'll get him back. We gotta learn all about this fucking monk. My love,
Kodshe Kadoshim Veloshna Kodshim Kalim. And I will say, if you notice, from the Mishnah does this.
Watch this, Zuckerberg. Watch this. If I type in here, monk, fire,
in which case it sounds like
2 words.
These types of karbanos,
Guess what?
if they went up on the
It gives me his fucking name. Ding Quang Duck. Ditch Quang Duck. Ditch Quang Duck. And look at this. This fucking works too. Ditch Quang Duck is a Vietnamese Mahanya Buddhist monk who became globally known as the Burning Monk after self-immolating on June 11, 1963 in Saigon to protest persecution of Buddhists under President Ngo Dinh Diem's dominated regime. His act, okay, so did it even have to do with communism?
You would take it down. If it's Kodshe Kadoshim, you would leave it there. I think it's Kula Katani. But that's not what the Mishnah says. The Mishnah says Lashon of Kula, right? All of them, which sounds like there is no distinction between Kodshe Kadoshim and Kodshe Kalim. To which the Gemara says,
no, dog, he was doing it against the fucking.
The Kula, all of them was referring to the living animal. That by all karbanos, if you brought up a living animal to the top of the mizbeach,
dog, so it wasn't even for fucking. Did it have anything to do with communism?
That's obvious.
Did the fire monk light himself on fire at all because of communism?
Therefore, it is an obvious statement to say that if you brought the living animal to the top of the mizbeach, what should you do with it?
His act was not motivated by communism, and I would know this better because he was.
talking about living animals.
This was in opposition against discriminatory policies that favored some people and suppressed Buddhist religious practices.
It's talking about a Balmon. And it's talking about over here that also we're going to see Rabbi Akiva normally permits a Balmon. Right, Rabbi Akiva also, remember again, the Mishnah said, according to the Tanakhama,
I would be like this. I'd have that fucking girl who's like this. I don't know her name. I have no idea. I don't even know what the fucking thing's called. I know the Jacksonville Jaguars guy because he's like this. And we'd have Zuckerberg here. And I'd be like, Zuckerberg, do you know that fucking fire monk? And he'd be like, oh, yeah. You just talked about him. And I'd be like, yeah. Do you know how I fucking feel right now using your fucking app? He'd be like, well, it's not that bad. Do you know that Priscilla had a disco party and I shoot pigs in Maui? And I can't name the name of my beau? And I'd be like, yeah, I know all that shit. And I know you do your daughters before bed, which is really fucking sweet. But when they start to learn how shitty a CEO you are, like literally, I'd be like, what would I say to his daughters if they were like, I'd be like, your father sucks so much cock. You know about the fire monk? That's how I fucking feel. And if you don't know about him, well, then there's this motherfucker in Ho Chi Minh City who I fucking empathize, with whom I empathize, like, so much. Actually, I empathize with the monk because of poor programming, because of your fucking father. But this fucking motherfucker in the middle of the street, that's how I feel when I have to use your fucking father's software. It's the worst. What's that guy's name? I'm never going to remember this fucker's name. The latest monk builds for Path of Exile 2. I'd be like Zuckerberg. Like, do you use your shit at all? He'd be like, well, no, I usually let Priscilla upload stuff because I'm too busy shooting pigs in Maui. I'd be like, dog. No one gives a flying fuck about your personal life. I don't care if you want to fight Elon Musk or the boogeyman. Just have your shit work. Then you can do whatever you want. Okay? All your shit sucks. It's the worst. You're the worst. Facebook used to be good. Sucks. Instagram. I don't know if it was ever good. Sucks. Meta, whatever your fucking world of avatars, that failed. I get so much joy. So much fucking joy knowing that you cannot put a product together that it all is successful. I get so much joy. When my head hits that fucking pillow right after I say Shema, there's a little bit of me that gets a ton of joy from just knowing that you suck at everything you touch. Everything you touch sucks. I love it. I get so much fucking joy. I would say to his daughters, look, you stupid bitches, your father is such a douchebag. It's like everyone on earth hates him so much that anything he touches just fans. And they'd be like, well, he's got $1 trillion valuation. I'd be like, dude, kids, he fucking stole that idea. He's the worst. I'd be like, do you kids know about that fire monk? They'd be like, oh, you mean Ditch Kwang Duck. I'm never going to remember that name. Do you know how hard that is to Thich Quan Duck? I'd be like, do you kids know who Thich Quan Duck is? They'd be like, oh yeah, the fire monk. I'd be like, yeah. Did you learn that from your father's app? They'd be like, no. They're like, right, because you learned about Elden Ring 2 or some other bullshit. Path of Exile. No one cares about that. They care about the fire monk. They care about self-immolation. That this motherfucker lit himself on fire, not because of communism, but because of discriminatory practices. Now that motherfucker in the street, that guy, that one I'm pretty sure is communism. And then that little girl who's running, that girl, that's how I feel whenever I have to log into a fucking meta platform. You should know. I put in my password, and then I'm like, motherfucker, this is the worst.
So what is there to say? What's the case?
Duck?
The case is where the carbon had a period of
It's
when
ditch,
it was kosher, and then it became
Kwang,
kosher, and then it
duck.
became fossil.
No one can name that motherfucker's name. No one. But I empathize with him whenever I have to use Instagram. Ditch, Kwang, Duck. Zuckerberg, your shit sucks. Ditch Quan Duck. If I had Ditch Quan Duck and he was sitting here like this with gasoline all over him, about to light that fucking match, I'd be like, whoa, dog. Before you do that, and I completely understand, here's Instagram. Type something in. Here. He'd be like, what the fuck is Path of Exile 2? I'd be like, no one knows. Absolutely no one knows. That's not a thing. You know what is a thing? He'd be like, that motherfucker who gets shot in the middle of the shit. Like, yeah, but that comes in the future you wouldn't know about. But nevertheless. What would the monk understand? I'd be like, dog, have you ever seen the Hindenburg? You'd be like, oh, the humanity. Yeah, that. You know that? You'd be like, yeah, that's the worst. It's like the. I'd be like, yeah. Imagine that was an app. And he'd be like, imagine that were an app. And he'd be like, oh, like Instagram. I'd be like, exactly. He'd be like, do we have to still talk about this, or can I like this bad boy? I'd be like, just calm down. Do you know about the girl who's got the hand like this, or the other guy from the Jaguars? She's like, what the fuck?
There is this opinion of Rabbi Eliezer.
I'd be like, Ditch, Kwang, Duck. I can get the duck part. Ditch, that's so hard to remember. Ditch, like Stitch, Ditch, Kwang. How about Kwang? Dog, it's like got a fucking thing over the A. I don't even know what it is. Ditch Kwang Duck. Hey Zuckerberg, do you know about Ditch Kwang Duck? He'd be like, who? I'd be like, the fire monk. And he'd be like, oh, you mean in Path of Exile 2? And I'd be like, no, you fucking asshole. I would be like, the motherfucker lit himself with gasoline and fire in the middle of the fucking street in 1963.
And the carbon had a window of permissibility.
And Zuckerberg would be like, let me look it up on fucking Instagram. I'd be like, go ahead. But look at all these pictures. But yeah, but look at your AI thing at the top. It's telling me about Path of Exile 2. He'd be like, have you played Path of Exile 2? And I would tell him, you stupid slut. I don't want to fucking hear about that fucking game ever. Do you know about Ditch Kwang Duck? And he'd be like, no. Did he play Path of Exile 2? And I'd be like, motherfucker. No. Ditch Kwang Duck didn't fucking play Path of Exile 2. He very well could have been a beta tester for your fucking app. But you should know that motherfucker was protesting discriminatory policies. And I empathize with him every time I use your fucking app. And I'm sick of your excuses. Oh, it's a browser. Oh, it's a fucking Android. Oh, it's a fucking iOS. All your shit sucks. Dog, it's the worst. You do not fucking beta test. You do not fucking use focus groups. Your shit is so bad. I want to be invited to the Meta company picnic, and I want to get there with a fucking megaphone, and I'm going to say, do you all know how much your fucking douchebag CEO sucks at life? And they'd be like, yeah. And I'd be like, he's the worst. And they'd be like, yeah. And I'd be like, but what you don't understand is how much I think you all suck cock at your jobs. And I'd be like, do you all fucking know about that firebug? And they'd be like, huh? I'd be like, his name is Stitch Corn Duck. And he is exactly how I feel whenever I have to use anything that you assholes have ever touched. And they'd be like, what do you mean? I'd be like, your shit is so bad. And I don't blame you. You're like abused children from bad parenting. You're like the worst. You'd be like, oh, but did you know about our fucking XYZ policy? I'd be like, I don't care. I don't fucking care. You guys can literally be boys. You can be girls. You can be dogs. You can be furries. You can be whatever the fuck you want to be. Just have your fucking shit work. Your software needs to work. They'd be like, but you can be furries in the virtual world. I'd be like, that's cool. You can be furries in this world. I don't give a fuck. Just get your programming to work. They'd be like, oh, you don't think it works? I'd be like, look at this. I put in Fire Monk and it's telling me about Path of Exile 2. And they'd be like, oh, have you played Path of Exile 2? And I'd be like, no, motherfucker. Do you know about that fucking guy in the street? They'd be like, oh, the monk? I'd be like, no, the other guy. That's how I fucking feel. I'd be like, do you know about the girl who's got her hand like this? Or the fucking guy for the Jacksonville Jaguars? They'd be like, oh yeah, we love those memes. I'd be like, listen here, you stupid sluts. I cannot describe to you how frustrating you have made my life. And they'd be like, well, you've got a fucking thing going. I'd be like, yeah. I lost my good account because your shit sucks. Actually, because I spammed everybody, I know. But nevertheless, even for those people who I did not spam, I can't fucking get into a bunch of accounts. Why? Oh, because Zuckerberg's like, oh, we gotta make this the fucking CIA. Why? Oh, because we don't want somebody to be able to see your pictures at your fucking holiday party. It's like, dog, give me a fucking another way to get into this shit. Oh, you don't have a phone from 14 years ago? No. Why? Because you and your asshole friends make it super expensive to be able to keep a phone all the time. Oh, what do you know about that? Hey, Zuckerberg, what's the brand of your bow? I don't fucking know, but I use a fucking rifle to shoot pigs in Maui. Well, they're an invasive species. Listen here. I'm going to teach you what I think an invasive species is, okay? It's asshole CEOs who don't have software that works properly. It's not an invasive species, it's an invasive species. But I'm going to tell you what. If he ever fucking sees this, I'm going to rip him a new fucking asshole. I am ripping him an asshole. And it's not funny. It's like, this shit should work. If this fucking thing didn't upload, this is the perfect fucking... I'm going to fucking take a picture of this. There we go. I did. And I'm going to upload this to this fucker's... shit.
This is what we need to say. The Gemara says, listen to this. Now, remember, the Gemara says, why ultimately, again, do we need to wash it?
Edit video? No. Doesn't even have to be a video. I'm not going to put any words over it. I'm going to put in text. Zuckerberg.
What are we worried about?
I have to put a fucking, like, I don't want to get in trouble.
By this entire process. So what's going to happen? Bitcoin's going to come into work. What is he going to find? What is he going to find? Right? What is he going to find when he walks into work? Kishkas, right? Carbon kishkas, right? If you're a Kohen, right? You're a diligent Kohen, you see carbon kishkas, what are you going to do? You're going to offer it. You're going to offer it. Because he doesn't know contact. He doesn't know contact. And as often happens in life, when you walk into a situation and you don't
the latest
context,
builds for Path of Exile 2 focus on high-speed melee combat.
Make assumptions, we're often wrong. We're often wrong. So I might say, again, Corey's going to show. You see, you can come out of this over here. Let's get to work. Let's offer that. The Gemara Gemara says. Rashi, before he turns around, so the Kohen doesn't know meanwhile that again this is from a carbon puzzle. It's supposed to be burnt, but burnt like elsewhere, not on his back. He's gonna think it's supposed to be offered up on the base. The anan neku. So the Gemara says, so therefore, both says, interestingly enough, so what do? So we go ahead and wash this. Listen to how fascinating this is. So what do? We take the invalid kishkas and we clean them. Why are we cleaning them? Now, listen, we're going to burn them elsewhere on the Mizbeach. But why do we clean them? In the event that a Kohen accidentally puts them back on the Mizbeach, we want them to be clean. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Va'anu nek amadei, so say 85b. Va'anu neku nabed mehula kahanim milsa, the asi bali de takara. So I don't understand. We're gonna. It almost seems like we're setting up the Kohen to make a mistake. Like if he walks in and he sees unclean kishkas, everyone knows what do you do with unclean kishkas? What do you do with them? Well,
I actually, I don't know if this is recorded,
right, to kind of figure out what exactly is going on over here. By having the kishkas cleaned and ready to be offered, it would seem as if we're actually placing a stumbling block before the Kohen, and that's halacha l'maisa. He's going to be ready to go ahead. He's going to be ready to go ahead and offer it up just as soon as he walks in. To which the Gemara says, "Afilu haki." Listen to this. The Gemara says, "Yeah, to a certain degree, afilu haki adifa shelo yu kadshe shamayim mutalim kiladeva." So I will say this is pretty incredible. That the Gemara says essentially we have a choice over here. What's the choice? The choice is leave the intestines as is, which is a degrading state in which to leave sacrificial matter. Right, so to leave the intestines dirty and with waste inside of them is leaving sacrificial matter, albeit invalid sacrificial matter, the sacrificial matter nevertheless in a state of degradation, or setting up a potential stumbling block ultimately for the Kohen. To which the Gemara says if you have to choose one of those, we're going to choose to make sure that sacrificial matter is not left in a degrading state. So therefore, we wash the intestines, even though, again, they're not fit to be used. And we know full well that what could happen, if somebody walks away for a second and a Kohen just comes in, not knowing context, he may end up offering up. Now, obviously, we'll say, we're going to try to get rid of this in a quick fashion, right? So it's not going to end up happening. But yes, the Gemara says, we understand that we are creating a potential stumbling block situation for an unsuspecting, well-meaning Kohen. But we would rather do that than leave the sacrificial matter in a state of degradation. This is so fascinating. I'll point that over here. It's such an incredible metaphor for life also. Sometimes in life, there's not a good choice. There's not a good choice. And sometimes you just have to choose the lesser of two compromise choices, right? We always want the lechatchila choice. Sometimes like you don't have it. Sometimes I don't want to even use the word the lesser of two evils because that sounds already kind of negative. Just sometimes there's not a great choice. So you just have to choose the best choice available to you. Incredible. So I wanted to hear about so to point out, by the way, I just want to bring you back to our original conversation because we're not really finished with it. Remember again, how did this entire journey begin? It began with Ula. Right? What did Ula say? Ula said that if you have rings of Hudson Karen that are on the Mizbeach before Zerika, what do you do? Leave them there. Right? Located, don't take them there. Why? Nasu lachmo shel Mizbeach. They're literally, again, the food, the bread of the Mizbeach. Now, you're going to say, what was the novelty there? Everyone seemingly agrees with Ula's statement by Kadshe Kadoshim. Because Kadshe Kadoshim, when are they sanctified? Already earlier, even prior to Zrika. Kachin Kalim really get their Kedusha by Zrika. I would have thought that therefore, if there's invalid sacrificial rooms that placed on his bath before Zrika, you should take them down. Ula said no, leave them there. Now that's how this entire conversation started. The reason I'm saying this with you is watch what happens. Here it is. It's now coming full circle. A movie touching card showing what means you does them on Yerdu over Yerdu. So once they see what's happening over here, this is so great. We started with a declarative statement of Ula that if you put sacrificial limbs of kachim kalim on the mizbeach before zrika, don't take them down. Now that led to all conversation. Now we're coming full circle. But in the circle, the statement is not a statement, the statement is a question. If you put sacrificial limbs of kachim kalim on the mizbeach before zrika, there was obviously we're talking about an invalid carbon. So do you take them down or not? Why are you just asking about taking it down from the mizbeach? Why don't you also ask, is it subject to Me'ilah? Which is great. Amalei, Me'ilah lo kami baili. Zrika hu de kami baili. Zrika b'kavailu the Me'ilah. To which the Gemara says, I'll tell you why, because that's not our question. Right? That's right. Stay on topic. It's funny for the Gemara to say stay on topic, right? Because the Gemara never say, but the Gemara says stay on topic. It's not our question. It's not about Me'ilah. Right? Our question, because we'll say, remember again, to a certain degree, we're going to see a little bit interconnected. Because when does something become subject to remember again, Me'ilah is the legal use of consecrated property, right? Or legal mundane use of consecrated property. When does something become subject to Me'ilah? When it is fully the property of the Beis Hamikdash of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So if you think about it, these two questions are interconnected. At what point in time, if you place the limbs on the mizbeach, do you not take them down? So the Gemara says, if I place the limbs of kachei kalim on the mizbeach, the fourth week, that's an invalid carbon, do I take them down or not? The Gemara says, well, also ask, is it subject to Me'ilah? Because they are interconnected. This Gemara says, Me'ilah is not a topic. Me'ilah is not a topic. The Gemara says, Ki kami baile yirida. Ultimately, our question is about placing sacrificial limbs, right? Invalid carbonic limbs on his back and then taking them off. That's our question. The Gemara says, Upashit lo yerdu ve'in b'hain me'ilah. Okay, so what's the Gemara say? And we resolve the question. What's the resolution? If you put the limbs of an invalid kachim kalim on his back before zrika, what's the halacha? Don't take it down. Don't take it down. Which I will say is what Ula said from the beginning of Amud Aleph. Rav Nachman Yitzchak had an alternate version of this previous discussion. What did he say? I'm going to give Rabbi Yochanan. So the Rabbi said, Rabbi Yochanan asked the following question. If you place the limbs of an invalid kachim kalim on the mizbeach before zrika, yesh b'hem me'ilah or no? So let's see what just happened in this alternate version. The primary question that was being asked was about me'ilah. Same case, you're placing the limbs of kachim kalim on the mizbeach before zrika. So what's the shaila? Are they subject to me'ilah or not? So in this version, why don't you also ask, if you place them on his back, should you take them down? I'm not talking about Yerida, right? And it's obvious that you wouldn't take down the limbs, because once you place sacrificial limbs on his back, they become the bread of the mizbeach. There's nothing more to talk about. Where's the shaila? Me'ilah, ultimately by Me'ilah. And I will say, what's the halacha? Pashitaki, lo yerdu ve'ein bahen Me'ilah. So I will say, both they do not come down from the mizbeach, and they are not subject to Me'ilah. So I will say, this is one of these really great sugyas where literally, again, we started on Amud Aleph, and then we got to Tutat, and that is resolution. So this whole thing started, remember again, I will say, if you place the limbs. Now, let's go with what everybody seemingly agreed with already entering into this sugya, even though it's not explicitly stated. If you place the limbs of Kachei Kadoshim on the mizbeach before zrika, again, remember, I will say, I'm not going to keep saying it, I'll say it one last time. And that's it. Right? Remember again, all of these cases are invalid karbanos, right? That's all of these cases. You're placing invalid karbanos on the mizbeach, and our whole subject is, if you place it, you don't take it down. Or under what circumstances do you leave it? Under what circumstances do you take it down? So everyone is agreeing that if you place the limbs of Kachei Kadoshim on the mizbeach prior to zrika, you don't take it down. The shaila was, what about Kachim Kalim? Because Kachim Kalim really achieved their full carbonic kedusha with zrika. So in our case over here now, what ended up happening? You placed the carbonic limbs on the mizbeach of the Kachim Kalim before zrika. Now you realize I placed $10 carbon on the mizbeach. Do I take it down or not? Ula said no. This obviously sparked an an entire conversation. And I will say, bottom line, halacha l'maisa, we don't take it down. So limbs of kachem kalim, they are placed on the mizbeach before it's rika, we don't take it down. And also now we know they're not subject to me'ilah, right? Which makes sense because me'ilah only occurs once zrika occurs. Incredible. That's the sugya. That's the sugya. So good. Says the let's go back there. Ve'elu lo hayu pisulam. So it says, remember again, the next part of the Mishnah, which is really fascinating, was the discussion about Baal Mum. The Tanakhama said, Tanakhama held, that halacha l'maisa, if you have a carbon that's a Baal Mum and you end up offering it, you have to take it down. You take it down. The Rabbi said, now why do you take it down? Because remember, in the Rabbi say, this is based on Rabbi Shimon's rule. What was Rabbi Shimon's rule? Any carbon that came into the base and sacrificially fit, and then the disqualification developed inside of the base of Mikdash, that's the type of carbon where if you erroneously put it on, you leave it on. You don't take it down. If, however, the animal had a pre-existing condition, like the disqualification already preceded its entry into the base of Mikdash, and you accidentally put it on the Mizbeach, you take it down. So Baal Mum is a good example of this. The animal had a mum prior to becoming into the base of Mikdash, therefore it's invalid. That Yakiva was machshir b'ba'ali mum. But Yakiva said no, even with the Baal Mum, if you accidentally put it on the Mizbeach, rotate it, you don't take it down. Says the Gemara, let's analyze this. I'm going to be open on it. Okay, there it is. Rabbi Akiva says, in halacha l'maisa, which mum, I will say, is he allowing? Only the cataract. I will say, now why? What's so special about the cataract that Rabbi Akiva allows an animal with the cataract to be offered up? What's the reason? Because I will say, interestingly enough, this is the type of mum that if a bird has it, a bird is still kosher to be offered. So, okay, since the bird cataracts also like, so nice again, because this type of mum is kosher by birds, therefore Rabbi Akiva holds that ex post facto, if you ended up putting this animal on his back, don't take it down. So you must but one part of qualification. For who should call the meditation as mumon? Now obviously this is talking about a case where the consecration occurred before the mum. So the consecration occurred first, the animal was consecrated, then it developed this mum. Again, remember, everyone is agreeing, even Rabbi Akiva, don't offer it. But if you did end up putting it on his back, then what Rabbi Akiva says, don't take it down. Why not? Because this is the type of mum that wouldn't be permitted by birds. So if you ended up putting this animal on his cover on his back, don't take it down. But only if the consecration preceded the mum. But if the mum was there first, then what? The entire consecration would be never vested on the animal. If that's the case, then Rabbi Akiva would agree, if you ended up putting it on his back, take it back down. Well, Rabbi Akiva is very interesting. Rabbi Akiva agrees. I'm sorry. Rabbi Akiva agrees that if you ended up offering up a female olah, normally an olah is a male animal. So Rabbi Akiva says that if you consecrated a female animal, that is the equivalent to consecrating a Baal Mum, which makes sense, right? Because again, the disqualification is already there prior to the consecration. So it's an interesting case over here. So we know that one of the disqualifications of an animal is if the animal was violated. If a person violated an animal, the animal is disqualified. Is there such a thing as a violated bird? Now, one second. Now, the Gemara is not asking about the Metzias of it, right? The Gemara is asking, you see, I know like this, like, I was talking about this. Right? You'll see why this is a question in just a moment. So I'm wondering if you ever look, by the way, at the disqualification of an animal, the disqualification is always a twofold disqualification. One animal that violates a person, or a person that violates an animal. It's always that double washing. So do we say, seems like this. When the animal has the physical ability to violate a person, that's when the animal is disqualified if it is violated. when the animal does not have the ability to violate the person. So ultimately, again, the animal itself is not disqualified by being violated as well. So if I will say again, the Gemara says the pashto, so therefore a bird obviously again doesn't have the ability to disqualify, to violate a person. So because a bird doesn't have the ability to violate a person, maybe it's not disqualified if it is violated as well. Oh, Dilma, hurry next. Just to be honest, like there are certain pieces of Torah where, right, your wife asks you, what did you learn today? Okay, you can share. And then there's other stuff that she's just going to say, I don't remember, right? So Gemara says as follows. Oh Dilma. Again, but Torah use a real Modani Sarah. Again, we have to learn. So what's the Gemara says as follows. Oh Dilma, hurry after Bavera. So we'll say, on the other hand, obviously, if the bird was violated and Avera was done with the bird. So we'll say, that's the Shaila. That's the fundamental. It's a fundamental shaila about the nature of the disqualification itself. So Rava says as follows. So Tashma, let's analyze. So Tashma, Rabbi Akiva Machshir Bali Mumin. We'll say first why mine. Rabbi Akiva holds that Allah says again Bali Mumin. Again, remember that even a Bal Mum, if you place the Bal Mum on the Mizbeach, halacha l'maisa lo teire. You don't take it down. So the Gemara says, now again, remember, even Rabbi Akiva, it's not any kind of balmum, it's only certain types, right? Tikkun Shabbat, then Isa, Nakshir Nami Binirva, Holo Vakashir Ba'ovos. So we'll say that's because Rabbi Akiva should have also included in his heter what? A bird which was violated, or an animal which was violated. Why? Because Rabbi Akiva is not listening again. Why does Rabbi Akiva say that an animal with a cataract, if you put it on his back, you don't take it down? Why not? Because such a disqualification is kosher by birds. Right? Such a disqualification is not a mum by birds. So since it's not a mum by birds, ex post facto, if you place the animal on his back, low rate. Well, if we held that a bird that was violated was also not disqualified, then Rabbi Akiva should say even an animal that was violated, if you placed it on the mizbeach, ultimately don't take it down. Now the fact ultimately again that Rabbi Akiva didn't say that indicates to us what? That Rabbi Akiva holds that if a bird was violated, it is possible, which indicates to us that the disqualification for immoral activity applies even if the animal can't violate someone else. A violated animal, a violated bird, ultimately, again, is going to be disqualified. Shmamina. So we say the Shmamina is that a bird ultimately, again, will be disqualified from carbonic usage, even though the bird doesn't have the ability to violate a person, but since the bird can be violated, a violated bird will be disqualified. We also learn this. The Eslam and the Khir, the Kintum, the Androgynous, Kulon, the Kamun, the Garden, Abe Sabira, Shmaina. So we also learn this explicitly that a bird that was violated, a bird that was set aside for Avodah Zarah, worshipped for Avodah Zarah, given to a harlot that's paying for her services, sold for a dog, a tumtum bird, an androgynous bird, all of these birds. This bird is kind of tough life. I'm just saying, just in general, right? The Gemara says, "Kulan mekamin begadim abei sabrila." So I'm saying all of these cases, if halacha l'maisa, the Kohen did maluka on any of these birds, and then a person consumed it. Remember, bird contains tumah, ultimately what being swallowed. Ultimately, the Gemara says, "Shmamina." What do you see from here? You see, pushing the halacha l'maisa, a bird which was violated. Ultimately, again, is not fit to be used as a carbon. So, even though normally we mention these two things together, right? If an animal violates a person or is violated, even if an animal can't violate, but can only be violated, like in the case of a bird, ultimately, again, the violation of a bird will disqualify ultimately, again, for use on the mizbeach. So, Rabbi Akiva, remember again, Rabbi Akiva allows a balmum, but again, only Tikkun Shabbat, only a very specific mum like the cataract. Why? Since ultimately, again, that is kosher by birds, therefore, halakha l'maisa, ex post facto, if you ended up offering up this animal, it will be kosher. However, again, if the animal was violated by birds, ultimately, even just violation is still going to be prohibited, and therefore, again, halakha l'maisa, even Rabbi Akiva would agree that such a balmum or such a disqualification, if you brought it on his back, you'd have to take it out. Okay, so let's stop over for today. We'll pick up the relationship at Rabbi Hanina Skana Kohen tomorrow. Shkaya, everyone. right, I will say good morning, a good Deva, a great schos Baruch Hashem to be able to begin another week of Maseches Zvachim together, begin my family, all of our sponsors for this morning, share to thank our Talmud sponsors for the month of Kislev Haba Rino Torah. Allison Adamstein is for dedicating all the Shimon's Roshos this month in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldonstein, is Harav Shlomo Tzvi and Shimon Zevon Bracha. Now that is the Shem Shav and Aliyah, he should be a man of Yosef for his children, his grandchildren, Knei Nahara. Remember, keeps growing. He's 36 great grandchildren.
What's his name?
Knei Nahara. Semi and Malka
Ditch
Kwam. Dedicating the Shurim and Joshua's this month in memory of their parents. Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram. Excuse me, Hinda Bas Henach Ephraim, and in memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant Naftali Gon Gordon, Shemi Kondamar, who fell in battle in Gaza, Eric Hanukkah 2023. Colin Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul's Mishpapa, Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachrin Shumanis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zachariah. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and discuss of continued health for Shumanis Hannah Bas Susha, and by Menashe Rocha Ephron, the nation of their mother's yard site, Chava Bas Avram. Yard site is today. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Savin Aliyah, the families in the Chava, all those who need to refer Shavim Kedem, Kol Cholei Yisrael, Kodesh Baruch Hu Shneimeh Hashem, continue to share brachas and the soul of Tovos upon Am Yisrael. Well, so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is paid out. A very exciting daf ahead of us today. Really exciting daf today. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on to Gimel on the base 83b, 2 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows. Rish Lakish says as follows. So I say, so now, what we're going to do over here is a little bit of a summary. Excuse me. A bit of a summary as to the last sugya, which of course is always helpful. So Rish Lakish Amar, Mincha Ba B'fnei Atzmos. So I says, remember again, the topic that was covered in yesterday's daf was, and since there was a new para, was this concept ultimately again of karbonos that were invalid but were put on the Mizbeach. So what is the halacha in such a scenario like that in terms of dumping in on the Mizbeach, taking out from the Mizbeach? So kind of just a quick review of that halacha. The divrei kulan moseri. So mincha, and of course we're going to see over here, the mincha that we're really referring to over here is what's called a minchas nesachim, right? A libation. So mincha that was brought by itself. In other words, and there was some type of invalidation in it, but it was put on the Mizbeach nevertheless. The divrei kulan moteri. Almost everyone holds once it's put on the Mizbeach, don't take it down. The divrei Rabbi Yosef, really, Rabbi Akiva, tered, top of pay dollar. 84a. But ultimately, again, according to Rabbi Akiva, a minchas nesachim that ultimately was brought by itself, if it turns out that it was invalid, should be taken off the Mizbeach. 84a, first line. What about if the mincha came accompanying a carbon? The different Rabbi Gamliel, Rabbi Yeshua, both say they credit Rabbi Yeshua. Once it's put on the Mizbeach, you don't have to take it down. The divrei kulan tered. And everyone else, you have to go ahead and take it down. Nisachin aban b'fnei atzmo. What about nisachin ultimately again that are brought on their own? The divrei kulan here, according to everyone, you have to take it down from these days. The divrei don't have to take it down. Nisachin aban in azerah. What about nisachin that accompany a carbon? Again, the most and obviously in all of these cases, there's some type of invalidation in the carbon, and then halacha l'maaseh again you put it on the mizbeach, right? So the second one, everyone agrees, take it down, except for ultimately again, but Gamliel himself says you don't have to take it down. To which the Gemara says, okay, thank you for the recap, but Shita, or what's in general, the Gemara doesn't do this. By the way, it would actually be great if Gemara did this in general, right? Because again, that little summary at the end, especially of a long and complex thing, would be a bracha. But the Gemara doesn't, stylistically, the Gemara doesn't do this. So the Gemara says, what are you doing? So Shita, there's no new information that's being conveyed over here. So what exactly is it that you're giving over? So Shita, the Gemara says, no. Mincha ba b'fnei atzma, it's true. Actually, I will say the main case that Gemara wanted to convey was ultimately again mincha ba b'fnei atzma. The case of a mincha that is brought on its own. So we'll say, why is that case necessary? To the Rabbah, the Amar Rabbah, because Rabbah said, "Nisnadei adam minchas nisachim." Minchas Nesachim b'chol yom. Ultimately, because Rav is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, a person has the ability to be misnadi, to go ahead and bring a voluntary minchas nesachim every day. Now, we'll say, let's quick look at Rashi. Rashi, right to the right. Right, Rashi says over here. Rashi says, mincha b'chol yom. Actually, first, if you look at, if you look at nesachim abam b'chol yom, Rashi, you call it misnadi yayin below zera. So Rashi, if you go down a bit, minchas habab b'kneaseh tzricha ulashmoinon tiyish minchas nesachim habab b'kneatzmo kidurava. So I'll say, interestingly enough, the Gemara says this entire recap was really to highlight one core piece of information, namely that you could bring a minchas nesachim, that you could bring a voluntary wine libation on its own, even though normally, again, nesachim accompanies a karban, right? That's how we classically understand nesachim. The Rava is of the opinion that you could bring a wine libation all by itself. And let's say, what's fascinating about this? Just if you think about this for just a moment, right? So this entire recap over here, the Gemara says, was really just brought to go ahead and highlight that idea, to which the Gemara says, I don't understand, so why don't you just say that line? In other words, just quote Roberts again. I understand now why you felt you needed to convey all the information, really just for one novelty. So the Gemara says, why not just go ahead and express the novelty? Just quote the opinion of Rava that you could bring a minchas nesachim on its own. To which the Gemara says, even said this before we go on, I just want to point out, there's a kind of Mr. Haskell, so you think about it. And what is the Gemara saying? That we will bring down all of this information, right? 98% of it unnecessary, not unimportant. Everything is important, but 98% of it not necessary because we learned it before. Why? For 2%, for one statement that is necessary. And mostly, I think it's important. This is an incredible metaphor for life. When we want to accomplish things, accomplishment usually requires a tremendous amount of general effort in order to get one nugget of accomplishment, right? What all of us generally want to do in life is I want to have like directive co-hosts. I want to accomplish A, so tell me exactly what I need to do in order to accomplish A. It's not how life works. If you want to have meaningful accomplishment in life, you're going to have to be doing a whole bunch of other stuff that may look unrelated to your intended result, but is needed to get there. Like the much amount of a donor. Let's say a person might love their job, right? No matter how much you love your job, cloud goes on. What's one thing you're going to have to count on? One thing you have to count on. You're going to have to do parts of the job you do not like. People get very frustrated about this, right? I love my career, I find it so meaningful, but it's beneath me to do this, or to do this, or to do this, or to do this, right? And maybe it is even like a little bit of a waste of your time. But every single job, no matter how beautiful and wonderful it is, meaningful it is, requires parts that are just annoying, upsetting, frustrating, whatever. That's the way life works. I don't know if I've treated it that way, but that's the way that it works. One nugget of accomplishment requires a tremendous amount of associated effort as well. So the Gemara brings down all of this information only to distill it down to one line. So what it means is if you want to accomplish in life, be ready to work hard, be ready to do a lot of things that maybe you don't even want to be doing, but they're necessary for the complete picture to get you where you need to get to ultimately in order to accomplish. Incredible. And also, it's only Sunday. It's only Sunday. And look, but you have to understand, this is gold. It's gold because here, this is why we learn Gemara. This is why we learn Zvachim. It's not because we understand Kabbalah, that's for sure, right? We learn this ultimately because remember, we get these building blocks to become successful people. Because how frustrating is it when we put our effort into things we're only like, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Sometimes you have to do the unnecessary stuff in order to get to the necessary accomplishment. The Gemara says, so just state Rava, and Hashemini did Rava. Just in other words, if the whole point of this is Rava's statement, so just quote the statement of Rava. I'll tell you why the Gemara says, no. Interesting about saying no, because actually the novelty case, the novelty case is Nisachin Abayim Mazeva. Is actually again the libations that accompany a carbon. Why the Gemara listen to this? The macro the machar ul yom achara. So it's actually very interesting. In general, whenever you have wine libations that accompany a carbon, in our mind, the libation is always coming with the carbon itself. But just an interesting carbonic fact is ultimately, Nisachim can even be brought on a later date. Isn't that interesting? Even though the Nisachim are carbonically attached, they can be brought separately and distinct from the primary carbon. So the Gemara says, it can be brought the next day, or ultimately again the day afterwards. Look at Rashi. Excuse me. Rashi says, "The Sachna Abayim Bigla Zevach Yishlichalei." Reish Lakish Lashminim and Shimon Yer. You can go to Kamakir Lehu Lamachar or Yom Achara. The Kremlin on the El. Listen to this. Adam Nevi Zvacho Hayom. When the Sacham Mikan Va'Yud Yamid. Isn't that interesting? That a person can bring his carbon today and end up bringing the libations up to 10 days later. But not from the Honakis. We went back to the Gemara. So that's actually the necessary case. Why? So that I would have thought, hold on, Amar, Omin Chasam Viniskehem, Balaylo, Min Chasam Viniskehem, Lamachar, Kinisafin Abba in the Asman Gamu, the Modi edition of the Loyadu. I'm at a comfortable site that since halacha l'maisa, right, ultimately again, Nisachim, Pasuk says, Min chasam niskehem, that even that night, even at night, or min chasam niskehem, even before, even the machar, that since it could be brought even at night, or even the next day, I might have thought that therefore Nisachim that come with a carbon, ultimately again, should be like Nisachim that are offered on their own. That since even when you bring Nisachim, as an accompaniment to the carbon, it could still be brought independently of the carbon, and therefore I would have thought that Nisachim that come with the carbon should be treated like Nisachim that come by themselves, and therefore, just like by Nisachim that come by themselves, Rabbi Shimon agrees that if it's invalid but you put it on the Mizbeach, you don't have to take it off. So I would assume the same halacha applies to Nisachim that are brought together with the carbon. Kamash Malonda. In that case, Rabbi Shimon holds that if they were invalid and put on the Mizbeach, they have to be taken down. Incredible. All right, so that closes out that survey. Next, Mishnah. This is very important, Mishnah. The following items, if you put them on the Mizbeach, now obviously, right, if they were invalidated and you place them on the Mizbeach, you do not take them off. Right? This is the following list of items. If you put them on the Mizbeach, you weren't supposed to, because they're invalidated. Once they're on, you don't come off. What's the list? So here we go. Halon. Number one, lon. What's lon? An item left overnight. Now, the truth is, I remember again, the concept of lon, the disqualification of lina, is actually not even overnight. What is it? To the past nightfall. Right? In other words, once essentially you're past shkia, then there's no difference of carbonic matter left. Carbonic material. Carbonas, right? Right? No different about carbonas left over, let's say, past nightfall than left overnight. It's the same thing. It's been left over past the time that it was supposed to be offered. So we might say again, so that's lon. Next, yotze. The Gemara says as follows. So that's lon. Yotze. Yotze means any type of carbonic material that goes out of its permitted area. Tamei, self-explanatory, becomes tamei. Shenishchat chutz lizmano b'chutz l'mkomo. Oh, I will say, it's been a while, but Pigel is back, right? It's back better than ever, right? So Pigel again, remember in this case over Shenishchat chutz lizmano b'chutz l'mkomo, remember, whenever you see such, what does it mean? It means that's intention. The carbon itself was shechted with the intention to eat it out of its permitted time or its permitted place. So obviously that's big. Or ultimately Kabbalah was done by someone who was puzzled, right, to go ahead and apply the blood. So again, this is our initial list. So all of these, what comes denominator, all these items, they are sacrificially invalid. What the Mishnah is saying is, therefore, they should not be put on the Mizbeach. What the Mishnah is saying is, if you did put it on the Mizbeach, leave it there, do not take it down. The Yehuda says, Shenishchat balayla, v'nishbach dama. So the Yehuda now comes up with another list. He says, you have a carbon that was shechted at night, right? Nishbach dama, the blood was spilled. Yatsa damachutz the kilayim, or the blood was taken out. Kilayim literally means the curtains, but it means outside of the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash. In all of these cases, in Osa Tered. So the Yehuda says in these cases again, Laila, covering Shakti at night, blood was spilled, blood was taken out, ultimately again of its permitted area. In all of these cases, if the carbon was put on the Mizbeach, take it down. Rabbi Shimon Omer, no Tered. No, Rabbi Shimon says, do not take it down. Why? Rabbi said, this is incredibly important. Rabbi Shimon Omer, Rabbi say, now in general, whenever we see lists like this, right? Whenever we see lists, what is it that we're going to be looking for, right? What are we looking for? Right? We're going to be looking for ultimately again a rule. Right? So what is the rule? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon Omer, Kol shepisula b'kodesh, hakodesh lekavla. So this is very interesting. Any item that essentially entered into the Beis Hamikdash, sacrificially valid, but the invalidation happened in the Beis Hamikdash itself, that's the type of item where ultimately, although you shouldn't put it on the Mizbeach, if you did so, ultimately you don't take it down. Conversely, lo haya pisula b'kodesh, ein hakodesh mekablo. If the invalidation was even before the animal came into the Beis Hamikdash, or let's say it a little bit differently, the animal came in already disqualified. Right? It already came in disqualified. That's the type of item where if you put it on the Mizbeach, ultimately take it off. So now the Gemara gives examples of this. So it's like the first category is much more obvious, right? That's all of these cases. For example, again, you have an animal ultimately again lino. You left it overnight. It became tame, right? You shechted it with an intention for chutzpah zmano, chutzpah komo, pigol, right? So these are all examples of when the animal came into the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, it was fit. It was fit. Then something happened inside of the Beis Hamikdash to disqualify. And Shimon says, that's the kind of item where if you put it on the Mizbeach, don't take it down. Don't take it down, leave it there. On the other hand, if the animal came in disqualified, then Allah said, you put it on the Mizbeach, take it off. So what's the examples of the second category? The following examples are animals literally again that did not become disqualified in Mikdash. Rather again, the disqualification was already before the entrance of Mikdash. For example, Harova Bahamirva. Right, an animal that engaged in the act of immorality. Right, that happened before it came in. Hamuksa. Muksa means it was set aside for Avodah Zarah. Nevad, it was worshipped as Avodah Zarah. Esnon, it was given to a harlot as payment for her services. Mechir, item that was sold for a dog or exchanged for a dog. Kilayim, some type of crossbred animal. Trepa, right, an animal with some type of trait for disqualification. Bayotse dolphin, actually, I don't know if we ever touched on this. We'll get to this. This is an animal born by cesarean section. By C-section is invalid to be a carbon, right? Ubali woman, or an animal that has a blemish. So also to come down there amongst all of these items is before even walking into the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash if he was disqualified. So the Shimon says this is the type of disqualification where if you ended up putting it on the Mizbeach, take it out. So listen, this is very helpful because now we have a rule. If the disqualification developed in the Mikdash itself, that's an example of if you put it on the Mizbeach, you don't have to take it off. You can leave it. If the disqualification developed before you entered into the Beis Hamikdash, then halacha means if you put it on, take it off. Rabbi Akiva, makshul about the woman. Right? So Rabbi Akiva holds that halacha means if you ended up putting Bowling woman on the Mizbeach, ultimately you don't have to go ahead and take it off. I'll say, by the way, I was going to point out, we'll discuss that more, but this is so Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Akiva is always the one who's able to find the beauty, even in the most damaged situations, right? The end of things come out in the Sefes Makkos, Rabbi Akiva, again, even in the midst of court, when everyone's crying when they see destruction of the Mikdash, Rabbi Akiva, the eternal optimist. Rabbi Akiva is always able to see hope. Always able to see light, always able to see beauty, even in the midst of just such destruction. So it makes sense that Rabbi Akiva is the one who says, Bowling woman, if you left it on the Mizbeach, right put it on the Mizbeach, leave it there. More about that later. So Rabbi Chanina Skanakonim, Rabbi Chanina Skanakonim said, listen to this, Docha Haya Abba as Bowling woman Yagabe Mizbeach. So Rabbi Chanina Skanakonim, and I will say, Rabbi Chanina, again, the obviously he was a scan Kohen Gadol, so obviously again his word is going to carry a lot of weight. Also, Abchina scan Kohen said that ultimately my father would not allow Baal women on his bath, to the point that even if they went on his bath, ultimately again my father would have them taken off. Very interesting. Imar says, Kishem, good. Kishem, Shem, Alu lo yerdu, Kach, and yerdu lo yalu. So what says is very interesting. So now the Mishnah says another rule. In all of these cases, right, in all of these cases where, let's say, you have a sacrificially married animal, you ended up putting it on his bayah, right? So what's the halacha? Once it's there, at least in certain categories, once it's there, you don't take it down. Now, I will say, not the opposite, but the corollary to that is, if you ended up taking it off, you don't put it back on. Like, in other words, just to illustrate this just a little, let's just use the first example, right? So the Tanakhama said that if you have a carbon that became tamei, you shouldn't put it on the mizbeach, right? But yeah, what's the halacha? If you put it on the mizbeach, then what? You don't have to take it off. Let's say I took it off. So you might have thought, well, since had I left it there, right, it would be okay. So even if I took it off, I could put it back on. Mishnah says, no. In other words, yes, we will agree that if you put a sacrificially invalid carbon on the mizbeach, you're going to leave it there. But once you took it off, clearly you're not going to put it back on. That's what it means. Kishem should alu lo yardu. The same way that if you put it on the mizbeach, you don't take it down. However, kach in yardu lo yalu. So too again, once you took it off, you do not put it back on. The kulon, because this last thing is very interesting as well. The kulon, sha'alu chayim l'rosh hamizbeach yardu. So this is very interesting. If let's say you have an animal that is sacrificially unfit, right? And then let's assume that it's one of these disqualifications that occurs inside of the mikdash itself. Let's say you ended up bringing the animal to the top of the mizbeach. Now, remember again, you're never shechting karbanos to the top of the mizbeach, right? Karbanos are shechted where? A little chazara, where? It depends. What does it depend on? Kache kadoshim, kachim kalin. Kache kadoshim are shechted, Safan in the north, and kachim kalin anywhere in the Azara. So the Gemara says as follows. But let's say again, so generally, if you brought up a living carbon to the top of the mizbeach, what do you do with it? Bring it down. I'm a for shiraya to ultimately again keeping your animals next to you, right? So again, especially to those dog owners, a reminder: no one likes your dog but you. So therefore, again, keep it on a short leash. No one wants it running up to them. No, it's not cute. No, it's not cute. It's not cute. It's annoying, and frankly, a violation of one's personal space. And it's a Furush Shiraya from Zvachim Peital with Aleph. Don't let your animal go up on a mizbeach, right? Keep it next to you, lahavdil. You want an animal? Enjoy it. Play with it, roll with it, do whatever you want to do with it, right? But keep it to yourself. Okay. It's not me, it's the Mishnah. I'm just saying, it's not me. It's a Mefurish Mishnah. So the Gemara goes like that. So again, if the animal goes ahead and goes to the top of the Mizbeach, bring it down. Now, interestingly enough, Ola sha'osa chayil rosh Mizbeach. This is very interesting. What happens if an Ola goes to the top of the Mizbeach? Now, obviously, this is the owner who's bringing it. Or I shouldn't say the owner, because the Kohen is bringing it. Then what's the halacha? Tear it. Once again, bring it back down. Shachta b'rosh hamizbeach. What happens if you ended up shechting the ola on the top of the mizbeach? Now again, remember, that's not done. We'll discuss the mechanics of this. Yafshit v'yintacha b'mkoma. Interestingly enough, and we'll see the reason for this, if you went ahead and you ended up shechting the ola on the top of the mizbeach for some reason, once you do the shechita there, so the Mishnah says, do the rest of the process there as well. So yavshik means to flay it, right? And ultimately, again, the inaskan, to cut it up literally in that same spot. So again, why that is, we'll step up fascinating. Great. So let's say, let's go. Says the Gemara, Tanya, Rabbi Hudomer. Rabbi Huda says, Zos hi ha'ola. So we'll say, so now remember again, the pasuk over here, who's called to Tzav, es Aaron bezbanav leimar, Zos Toras ha'ola, Ki ha'ola al mokda al mizbeach kol ha'layla at haboker, ve'esh ha'mizbeach tu kadmon. So we'll say, so again, this pasuk over here is talking about the carbon ola. And interestingly enough, the way it describes the carbon ola is this in the ola, it's al mokda al mizbeach kol ha'layla at haboker. That the ola burns on the mizbeach the entire night until the morning. So the Gemara makes an interesting observation, or I should say, Rabbi Yehuda makes an interesting observation. There are three words in this pasuk: Zos, He, Ha'olah. These are three limiting words, what we call mi'utim. Mi'utim, exclusionary or limiting words. So just take a quick look at the first Rashi. Zos, He, Ha'olah. Zos, mi'uta, vehi, mi'uta, vehi, ha'olah, mi'uta. The mashma olah miyuchedes kshira v'lo psula. So as I say, interestingly enough, so again, Zos, He, and it's really the Hey of Ha'olah. So these are three what we'll call limiting or exclusionary words. So what is it coming to teach me? So Rashi says over the Masha Ha'olah miyuchedes kshira v'lo psula. Yehudim psulin asu sha'ilu alu yardu. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara is mentioning over here that it's dafka and olah, right? It's dafka and olah that halacha l'maisa again. That ultimately the Gemara olah miyuchedes kshira v'lo psula. It's dafka coming to teach you that it's only a kasher olah. Ultimately, again, it's fit to the mizbeach and not one that is pasul. L'me'udei psula nasu shafilu alu yardu. Good. So now back to the Gemara. So those trust olah. How you give them the fact. So this comes to the following cases. An olah that was shechted at night, or its blood spilled, or again its blood was taken out of the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash. That what? That was in all of these cases, if you put such an olah on the mizbeach, then what's the halacha? Take it down. Take it down. Okay, this is your position. Remember again, this is Rabbi Yehuda, right? That's Rabbi Yehuda. This is the same Rabbi Yehuda of our Mishnah, right? Rabbi Yehuda of our Mishnah said, Laila, Nishbach Dama, Yatza Dama Lachutz. These are cases where even if you put the carbon on the mizbeach, take it back down. The Bryce is now explaining to us where Rabbi Yehuda believes his shita from. Rabbi Shimon disagrees. Again, the both say this Bryce is just restating the machlokes in the Mishnah. Rabbi Shimon Omer, Olah, Eini Ela Olah Shira. So I only know ultimately again that Olah Shira, that is allowed to be on the mizbeach the entire night. Minayin l'rabos shenishchata balayla, v'shenishpach dama, v'sheyatza dama chutz l'kilayim. But how do I know? So the Shema says, how do I know that even in cases of disqualified olah, right, in disqualified cases, that if you ended up putting the olah on the mizbeach, that you don't take it down, that you leave it there. And he gives examples. How do I know, for example, in the case of the olah was shechted at night, a case where the blood was spilled, a case where the blood was taken out of the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, Milan, where again it was left overnight, Yotzei, taken out, Tameh, becomes Tameh, Shenishchat chutz bizmano v'chutz b'mkomo, or again it was shechted with the intention to consume it outside of the permitted time, outside of the permitted place, or Shekiblu psut, Zarko Estamo, someone disqualified, did Kabbalah and sprinkled the blood, or Hanitonin Lamata Shinastan Lamala, or we'll say again, you went ahead and you put blood in the wrong place. Right? It's supposed to be above, right? Lamala, you put Lamata, or Lamala Shinastan Lamala, or vice versa. Or Hanitonin Bachut Shinastan Bifnim, or the blood was supposed to be applied outside, you applied it inside, or Bifnim Shinastan Bachut, so it's supposed to be inside, you did it outside. So it's like, Reb Shimon is going through every single possible disqualification, or Pesach vechatos sheshachton shalom b'shmat, or Pesach and a chatos that was shechted shalom b'shmat. Remember again, that by the way takes us back to Zvakim Beis Amud Aleph. Remember again, every other carbon, if shechted shalom b'shmat, is still kosher. The only two exceptions to that rule, Pesach and chatos. So essentially, we'll say until Reb Shimon just did. Reb Shimon said, how do I know that every single disqualification that a carbon can have, if you have any one, that's the whole list. That's the entire list of any possible carbon disqualification. How do I know that even if the carbon experienced any disqualification and you ended up putting it on his back, that's what? That you
What's
don't
his
take
name?
it down.
Fitch Kwang Duck. Does anybody know that? Like 1 in 1,000.
So ultimately, the Torah
Fitch
gives
Kwang
one
Duck?
rule.
Nobody.
Oven means what? Anything that is
How about the
taken
guy
up
in
on
the street?
behalf,
Nobody knows that
what?
motherfucker's name
Shimon
either.
Lo Yerdu. Right, so Shimon says, again about this, so right, Shimon says pretty much
June
every
11th,
single
1963.
disqualification. Okay, Again, we'll say,
All right, are you done though? I'd be like, okay, hey, bitch, Quan Duck, are you done? I'd be like, shut up.
Generally, it's discarded, right? Again, there's a place where they would go ahead and dispose of disqualified karbanos. We're talking about a case of ex post facto, right? Somebody
do
didn't
the
pay
one
attention
thing.
to the halacha and ended up putting it on
Fire
his
me.
back. And Mishnah says,
Is this
once
the line?
it's there, do not take it down. Where does he get that from? Zos Toras Ha'olah. And again, he understands Ola doesn't just refer to carbon Ola. Rather, Ola is a description of Olin. Everything that is placed on top of the Mizbeach, ultimately, again, once it's there, ultimately don't take it down. If you look at the last Rashi, Torah Sa'olah, Shi Amok Da, Shetehei Sham Halayla Adaboker V'Lo Seis. Lo Seis, this is interesting. If you look at the Lashon of the Pasuk, is Zos Torah Sa'olah, Ki Ha'olah Al-Mok Da. Al-Mok means on the fire. Once you put it on the fire, once you put it on the Mizbeach, do not take it down. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Yochol. Now, again, listen, now that changes in 1 second. You might have thought like this. Yochol. Shani Mar Ba'alova, Ba'anirva, Ba'amuktina Bosera. You might have thought that this includes the other category of disqualifications. For example, the animal engaged in immorality. Mukta was set aside for Avodah Zarah. Nevan, it was working for Avodah Zarah. Esnan. It was given to a harvest as payment for its services. Here, sold for a dog. Kilayim, crossbreed. Shayfa, if it means again it has some type of condition from which it's going to imminently die. Those who don't, C-section. You might have thought that even these types of carbonos, if they went on these death, you don't take it down. Kamabomar, Zos.
Zoot, how you living, pimp?
So what's the Zos? The Zos, remember again, Zos is always.
I'm lovely. How many hours until you go on stage?
Yes. So whenever you see Zos, like in the Torah, Zos is always coming to.
Oh wow. Okay, let's hear your joke.
On one hand, we say Zos Torah Sa'olah.
I'll be back.
Yeah, you do.
Anything
Okay.
that is Olah, anything that is put on top of the fire of the Mizbeach, don't take it down. Yet that word Zos also tells us that this halacha only applies to certain things, doesn't apply to everything. So what's
performing at the same time.
Again, this last category of items that we just
No
mentioned.
way. You gonna blow each other?
This is great because remember, this brisa is literally.
All right. Well, hopefully he's practiced more than you have.
So Mark asks,
I don't think Matt practices. I think he just does grab work.
All right. Well,
how do you know?
he's got asses in the seats. Zoot, rehearse. Come back, and I want to hear it, and I hope it's perfect.
I've never actually heard Matt rap, so I don't just grab work. Have you?
No.
But Allah even if you put it on his back, you take it down. How do you know?
Is that what he meant?
Yep.
Oh, so cute.
He's also known.
You think he's good at grabbing?
He's also known for setting up those situations where he'll like pay somebody to be in the audience and to do something that goes viral on Instagram or whatever.
Like I have an inclusionary phrase and an
You think he's
exclusionary
good at
phrase.
grab work?
What's my inclusionary phrase?
I mean, the crowd work that I've seen, I think, has been a setup. So I don't know.
Exclusionary word, zos. So now that I have an inclusionary and an exclusion, so the Gemara listen to this. Mar ba'anias elu
Making delusions.
shahaya pisuvan b'kodesh.
No, yes, rules are nice.
Ani elu shelo haya pisuvan b'kodesh.
I'm in agreement with you.
This is it. This is it.
That's why I said I don't know. That's why I didn't say I don't think he's funny. Have I seen him ever be funny? Yeah, he was funny on Kill Tony. So I can tell you that. Like that was okay.
Don't take it down. Don't take it down.
You don't grab work on Kill Tony?
No. So you asked, have I ever seen him do a joke that I've seen him just talk on Kill Tony and he was funny.
You went ahead and you put it down. Even if you went ahead and you went ahead and you put it on his back. Ultimately, again, you should go ahead and take it down afterwards. Like, almost like, and now you can contrast the two different cases, right? The animal engaged in active immorality was given to a harlot. All of these cases means by the time the animal walked into the Beis Hamikdash, it was disqualified from the beginning. So that's the type of cover Rabbi Shimon will say, if you accidentally put it on his back, take it down. As opposed to an animal that, I will say, essentially, they're not means like this. Was the animal ever sacrificially fit or not? If it was sacrificially fit at some point in time, even if it's presently unfit, halacha l'maisa, again, if you put it on, you can leave it there. If it was unfit from the beginning, then ultimately, even if you put it on, take it down. Incredible. That's Rabbi Shimon's Rabbi says. Again, also I want to point out this one of these great Gemaras. Literally, all the Gemara is doing is interpreting the Mishnah. So now we've got Rabbi Huda, and now we have Rabbi Shimon. Incredible. So the Gemara is now Rabbi Huda, my Sidon Hacha. Now, what about Rabbi Huda? Where does Rabbi Huda gain his chief? And I remember again, Rabbi Huda disagrees with Rabbi Shimon, and that Rabbi Huda holds that Laila, Mishpach Dama, and Yotze. Which means if you shechted it at night, the blood spilled, and you took the blood outside the pieces of Rabbi Shimon. And Huda holds in these cases, even if you put the cover on, you have to take it off. Rabbi Shimon holds, no, even in these cases, if you put it on, you leave it on. So where does Rabbi Huda get his shita from? He wants to Rabbi Huda, my Sidon Hacha. Which is Rabbi Huda learns out of here. Why is it that we said that ultimately again if the blood was left overnight? That if you went ahead and you put the cover on his be'ah, that is okay. Right? Why is that? Shahari Lon Kasher Be'imud. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, the sacrificial parts ultimately again, if they were left overnight, but then subsequently put on his be'ah, ultimately again you leave them on his be'ah. So really interestingly enough, all right, so why is it that lon by dam is kosher? Because again, since lon by a murin is kosher, I will say, by the way, when we say kosher, kosher means if you put it on his death, you don't have to take it down. So if that works for a murin, sacrificial parts is going to work by dam, by blood as well. Lon by a murin kosher, I will say, how do you know that, by the way? That if you left sacrificial parts overnight, and you ended up putting it on his death, you shouldn't, but you did, but you leave it there, you don't take it down. Sorry, non-kosher babasa. Because ultimately, again, I will say, interestingly enough, by the sacrificial meat, so that's the meat you actually consume. If you leave it overnight, ultimately, again, it's kosher. I will say, as we're going to see in just a moment, it's actually not a fair comparison. Because what is it referring to? It actually says over here, it's actually referring to the meat of shlomin. Right? Shlomin is consumed, actually goes out to dinner for how long? Shlomin is consumed for 2 days and 1 night. So obviously, leaving over shlomin overnight, that kind of called leaving over. And essentially, you start to give it logic. Like leaving stuff like this. Essentially, kind of look like backwards. Once I know that ultimately sacrificial meat can be left over and it's still kosher, I learned from there that the sacrificial parts, if left over, and then put them in trash, are left on his bear. And once that's true for sacrificial parts, what we should be doing similar applies to sacrificial blood. Done. Interesting. Yeah, well, that's a new logic. Yotze, Shayotze Kasher Mabama. It wasn't interesting enough when it comes to Yotze. So what's halacha? Yotze is Kasher Mabama. Yotze That's an interesting statement. Yotze is Kasher Mabama. So let's say that the Mabama is a private altar. Where do you put a private altar? Where do you put it? Wherever you want. Brothers and Arizona, you know, like that's a private altar. You put it wherever you want. And so the Maisa, so therefore, since we see it as a concept of Kabbalah and being valid outside of the Torah, therefore, Allah is a precedent. Ultimately, you don't say you touch a Kirash, you don't say, if you don't say you're near older than near a culture, but you don't say the damn house, you're not saying actually not yourself. No, yeah, you don't say culture Baba. Tame, what about Tame? Tame, Hayot, Hutzer, La'avodah Tzibor. So that's an interesting, we also find the precedent. Why? Because you must remember again, there's a concept of Kumar, Putra, and Tzibor, which means that Allah Kalamansa has sometimes a certain form of communal service. Allah Kalamansa, Kumar, Putra, and Tzibor. Which means, Mano, what is the case? When checking the cover, you have in mind to go ahead and receive the cover outside of the perimeter. Then you also call to go. Hold it in the last time that you do that. What's the interesting? Remember one of the novelties that they work? One of the novelties that they was that I love for the myself, the cover actually only becomes legal only if you complete the sacrificial service successfully. Like, if you don't end up actually go out and trying to blood or doing something, the cover can't become legal until you actually go through all of the different steps. You know, says. Again, what about a Makshava for outside of the community? All of the Christians is we always see this, right? That Christian is always compared to Christian's Mano. Shekiblu Psulim, exactly as Dano. What about the case ultimately again where someone who was possible to find and someone who was possible went ahead and ended up
There's a
being
new star basketball player, and I'm
we're talking about again the kind of people who are valued here, but would be valued for community service. That's an example of that. That he points out. Kohanim who are committed. Right? So Kohanim are committed are technically speaking who are endowed for the service of the Yah, would be technically valued ultimately again for Avodas Tzibur. To which the Gemara says, one second. So the Gemara says, this is all that we do those movement. But you want to start by a very simple idea. If you've done Davar Shalom Hashelo, you Davar Shalom Hashelo, the most eminent how this lesson started, interesting enough, his primary movement is based on the fact that since meat, sacrificial meat, is kosher even if you leave it over. And therefore what? You compare them again to the sacrificial part of sacrificial meat. And then you compare blood to immoving. How does that good comparison? Sacrificial meat that's left over is kosher, right? Because when you say, for example, like that's a good like shtamble. That's not halacha. The window of consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So how, again, so you're going to tell me that since the meat that's left over is kosher, therefore, if you leave over in the ring, which are really invalid, but if you put it on his mouth, don't take it down. What kind of meat is that? What kind of meat is that? If you've done it, can you actually learn out something that is actually sacrificially invalid from something that is sacrificially valued? To which the Gemara says, Tana, as those Torah Sa'ola, really what the son is really basing himself on is the drasha of Zos Torahs Ha'ola. Like that phrase, once again, is a real word. Is an inclusive phrase that opens the again. That should have been that which he espoused is that he was primary limud was not really his primary. Therefore, what's up? Just the question is the second. Therefore, what we're really left to focus here is just the fundamental focus between Rabbi Huda and Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Huda, again, just like Rabbi Huda's entire limud. And Rabbi Shimon really bases himself on a rule. And what's the rule? The rule ultimately is that any carbon is disqualification developed inside the precincts of the Beis HaMikdash. If you end up putting that disqualified carbon underneath there, don't take it down. And if the disqualification is developed before it came into the Beis HaMikdash, then halacha l'maaseh even if the carbon is there, ultimately again you have to take it down. Rabbi Huda has a much less complicated view of it. So again, in the halacha I'll say one more case. No, it's not for today. Because we do this 3 times up to the bottom, 3 days down, 3 days. All the way. Listen to this. Hashem behema balayla b'chir. V'ha'ela b'chutz. Right? Listen, you hear this case? This is so interesting. Let's say Cohen goes ahead and he shafts a carbon at night inside of the Beis HaMikdash. Now, I'm saying that obviously, right, illegal. We don't check Kabbalas at night. There's no Kabbalas at night. So the Kohen gets, now again, generally, if you end up checking a carbon at night, what's the status of the carbon? What's the status? Invalid. Invalid. So here, we'll just call him Reuben. Right? Reuben HaKohen went ahead and shechted a carbon at night. Now, to make matters worse, what does he end up doing? He shechts it in the Beis HaMikdash, and then he offers it up outside of the Beis HaMikdash. Generally, the halacha is offering up kabbalas outside of the Beis HaMikdash, major biblical yoga, right? Serious transgression. Obviously, the time everything over here is shogeg, right? Everything over here is obviously accidental, right? So again, there's 2 things that happen today. Number one, shechted a carbon at night, and then went ahead and compounded the mistake ultimately again by offering it up outside. Take a look at Rashi before we go on. That's the shogeg name of Alayla Miflid. Now, ultimately, again, and he offered it up outside, so the Gemara says. So,
every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods? That's what I like to hear. Do you mind if I share myself?
Now, what's the number?
Excellent. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I appreciate it. If you would follow me back, I follow everybody back. I'm the king of follow backs.
With that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show. This is a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find them in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Share program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo.
Let's say again, let's say just for argument's sake, I shift the target outside of base and I offered up an outside of base.
Oh, it's definitely not recorded. In fact, you can look at my timeline right now and you can see I am live. There is nothing recorded, not even read. I've been doing this for 4 years, so I've had time to get it down pat.
At night, and then offers it up outside. That case can't be any worse than a guy who shifts and offers outside of the base. So shechita and offering outside of the Beis Hamikdash, day or night, there's liability. So certainly, if I go ahead and I chef and then in the Beis Hamikdash and then offer up outside of the Beis Hamikdash, is going to be liability. Beautiful. Someone says, okay, Master of Kibarabin. Let's say just 2 more lines, then we'll stop. Master of Kibarabin. Hashokin, this is Hashokin of the name Umma'alabachutz Potter. Or, listen to this. If you shafted a bird offering, right? You shafted a bushel. Now remember again, already what's bothering you? There's no shkita by bird offering. Like you're running Malika. Exactly. You see how this is one moment. But if a guy does do shkita, he shafted the bird offering inside of his mikdash, but he offered it up outside of his mikdash. Potter. Potter. Shachad v'chutz, umala v'chutz chayim. Yet interestingly enough, I will say, if you shafted a bird, right? If let's say you shafted a bird carbon and offered it out of the base, you both have the chayim. So isn't this interesting? If you shafted it in the base hamikdash, bird, shafted the base hamikdash and offered it outside of the base hamikdash, you're potter. But yet, if you went ahead and you shafted it and offered it outside of the base hamikdash, you're chayim. Because I understand. Neymar, lo tehei b'chusni shochay to ma'alav b'chutz. I understand, based on what you just said, halakha l'maisa. You should be liable if you shefting in the base hamikdash and you offer it outside the base hamikdash. Why? Because shefting it in the base hamikdash and offering it outside the base hamikdash should be no worse, should be no less than shefting it and offering it outside the base hamikdash. Which is where it says, do it stuff. You're right. Good catch. Or, be by saying no. The case is different. Why?
Thank you so much, Yum Top, and I certainly understand. I know a lot of people out there recognize that I speak very quickly. I know a lot of people out there have heard my show before, and additionally, not every space gives you the opportunity to have a lot of time to be able to speak, so you need to speak quickly, but I appreciate your advice, Yum Top. I know that a lot of people out there do know what I'm doing and do enjoy it in its speedy fashion, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you ever want to check out what I'm doing, just look at my streams. They're live 24/7. You can also see them in my timeline if you ever want to go back and slow me down. Thank you.
Sounds like a disorder, right? But let's listen to this, right? So we're suggesting if you check and alter up a bird outside of the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately again you're chayav for shchutei chutz. Interestingly enough, if you check in the mikdash and offer it out of the mikdash, you're pater. Why the distinction? Because the concept of shchita applies out of the Beis Hamikdash to birds, but the concept of shchita ultimately again to birds does not apply in the mikdash. Therefore, that act itself it's nothing. So because it's nothing, ultimately again it can't result in liability outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So therefore, interesting enough, the Gemara says we're not finished with this yet, but essentially the cases are really different. So therefore, if you shecht at night, you shecht the animal at night, and then offer it up outside of the Beis Hamikdash, there's liability. Why? But shchut at night is meaningless. It's true, it's meaningless. But the act itself is still a halachic, it's a recognized action. So even though what you did is kabbalah meaningless, there's liability. Why? Because that can't be any less than someone who shechted and offered outside of the Beis Hamikdash. But yet, interestingly enough, if you shecht a bird in the Beis Hamikdash and then go out and burn it outside of the Beis Hamikdash,
100%. If you look at my pin post, there is a 1-minute video of an overview of what I do. And then additionally, I make Instagram videos all day long. I sing songs, so popular songs, everything going back to classical music to perhaps 50s, 60s, 70s. I just sang some disco, certainly 80s hair band and all that, 90s alternative tracks, certainly into the 2000s. I love hip hop. So yeah, if you want to check that out, certainly probably some of the best opportunities. And I can just tell you, type in Viral Rabbi into anything in Instagram, you'll see more content that you've ever wanted to see. You can also just type in my name, Rabbi Rothschild, and you can find I have a lot of short videos in there. Additionally, I created a robot on X that uploads my life 24/7, not just on YouTube like I do, but also on X. So every hour you can see what I've been doing. But I understand people want some short form content of mine. So the best thing I would say to do is just type in Viral Rabbi into Instagram. You'll find all my stuff. If you want my exact Instagram handles, just go to my link tree. I have all my Instagram accounts essentially in there, and you can see me singing lots and lots of songs. I have that short form. I have some comedy short form. I do some green screen creativity on Instagram and TikTok as well. So I hope that answers your question if you're looking for short form content of mine.
He should be a meditation for his children, his grandchildren, remember, he's growing his 36 grandchildren. The dedicating the shiur and the Joshua Christmas in memory of their parents. Yitzchak Lee, the Benar Cohen, Shalom Rachel Bas Baruch Avlo, Yinda Bas Hanik Ephraim, and many of the Jewish family friends, such as Naftali on a good mission, and all the who fell in battle and Gaza and Hanukkah for peace.
I sincerely appreciate that. And top tier, if you need other kinds of content, you just let me know. I will make whatever you want, whatever you think is good.
Their mother's yard site, Chava Bas Avram. Today, we hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the Jewish families have no real. The families in the Chava, all those who need to wish heaven to give us called for the
Absolutely. If you look at my link tree, you'll see my TikTok, Super Rothschild. I have one post that I posted a while back that has over 100,000 views to it and lots of interaction If you want to know what it is, there was a um, there was a television reporter who was doing an AMA on TikTok, and I asked her, does she use her right hand or her left hand to wipe? And she thought I wrote right. And so she answered the question, and that had a little bit of virality to it and got over 100,000 views. So you will find that I do have some quirky anecdotes like that that are all over my social media where I ask people questions like that.
So what is the halacha in such a scenario like that in terms of just a quick review?
Yeah, so we're all related. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone and thousands of us globally within the Ashkenazi Jewish community. It's like having the last name Kennedy in the Irish community. So certainly have had to work for that, which I have been able to earn. Yeah, I mean, we do share DNA.
But it was put on the Mizbeach nevertheless. Almost everyone holds
like I said, I've had to work for what I've earned. So if you're thinking that I am essentially independently wealthy simply because of my last name, no. I've been able to establish myself to some type of financial independence to be able to stream my life 24/7 for the last 4 years, but I've had to work for that.
What about if the mincha came accompanied with carbon? The different Rabbi Gamliel, Rabbi Yoshua, Rabbi Yoshua once was putting his bayah, you don't have to take it down. The divrei kulon tele. And everyone else, you have to go ahead and take it down. The Nisachin haban b'fnei atzmon. What about the Nisachin ultimately again that are brought on their own? The divrei kulon here, according to everyone, you have to take it down to the Mizbeach. The divrei Shimon, don't have to take it down. Nisachin haban mazerach. What about Nisachin that come accompanying a carbon? Again, about say, and obviously in all of these cases, there's some type of invalidation in the carbon, and then halacha l'maaseh again you put it on the mizbeach anyway. So the Nisachin haban mazerach. So the sun coming on the mizbeach with the kulan yerdu. Everyone agrees, take it down, except for the Gamliel l'chudei lo yerdu. Ultimately, again, but Gamliel himself says you don't have to take it down. So which thing was okay, thank you for the recap, but Shita, was in general, the Gemara doesn't do this. In fact, by the way, it would actually be great if Gemara did this in general, right? Because again, that little summary at the end, especially of belonging to Vatsui, will be a bracha. But the Gemara doesn't do this. So the Gemara says, what are you doing? So Pshit, like there's no new information that's been conveyed over here. So what exactly is it that you're giving over? So Pshita, Gemara says, no. Mincha ba b'fnei atzma itztrichale. Actually, I will say the main case that the Gemara wanted to convey was ultimately again mincha ba b'fnei atzma. The case of a mincha that is brought on its own. So I'll say, why is that case necessary? The Rava. The Amar Rava, the Rava said, "Nisnadei adam minchas nisachim, minchas nisachim b'chol yom." Ultimately, that halacha l'maisa, a person has the ability to be misnadei, to go ahead and bring a voluntary minchas nisachim every day. Now, if you look at Rashi is right to the right. Right, Rashi says over here. Rashi says mincha above the mincha. Actually, first, if you look at the second above the mincha, Rashi, you go to the snadi yayim below zera. So Rashi, if you go down to the mincha above the mincha, tichalei l'ashmuinon yish minchas nisachim above the mincha kibulava. So I'll say, interestingly enough, the Gemara says in this entire recap was really to highlight one core piece of information, meaning that you could bring a minchas nisachim, that you could bring a voluntary wine libation on its own, even though normally, again, nisachim accompanies a carbon, right? That's how we classically understand nisachim. Rava is of the opinion that you could bring a wine libation all by itself. And I say,
yes, if I may just include what I talk about on my streams, because a lot of people wonder, do you just show yourself and eat and sleep, and is that it? No, I've done a lot of IRL streaming as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills and Los Angeles at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. And I'm a futurist. I'm someone who likes to discuss the future, in addition to being someone who advocates for world peace, ending world hunger, and ending world thirst. So some of the futurist topics that I'd like to discuss are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, of course, cryptocurrency, quantum computing, space tourism, space elevators, things like perhaps terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, things like invisibility cloaks, teleportation, even things like Santa Claus machines and replicators. I also like to talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal, and I don't know why more people aren't talking about it. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting to perhaps be able to archive. Additionally, I like to talk about things like life extension technology, and this is really just for those of you who are interested. None of this should be forced on you. It should be all with your consent. But if you want, someday I'd like to give you the resources to be able to achieve things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, things like ambrosia therapy, to extend your life from its current limit of maybe 80 years old to 100, 120 years old. But at 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2026, everything that you said sounded like science fiction, but it's become science fact. What's the next plan? My body's starting to break down. And again, this is with your consent. And I'm not even saying I necessarily advocate for this, but these are things that I like to talk about, are things like perhaps mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is perhaps in the future there may be an opportunity of digital immortality. And with that, I just wanted to contribute that. Thank you for the opportunity. There you go, Farrell. Well, then you've been archived on my stream for those intentions, and once we do it in a safe manner, then we'll make sure to get you on the list.
In order to get to the necessary accomplishments. Again, says, just state Rabba, and actually give Rabba. Just the whole point of this is Rabba's statement. So just quote the statement of Rabba. I'll tell you why the Gemara says no. Interesting about saying no, because actually the novelty case. The novelty case is sucking our binding on Zeba. Is actually again the libation.
Yes, I have heard of it. So it's, I understand a process known as reverse aging, where you can actually pause where you are at in your aging process, or actually reverse it to a point in time where the age of your cells is actually younger than they currently are. Yeah, exactly.
Just an interesting carbonic fact is ultimately Nissan should even be brought on a later date. And that's interesting. Even though the Nissan are carbonically attached, they can be brought separately and distinct from the primary carbon. So the Gemara says, the Kamakri of the rule of Machal of Yamaha is to be brought the next day, or ultimately again, the day afterwards, maybe Rashi. Rashi says, the Sachna Barim the Blah Zebach is Shricha, right? The Shlakish Hashim, even the Shimon year, we can go to the Kamakri of the rule of Machal, or Yomachara, the Shimon on the El, which is this Adam, maybe Zvako Hayom. The Nissan Mukan, the Agil Yamin. Isn't that interesting? That a person can bring this carbon today and end up bringing the libations up to 10 days later. They're not going to harm the kids. You're back to Gemara. So that's actually the necessary case. Why? So that I would have thought, hold over Mars.
I find these types of discussions to be absolutely fascinating, and I appreciate you bringing up this topic. And the idea that many people think that these types of technologies are perhaps decades or centuries away, I think is in many ways incorrect thinking that this really we're already doing clinical trials in our local areas, as you're saying. You've even been able to perhaps make an attempt to sign up, and it's just a matter of time until this becomes the new Wegovy or the new peptide that's out there that for your GLP inhibitors and such. And I think that maybe within 5 years, maybe 10 years, this will be the new type of pharmaceutical that's on your local news and perhaps on airing during the Super Bowl. And people will, if they want and they can afford it, they should be able to, I feel, perhaps if they want, be able to extend their life to a more reasonable age. And if it does have some perhaps anti-cancer or at least at the initial start some anti-cancer properties, then why shouldn't we allow people to live longer?
If you put them on the Mizbeach. Now, obviously, right, if they were invalidated and you place them on the Mizbeach, you do not take them off. Right? In the following list of items, if you put them on the Mizbeach,
I absolutely agree.
you weren't
And
supposed to because they were invalidated.
this really brings up a major discussion that occurs in these types of conversations. And I mean, really, what we're talking about are transhumanistic ideals and transhumanism discussions. And it's going to be a debate between the haves and the have-nots, which is really sad. I really want to give the people who maybe wouldn't normally have the chance at these types of medications or therapies, pharmaceuticals, the opportunity, either by making them low cost or perhaps just somehow attainable. Because what we're going to have, unfortunately, if we don't have those types of systems, is a future of the extreme wealth that are able to live forever, essentially as transhumanists, and then what we consider to be your standard Homo sapien that dies at a ripe old age or whatever we consider it to be, and they will never have the opportunity. So I'd like to see more diversity in who gets the opportunity at these types of therapies and medications.
It's been a while, but Pickle is back, right? Right, back better than ever, right? So Pickle again, remember again, remember this piece of it, whenever you see such a word, it means that's intention. The carbon itself was shechted with the intention to either out of its permitted time or its permitted place.
Absolutely. There's the adage of Methuselah and 969 years in the Bible. And Adam lived longer, certainly Abraham lived longer. We see the ages of people historically, even though it's not necessary.
Therefore, they should not be put on the Mizbeach. What the Mishnah is saying is, if you did put it on the Mizbeach, leave it there, do not take it down. The Yehuda says, Shenishchat balayla, shenishbach dama. So the Yehuda now comes up with another list. He says, you have a carbon that was shechted at night.
Absolutely. And we don't necessarily know that these types of biological opportunities aren't available to us. There could be something that we're eating or something that is within our current structure that limits our average life expectancy. But perhaps we may be able to establish some really long lives. And if that happens, that opens up a lot of questions to the world, such as, how many children should you be able to have? Or what happens if you want to go, let's say, base jumping or skydiving or something, and you, God forbid, die doing that? Do we just re-upload you to the second right before you started your descent of the jump, or do you want to be taken back to another point in your life? But really, a lot of this sounds like science fiction. I recognize that. It's almost like save points in a video game. If you've ever played a video game that has a checkpoint or a save point, the argument could be made that we may be able to create that in the future. And if we can, that's going to open up a lot of questions. So I'm glad that you all are open-minded and thinking about this. And wherever you sit on the fence, whether you're pro the transhumanist agenda or anti-transhumanist agenda, I think it's all important for us to realize that these are the questions that society will be facing within the coming generation. And I didn't mean to take up all your guys' time, but I appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation with you.
the animal came in already disqualified, right? It already came in disqualified. That's the type of item where if you put it on the Mizbeach, ultimately take it off. So now the Gemara gives examples of this. So we'll say the first category is much more obvious, right? That's all of these cases. For example, again, you have an animal ultimately, again, lino. You left it overnight. It became tame, right? You shechted it with an intention for chutzlin zmano, chutzlin komo, pigel, right? So these are all examples of when the animal came into the pieces of the Beis Hamikdash, it was fit. It was fit. Then something happened inside of the Beis Hamikdash to disqualify. The Mishnah says that's the kind of item where if you put it on the Mizbeach, don't take it down. Don't take it down. Leave it there. On the other hand, if the animal came in disqualified, then Allah if you inadvertently put it on the Mizbeach, take it off. So what's the examples of the second category? The following examples are animals literally again that did not become disqualified in Mikdash. Rather again, the disqualification was already before they entered the Mikdash. For example, Haroba Bahamirva, right? An animal that engaged in the act of immorality. Right? That happened before it came in. Hamuksa. Mukta means it was set aside for Avodah Zarah. Ne'avad. It was worshipped as Avodah Zarah. Esnan. It was given to a harlot as payment for her services. Mechir. Item that was sold for a dog or exchanged for a dog. Kilayin. Some type of crossbred animal. Treifa. Right? An animal with some type of treifa disqualification. Bayotse Dolphin. Actually, I don't know if we ever touched on this. We'll get to this. This is an animal born by cesarean section. A C-section is invalid to be a carbon, right? Ubali woman, or an animal that has a blemish. So also to come down there amongst all of these items is before it even walked into the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, it was disqualified. So Rishon says this is the type of disqualification where if you ended up putting it on the Mizbeach, take it off. So we'll say this is very helpful because now we have a rule. If the disqualification developed in the Mikdash itself, that's an example of if you put it on the Mizbeach, you don't have to take it off. You can leave it. If the disqualification developed before it even entered into the Beis Hamikdash, then halacha l'maaseh, if you put it on, take it off. Rabbi Akiva, machshiv b'ali mumin. Right? So Rabbi Akiva holds that halacha l'maaseh, if you ended up putting b'ali mumin on the Mizbeach, ultimately you don't have to go ahead and take it off. You know, say by the way, so we'll discuss that more. But this is so Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Akiva is always the one who's able to find the beauty even in the most damaged situations, right? The end of the famous Gemara in Masechus Makkos, Rabbi Akiva, then even in the midst of court, when everyone's crying when it's instruction of the Mikdash, Rabbi Akiva, the eternal optimist. Rabbi Akiva is always able to see hope, always able to see light, always able to see beauty even in the midst of just such destruction. So it makes sense Rabbi Akiva is the one who says, Bali woman, if you left it on the Mizbeach, right put it on the Mizbeach, leave it there. More about that later. So as Rabbi Chanina Skanakonim, Rabbi Chanina Skanakonim said, listen to this, Docha Haya Abba as Bali woman Yagadi on Mizbeach. So Rabbi Chanina Skanakonim, and I will say, Rabbi Chanina, you could, again, he was a Skan Kohen Gadol, so obviously, again, his word is going to carry a lot of weight. Also, Rabbi Chanina Skan Kohen said that ultimately my father would not allow Bali women on his beach, to the point that even if they went on his beach, ultimately, again, my father would have them taken off. Very interesting. Gemara says, Kishen, good. Kishen she'im alu lo yerdu, kach em yerdu lo yalu. So we'll say this is very interesting. So now the Mishnah says another rule. In all of these cases, right, in all of these cases where, let's say, you have a sacrificially valid animal, you ended up putting it on the Mizbeach, right? So what's the halacha? Once it's there, at least in certain categories, once it's there, you don't take it down. And I will say, not the opposite, but the corollary to that is, if you ended up taking it off, you don't put it back on. Like, in other words, just to illustrate this just a little, let's just use the first example, right? So the Tanakhama said that if you have a carbon that became tamei, you shouldn't put it on the Mizbeach, right? But yeah, what's the halacha? If you put it on the Mizbeach, then what? You don't have to take it off. Let's say I took it off. So you might have thought, well, since had I left it there, right, it would be okay. So maybe even if I took it off, I could put it back on. No. In other words, yes, we will agree that if you put a sacrificially invalid carbon on the Mizbeach, you're going to leave it there. But once you took it off, clearly, you're not going to put it back on. That's what it means. The same way that if you put it on this Mizbeach, you don't take it down. However, So to again, once you took it off, you do not put it back on. The kulon, this last thing is very interesting as well. The kulon sha'alu chayim l'rosh hamizbeach yerdu. So this is very interesting. If let's say you have an animal that is sacrificially unfit, right? And again, let's assume that it's one of these disqualifications that occurs inside of the mikdash itself. Let's say you ended up bringing the animal to the top of the mizbeach. Now, remember again, you're never shechting kabbalah by top of the mizbeach, right? Kabbalah was shechting where? Although kabbalah where? It depends. So it depends. Kachim kabashim, kachim kalim. Kachim kabash was shechting, Safran in the north, and kachim kalim anywhere in the Azara. So the Gemara says as follows. Well, let's say again, so generally, if you brought up a living carbon to the top of the mizbeach, what do you do with it? Bring it down. Bring it down. Before Shiraya, to ultimately, again, keeping your animals next to you, right? So again, especially to those dog owners, a reminder, no one likes your dog but you. So therefore, again, keep it on a short leash. No one wants it running up to them. No, it's just you. It's not you. It's not you. It's annoying. It's frankly a violation of both personal space. And it's a foolish Shiraya, then nothing can tell them about it. Don't let the animal go off on his back, right? This is a hot deal. You want an animal? Gig is behave. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Play with it. Roll with it. Do whatever you want to do with it, right? But keep it to yourself. It's not me. It's the Mishnah. I'm just saying. It's not like it's unfortunate Mishnah. So you know goes like that. So again, Salom Parnasse, if the animal goes ahead and goes to the top of his death, then we can. That's interesting enough. Allah shall also hide the
Want to take me higher? What you doing in your bedroom? What you doing in your bedroom? You should be dancing, take me What you doing in your bedroom? What you doing in your bedroom? You should be dancing.
This is the Ola. It's al mukta al mizbeach kol halayla adaboter. That the Ola burns on the mizbeach the entire night until the morning. So the Gemara makes an interesting observation, or I should say, Laguna makes an interesting observation. There are three words in this passage: Zos, He, Ha'ola. These are three limited words. What we call exclusionary or limiting words. So let's just look at the first function.
When you walk along a country road toward the moon, it certainly doesn't grow larger like this, nor does it shrink in size when you walk away from it. So the was how to take a painting and make it behave like a real piece of scenery under the camera. The trouble was we were photographing a flat two-dimensional background.
So what is it coming to teach me? So
we set about making plans and blueprints for a new cartoon camera that would overcome this.
So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara is asking over here.
When our camera moves in closer on this little background. So we set about making plans and blueprints for a new cartoon camera that would overcome this. The different elements in the scene were separated according to their varying distances from the viewer. This put the moon on a plane farthest away from the camera. With our original picture broken down in this manner, it is possible to control the relative speed with which each individual part of it moves to. When our camera moves in closer, on this each individual part of it moves to or away from the camera. The loop remains absolutely still, so it will always remain the same, neither growing nor shrinking in size. Of course, our cartoon camera does not shoot sideways, but is placed in a block and shoots downward toward the drone. Since this new camera used many planes, we called it multiplane camera.
Multi-plane
These
camera.
are cases where even if you put the cover on the staff, take it back down. The device is now explaining to us where that we did the
And here now is our same moonlight scene, the way the multiplane camera sees it. As you can see, we finally got the moon to keep its proper distance. When our camera moves in close, when our camera
that light that is allowed to be on this gap the entire night. In disqualified cases, that if you ended up putting the old earnings there, that you don't take it down, that you live it. Like in these examples, how do I, for example, in the case where the shafted at night, a case where the blood was spilled, a case where the blood was taken out of the pieces ready to mikdash. One, where again it was left overnight. Yotze, taken out. Tame becomes tame. Shenishchat chutz b'zmano v'chutz b'mkomo, or again was shefted with the intention to consume it outside of the permitted time or outside of the permitted place, or shekiblu psut zarko estamo, someone disqualified, did kabbalah and sprinkled the blood, or hani tfun lamata shenasnu lamala, or they say again, you went ahead and you took. You put blood in the wrong place. Right? It was supposed to be above, right? Lamala, you put lamata, or lamala shenasnu lamala, or vice versa. Or hani tfun b'chut shenasnu b'tnin, or the blood was supposed to be applied outside, you applied it inside, or b'chnin shenasnu b'chut, or it's supposed to be inside, you did it outside. So it's like, Shimon is going through every single possible disqualification. Or Pesach vechatos sheshachton shalom b'shmat, or Pesach and a chatos that was shechted shalom b'shmat. Remember again, that by the way takes us back to Zvachim Beis Amud Aleph. Remember again, every other carbon, if shechted shalom b'shmat, is still kosher. The only two exceptions to that were Pesach and chatos. So essentially, I'll say until Rabbi Shimon just did. Rabbi Shimon said, how do I know that every single disqualification that a carbon can have, if you have any one, that's the whole list, that's the entire list of any possible carbonic disqualification. How do I know that even if the carbon experienced any disqualification and you ended up putting it on the staff, that's what? But you don't take it down. Toras ha'olah. Riba Torah achos l'chol ha'olin. So ultimately, the Torah gives one rule. L'chol ha'olin. Olin means what? Anything that is taken up on the Mizbeach, that's what? Shim Olu Lo Yerdu. Right? So Shimon says, so fundamental machlokes Mishnah and Yehuda. So right, Shimon says pretty much every single disqualification. Again, I want to be clear. Obviously, when you have a disqualification, what should you do with your carbon? What do you do with it? Generally, it's discarded. Right? Again, there's a place where they would go ahead and dispose of disqualified carbonos. We're talking about a case of ex post factos, right? Somebody didn't pay attention to the halacha and ended up putting it on his bed. And Shimon says, once it's there, do not take it down. Where does he get that from? Zos Toras ha'olah. And again, he understands Olah doesn't just refer to carbon Olah, but rather Olah is a description of Olin. Everything that is placed on top of the Mizbeach, ultimately, again, once it's there, ultimately don't take it down. If you look at the last Rashi, Toras ha'olah, Shi al-Mokdah, Shetehei Sham halayla adabok v'lo seis. So here's what's interesting. If you look at the lashon of the pasuk, is Zos Toras ha'olah, Ki ha'olah al-Mokdah. Al-Mokdah is on the fire. Once you put it on the fire, once you put it on the Mizbeach, do not take it down. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Ribak, right, so good. Yochol. Now, again, listen, now Rabbi Shimon says, well, 1 second. You might have thought like this. Yochol. Shani Mar Baharova, Bahanirva, Bahamukta Nabosena. You might have thought that this includes the other category of disqualifications. For example, the animal engaged in immorality. Mukta was set aside for a Vodizara. Nerva, it was worshipped for a Vodizara. Esnan, it was given to a harlot as being for a Nazir, sold for a dog. Kilayim, Kotri, Shefa. Shefa means again has some type of condition from which it's going to imminently die. Don't say dolphin. C-section. You might have thought that even these type of carbonos, if they went on the Mizbech, you don't take it down. Hamabomar, Zos. So what's that? Now watch this. It's incredible. So what's the Zos? The Zos, remember again, this goes back. Zos is always, Zos literally means what? How do you translate Zos? Yes. So whenever you see Zos, right, in the Torah, Zos is always coming to limit. So therefore, Rabbi Shimon says like this. On one hand, we say Zos Torah Sha'olah Ki Ha'olah Al Mokdah. Means anything that is olah, anything that is put on top of the fire of the Mizbeach, don't take it down. Yet that word Zos also tells that this halacha only applies to certain things, doesn't apply to everything. So what does it come to exclude? Ultimately, again, this last category of items that we just mentioned. The Gemara says, well, 1 second. Nabal said, this is great because remember, this Brisa is literally working us through the Mishnah. It's taking the same Mishnah working through. So the Gemara asks, now I don't understand. How do you know which category of disqualifications to include? Maybe which category of disqualifications that if you put it on this there, you leave it there, and which category of disqualifications to exclude? That Allah Khalamaysa, even if you put it on his deck, you take it down. How do you know? Not was the Ravos as Elu or Hoti as Elu. To which the Gemara says, Acha Sheri Baha Kasav Amdays. Oh, so cute. Right? So the Gemara says, right, Acha Baha Kasav. So now the Ravos says, so here's what I have. I have a ribui and a miut. Right? I have an inclusionary phrase and an exclusionary phrase. What's my inclusionary phrase? Toras ha'olah ki ha'olah al mokdah. What's the exclusionary word? Zos. So now that I had an inclusionary and exclusion, so you must listen to this. Mar ba'anias elu shahaya pisulan b'kodesh umotzi ani es elu shalo haya pisulan b'kodesh. Shabbat says, so this is it. Ultimately, again, Rabbi Shimon says, here's my rule. Anything where the disqualification developed inside of the precincts of the Beis HaMikdash, that is the type of carbon that if you put it on Mizbeach, don't take it down. Don't take it down. As opposed to an animal that was already disqualified before it came into the Beis HaMikdash. That's the type of animal where even if you went ahead and you put it down, even if you went ahead and halacha l'maisa, you went ahead and you put on the Mizbeach, ultimately, again, you should go ahead and take it down afterwards. Like in a side, and then you can contrast the two different cases, right? The animal engaged in an act of immorality was given to a harlot. All of these cases meaning by the time the animal walked into the Beis HaMikdash, it was disqualified from the beginning. So that's the type of covenant Rabbi Shimon will say, if you accidentally put it on the Mizbeach, take it down. As opposed to an animal that, I will say, essentially, the means like this. Was the animal ever sacrificially fit or not? If it was sacrificially fit at some point in time, even if it's presently unfit, halacha l'maisa, again, if you put it on, you can leave it there. If it was unfit from the beginning, then ultimately, even if you put it on, take it down. Incredible. That's Rabbi Shimon's role. So I say again, first I want to point out this one of these great Gemaras. Literally, all the Gemara is doing is interpreting the Mishnah. And now we've got Rabbi Yehuda, and now we have Rabbi Shimon. Incredible. So we look now, Rabbi Yehuda, nice to the Hacha. So let's say, what about Rabbi Yehuda? Where does Rabbi Yehuda bring his truth? And I'm also remembering this Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees with Rabbi Shimon. And Rabbi Yehuda holds that Laila, Mishpach Dama, and Yotze. Which means if you sucked it at night, or you sucked it at night, the blood is full, or you took the blood outside the precincts of the Beis HaMikdash. Rabbi Yehuda holds in these cases, even if you put the carbon on, you have to take it off. Rabbi Shimon holds, no, even in these cases, if you put it on, you leave it on. So where does Rabbi Yehuda get his shita from? So they went to Rabbi Yehuda, my shita from Rabbi Yehuda learns that from here. One is that he said that if you get the blood was left overnight. But I love what I said. That is so why? Because Allah the sacrificial part, ultimately again, if they were left overnight, and then subsequently put on the Mizbeach, ultimately again, we leave them on the Mizbeach. So we didn't think that, so why do we get that? One by down is kosher, because that since the blood by the immune is kosher, what's another meat kosher, kosher means you put it on the death, you don't have to take it out. So say, what's sacrificial part is saying what's lying down the blood as well. What's the immune kosher?
Take me high. That's what I'm taking me home. What you doing in the bedroom? What you doing in the bedroom? You should be dancing, dancing.
Some is concerned for 2 days and 1 night. So obviously, you're leaving over someone overnight. That's kind of called leaving over. And essentially, this is logic. That he just says like this. Essentially, kind of let's work backwards. Once I know that ultimately sacrificial meat can be left over and it's still kosher, I learned from there that even sacrificial parts, if left over and then put on the back, are left on the back. And once that's true for sacrificial parts, Rabbi Shimon is going to say the same halacha applies to sacrificial blood. Dam. Interesting. Therefore, that's the reason logic. He's like Yotzei, Shayotze Kasher Babama. The most interestingly enough, ultimately when it comes to Yotzei, so what's the halacha? Let's say Yotzei is kasher by Bama. I will say once again, a very interesting statement. And what does it mean Yotzei is kasher by Bama? I will say, now I'm going to Bama is a private altar. Where do you put a private altar? Where do you put it? Where you want. Like where what is the Mezon, you know, that's a private altar. You put it wherever you want. And so the Mansa, here Rabbi Yehuda says since we see that there's a concept of karbanos being valid outside of the Beis Hamikdash, therefore halacha l'maisa, there's a precedent. Ultimately, I go to Yotzei. We touch on to Rashi. Yotzei, the Yotzei is doing really older than we're touching about Yotzei to downfall. Not good. Actually, not yet. Sorry. Not yet. Yotzei kasher baba. Tamei. What about Tamei? Tamei holable hutter la'avodas tzibur. The most interestingly enough, Tamei we also find the precedent. Why? Because you must remember again, there's a concept of tuma hutra b'tzibur, which means that halacha l'maisa something is a certain form of communal service. Halacha l'maisa, tuma is hutra b'tzibur. Chutz lizmano. When we're checking the carbon, you have in mind to go ahead and consume the carbon outside of the permitted time, what we also call pigol. Remember one of the novelties about pigol? One of the novelties of pigol was that halacha l'maisa, the carbon actually only becomes pigol only if you complete the sacrificial service successfully, right? In other words, if you don't end up actually going to part of the blood or doing something, the carbon can't become pigol until you actually go through all of the different steps. The Gemara says, again, what about a machshava for outside of the permitted time? So we always see this, right? That chutzlin komo is always compared to chutzlin mano. Shekivlu psulin, zarko as damo. What about the case ultimately again where someone who was possible, we're going to further define these things, but someone who was possible went ahead and ended up doing Kabbalah and Zida, which you know what we're talking about? We're talking about, again, the kind of people who are endowed here, but with these values for communal service. That's an example of that. That's what they got for hiding that community. Right, so we're technically speaking, they are endowed for service, but yet, would be technically valid ultimately again for Avodas Tzibor. To which the Gemara says, one second. So the Gemara says, this is all Rabbi Yehuda's limud. But the one is bothered by one simple idea. If he's running davar shalom hechshera, he's davar shvechshera. Remember again how this whole thing started. Interestingly enough, his primary limud is based on the fact that since meat, sacrificial meat, is kosher even if you leave it over. Therefore, what? We compare then again a murin, sacrificial parts of sacrificial meat, and then we compare blood to a murin. First one says, I don't understand how is that a good comparison? Sacrificial meat that's left over is kosher, right? Because when you say, for example, like Rashi pointed out, like shlamim, it's not called leftover. That's the halacha. The window of consumption is 2 days and 1 night. again, so you're going to tell me that since you put this leftover is kosher, therefore if you leave over a murin, which are really invalid, but if you put it on his back, don't take it down. What kind of limud is that? What kind of limud is that? If he done it, davar shalobach shelo, davar shalobach shelo, can you actually learn out something that is actually sacrificially invalid? And saying that sacrificially valid, so which the Gemara says, Torah, Hazot Torah Sa'ola Riba Samachah. You're right. In reality, really what the Tana is really basing himself on is the drasha of Zot Torah Sa'ola. That phrase, once again, is a ribui, is an inclusive phrase that ultimately, again, we dash everything out. So in other words, that which we espouse as Rabbi Yehuda's primary limud was not really his primary limud. Therefore, I said, just to pause for just a second, therefore, what we're really left with over here is just the fundamental machlokas between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Yehuda, again, he just went to Rabbi Yehuda's entire limud, and Rabbi Shimon really bases himself on a rule. And what's the rule? The rule ultimately is that any carbon whose disqualification developed inside of the precincts of the Beis HaMikdash, if you ended up putting that disqualified carbon on his back, don't take it down. But if the disqualification of the psul developed before it came into the Beis HaMikdash, then halacha l'maisa, even if it went on his back, ultimately, again, you have to take it down. Rabbi Yehuda has a much more complicated limud, as we just said. Again, I'm not halacha l'maisa just yet. I'll say one more case, then we'll stop for today. Listen to this. 3 lines up from the bottom, 84 $8. I'm going to be open. Listen to this. Hashochet behema balayla b'flim. V'ha'ala b'chutz. Right? Listen, you hear this case? This is so interesting. Let's say Cohen goes ahead and he shocks a carbon at night inside of the Beis HaMikdash. Obviously, right? We don't shock Kabbalah at night. There's no Kabbalah at night. So the Cohen gets, now again, generally, if you end up shechting a carbon at night, what's the status of the carbon? What's the status? Invalid. So here, we'll just call him Reuben. Right? Reuben HaKohen went ahead and shechted a carbon at night. Now, to make matters worse, what does he end up doing? He shechts it in the Beis HaMikdash, and then he offers it up outside of the Beis HaMikdash. So therefore, we'll say, there's really, now, again, generally, the halacha is offering up carbonos outside of the Beis HaMikdash, major biblical noting. Right. Serious transgression. Obviously, the time that everything over here is so good. Right? Everything over here is obviously actually done good. Right? So again, there's 2 things that happen over here. Number 1, shechted a carbon at night, and then went ahead and compounded the mistake ultimately again by offering it up outside. Take a look at that before we go on. That's the shechted in the balayla b'flim. V'ha'ala osa b'chutz. Now, ultimately again, and he offered it up outside. So the Gemara says, so let's just read this. Let's read this in Rashi. You are trying for offering up a carbon outside of the Beis HaMikdash. Now, what's the novelty over here? The novelty over here is that essentially the carbon is invalid from the beginning, right? Because you shechted it at night. Even though the shecht and shchita was invalid, nevertheless you are going to be liable for offering up a carbon outside of the Beis HaMikdash. Let's finish this. Now, what's unique about this? According to Yehuda, now the reason why the Gemara is choosing this case is Laila. Laila is one of the machlokes cases, Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, right? Remember again, according to Rabbi Shimon, if you shechted a carbon at night and then you ended up putting it on his be'ach, then what do? You leave it. Right? Because that's an example of disqualification developing inside of the precincts of the Beis HaMikdash. Therefore, according to Rabbi Shimon, it makes sense that if you subsequently offered up that carbon outside of the Beis HaMikdash, you would be liable. Why? Because there's an element of that carbon that is, so to speak, valid. Meaning, Baharaya, if you intentionally put it on his back, you would leave it there. The Gemara is saying over here, even according to Rabbi Yehuda, he says that Laila is one of the cases where if you put it on his back, what do you have to do? You have to take it down. Even according to Rabbi Yehuda, in this case, you are liable for offering up a carbon outside of the Beis HaMikdash. Finish that Rashi. Rabbi Yehuda, also the thing carried, but let me buy a hanach in other way you do the five hour hours in the first time you divide that twice. Now let's go back to the Gemara. Therefore, one more time, let's read the case. Right, let's read it again. Now that we saw Rashi, the case makes perfect sense, right? Just go like this. Good. Excellent. Good. sometimes the guy just needs a little validation. Right? So I'll say once again, right in Kohen is shechting the carbon inside of the base hamikdash at night, the hell of a horse. And he's offering it up outside. What's the halacha? Chayil. What am I chayil for? I'm chayil for offering up a carbon outside of the base hamikdash. Now, why am I liable? I could have made the argument that since the carbon is invalid from the beginning, right? In other words, again, you can't check the carbon at night. So why should I be chayiv for offering up outside of the Beis Hamikdash a carbon that was sacrificially invalid? Why should I pay 85 here we go. Lote pechusa mishochet b'chotzu ma'alevacha. So one second, remember again, this Gemara says this case can't be any worse than a person who shechts a carbon and offers a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So on one side, let's say just for argument's sake, I shecht a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash and I offered up an outside of the Beis Hamikdash. What's the halacha? I'm liable for offering up a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So what's the matter for that? This case of a guy who shechts inside of the Beis Hamikdash at night and then offers it up outside, that case can't be any worse than a guy who shechts and offers outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So shechita and offering outside of the Beis Hamikdash, day or night, there's liability. So certainly, if I go ahead and I shecht at night in the Beis Hamikdash and then offer up outside of the Beis Hamikdash, there's going to be liability. Beautiful. Okay. Master of Kibarabim. Listen, just 2 more lines. Then we'll stop. Master of Kibarabim. Hashoki, listen to this. Hashoki of his name, what's potter. Or, listen to this. If you shechted a bird offering, right? You shechted a boseh. Now remember again, already, what's bothering you? There's no shechita by bird offering. Like you're getting the lika. Exactly. You see why it's important in just a moment. But if a guy does do shechita, he shechted the bird offering inside of the Beis Hamikdash, but he offered it up outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Potter, right? Potter. Shachad b'chutz umala b'chutz chayiv. Yet interestingly enough, I will say, if you shechted a bird, right? If let's say you shechted a bird carbon and offered it out of the Beis Hamikdash, they both asked you're chayiv. So we'll say, isn't this interesting? If you shechted it in the Beis Hamikdash, bird, shechted the Beis Hamikdash and offered it outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you're potter. But yet, if you went ahead and you shechted it and offered it outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you're chayiv. You says, I don't understand. Neima lo terei b'chutz mishochet b'ma'alev b'chutz. But I don't understand. Based on what you just said, halakha l'maisa. You should be liable if you shechted in the Beis Hamikdash and you offered it outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Why? Because shechting it in the Beis Hamikdash and offering it outside of the Beis Hamikdash should be no worse, should be no less than shechting it and offering it outside of the Beis Hamikdash. First where it says, you're right. Good kasha. Or Ibai Sema, no. The cases are different. Why? Ibai Sema, Shchita Sa'of Bifnim Mikdal Katlei. We'll say maybe the case is like this, or maybe the reason it's different is like this. Shchita of a bird inside of the Beis Hamikdash is a non-action. It's a non-action. It's meaningless. Why? Why? I will say why? Because the concept of Shchita by a bird inside of the Beis Hamikdash does not exist. So listen to this fascinating, overwhelmingly enigmatic, analomic interpretation. Analomic is an anomaly, right? Analomic sounds like a disorder, right? But let's listen to this, right? So we're suggesting if you shecht and offer up a bird outside of the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately again you're chayiv for shchutei chutz. But yet, interestingly enough, if you shecht in the mikdash and offer it out of the mikdash, you're potter. Why the distinction? Because the concept of shechita applies out of the Beis Hamikdash by birds, but the concept of shechita ultimately again to birds does not apply in the mikdash. Therefore, that act itself it's nothing. So because it's nothing, ultimately again it can't result in liability outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So therefore, interestingly enough, the Gemara says. We're not cases yet, but essentially the cases are really different. So if you shecht at night, you shecht the regular carbon, the animal at night, and then offer it up outside of the Beis Hamikdash, there's liability. Why? I've always said the shecht at night is meaningless. It's true, it is meaningless, but the act itself is still a halachic. It's a recognized action. So what you did is kabbalah meaningless, but it's liability. Why? because that can't be any less than someone who shechted and offered outside of the Beit HaMikdash. And yet, interestingly enough, if you shech a bird in the Beit HaMikdash and then go ahead and burn it outside of the Beit HaMikdash, even though if you were to shech and burn outside of a bird, as you would be chayiv, nevertheless, if you shech it in the Mikdash and burn outside of the Beit HaMikdash, you're putter. Why? Because the act of shechita of a bird in the Beit HaMikdash is eliminates unrecognized
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
What a day. It's only Sunday. All right, everyone. Have a great day. I understand. It's pretty good. Start again.
I said, you're just kind of pouring down a tree.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to take it down? We were talking about that at the beginning. We were talking about something.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. Begin by thanking. Begin by thanking our
long ago. Sentimental food down, see that they are to be created, and yet to be created. That's in their life, just matches our smile for his nostalgic touch. You better never hear what he wanted to say, only to realize that the man she had a place in his life. He never actually rises to her authority. Anybody else would surely know. He's watching her go. What a fool believes. Did she the past has the power? The reason away. What a fool believes lyrics.
We are picking up at the Mishnah on Pei Aleph Amud Beis. Says the Mishnah.
What a fool believes lyrics.
So it's an interesting case over here. You have a little bit, again, exterior blood. So again, carbonic blood that is normally applied on the Mizbeach outside, so that is mixed with interior blood. So we'll say, what's the halacha? Everyone agrees, halacha l'maisa, go ahead and pour it down the channel. And this is really fascinating. Rashi points this out over here. That fascinating enough, who doesn't disagree in this case? Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer is the one who said in yesterday's daf, or yesterday, the last 2 days, what was Rabbi Eliezer's shita? Rowing. Yet Rabbi Eliezer does not go ahead and mention rowing in this Mishnah. Again, we'll talk about that. Nasan Machos. The fact that Nasan Machos, however, what happens?
He takes them somewhere back on the road to go.
This combination of blood.
Sentimental food down, see that it hard to be created, but it yet to be created. Emotional life, she must use a smile for his nostalgic tale. He never had an idea of what he wanted to say, only to realize he's never had anyone. She had a place in his life. He never had what happened. As she rises to her apology, everybody else will surely know. He's watching her go. What a fool believes. Did she? The last man has the power.
Says, by the way, it's not just katos, but it's also asham. that is automatically invalidated if you
Yeah,
bring
that was
it
super
inside. Right? There's a strong connection between Chatas and Asham. Therefore, whatever applies for Chatas will also apply for Asham. And therefore, Allah Khalamaisa, just like if you bring in Chatas blood into the inside, it is possible. So too, if you bring in Asham blood inside, it is possible as well. Incredible. I expect the Gemara, the Niflog, Namir Bilazir, Baha. So he's getting Gemara asked, Rabbi Eliezer, why aren't you arguing over here? In the last Mishnah, you argued in every case of mixture, and you applied the concept of rolling. Like you must say again, remember again, we had the case where what we call like Lamava blood got mixed together with Lamata blood. And what did Rabbi Eliezer say? Just do both applications. What about the fact that you're applying Lamata blood Lamala and Lamala blood Lamata? Remember again, what did Rabbi Eliezer say?
Why is my whole fucking timeline here?
Supposed to be applied as water, as nitrogen. So why doesn't Rabbi Eliezer disagree over here in this case? Why not say just keep the blood application on the interior, exterior, and when you're inside, use the outside blood as water, and when you're outside, use the inside blood as water. Which you might be that's one reason. Here you love it. Because here you are going to get stuck.
Yeah, how about you stop?
Why are you stuck? Because what should you do? Listen, but first of all, have a listen. So let's say, we have a problem. If you go ahead and you first apply the exterior blood and then the interior blood, that's not going to work. Why? Because I'm saying the same way that there is a mitzvah.
Co-worker like my shit.
Before the mata blood.
This is cool, man. I like this.
There's a mitzvah to go ahead and
Is that a real chick? Oh, not that bitch. I was like, damn.
Exterior blood. So the Gemara says, that's the problem.
You think that's cool?
You do the exterior
How
blood
would you like to
first,
see
you're in
that?
violation of that order. So therefore, again, I'll say, 10 days in Dalek, 8 today. And then say, you're doing the other ways of reports. Fine. So go ahead and do the interior blood before you do the exterior blood. You can't do that. Why? You're going to use the Chatas, the Asham, because that will work. Although that can work for some Kabbalas, since everyone agrees it won't work for Chatas, and then the Israel also says it also won't work for Asham, that's not a valid Eitzah. It's not a valid Eitzah because it's not a valid Eitzah. Essentially, the Israel cannot apply rolling. Quite fascinating. Okay, listen, I just point out, if you look back just for a moment, on that last line of your allegory days, I think that line is such a beautiful yisod. What is the Mishnah? You might say, last line on 81b. So listen, this is a general problem in life. In life, you always have to give precedence to the alyonim above the tachton. A person should always make sure that they are placing proper emphasis on their ruchnius and not just focusing on their gashmius. We are in this constant tug of war between ultimately again our
Cool, girl.
like our spirituality
That's tight.
and our physicality.
Do you know Instagram sucks?
It is so important to make
Oh, you think Instagram sucks? Oh, I know Instagram sucks. Really? Oh, do you not know who fucking...
Pay attention to our material side. Of course, we should enjoy our material side. But what's at the top of your personalistic pyramid? Right? At the end of the day, what receives the bulk of your devotion and attention? So Chazal tell us, you have to put your
Bitch,
above your gashmius.
Kwang Duck is, dog? Do you not know who Bitch Kwang Duck is? Bitch Kwang Duck, that motherfucker died for not to be discriminated against. And if he were watching this right now, he'd be like, that app makes me want to go like this and like this, motherfucker. Really? Oh, he wouldn't want to self-immolate. Why? Yeah, he'd be seeing what I was doing. He'd be like, I'm not even the one doing it. And I want to self-immolate. Give me the fucking gas can. He'd be like, blah, 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 blah. Like that motherfucker. Be like, wait. Whoa.
And that is so much more important.
Bitch Kwang Duck. No one on earth knows your fucking name. He'd be like, I'm gonna fucking like this thing. He'd be like, bitch. Bitch Kwang Duck. Can I call you Thitch? Or can I call you Monk Dunk? Monk Duck. I don't know. You call me Rabbi Rothschild. Do you call a monk by their last name? Like Monk Duck? Monk Duck. Dog. Don't light the fire. Yeah, he'd be like, why? I'd be like, dog.
That's it. Prioritize.
Maybe there's a chance that we can get the second part of this fucking
and make sure that you're spending the time developing who you
song
are
upload. He'd be like,
inside.
ain't no way, son. I'd be like, dog, this is the worst. He'd be like, oh, you think this is bad? Have you ever sat in the fucking middle of the street in fucking Saigon, June 11th, 1963, and been so fucking frustrated with society that you take a gasoline bath and light yourself on fire? I'd be like, no, but I understand. Really? Oh, I'd be like,
Whereas the Chacham rule that only applies to Chatos.
Fish, Kwang, Duck.
So much more to what can this be compared? I'm about to say, Gemara is going to give the mashal. The mashal is not going to make all that much sense, and then we'll see the mashal as it's read.
Have you ever had to log into a platform that makes you feel like they just napalmed your fucking village and you run out naked like this? Have you ever done that? You'd be like, no. I'd be like, no. And you've never fucking stood in the middle of a fucking street with a gun to your fucking head saying to yourself, I fucking hate you, Mark Zuckerberg. You've never had that either. You'd be like, no. And I'd be like, see, you got to escape all that shit. I have to put up with that bullshit. I'd be like, you took the easy way out, dog. You could have been fixing this fucking app. Bitch, Kwang, Duck. Dude, but I'd be like, you took it like such a baller. I'd be like, man, just to be like, and then like fucking not be like, that was fucking G, dog. That's fucking. Why did that rabbi die? Oh, because he self-immolated himself because his fucking Instagram app crashed. Oh, okay, that's tight. No, it's not tight. It sucks. Why? Because Mark Zuckerberg sucks. Who the fuck is Mark Zuckerberg? Oh, do you know about the Hindenburg? Yeah, oh, the humanity? Well, guess what?
The Torah says explicitly that halacha l'maisa, if you go ahead
this shit sucks.
You bring the chatos blood into the interior of the Beis Hamikdash, that the chatos is invalid. That is an explicit pasuk. Now, what the Gemara is about
Sitch Kwang Duck, nobody knows your name, but I do. You're the fire monk. Monk fire. Look it up.
Because of that, it was unnecessary for the Torah to mention chatos specifically.
Man, I've got to take a whiz.
Contextually, I already know we're talking about chatos. So because that, why does the pasuk have to say the whole chatos again? That's the shayla. So Gemara says, I'll tell you why.
Dog, I was talking the whole time. Fucking socialist. People.
See, interestingly enough, the fact that ultimately, again, the Torah says chatos again, so must mean that what? That perhaps the Torah is not just referring to chatos, but rather chatos is representative of all kachim. And therefore what? Therefore, what is it coming to teach us? That any time you bring exterior sacrificial blood inside, ultimately, again, the blood is invalid. The blood is invalid. So Yomar says, one second. Michti, Isratu called kachim megarim mizbeach le'im mariko shtifa. So we'll say, so remember again, halacha l'maisa, all kachim are included in halachas of mariko and shtifa. Halachas of mariko and shtifa, the halachas that say the following. Namely, that halacha l'maisa, whenever you have a carbon and use a carbon in a kli, the kli absorbs. And therefore, if you want to use that kli, you want to use that utensil afterwards for some other use, mundane use, you have to kasher it. That's called mariko and shtifa. So all carbonos are included in mariko and shtifa.
No way.
Why did we
What would you to be the But you can do better than that.
Whenever you see
Giving away what seems to be is not my kind of nothing. Nothing at all. Fuck, I need to do that part. Giving away what seems to be is not my kind of nothing. Nothing at all. Long ago.
Anybody's murder in life, somewhere, somehow. She had a place in his life. She had a place. I just do her apology. Anybody else would surely know. And watching her go. What a fool, baby. I'm running away. What's in the room? Love can go, and love can come, and love is love and nothing. What did you want to say? Do you all fucking know who Ditch Quan Dung to Ditch Quang Duck is? They'd be like, people be like, huh? They'd be like, look, do you know who Mark Zuckerberg is? They'd be like, yeah, he's an asshole who owns Meta. I'd be like, yeah. Do you know how frustrated he makes me? And people would be like, no, Rabbi, how frustrated does he make me? I'd be like, do you know who Ditch Quan Duck is? They'd be like, no, who's that? I'd be like, do you know who the monk who set himself on fire? They'd be like, oh, who's self-humiliated? I'd be like, yeah, that guy. You know who that is? They'd be like, yeah, he's the guy who's like, yeah, that guy. Well, imagine software made you feel like that. And they'd be like, how bad is this app? I'd be like, oh, dog, this thing is worse. This thing is worse. I bet you if Ditch Quang Duck were here right now and he were watching this, he'd be like, dog, this is the worst. I thought the fucking Hindenburg was bad, but this is worse. I'd be like, I know. And I'd be like, did you have a chance to catch up on all the history that's happened since June 11th, 1963? He'd be like, oh, totally, dog. I know about that motherfucker in the middle of the street in fucking Ho Chi Minh City. I know about that little girl who's running out of her fucking village because it just got napalm. And I logged into fucking Meta, and it's worse than both of those. And I fucking know, dog. It's the worst. He'd be like, fuck it, man. And he'd take a fucking gasoline and shower himself the fucking wet. He'd take a fucking magical. I'd be like, dog, I understand. Really? Dog. Ditch Quan Duck would be like, this is fucking bullshit. I don't have time for this shit. I didn't have time for that motherfucker in 1963, and I certainly don't have time for this motherfucker in 2026. And I'd say, absolutely, I fucking understand it, but you can't be weak. You have to be strong. Somebody's got to fix this shit. Ditch Quang Duck. He'd be like, nah, dog. I'd be like, dude, just calm down. He'd be like, fuck it. And he'd be just, fuck it. I'm letting this way into the netherworld. I'd be like, dog, calm down. Calm the fuck down. Ditch Quang Duck. Just hold on. He'd be like, I don't have time for this, Rabbi. I'd be like, dog, I know. But if you fucking light yourself up, then who's going to fix this shit? He'd be like, that's your job. I'd be like, dog, do you know how much fucking work that is? I got to tell them how to do this and this and this and this. It's a lot of fucking work. He's like, somebody's got to fucking do it. And he's pouring him shit all over himself. I'd be like, dog, Ditch Quang Duck, calm down. He'd be like, dog, this is the worst. This is the worst. He'd have a fucking, he'd be unleading himself into the netherworld. I'd be like, dog, you can't do that. You can't just be rash like that. He'd be like, Rabbi, I've used that app. I've seen villages napalm. I talked to that little girl. That little girl grew up and she fucking took herself into a fucking unleaded bath into the fucking netherworld because she had to log into Meta. It's the worst. I was like, dog, I know. He'd be like, I'd be like,
Do you know about the guy? He'd be like, oh, I fucking know all about that guy. He'd be like, yeah, it's the worst. It's the worst platform ever. Really? Oh, dog. It's the worst. Is it? Is it? Yeah, why the fuck isn't that shit working? Yo, dog. Yo, dog.
Good. Only seems to be talking about
what is this bullshit?
Again,
what is this bullshit?
To tell us that whatever is invalidated
Being a
is
douche.
burnt on the base of
God, I gotta be able to hear myself.
For their consumption.
Bitch, Quan Duck, wherever the fuck you are, just be fortunate you don't have to put up with this petty bullshit of these asshole CEOs. They're the worst. Really? Dumb.
So where do you know just the basic disqualification of katos that was brought inside?
These motherfuckers,
ultimately, again, he learns that from a different pasuk of
they tempt me to go to the local gas station.
So that's actually by Parshas Acheros. That's ultimately after the death of Nadav and Abihu.
Fill up a gas tank full of unleaded, take that shit, pour it all over my body, sit in the middle of a fucking intersection and light myself up. That's how fucking bad these motherfuckers make me feel.
We are left with this machlokes with the kiva and the chachamim, which is a fascinating
Sucks.
in general.
The worst.
The disqualification of exterior blood that is brought inside.
Why?
What does it apply?
These people are the worst.
It applies to all.
Who's the worst of them all? Zuckerberg? Next question. Why? Because he sucks.
Ultimately, the Rambam Paskins like the chachamim. That the disqualification of exterior sacrificial blood that is brought inside only applies to chatos, does not apply to.
Why the fuck? Zuckerberg, your shit is so bad. But seems to be the progress of nothing. Nothing at all. Where can the mama go? Bring everybody right in her life, somewhere, somehow. And she was in time. She had a place in his life. Never make one. And she rises to her authority. Anybody else would surely know. And watching her go, what a fool is she? The perfect patch of armor. In a way. But you can run, and God can run, and God can run, and God has better nothing. There's nothing at all. And you got the man in it, you see. The God's been past the power, no reason away. To be
I don't say why it should be possible. This is look. If you take cup A outside, they both say, let's talk about bachutz. Bachutz, they both say, what talks about when I say bachutz, you think outside.
How?
When I say bachutz, you think people, excellent, right? People,
what the fuck, dog?
So this is like this. If when you're doing the avoda, you have a machshavas chutz, you have in mind to do some part of this outside. What is that thinking about that invalidates the cup? Yes, you take cup A outside, everyone agrees that cup B is fine. And all the more so, Makom Shem HaMachshava or Salas Kedin.
Are you fucking serious?
Listen, let's say when you're doing the carbon, you have in mind to bring the blood inside the Kodesh HaKadoshim. What does that do to the carbon? What does it do to the carbon? Absolutely nothing. It doesn't invalidate it. So listen to this. A machshavas chutz
Are you fucking serious?
invalidates the carbon. Right? A machshavas pnim doesn't invalidate the carbon. So Shabbos says, therefore, if we're going to agree that if you take cup A outside, cup B is still good. It's only more so when you take cup A inside, ultimately, again, cup B should be totally fine. That's the argument of Rabbi Yosef, which Moshe says, Nichnas lachater, as he writes, Nichnas lachater, fine. So Moshe says, that's our machlokes, Rabbi Yosef Levi, and the Chachamim.
This thing's not gonna work.
If you took one cup, you took cup A outside, cup B is still totally good. If you took cup B inside the Kodesh, so again, Rabbi Yosef Levi says kosher, Chachamim say puzzle. Next, Nichnas lachater abavin shlo kiper, puzzle the Rabbi Eliezer. So let's listen to this. What happens if you brought the blood? You brought the blood. So same case. I took cups of Chacham's blood, right? I brought cup A inside. I got confused, and I was going to go ahead and do the sprinkling, do the hazah on the inside, but I realized my mistake, and I never ended up doing it. So once I brought it inside, but didn't do anything with the blood, so ultimately, again, Hazel Rose says the blood is going to be possible. Rabbi Shimon says no, the blood is not actually validated until you actually do something with it. But if you just brought it in with the intention to do hazah with it, but you didn't end up doing it, the blood is going to be fine. Rabbi Yehuda says, in Hechnes Shogeg Kasher. Rabbi Yehuda says, if you went inside the Shogeg, ultimately again it is still going to be kosher. In general, if you apply invalidated blood, right, swallowed by blood on the Mizbeach, so ultimately, again, the tzitz. What's the tzitz? The tzitz is the headplate that the Kohen Gadol wears. That says Kodesh Hashem. And we're going to discuss that the tzitz has certain curative powers. But the tzitz can only go ahead and cure something, can only rectify something by tumah. Otherwise, the tzitz doesn't have the ability to rectify any other disqualification. The tzitz can only take care of tumah, but doesn't take care of anything else. What a mission. Says the Gemara Tanya. So what we're going to be focusing on over here is namely, I 2 cups of Chacham's blood. What do? I take cup A into the Kodesh, inside. Remember again. This is important because what did we establish in the previous Mishnah? What does everyone agree with? What does everyone agree with? Everyone agrees that if you bring Chacham's blood inside, then what's the halacha? It's disqualified. Everyone agrees with that. Here, what's unique in this case is I have 2 cups of Chacham's blood, A and B. I brought A inside, but B is still outside. So what's the shaila? Everyone is going to agree that's what? What is it? Let's go with what everyone agrees with. Everyone agrees that cup A is invalid. The shaila is, does cup B remain kosher? Rabbi Yosef really says yes, and the Chachamim say no. That's how Machlokas is doing it. Says the Gemara Tanya, and I want to say, obviously, what's at the core of Machlokas? How do we view A and B? As 2 different Chatas bloods, right? Or do we view A and B as 1 unit of Chatas blood? That's the fundamental shaila. Says the Gemara Tanya, when we say we recall Kavachom Rabbi Yossi made in Mishnah. So when it comes to machshavas chutz, intention when engaging in any part of the sacrificial service, to do any part of it outside renders the carbon invalid. Yet everyone agrees if you take cup A outside, cup B is totally kosher. Which everyone agrees does not render the carbon invalid. Everyone agrees, therefore, that what? Even if you bring cup A inside, cup B should remain valid. This is what they're saying. So the Gemara says, so good. So Amrlei, Hare hu omer asher yuba midama, afilu miktas dama. This is actually the Pasuk says, any of the Chacham's blood is blood, which indicates to us, even if only some of the blood is blood, and the rest of the blood remains outside, ultimately all of the chatas blood is going to be invalid. So he said to them, let's make a chavachomer ultimately again for Yotzi for the following case. So I will say, listen to this. If in the case, ultimately, again, the machshava was not invalid. That's the case of pain. So yet we're going to say that the blood that comes inside invalidates the blood that's outside. So if that's the case again, then the machshava does invalidate. He says, if you're right and I'm wrong, then ultimately, again, then certainly in the case of chutz, the remaining blood should be invalidated as well. Amrulo, haregu omer shayuba ashayuba. The pasuk says ashayuba hanichnas posel ve'yotze posel. I'm sorry, it's just two different halachas. Blood brought inside is invalid. Blood taken outside is not invalid. So maybe again, maybe even machshava's pain. Maybe even the point of the machshava, any part of the avodah, or do anything on the inside, that's also invalidated the carbon. The machshava or the carbon. So let's say at the end of the day, right, blood taken outside does not invalidate the blood that is left inside. Yet a machshava's chutz does invalidate. Therefore, makom shepasal dam shebefnim as dam shebachos. A situation where blood taken inside does invalidate the remaining blood outside. So certainly then why do we say that a machshava is clean? Right? So again, a machshava of blood. The part of the avodah inside should invalidate the carbon in totality. Already Omer, Hayom HaShlishi. The most of the parts in Judges, what does that mean? Amud Beis. Makom Shu Meshulash. Bedam Bebasra Be'mura. We actually had this sugya many moons ago, right? Where it's recorded from Daf Chavtes. And what is in order for a machshava ultimately to invalidate, the makom, the place, has to have a threefold criteria. Number one, dam basar imurin. It has to be a place where there could be blood application, ultimately again consumption of meat, and burning of sacrificial parts, or burning of meat as well. So most says, therefore, again, if you notice, right, bifnim doesn't fit that criteria. Because the only one of those three things that you can do bifnim is blood application. And therefore, again, by definition, people can only find in a place that satisfies these three criteria. I belong to a machshava posalas bachos mikavachomer. So maybe we should say that a machshava ultimately again shouldn't invalidate. Machshava's chutz shouldn't invalidate. It's mikavachomer mikavachomer. We'll say, hey, Bezor is 82b, third line down. Umam makom shepasal dam shebifnim ev shebachutz a machshava posalas bifnim. So let's say ultimately again in the situation when you bring some blood inside, that disqualifies any remaining exterior blood. Yet a machshava's ring does not disqualify anything. So again, in a situation where when you take blood outside, it does not go ahead and invalidate the blood inside. Certainly then, the machshava's chutz should not invalidate itself. So also we have another lever. The truth is, remember again, this harkens back to what we learned a long time ago, that the concept ultimately again of chutz and chutz komo is actually not enough from the Torah. So Shlishi teaches me again chutz lizmano, and people ultimately teaches me chutz komo. Okay, so we'll say. So therefore, what we are left with over here is this fundamental machlokes between Rabbi Yosef Lili and the Chachamim. Namely, again, so let's go with what everybody agrees with, right? Everyone agrees that if you have Chatas blood in 2 utensils, and you take cup A outside and cup B remains inside, chutz, everyone agrees that cup B remains valid for sacrificial use. What's the machlokes case? The machlokes is ultimately if you put cup A inside of the mikvah, inside of the heichal, or you should go to the right? So go inside the heichal. What's the status of cup B? Rabbi Yosef ultimately again. Rabbi Yosef says cup B is kosher for use. And the Chachamim ultimately again say that cup B is invalid for use. That's our fundamental machlokes piece over here. Okay, so listen. So the resolution of that answer will come to. Let's go back to a little bit. Says the Basar, I need to name kosher. Ultimately, again, what's that very interesting? If you bring sacrificial meat, ultimately inside the kodesh, it is going to remain kosher. So it remains kosher. So the Gemara says, why? Now, sheyehei b'din shepasal. I would have thought that in reality it should be puzzle. Why should it be puzzle? And not the muscle should be puzzle. When it comes to blood, if blood is taken outside, ultimately again, yet halach l'maisa, blood remains inside. That's how people do this. It makes kosher. Eshes, you know, kosher is being basa hayotzim l'chutz. Puzzle, yet you know that when meat, that sacrificial meat is taken outside, ultimately again it becomes puzzle. Makom shepasal dam shebefnim shebachutz. So therefore, halacha l'maisa again in a situation where ultimately blood that is taken inside, right, that's the interior, renders any remaining blood outside pasal. Basar nichnas bifnim eno din shei pasal. I would have thought for sure that therefore sacrificial meat that's taken inside should certainly be pasal. Haregu omer midama. So let's say, interestingly enough, when it comes to the psul of pnim, when it comes to the psul of taking something inside, apparently the only thing it applies to is sacrificial blood, not sacrificial meat. Midama. Dama v'lo basar. It applies ultimately again to meat and not to. It applies to blood and not to meat. So just a fascinating detail over here that this psul of pnim only applies to sacrificial blood, not to sacrificial meat. 1 second. Kavachomer. Therefore, again, if that's true, only kavachomer is the kavachomer. Me'ata umad b'makum shepasol dam shebifnei shebachutz. If it's true, as we said before, that when some blood is taken inside, ultimately again it goes ahead and renders unfit any blood that's left outside. Kosher. Yet halacha l'maisa, if sacrificial meat is taken inside, ultimately again it remains kosher. Makom shelo pasal dam shebachutz eshebifnim. So if that's the case again, halacha l'maisa, blood. When you take some of the blood and you leave it, right, you take some of the blood outside, the remaining blood on the inside is kosher. Therefore, again, basar hayotzim l'chutz eno din shekasher. So all the more so, again, meat that is taken outside should also remain kosher. Harei omer ubasar basada treifa lo sochelu. The pasuk says ultimately again, basar basada. That basar is very interesting. You might understand that here. Now, again, not pasar, basar basada treifa lo sochelu. Is actually talking about an animal that is killed by another predatory animal, and therefore that's called the treifa. But over here, interestingly enough, the Gemara understands basar basada. Basada treifa means any meat that is outside of its mechitza. Any meat that is outside of its permitted area, by definition, is treated like a treifa, which also means that sacrificial meat that's taken outside of its permitted area ultimately again becomes like a treifa. Once sacrificial meat is taken out of its permitted area, ultimately again it becomes so this is actually very interesting. So remember again, the pasuk says, "Hey lo huba es dama ela kodesh pnima." So remember, this is one of the sources. Rabbi Yosef Levi's source. But ultimately, again, if you bring chatas blood inside of the Beis Hamikdash, it is going to be possible. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, I only know that if you bring the blood pnima. Now what does pnima mean? Pnima means kodesh kadashim, to the holy of holies. So I only know that if you bring the blood into the holy of holies, it is disqualified. How do I know? The Gemara says, how do I know that even if you bring it into the Beis Hamikdash proper, right? For what we call the heichal. The heichal. Remember the heichal. Remember again the heichal. That's where the menorah is, the shulchan is, and the mizbeach is. How do I know that it's disqualified there as well? Now, at the outset, this kind of seems to be like a little bit of a strange question. Why? Because obviously the only way you're getting to the let's get to it. So I only know pnima. I only know the disqualification for chatas blood is in the kodesh hakadashim. How do I know that the disqualification for kodesh blood, for chatas blood, is even in the kodesh, even in the heichal? Talmud Lomar El HaKodesh Pnima. The Bible says, so we're understanding over here that Kodesh ultimately again is the Heichal, right? Is the Heichal, and then Pnima is the Kodesh HaKadoshim. So from here you see that this qualification ultimately again is not only in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, but ultimately again is in the interior as well. Sorry, in the Heichal as well. So what's very interesting? Another comes along in the Bible and will say, interestingly enough, how do you know Kodesh Pnima? How do you know which is which? So Rada says because we learn out one from the other. One sheds light or casts light on the other. What does this mean? Maybe the Hadat Toshav is Sachir. This is no different than the case of Toshav and Sachir. Now, Moshe and I walked this. What's the case of Toshav and Sachir? So this is fascinating. So the Gemara said, Desanya, Toshav, Zek Kanoi Kinyan Olam. Toshav, Moshe refers to someone, ultimately again, who is an evidently, and a pierced evidently, ultimately again, who is going to go ahead and remain with the coin, ultimately until Yovel. Rashi says over here, there's a little bit Rashi, Kinyan Olam. Before that, Rashi says, Toshav coin the Sachar or Yochal Kodesh. And what the Torah says that the Toshav and the Sachir of a coin cannot eat of sacrificial items, cannot eat Kodesh, cannot eat Kodesh. Who's the Toshav? Who's the Sachir? So ultimately, again, so the Toshav is someone who the Kohen owns until Yovel. Toshav Zekanoi Kinyan Olam. Sachir Zekanoi Kinyan Shanim. The Sachir ultimately, again, is an evidently who is only there for 7 years. Only there for 7 years. So you must say, Yomar Toshav, Yomar Sachir. So if that's the case, just say that a Toshav, once you tell me that an Eved that the coin has until Yovel is not eating Kodesh, then it's obviously that the Eved who the coin only has until when for 7 years is not going to eat Kodesh. So if the one who he owns until Yovel is not going to eat that Kodesh, then certainly the one who only owns for a couple of years is not going to eat Kodesh. Which you might say, no, even kidding, I used to Omer, Toshav, Zach, Kanekin, Yishanim. About Kanekin, Olam, Ochal. So also because interestingly enough, had this Torah only written one term, I would have assumed that who is that? That's the Eved owned for a couple of years. But the Eved owned until Yovel would eat of Kodesh. Therefore, again, you must boss Sachir from the made al Toshav. Therefore, once you have both terms, I understand that one sheds light on the other. Shezek Kanei Kinyan Olam, Zek Kanei Kinyan Shana Dein Ochal. So once it says both terms, I understand that Toshav refers to someone who is owned until Yovel, and that person can't eat. And therefore, again, Sachir refers to one who is owned ultimately for a number of years and can't eat as well. Mr. Rabbi said, you are suggesting over here that sometimes the way we interpret things biblically is when there's two terms that are present, one ultimately again sheds light on the other. So therefore, so too with Kodesh and Pnima, when I have both of these terms, I understand Kodesh means the Heichal, and Pnima ultimately again means the Kodesh HaKadoshim, the Holy of Holies. Only because there's both terms that I understand one before the other. So let's say, so again, so therefore the Gemara says, but 1 second, it's not really the same. So, okay, what we'll do is we'll stop over here for today. Again, we'll see again what both Israel said, but the one piece, so again, but I do want to point out, so we're kind of leading off a little bit in the middle of the conversation over about Kodesh and Pnima. We'll pick up on that tomorrow. But I will say, but the one thing I just do want to resolve before we end for Shabbos is that Halacha L'Maisa, in the case of the 2 cups of blood, right? Because remember again, that was the Machlokes case. 2 cups of Chatas blood, one is brought inside and one is left outside. What's the status of the outside blood? Rabbi Yosef Levi says it's kosher. The Chacham ultimately again say that it's possible. The Rambam paskins like the Chachamim. Maybe that the remaining cup of Chatas blood is possible. Because even though they're in 2 different cups, we view them as again one entity of Chatas blood, and therefore if you take part of it inside, it renders the entire mixture unfit. Now what we'll continue with tomorrow is what part of the mikdash do you have to bring the Chatas blood into in order for it to become invalidated? And the pasuk itself seems to indicate to us that it's Kodesh Pnima. Kodesh ultimately referring to the Heichal, and Pnima referring to the Kodesh HaKadoshim. In which case, of course, just coming to attraction, the question is going to become, well, once the blood is invalidated by bringing it into the Heichal, then why the need to teach me an additional limud that it becomes invalidated, ultimately going into the Kodesh HaKadoshim? The answer to that, the resolution to the Seder Restream tomorrow, Bosai. What a week. Shkoyach and good Shabbos. All right, Chavos and good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos, good Shabbos.
They say whatever this turned into, that just the timing.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all, of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev, Haba Ali Tova, Allison Adam Steinmetz, dedicating all the shir and drushos of this month in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Harav Shlomo Tzvi Ruvain Ben Shimon, Zichron Lebracha, and in honor that his Neshama Shav and Aliyah, and he should be a meal ship for his children, his grandchildren. Okay, something beautiful. Adam, what's happened yesterday to update the sponsorship? It was 34, and now Kanai Nahara 35 great grandchildren. Baruch Hashem, you see, and the Neshama continues to accrue tremendous zechuyos even when it's no longer in this world. Sammy and Malka Esterson for dedicating all the Shirman Drushos this month in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib and Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Henech Ephraim, and the memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant Naftali and Gordon Shemi Komdamo fell in Gaza on Erev Hanukkah 2023. Paul and Kathy Pollock for dedicating Shir and Drushos this month in memory of Paul's Mishpacha Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachrini Shulamis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zacharia. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and his of continued health and refuah for Shulamis Chana Bas Susha, and Jacob and Julie Blumenfeld in memory of Julie's grandfather, Harav Zacharia, and Harav Aryeh Leib Zichron Libracha on the occasion of his 25th year of Zacharia, and the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas will have an Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need refuah Shevan Tidat, Kol Chol Yitzhak, Kadosh Baruch Hu Shemir Hashem, shower, brachas, and besaras tovos upon Am Yisrael. But let's see with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is pay out, a really exciting daf. Just everything is exciting this morning. Right, very exciting daf ahead of us today as well. We left off yesterday on Amud Beis at Tashma, the last Tashma actually, which is 2, 4, 7 lines up from the bottom. So folks, remember again, we are in the midst of nothing less than a dramatic machlokes about para aduma waters. So remember again, what was the case that we had yesterday? You have a flask, para aduma water. People carry around all different kinds of flasks, right? There's a flask of para aduma water. What ends up happening over here? Regular water gets mixed into the para aduma water. What is the impact on that? So remember again, Rabbi Eliezer says, no problem, just sprinkle twice. And you are good to go. It's totally possible. Now, if you remember again, so the idea over here is the Rabbanon were pretty easy to understand, right? Why? Because what was the position of the Rabbanon? It was really made up of 3 parts. Number 1, Yesh Bila. What does Yesh Bila mean? That when they fully and comprehensively mixed together. That's number 1. Number 2 is, and therefore, number 2, Hazat Tzricha Shir. There is a requisite amount of water that needs to be sprinkled for the para aduma. And number 3, ultimately, a shir, a very mitzvah from ourselves. And independent sprinklings not combined to form the comparative amount necessary for sprinkling. So when you put that all together, like I said, according to the Chachamim, once regular water gets mixed in with para aduma water, the whole thing is good. Okay, now, I said, but what's the pshat with Rabbi Eliezer? What is this 2 sprinkle? I don't understand why does that? Why does 2 sprinklings work if one is not going to work? So again, that was a 3 or not called the secret. Rava and Rava. So the Gemara would see based upon the position of Rav Ashi a lot, right? Because Rav Ashi also said that in Bila, again, there's no Bila, which means that liquid does not comprehensive. Therefore, you two have those, you two statements, and you're good to go. The Gemara then really kind of tore into and kept challenges. That's what it was yesterday. We have two more challenges to Rav Ashi before we finish this up. Hanikanim Matana Akash is Adlin Matana Akash is very strong. Right? We're going to go say this is a mixture of sacrificial blood. So let's say if you have one application of blood that gets mixed in with other one application, what's the halacha? You're not doing Matana Akash. Okay, so do a blood application. You're good to but if you say in, like what Rashi said, right? If you say in, that the water that the liquid is going to take, now you're not doing Matana Akash. Then what does one application do for you? Maybe because you're only doing one application, you end up applying one of the blood and not the other. So if you remember again, the Gemara said, this is the answer the Gemara kept giving, that you have a 1-to-1 ratio mixture, and therefore you end up doing one application of each of the blood into the blood, each of them. Right, so ultimately again you end up these are all just questions that are lost in Rav Ashi. The next case, remember again, you have a 4 application blood that is mixed with another 4 application blood. So again, how can that condition is where again it's a 4-to-4 ratio method. And therefore, once you do the application, you ensure that everything gets mixed in there. What about a 4 application mixed together with 1 application blood? Top of the outlet, the P came out, 81, the P came out, half an hour minutes, if you say again, that over here only got mixed in with 1 measure of 1 application blood. It says, already over about Tosit. And Yeshua said the problem is, if you remember, this is Yeshua's answer back to Rabbi Eliezer. Yes, the Mishnah, how 4 applications, after all, halacha l'meisa is Tosit. But if there's 1 measure of the 1 application blood, then Tosit is there. The Gemara says, Tosit, hey, mehecha. Hello, Rabba says, Rabba refrains this whole thing. Right? Rabba refrains this entire conversation. In reality, they're really not arguing about Yesh Bila, Ein Bila. That's not what they're arguing. It says, keep the Kosos. In other words, the argument is that, remember, Yesh Bila or Ein Bila applies when the blood itself is mixed together. Ravash says, what's the machlokes? The machlokes is your cups, your individual cups that get mixed together. Rabbi Eliezer suspects that comes of lowing. That would say, what's lowing? Remember where this came up? This came up in a case where, let's say, you have sacrificial blood, what we call lamala and lamata blood that got mixed together. Right? So let's say we have which cups to put up lamala, which kratos, right? Everything else is lamata. Right? So you have lamala and lamata blood mixed together. What does say? No problem. Do the application of mala and then do the application of lamata. What about the fact that you're putting the blood in the wrong place? But we also said lower. Most men what's lowering? We do, let's say we're doing the blood application of mala. We do any lamata blood is if it's water. It's water, and vice versa. When you go ahead and you do the application of lamata, you do the blood. So Rav suggests that the point of contention over here between Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbanan is whether or not you subscribe to the concept of lowing. Rabbi Eliezer clearly subscribes to it. The Rabbanan don't subscribe to it. Or Rabbanan goes and hold on. And that is not a whole big idea. That you don't the lowest. But when it's done chatos, since Ali began over Shirika. Yeah, also we learned that what Rabbi Eliezer doesn't agree with the Chachamim, or there's no machlokes in the case of dam chatos that gets mixed in with dam ola. That in both of these, ultimately, what halacha l'meisa, you offer it out. Similarly, if you have regular carbonic blood, proper that's mixed with animal that participated in shalom yikra, and it's not offered up. I said to machlokes. מה מחלקים? הדקטימה שנזהרת בדם בעל הסוד. Interesting. The case over here is that what's my focus case? On when you have the blood of a perfectly fine sacrificial animal that gets mixed together with an that's a balmum. What do you do in this case? Sure, there's an Omer, Yikrav, being the bubble, being the kosos. There's a host, so it's actually before, yeah. So there's a host that you offer whether the bloods are mixed together, like half mixed together in one utensil, or even if we're talking about a case of where there are cups of blood that gets mixed together. Come say you don't offer that. I'm take a look at Rashi. Rashi in the intermediate wide line, second line in. Sure, Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Yaakov, Rashi says over here, Va'afilu lo karav echad mehem. Va'afilu karav echad mehem. The darish vam o yirtzu lachem ve'enehu mashma ayidei ta'alobes. So I will say we're going to get to this actually in just a little bit. Rabbi Eliezer has blood, sacrificial blood retains its identity even in retains its identity. Therefore, again, Rabbi Eliezer says the halacha l'maisa that when you go ahead and you have that sacrificial blood, even if it's mixed in with other balmum blood, sacrificial blood retains its identity, and therefore you're good to go. On the other hand, the Chachamim hold you can't offer it up. So they'll say this does make it sound like there isn't a focus of yesh bila or in bila. To which the Gemara says, "The Yehuda Aliva Rabbi Eliezer masni being the balmum being the kosos, the Rabbanon the kosos." So the Yehuda according to understand that the Machlokes states whether it's by balmum or whether it's by kosos, but the Rabbanon disagreeing in the case of kosos. Okay, so that was like what comes out that kind of stops that main deal over here. But again, it turns that really it still sounds like the machlokes between Rabbi Eliezer and the Chachamim that we started with this price beforehand is still whether or not ish bila or in bila. That still seems to go ahead and factor into this. But there's really two parts of the machlokes. Like yesh bila or in bila is only machlokes ultimately again in terms of when the blood itself is mixed together. That's one. Then there's a secondary of where you have individual cups of blood. What happens in that scenario? Okay, so let's say that's kind of that stuff. Before we go on, this is kind of this paraduma case. So what is the halacha ultimately again when it comes to paraduma? In other words, if you have we'll call it mundane or regular water that gets mixed in with paraduma water. So what's the halacha? What's the impact of that? Listen to this. So the Rambam in Hilchos Paraduma, Perek Es Halacha says, "Mayim mukdashin shenis'aru b'hem mayim achirim kosher." Paraduma water and regular water gets mixed in. Afilu mayim shenis'malu l'kiddush. Again, I say, remember, how do you make paraduma? How do you make paraduma mixture? So remember again, you take the ash of the paraduma and what do you mix it with? Mayim chaim, right? Which is what source? Well water, spring water, right? So I have my paraduma water. The Rambam says, let's say you still have mayim chaim. Any additional water that mixed in, hari elu b'sudu. The paraduma water is possible. So let's say we passing like the chachamim that if foreign water gets mixed into the paraduma, even by which is the chap of the Rambam, even if it was water that was originally take a part. Let's say I go to the well, I take mayim time, I take a bucket of mayim time of spring water for the paraduma. I mix up the paraduma. I've got some water left over in my bucket. Even if some of that water for the paraduma mixture, ultimately again, it is possible. It is possible. Because when it comes to any foreign water that gets mixed in. Get ready for this. This is why I don't even know. I'm not sure where these Gemaras are. I don't know where the Paraduma is. I don't know where the Mishnah is. Not the Gemara Paraduma. Listen to this. This is wild. The Chaim, nothing. It's just this is bonus material. You're welcome. This is the Chaim in Yarad was how Hare'elu B'Surim. If food falls to the Paraduma water, it's possible. It's possible. So, which is fascinating, which tells you just the caring concern that they must have exhibited again with the paraduma, ultimately to make sure the water. a whole bunch of other cases, that's fruit juices, other things like that. Okay, or even strictly, we pass in like the Chachamim. I will say that interestingly enough, okay, there's a lot. I don't know why I was getting caught up in doing yesterday. We'll leave the rest. We'll leave the rest. A lot of interesting stuff about the Shir of Hassah. Okay, we'll leave that. Okay. Anyway, so my halacha myself, as I from the what apparently even do that gets mixed with Duma ultimately is going to negatively impact it. That's the Duma Bible. So now, fascinating Gemara. Lo shadu ella. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. So take a look at Rashi for just a moment. This is Rashi in the longest second line. Moshanu, we must see the El. Dami Rabbein Yishatek La'amos, Ella, Tilas Hadis. Let's remember again, here is the case. Remember again in Mishnah, we had the following situation. You had the case where you had the blood of Chatos that gets mixed in with the blood of Ola. So again, what was the halacha? This is the Mishnah. Right, so if the blood of Chatos gets mixed with the blood of Ola, what's the halacha? The Chachamim say, pour it out, and then they say, do the application. So look at that actually. Put the Chatos for Ola, the Masnis in the La'el, Dami Rabban and Yishapech La'am. But Ella, the Tchilas Chatos for Ola, she is partly with Yei Matan of God. But he has the Rabban, the less way doing, the Asr the Shanos Esmechomon, losses as the older Lamala Minaforts Mipnei Hechsher Chatos. So listen to this. So when you have the Chatos and the Ola mixed together, so remember again, the Chachamim say, pour it out. And Rabbi Eliezer says, no, just do the blood application in different places. What about the blood applications that are the wrong location? What's the problem? Or how do you deal with rolling? Okay, so just to clarify this, when you have a Chatos and an Ola mixed together, what's the big problem over here? Let's say, what's our problem? What application? Chatos goes with and Ola goes lemata. So now everything is mixed together in the same cup. Or for that matter, in different cups. Let's keep how do I do the blood application? So remember, the Chachamim say you can't. So because they say you can't, just pour the whole thing out. This channel is just no good. The realizer says yes, you can. But one second. I'm applying the collective mixture above. When I apply above, what do I do about the fact that the Ola blood in there? What's the answer? One word. Rolling. What is rolling? Review any potential Ola blood that's in there like it's water. Conversely, when you go ahead and you do the blood applications below, so halacha l'maisa again. What about the Chatos blood? Potentially it's mixed in there. Roll and review it as if it's water. So holds are blowing, knows going. Now, by this hold is very interesting. It's emotional. Where's this machok? Yes. It's only meaning no blood applications have been done. That's where this machlokes is. This aval sof chatos va'olah. Every hakol come olah makom shirayim. This is wild. They're both saying, let's say halacha l'maisa. Look at Rashi. Aval sof chatos. It's in lines 4 down in the widest lines, in the middle of the line. Aval sof chatos. Shenis arig b'tchilas olah. Shenis arig b'shari chatos. B'tchilas olah in kamachokis. So we'll say, what about the following case? Let's say you have chatos blood, and the blood application for the chatos is already done. So now, what do you say? After you do the blood application with the chatos blood, what is the rest of the blood called? What is it called? Shirayim. So let's say you have shiyarei chatos that gets mixed in with Ola blood. Shiyarei chatos, it gets mixed in with Ola blood. Abaye says, listen to this, there's no machokes. Why? This is going to blow your mind. Why not? Listen to this. He says, however, about sof chatos, we call it sof chatos. Sof chatos means the primary blood applications have already been done. All I have is leftover chatos blood. So leftover chatos gets mixed in with Ola blood. They have called, everyone says, no problem. Why? Because Mokum Ola, Mokum Shirayim. Because what do I have here? Ola blood and Shirayim blood. And guess what? All the blood in Shirayim go in the same place. Shirayim poured out? Where's Shirayim poured out? Okay, this is interesting. Right, so Abaye is saying pretty much the Shirayim blood is poured out, has been poured out on the soul, on the face. But Abaye says it's also okay to apply anywhere below the red line. Anywhere below the red line. Why? Because what I put on the bottom of the death is going to what? Is going to trickle down onto the base. So therefore, again, it's fascinating. So therefore, the focus then is but once you have Shiyore Chatos that gets mixed in with blood, Abaye said, easy. But they both get by on the same place. And if I look for myself, the Chachamim would agree that ultimately you do the blood application. Incredible. So now says, hold up. I'm going to say, hold up. It's not true. Abaye, you are presupposing that Shiyore Chatos can just be applied anywhere on the lower part of the Mizbeach, and they will drip down. And they will drip down ultimately again to the soul. But that's not true. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yossi says, Rabbi Yehuda said that Shaka have to be poured on the Itztava. And I will say, remember again, what's the Itztava? We have to mention this. Itztava, remember again, is the flat part of the soul. Remember again, the soul extends out on two and a little bit sides of the Mizbeach. So what it is it's a base, but it's a base that protrudes. The Itztava is the flat part of the soul, the flat part. So he said, no, you can't apply Shirayim on the bottom part of the Mizbeach. Shirayim have to be applied on the flat part of the Itztava. If that's the case, then even leftover blood gets in with all of it, we still have a problem. The Chin Amar of Shimon, I was going to say, see, here this is the Chin Amar of Shimon, Moshe Shimon seems to have a high idea. Moshe, that's how this for Allah. In the whole case, we can learn there's enough only when you have what we call a Chatas blood that gets mixed with all the blood, meaning that the blood of the Chatas blood is not sitting down yet. That's we have a problem. That's why there's not focus. But if you already clarification to the chatos, and therefore all you have is Shirayim chatos blood that gets mixed in with all the blood, easy, because both applied in the same place, or they both in the same place. The lower part of them is there. That's where the overall blood belongs. The chatos blood, where does the chatos blood belong? Where does it belong? By these other things, but no problem. Just apply it on the lower part of the wall of the mizbeach, and it'll trickle down. Rabbi Yochanan, he did Rabbi Yochanan, no, as dying machlokas. Not true. It's still a machlokas. So we'll say, this is amazing. So it turns out that now we'll say there is a machlokas about the proper placement of Shirayim. Where does Shirayim go? Now, again, remember, before we got to this Gemara, and life is easy, right? Everything made sense at before 6 o'clock this morning, right? So somebody would me on the way in, didn't go, I would have said, where should I go? You so. And if somebody would have asked you, does everyone agree with that? You would have said, of course. Now comes along the Gemara says, no, not everybody. Actually, it's machlokes. What's the machlokes? Everyone agrees Shirayim belongs on the Yisod. The shaila is, what is the exact placement? So clearly, again, Abaye is saying, Abaye is suggesting, and sounds like right, and Rabbi Shimon is also saying that, Rabbi Shimon is saying that halacha say you could put Shirayim anywhere on the lower part of the mizbeach, and it'll trickle down to where it needs to go, and you're good to go. Rabbi Yehuda is opinion that Shirayim must be on the itztava, must be placed on the flat part, the flat ledge, ultimately again of the yisod. So dramatic machlokas, and I'm going to say, see, that machlokas is going to impact the machlokas of the Chum in the Mishnah. So Master from the Yehuda, incredible. Master with the Yehuda, Kodeshem. So we'll say, so now watch what's going to happen over here. And actually, this is a very important Gemara that's coming up now. Master of Yehuda, Kodeshem. The pasuk says they shall be sanctified. Kodeshem. So the Gemara says, if you look at Rashi says over here that just the pasuk in its entirety is Ach b'char shar. This is talking about b'char animals. Most sifte you can't redeem. You cannot redeem them. They are as done on Tizrak al Mizbeach, throw the rice, sprinkle their blood on Mizbeach, as chabam. Look at Rashi just a moment. This is in the white lines, about 8 lines up on the bottom. Kodeshem, The Bechor Ksiv, so this pasuk is written by Bechor, firstborn animal. Umashmole hein b'havyasam yiru shemnisarvu b'dam lachirim lo avdu es shmam v'yikruvu. So what says we're going to see. I'm just reading this Rashi first to give you just the intro. This pasuk is going to be one of the passages that when sacrificial blood gets mixed in sacrificial blood or other blood, ultimately sacrificial blood retains its identity and doesn't become a bottle. So again, and he was in redaction from the notion of Kodesh Hein. Are Kodesh, they remain Kodesh. Okay, so again, fine. So let's go back to the Gemara. So Master Rav is the Kasha, Kodesh Hein. Then what does this teach me? That by blood of a Bachar, that halacha, what does it teach me? That if blood of a Bachar gets mixed in with other sacrificial bloods, ultimately, again, you can still offer it up. So the Gemara says, what's the case? What's the case of where you can still offer up sacrificial blood even though it gets mixed in with other forms of sacrificial blood? So here it is, get ready for it. So the Gemara says, my lav sof ubachar, it must be talking about where you've done the primary applications of Olah. So what do you have? You have ultimately shirayim of Olah and blood of a Bachar. And the halacha is that you can offer up both of those bloods. Why? Because the pashtus, they go in the same place. Because the shrine of the Olah could be placed in the lower part, right, lamata, and the blood of Bachar can be placed lamata. Ushmamina, makam Olah, makum shirayim. And what do you see from here? The shirayim and Olah could be placed in the same area, which is lamata. So what do you see from here? Shirayim does not need to be placed on the itztava. All you have to do shirayim is pour it anywhere on the lower part of the lamata, below the red line. You go. So Shimon says no. Tchilas Olah ubachar. Not necessarily. It can be talking about, again, what we call Tchilas Olah. Tchilas Olah just means no blood applications have been done for the Olah. So really, there's initial blood of Olah and Bachar. So what is the Ein Olah Nevah Zeh? It's teaching us that sacrificial bloods do not meet one another. That's teaching me. I say again, nothing. Again, when you have sacrificial ones that are about each other, the Gemara says, hold up. Hi, that's not the source for that halacha. Otherwise, I agree. That's the halacha, but it's not the source. Hi, so exciting. The Gemara says, no. The source for the fact that sacrificial bloods do not negate one another is actually learned from a different source. Where's learned that from? Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur, because the Moshe Bidus, the Kohen Gadol does something very interesting on Yom Kippur. And what does he do? He goes and, remember again, he shechts a par and he shechts a sire, a goat. Right? And now, after their individual blood service, he mixes the two bloods together. Now, obviously, there's a lot more from a par than is from a sire. Even though, again, there's rolling down the par, yet the blood does not negate each other. So from here you see that sacrificial bloods are mixed together, do not negate one another. That's the source for this.
Honestly, I catch a lot of lesbians.
And with 4 lines up in the bottom.
But seriously, recently, my only options are dating apps, and I feel like
so remember, it's interesting.
app
You mix
runners
the
are like
together
digital
in order to
emails.
apply them on the corners
So
of
it's why
the
I don't
interior
want
of
to
the
be a digital
Like something
What's
very
the last
unique about
date
Yom
you
Kippur,
went on?
that it's not the only Chatas community, but Yom Kippur is one of the times where there's a Chatas community. But
Fucking 37-year-old lady at like South by Southwest at South by Southwest, just like there on location where you met her there. It's like a bar shirt. Yeah,
you see from here that Halacha L'Maisa, sacrificial,
she fucking
does not negate one another. So you don't know something.
Dude, she was live,
To which
right?
the Gemara
And,
says, Tanoi, it's my
like,
focus,
was
Tanoi.
fat under her clothes, but she had a flat stomach. It was weird. It was weird. Like, tiny, big old
This is
titties.
an interesting
She smelled like tortillas and pozole.
interesting
It was
enough,
pretty
no one
nice.
is arguing about the halacha.
Yeah, I can say that.
About
It was
the
the
source.
Latina. Yeah,
The
for sure.
source. So everyone will agree that halacha and Isa sacrificial blood do not negate one another. They argue on what the source for that halacha is. We'll come back. So the Gemara says, Massive Rava, Rava reads the kasha.
So how did that
So the
wording
Pasuk
exactly did that
what
sexual
is this
hookup
passage?
take
If you look at
place?
Rashi, Rashi says over here, so that's talking about the Vizar, and then Ola card. So this is talking about carbon Ola. The pasuk is the Shafat and Abaka. Still about the pasuk. The Shafat is the Abaka Hashem. If you look at how it's calling as Hadam, the Zak is Hadam al Mizrach. So what's that? The pasuk says the shech the cow, right? They'll offer up the Kohen will offer up the dam. The Zark was Adam, and they will sprinkle the blood. Now, that second mention of dam is really unnecessary. Because once you tell me ultimately, they are appointed as Adam, that they're going to bring the dam close to the just say, Zarko, and sprinkle it. You don't have to say Zarko as Adam. You don't have to say that. I understand. There's no other corresponding material that we're discussing in this concept. So the subject already is done. So why don't you tell me that we're supposed to stay up just when it's sprinkle it, and there's no need to say anything else. So you might say, not how the I'm a days. Not how the woman bang down. Why do you have to? I got 9 aunts, only 2 uncles. I got 3 ex-wives. I got 4 daughters, no sons. I got 7 grandkids, 6, which are girls. So what I'm trying to tell you, ladies, is I'm on your fucking bullshit. Y'all are fucking crazy. Let me give you an example. My dad caught me smoking a cigarette when I was younger. He made me smoke the whole pack in front of him. I get it. Don't push it. It's subscribe. Now my mother, she caught me jerking off in the bathroom. She made me. For another carbon, that is illegal. You're not allowed to do that.
I can't look my uncle in the eyes to this day.
You have to there's a penalty. Once
It's horrible.
who is also called the
My dumbass wife asked me a dumbass question.